guy is named Kang Jiyama. He looks like a basic normal dude, but the truth is he actually got reincarnated into this world that's literally his favorite game, and he's about to take the entrance exam for the Nobles Academy. Everyone here is loaded, and he is just broke. Right on the first day when he went to register his sword, the professor completely lost it. The guy had to be one of the seniors pulling a major prank, but the kid didn't back down. These are his swords. He is poor, and his family can't afford the tuition. The professor then spotted the green badge on the uniform. It was a student who got in through a special admission test, and the prof got all teary-eyed over the kid's hustle. The other rich students were definitely not feeling it. When they heard someone was poor and got in with a special admission, they started griping that the place was smelling. Despite the super hostile vibe, Jiyama wasn't fazed. In his past life, he never managed to live a chill life, so this time he's gonna make it happen. He is young and good-looking, and even though he awakened a rare ability, it has a weird catch. He can only use swords under 30 centimeters. Talk about being handicapped. When he tested his awakened ability, the power was so intense he felt lightning shoot out of the sword and echo through his whole body. The pain of activating it is too much. If it's like this every time, he's never using it again. But maybe it's just the first time, like with girls. But testing his ability again, the pain was exactly the same. Near where he was, people were gathering for the ceremony that would set the students' ranks. All the young talents were there, and sitting right at the top was one of the 7 legendary heroes, Klinge Siegfried von Nibelung. He is a disciple of Joachim, the Academy's founder hero. All the students know and look up to this guy, but the bored old man wasn't pleased. Not even the arrival of another of the 7 heroes cheered him up. This girl, whose curves were more legendary than her title as the Sage of the 7 Heroes, greeted the old man. The girl's name is Media, and Siegfried mocks the girl for being 70 years old and dressing like a youngster. Media didn't take it as an offense. Actually, she took it as a compliment. She also said that if Siegfried accepted her blessing, he would look 10 years younger. The old man refuses. The elderly have to accept their nature. Media has a young essence, and that's why she looks that way. Despite the old man's insults, the girl accepted the invite to watch the Academy's first day. She used to hate these people, but accepted anyway. The reason is she is curious to see Siegfried's granddaughter. All the gathered students looked like a sea of colors with their dyed hair. Jiyama was the only one with black hair, and the jokes about him not being a noble didn't stop. People forgot all about him when a girl showed up. Her blue hair and attractive aura made the guys turn totally red. Siegfried's granddaughter, the Sword Emperor. The girl is named Abel von Nibelung, and she's the main heroine of this game. The exam was about to kick off. One of the ancient heroes created a place in the Academy called the Subspace. In this place, everyone can be injured and eliminated, but when they return to reality, nothing happens to their bodies. That's why any method of combat is allowed, even the lethal ones. Siegfried and Media say it's an Academy tradition. The students who survive the longest get the best rank. The 2 old people were interested in the special student, but the other students were now focused on the student with very special attributes. Jiyama could have been one of the guys to join the herd chasing after Abel, but he knows the real deal about this girl and her miraculous blessing. While everyone follows their pheromones, he heads the opposite way. He's even reading a book on how to have a peaceful life in this world. He also remembers that to fight here, he will have to use that darned ability. Well, I better just give up. When it was announced that everyone would be sent to the subspace, all of them were hyped, except Jiyama. But when it happened, he was determined. After 7 minutes, several students were sent back. The agony of how they were eliminated there left everyone shaken. Media watched all of it and commented that Abel took first place, but that's a given, considering her lineage. The woman was really pumped to see Siegfried's granddaughter's performance, but the man didn't see it the same way. She didn't break the Academy record, which has been Siegfried's for ages. Just as the old man was about to leave, an overwhelming feeling hit him like a stomachache. Everyone felt it. The students felt fear while looking up at the sky. Media asked Siegfried if he felt it and knew what it was. Not even the great hero had a clue about it, but their attention turned to the sky. The sky was breaking. That was unbelievable. Then 2 people fell from the sky and got totally smashed upon impact on the ground. The silence in the arena was deafening. Media ordered the medical team to go to the students. Then we cut back to a few minutes earlier. They were supposed to be fighting among themselves, but it was more accurate to say that a pair of brothers were beating the crap out of everyone else. Because of these 2, the outcome of this match had pretty much already been decided from the start. This isn't a battle royale, it's a death match. And Jiyama knows exactly who's responsible. The evil twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, 2 guys with a natural talent for brutal violence. For the last 30 minutes, they've been deliberately toying with the weaker students, just enjoying the act of tearing other people apart. Jiyama looks so weak that they didn't even notice him. Eventually, their playthings all die, leaving the 2 brothers bored and looking for their next target. All that's left is a single girl, shivering in the back as they point at her. It's clear they have horrible intentions, and Jiyama can't just stay quiet anymore. As Shun Mao walks towards the terrified girl, telling her she's perfectly his taste, Jiyama has had enough. That's the last straw. Jiyama yells from the back of the arena, catching the twins' attention. He stepped in without even thinking, and now, the 2 boys who hadn't even noticed him before have him locked in their sights. They see the color of his name tag and laugh him off as a worthless special admission student. They decide to end him quickly so they can get back to the girl. Jiyama wonders what he should do, now facing them both head-on. His painless blessing only lasts 30 seconds. Not nearly enough time against these guys. There's There's only one choice left, and the answer is in his bag of sashimi knives. But if he wields a blade, the blessing will activate, bringing that unimaginable pain all over again. He wanted a safe, quiet life, and not even half a day has gone by. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a knife, causing both brothers to burst out in laughter. Shunmao decides not to waste any more time and launches forward to take Jiyama out. This isn't a situation where Jiyama can be picky, but he has a desperate plan. Use his painless blessing for 30 seconds to cancel out the pain from the sword god blessing. All he has to do is hold on. He activates his painless blessing right before drawing the sashimi knife, and once again, the blessing of the sword god flares to life, just as Shunmao descends on him with a wicked smile. There's only one way for Jiyama to survive this. If he can't cut through this situation, he will die. But can a sashimi knife really cut through a person? He remembers asking his old master, an ex-gangster, why gangsters in movies always use them. His master told him it was just movie nonsense. He said you can't slash a person like a piece of fish, not even if a god comes down. But the blessing is clear. If he wills it, then he can cut it. Trusting the blessing over his master, Jiyama thrusts his knife towards the large man jumping at him, and in an instant, Shunmao is sliced clean in half. The other students and the remaining brother, Maojun, stare in absolute shock. The quiet, gloomy kid just did the impossible with a simple kitchen knife. Shunmao's body falls to the ground in 2 pieces. His brother screams. He desperately forces his brain to remember that this is subspace, that Shunmao isn't really dead. But that doesn't change what he just saw. Maojun tells himself that his brother must have been careless. Now, as the remaining twin, he has to pick up the slack. He looks at his brother's fallen body and takes the power gauntlet for himself. With the gauntlet equipped on both hands, its true power awakens. Maojun's defense is boosted, his jumping power increases by 200%, and his fists hit like a truck. He's confident that not even an S-rank weapon can pierce his defense now. But Jiyama isn't even paying attention to him. He's just focused on the countdown, tracking the seconds he has left before his blessing ends. Maojun sees an opening and rushes in for a sucker punch while Jiyama is distracted. And then, in a single instant, it's all over. Maojun is on the ground, covered in his own blood and barely alive, while Jiyama finishes his countdown. The moment it hits 0, the painless blessing ends, and the full agony of the sword god blessing slams into him at once. He screams, still clutching the knife, and finally collapses. Sometime later, Jiyama wakes up in a white room, probably some kind of clinic. Before he can even get up, 2 people walk in. He's never met them, but he knows exactly who they are. 2 of the legendary 7-star heroes. The strongest of humanity, Siegfried, and the Academy's director, Medea Poison. He can't help but wonder why 2 of the most powerful people in the world are here to see him. Medea asks for his name, but Siegfried gets straight to the point, his hand resting anxiously on his sword. He demands to know what on earth Jiyama did. He explains that during the fight, they both felt a powerful sensation that was clearly caused by him. The hostility is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Realizing he's being targeted by the strongest man alive, Jiyama makes a smart move. He first apologizes, saying that his actions went too far, and tells them he's ready to accept any punishment. As the 2 stare each other down, Medea is forced to step in before a fight breaks out. She tells Siegfried to stop scaring the kid, and then reveals something shocking. While Jiyama was unconscious, Siegfried actually cleaned his clogged meridians. Jiyama can't believe the swordmaster would do that for him, but now that he checks, his body definitely feels a lot lighter. Medea then explains that they reviewed the video and concluded he was just defending a female student in trouble. She can't help but drool a little, calling Jiyama the handsome prince she's been dreaming of, forcing Siegfried to pull her back. The main point, she says, is that she won't give him any grief over his actions. Better yet, the twins had a terrible reputation anyway, and after what Jiyama did, they've both decided to withdraw from the school. That's a huge relief for him. But that isn't all. The real reason they came to see him was to congratulate him for being the top scorer in the whole school. And just like that, Jiyama's dream of a peaceful and safe life has officially become impossible. Later, back in Medea's office, the 2 heroes regroup. She's complaining about something she's never seen in her 2 decades as head of the academy. A student earned the top spot among all the new candidates, and then rejected the offer to join the highest class in the school, the star class. They tried to ask him to reconsider, but Jiyama still doesn't want it. Medea asks Siegfried if he's upset that Jiyama took the top rank instead of his granddaughter. After all, he saw the video and his potential, but Siegfried doesn't agree. He sees this as nothing more than an immature child challenging the system. He says the subspace has the will of the founding hero. If the subspace recognizes Jiyama as number 1, then the academy itself has chosen him as the top pupil, and that won't change. Siegfried also has his own personal thoughts. He sees Jiyama as someone completely strange. If his skills were outstanding, or if his physical abilities were great, or even if he had a little bit of experience, it would make sense. But Siegfried could tell that he had none of that. And yet, as he saw in the video replay, there was a great essence of skill in how Jiyama moved. It represented the ultimate form of swordsmanship, something he has been pursuing his whole life. When he was unblocking Jiyama's acupoints, he sensed how feeble his body was, that he had not yet received any physical training. But it also appeared that something was stored inside him that even the strongest human cannot comprehend. Because of that, he's feeling incredibly competitive towards someone the same age as his granddaughter. Medea, on the other hand, is more focused on the fact fact that he's quite attractive. She's still smitten that he revealed his skills to save a woman in danger. She jokes that if she were just 10 years younger, she would go after him for sure. Lost in thought, Siegfried stays quiet until she asks him what's on his mind. He doesn't answer and eventually asks her what she thinks students call people like her. Interested, the school administrator tells him to go on. His answer is definitely not what she wants to hear, and she ends up exploding in anger. Meanwhile, Jiyama goes to attend his first class. He had rejected going to the star class, so the best they could downgrade him to was wolf class. Any lower, and the elders would have thrown a tantrum. He originally wanted to be in tiger class, but Medea practically begged him to go to wolf class. In exchange, she promised to keep it a secret that he is the top student in the school. He originally wanted to complete his studies securely in a lower class, rather than battling it out in a higher one. Wolf class is a bit high level, but it's still within the range of what he would have expected. Jiyama pushes through the large doors and enters his new classroom. For a moment, all the students look at him with mild curiosity. Then they notice he is a special admission student, and just like that, no one could care less about him. Jiyama doesn't mind. The fact that they are ignoring him means that Medea kept her part of the deal. Now, all he has to do is live the tranquil life he has always dreamed of. He settles down at his desk as a familiar student walks towards him nervously. She shakily thanks him for helping her previously, but Jiyama has no idea who this is. She clarifies that she's the girl he saved during the test. Jiyama brushes her off and tells her that she doesn't need to thank him. After all, he says, anyone else in that situation would have done the same thing. It may look like he saved her, but he feels he actually did it to save himself. Accepting her gratitude would make him feel like a hypocrite. Jiyama changes the topic by introducing himself instead. The girl follows suit and reveals that her name is Chloe. It's an interesting coincidence that they ended up in the same class. Now that introductions are done, Jiyama tries to remember if he has ever heard of a character named Chloe in the game. Maybe she was introduced after he stopped playing, but that makes no sense. When he quit, the game's core narrative was already so far along that introducing a new character would be pointless. It looks like he has run into an extra, just like him. Jiyama asks her to keep the incident during the exam a secret. He doesn't want word of his power getting around and ruining his safe and easy lifestyle. Chloe agrees, but then starts to make a request of her own before being cut off by their homeroom teacher, barging into the room with a loud shout. Jiyama tells her to go back to her seat so they can talk later. The teacher, who introduces himself as Lee Wanbin, congratulates the new faces of Wolf class. Since it's their first day, he wants to begin with some basic physical exercise, 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, as well as 10 laps around the training area. For the genius nobles who have received vigorous training their whole lives, this is a piece of cake. For Jiyama, though, this is a training regimen that will most certainly make him go bald. He nervously walks up to the teacher after everyone else has left and says he's not feeling strong enough for the training. Surprisingly, not only does the teacher know his name, but he also seems to think incredibly highly of Jiyama. It looks like Medea didn't completely keep her impression of him under wraps. Lee Wanbin also knows Jiyama is allowed to take classes from any level he wants. He denies the opportunity to go to the star class and instead tells the teacher he just wants to go to the toilet for now. And that's how Jiyama is forced to join the tedious exercise with the rest of his classmates. They all run past him with ease while he barely lags behind, already feeling like he's about to pass out. Chloe runs up beside him and notices that he doesn't look so great. She surprisingly tells him that she's on her 9th lap already, gives him a little bit of encouragement, and then zooms off to complete her last one. By the end of the day, Jiyama returns to his dorm room and chugs several bottles of water. He's been at the academy for just a week and has already faced unexpected problems. After the intense training, he ran to the cafeteria, only to find out the meals weren't free. When he saw the price for one spicy pork rice, he froze in shock. Just remembering the price now causes him to throw his bottle into a wall in a blind rage. He's almost out of living expenses and severely regrets not accepting the money his father tried to give him. For the past few days, he has been surviving on nothing but the cheapest water from the campus shop. He even misses the complimentary dinners from his army days. For now, all he can do is try to think about something else to forget his hunger. The first thing that comes to mind is his blessing. As usual, the status screen appears, giving him the details. It's gotten a lot longer since last time. His physical level has risen, which has also upgraded the blessing of the sword god, allowing it to activate with slightly longer swords now. He checks himself out in the mirror, and sure enough, it looks like he has made good physical progress. It's probably because the swordmaster activated his pressure points. It almost feels like his body has evolved. However, the sword god's blessing still hasn't spread beyond the length of a sashimi knife. If he keeps improving, maybe one day he'll be able to use a small sword. His hands even start to itch when he's not carrying a blade now, probably a result of the blessing. There's a knock on the door. He opens it to see Chloe. She asks if she's interrupting, and he asks why she came over. It's because she hasn't seen him in the cafeteria and came to check if he's all right. He lies that he doesn't normally consume food made by others, but his internal self practically salivates at the thought of food. Chloe looks disappointed, telling him she was hoping they could have dinner together. Before she can even finish her thought, Jiyama is dressed up and calling for her to follow him to buy ingredients. Later that evening, the two have a great meal cooked by Jiyama. Chloe is genuinely impressed. Since Chloe grew up near a beach and loves fish, and Jiyama's expertise is cooking fish, it's a perfect match. The itch in his hands to grab a knife also hadn't left him, so this is a great perfect time to refresh his skills by slicing some sashimi. The problem is the sword god's blessing. He can't hold a simple kitchen knife without it activating. He asks Chloe if she owns a larger knife, saying it would be awkward to use his own weapons to cook. She heads into her room and comes back with a large sword, definitely way too large for a simple fish. With no other choice, he is forced to use his blessing. The painless blessing will last for 30 seconds, so he just has to make sure he's fast enough. He was once called the greatest swordsman in his country, and cutting fish has always been his specialty. Now it's time for him to prove it. He flawlessly slices the fish and manages to finish in 21 seconds, leaving 9 seconds of the painless blessing to spare. The whole thing was done so well that he would call it a masterpiece. Chloe asks how he's so good at cooking, and he confesses that he once worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Since she's a noble, she doesn't understand what a part-time job is, and it makes it clear that they are from different social positions. Now that the meal is done, Chloe offers to wash the dishes since he cooked all the food for them, and he moves over to the other side of the room to give her space to clean. For the first time in almost a week, he's full, and he can't help but hum in joy. That humming is broken as Chloe accidentally drops a plate behind him. It's most likely because she has never had to clean dishes before, and dropping plates is something that he used to do when he was her age. As he stares out the window and ignores the breaking of plates behind him, a book tumbles off of Chloe's study desk. It looks like it's a diary, and the book coincidentally lands on a page where she writes about him saving her during the class placement test. Her handwriting is cute with rounded shapes and stickers, and he finds himself picking up the book and smiling at it. The wind from the window turns the pages of the book to another part where she writes about meeting him in the same class and being interested in him. He finds it all really cute and can't help himself as he turns through more pages, admiring how cute she is. He turns a few more pages and sees his name again, followed by numerous pages with the words, "I love you," written countless times. Another plate breaks again, and he turns to see Chloe staring at him with blank, scary eyes. She simply asks him if he has read her diary. Chloe's emotionless state isn't a new thing. It's part of her upbringing, and it's more like a self-defense mechanism. Heroes earn respect by defeating demonic beasts, and this allows them to increase their social standing and to gain global reputation. However, within their stagnate ranks, there are certain factions that abuse the weak in the name of authority. When the law is unable to punish these abusers, another group is called from the shadows to take care of these people, and the name of that family is Auditor Sicily. They are a family that maintains order and carries out assassinations. They are known to work in the shadows while leading towards the light. Those born in the Auditor family have been training for assassinations since before they even reached adolescence. Their emotions are restrained, and they undergo severe training to become perfect assassination machines. Chloe is a part of this blood-stained family, and the first time she soiled her palms with blood was at the age of 15. She has been told all her life to not underestimate her abilities as an assassin, and this has allowed her to become completely conscious of herself. Slowly, her unyielding training distorted her nature, and a gloomy shadow formed over her heart. By the time her identity had been worn down, leaving only traces of emotion, Chloe eventually reached the age to enter the academy. Joaquin Academy is a place where students are placed in different classrooms based on their aptitude. Each student's talent is at least the level of a dragon or higher, but members of the auditory family who thrived in the shadows were assigned to the common class by their family's decree. That was the agreement between the family and the academy. She was told to remain undetected, and throughout the years of childhood, the family eliminated every individual's liberty. Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin and didn't protest, and she already believed that nothing would alter her fate. That is, until the day she met someone she would never forget. As she stood still and defenseless while the two evil brothers walked towards her, someone who looked like the weakest person in the room stood up to defend her. Even though death in the subspace battle royale is fake and there is no real risk of dying, this boy still tried to save her. Chloe had quietly accepted death and was waiting for her predestined fate. She had long since given up on meaningless struggles, and she was trained to act in a meek and unnoticeable manner. But somehow, thanks to the boy's intervention, it's like the sun had broken through the clouds in her mind, and she watched as the boy used his sword not to assassinate, but in self-defense and to protect her. Right as she saw him fighting for her, she remembered a children's fairy tale she read aloud under her pillow in secret. The tale told of a princess imprisoned in a castle that was rescued by a prince. As the memories of the fairy tale came to her mind, her chest tingles and her cheeks became red. This unidentifiable feeling in her was most certainly love. Now Guillaume has committed the ultimate sin by looking into the private thoughts of this girl. As she stares him down, he tries to, but he knows deep down that he is screwed. He tries to figure out exactly how he got into this situation. Was it when he took the pure sentiments of a teenage girl? Or maybe the moment he foolishly followed her because she offered to feed him? No matter how he found himself staring at death itself in the form of a teenage girl, his first priority should be getting out of here. He changes the topic, commenting on how lovely the moon is before casually trying to find a way to leave the room without getting his head chopped off. She doesn't let him finish his sentence and asks him again if he saw her diary. He tries to play it off, pretending that he only saw her reference book and compliments the amount of effort she put into studying. But none of that flattery will save his life right now. He can't even believe that she saw him reading it in the first place, since she was busy washing dishes while he was peeking through it, and she has even abandoned the formal speech she was using to talk to him before. It's almost like she has become an entirely different person out of nowhere. He promises that he didn't see it, but she pesters him until finally he admits that he saw it. As soon as he says that, Chloe decides that his life must end, and she pulls out the same sword that she offered him before to cut the fish. Guillaume looks around and weighs his options. They are currently on the 4th floor, so jumping out of the window isn't an option. The only way out for him is through the front door, but Chloe definitely won't let him just walk out of here, at least not with his limbs attached. She really is coming towards him with the sword, and it looks like his time is running out. He tries to figure out why she's suddenly acting this way, and he can only think of one possibility. Her unmoving pupils and her dark red eyes can only mean one thing. He's dealing with a textbook yandere, but if he takes into account her sudden shift in attitude from an adorable little strawberry to a fierce killer, it gets even worse. She's a yandere with a dual personality. Managing her yandere characteristics alone will definitely be difficult, but adding a dual personality disorder to it makes things even worse. It looks like her change in personality was triggered by him opening her diary. This might be harmful, but he's sure that she'll pursue him until the day he passes away if he doesn't do something to snap her out of it. He has to find a way to secure his future by taking the initiative today, else things are only going to get worse for him. The only way he's making it out of here alive is if he gets a weapon, but he only has 9 seconds remaining after using 21 seconds to slice the fish. His sashimi knife is still in his room, but he can use the kitchen knife from earlier. There's no way he's going to be able to reach that without his arms getting severed though. He looks around again and notices a box cutter on her study desk. There's nothing else he can use, but there's no way this little thing is enough to activate the blessing of the sword god. Chloe finally rushes him with a sword, and it looks like there's only one way to find out. He grabs the box cutter, spilling the rest of the stationery on the ground, and then unloads the blade. Numerous status screens pop up in front of him. Being resourceful in a situation like this increases his mental resilience, and he temporarily gains an intimidation buff. The system then makes necessary adjustments before activating the blessing. Chloe rushes at him with her sword right as Guillaume pulls back with the box cutter. Before she can cut him down, he tells her that her hair is a little long. Thanks to the intimidation buff, Chloe freezes for a moment right as Guillaume unleashes the blade. Everything goes dark and fuzzy, and by the time Chloe wakes up later in the evening, her room is dark, tidy, and empty. Her thoughts immediately go to Guillaume, and she wonders where he went off to. She calls out to him a few times, but the silence confirms that she is alone in her room. The last thing she remembers is sneaking looks at him while he was looking out of her window, but everything is fuzzy after that. She suddenly feels the need to look for her katana, but she sees it leaning against her study desk. She sometimes loses consciousness whenever she holds her katana, but it looks like she managed to hold herself together this time. At least that's what she thinks anyway. Back when she was younger and still honing her skills, she would lose consciousness when holding her blade, and by the time she would come to her place would be covered in blood, and her elders would dismiss her whenever she would ask what she did while passed out. They would always remind her not to deny her talent as an assassin. Still, the fact that she can't remember what she did with Guillaume makes her feel embarrassed, and she buries her head in her bed in shame. But that shame quickly turns to something else entirely as she starts thinking about Guillaume. Then she notices the box cutter laying on the floor, and also that her hair looks shorter. Inside her trash bin, she also sees some of her hair, neatly cleaned up. That's when she realizes that he must have helped her cut her hair, and she opens up her journal to write about her love for him a little more. Guillaume, on the other hand, isn't nearly as lovesick as Chloe is at the moment. In fact, right now, he can barely believe that he's even alive. Behind an inconspicuous wall at the far side of the college, he throws up the food that he was just praising Chloe for feeding him. He barely managed to go past the first 5 seconds after the 9 seconds of his painless blessing ended, and even then, he still feels incredibly sick, and after throwing up his only good meal in over a week, Guillaume sits on a bench and contemplates what to do next. Now he's hungry again, and feeling even worse than he did before Chloe came to visit. His mind drifts to Chloe again, and he starts to wonder who exactly she is. Her swordsmanship is clearly honed to cut off an opponent's life with a single strike, or at least subdue them. The way Chloe wields her sword, it's like she is persistently aiming for the vital spots, almost as if her technique is specialized in assassination. If she had caught him off guard, Guillaume certainly wouldn't have survived. He felt like his life was being threatened, so he instinctively aimed for her neck. Fortunately, the knife was too short, so he only managed to cut her hair. Before he left, he cleaned up the mess so there shouldn't be any problems later, but this is just further proof that keeping his peaceful and safe life isn't as simple as it looks. Apparently, being ordinary is the hardest thing for him. When he was first thrown into this game, it's not like he didn't have any ambition. In his past life, he once reached the pinnacle of skill with nothing but a sashimi knife, so it's not like he could easily let go of his dreams. But everyone has a role to play, and in this world, he was summoned as a background character. Miracle Blessing is the title of the game as well as the name of the protagonist's blessing. It was also the blessing of the founding hero, Valor Jaquen. Shounen. In the whole game, the protagonist and the founding hero were the only two people to ever possess the legendary blessing, and the description of the blessing was straightforward. They are to save the world from the Demon King, so the protagonist gets chosen by Balmung, which is an SS sword that is both holy and cursed. Meanwhile, all Gyama has is a lowly, rankless sashimi knife. There's nothing else to say, he's just bound for a life of obscurity. The endless stream of extraordinary people and situations that he has faced since entering the academy almost made him forget about his goal. There were plenty of reasons to give up on the goal of a simple life, and it's even more apparent now that it seems like there isn't even one normal person in the entire world. Since he has played the game before, he has a rough grasp of the key characters in the game, but his knowledge of the world itself is limited. It's already been a week since he joined the academy at this point, which means that the protagonist should have already awakened his blessing and begun the late admission process. This is when the game's story actually begins, and Gyama knows the general plot, but he never played it to the end. For the first time, he actually regrets quitting the game halfway through, but still, since he knows the canon route up to the first half of the story, that already gives him a big advantage. All he has to do is stick to the canon route no matter what. If he starts meddling in everything, then he'll end up losing the only advantage that he has. From his memory, he knows that the storyline takes a sudden dark turn around the second semester of the third year, which is when the demons realize that the hero has awakened, and they launch an attack on the academy, led by a legion commander. As the fight escalates, the demons and the humans spiral into an all-out war, and from there, the game's story turns into a typical fantasy novel. Back when he was playing it, he just wanted to emulate the carefree, simple, youthful life that he never experienced as a teenager, so he deleted the game without a second thought. The problem is that now he's part of the world that is destined for war, and there's a very real possibility that he might die too. He still has 3 years before then though, and he needs to stop running from reality so he can focus on what's possible. He won't let himself die, and he will focus on growing stronger so he can survive. Besides, cliché games like this one always have happy endings where the protagonist manages to save the world. All he needs is enough strength to protect himself, so he can't let himself be some helpless weakling that gets killed off. He just needs to train enough to protect himself while keeping as low a profile as possible. To do that, he will have to minimize his use of the blessing of the sword god, because just the few times he has had to rely on it has put immense strain on his body. It's a powerful ability, but it comes with way too many drawbacks for his liking. Thinking about the blessing once again activates a status window that gives him information about it. Weirdly enough though, there are new entries to the information that he didn't notice before. The 3 new entries are a body, mind, and armament grade, and the numbers beside them seem to be levels. They all reflect how much he has grown, and each one will lessen the strain of his blessing on his body. There's also one more called synchronization, but he has no idea what it means, and its description is just some question marks. He tries tapping on it, but access to it is denied because he has not met the relevant conditions. That's another puzzle to add to this mysterious blessing, but it's not important right now. His main priority at the moment should be improving his body and finding a new weapon. He can't depend on the 30 seconds of the painless blessing forever, so he also needs to learn to wield a sword that doesn't meet the condition of the blessing. Luckily, there's a monster hunting training for the midterms that's happening in a month. The reward for the training is the longsword more same. It's a B-tier weapon that should serve him until graduation. It's also too big for his blessing to activate, meaning that it's the perfect weapon for him. There's a lot to figure out, but it already feels like he's making good progress. While lost in thought, a voice calls out to him suddenly. He looks up, and staring back down at him is someone he never expected to see or talk to. It's Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, and the one person that he really shouldn't be interacting with if he wants to avoid changing the game's story. She tells him that he's on her seat, but he's too stunned to get up for a moment, forcing her to yell at him before he finally gets the message and slides away to give her space. He still can't get over just how pretty Abel is, and he caught himself staring without even noticing. As he tries to leave, she tells him that he doesn't have to go, he can just shuffle over a bit instead. It's weird that she'd call a public bench her seat, but he lets it go since he doesn't really want to get involved with her. He still can't help staring at her, and just as he would expect from the heroine of the game, she really is gorgeous. Suddenly, she starts talking, and that startles Gyama back to the present. This is definitely way too odd since the Abel that he knows is usually standoffish and doesn't talk to people. Even the handsome protagonist of the game couldn't get her to warm up to him. She continues talking, asking him if he also uses a blade as his weapon, and he sheepishly answers her before asking how she knows. She tells him that her grandpa once told her that swordsmen have a different look in their eyes. Then she shows him her sword and asks if he wants to hold it. He's still feeling a bit odd about the whole thing, so he declines the offer, but that just makes her pout in annoyance. It looks like he hurt her feelings, but he just can't get used to her talking to him. Then she asks him if he knows her, her. Giamma is surprised at first, but that's an odd question for her to ask. There's no one in the school who doesn't know who she is. He answers her in a blank way, saying that he sort of knows her, but then she tells him that she doesn't know him. She considers that a bit unfair, the fact that he knows her, but she has no clue who he is. Giamma doesn't agree since they have only just met, so it's not important if they know each other's names. But she tells him that he could be a spy sent by the Demon King, who's sneaking into the academy, dressed as a student. It's quite suspicious that he's out here alone this late at night, and although it looks like she's just saying random things, it almost looks like she's Giamma then throws the question back at her and asks her why she's out so late at night. It's obvious though from her clothes and weapon that she just finished training and working out. She tells him that she did breathing exercises and then points at him as she talks, unintentionally giving Giamma a full view of the scars on her hands. She hurriedly hides her hands, but Giamma has already seen them. They are signs of her hard work, and Abel agrees with that, since it's obvious that she of all people would be working hard. People don't understand what it means to belong to the Nibelung bloodline. They are expected to always be at their best and to be flawless. One slip up and they could become a target. Abel then reveals that she is not the top student of the year, and this is the first time that she has ever lost to someone in her life. But somehow, even though she should be upset, she feels strangely liberated. She can't help wondering who exactly beat her and became the top scorer though. She would love to meet them, so she can tear them apart. That causes Giamma to cough out in shock, and he asks her why she would go that far. The reason is because she feels humiliated. She begged her grandfather to tell her who that person is, but apparently the person isn't even in her class. On top of that, they also skipped the speech, which means she had to do it in their stead, and that only felt even more embarrassing as the second place. She stops herself before she goes even further with her ranting. It's odd of her to decide to share all this information with someone she just met. On that note, Giamma finally asks the question that has been on his mind this entire time. He wants to know why she's talking to him in the first place, considering her personality and how she usually feels about others. The reason is definitely not what he expected. It's because he looks weak. It's her family's motto to be unyielding to the strong and merciful to the weak, and all her classmates are already unbearable enough, so she doesn't have any friends. That would explain why she's so cold to the protagonist in the game. With that done, Abel gives a little stretch, then prepares to leave. As she gets up, she pauses for a moment and then asks him if he really isn't going to tell her his name. Just like before, Giamma refuses with no room for negotiation. Time continues to pass, and to Giamma's surprise, he continues his academy life without any trouble. Chloe seems to have made some new friends apart from him, and she has settled into the class just fine, and Giamma has been keeping himself busy by avoiding her ever since the incident in her room. Sometimes when their eyes meet, her new friends look at him with disdain because of his status as a special entrant, but Giamma has managed to stop caring about people that look down on him for being a special entrant. After all, he's not the only special entrant in their class anyways. Although there aren't many of them in the class, they have all been really good at avoiding each other. There's definitely some kind of inferiority complex at play, but Giamma is sure that things would be so much worse if he was placed in a higher tier class. By now, the students in the Star and Dragon classes have most likely split into factions and become wrapped up in petty power struggles. Even back when he played the game, it was pretty shocking to experience. But now that he's living in this world, just the thought of being in that world sends a shiver through his spine. In good news though, he has been getting proper meals now. That's thanks to something that Medea gave to him the other day. As a special privilege for being the top scorer in the school, he gets a faculty card that allows him to eat whatever he wants from the cafeteria for free. He's so thankful for this little gift that bowing to the director's office 3 times a day doesn't feel like enough to express his gratitude. On top of that, he has been fulfilling his duties as a student pretty well, all while making sure that he hasn't done anything that could negatively affect the main storyline. All he has to do is keep it this way for the next 3 years, and his life will go smoothly. The days go by smoothly, and Giamma attends all his classes without any problems. During one of his classes, an elderly teacher educates the students about the hero Valor Jokin, who founded the academy after recognizing the need to train the next generation of heroes. Giamma pretty much knows about all of this from the games already. The founding hero, Valor Jokin, faced Lycan, the Demon King's right-hand man, and the commander of the First Legion. The battle went on for 20 years, and in the end, the hero emerged victorious. However, Jokin lost one of his arms as a consequence for his victory, and as a result, he could no longer fight. The war was filled with carnage and bloodshed, and although the hero won the battle, there was no clear winner of the war on either side. And just like that, the first human-demon war ended in a truce. In order to train the next generation, Jokin founded the academy, and a non-aggression pact was signed between the two races. That pact is the reason that there have been 700 years of peace that still stands till today. The students are sure that they won't see any war in their lifetime, but Giamma is the only one that knows that the peace will be broken. Everyone is so used to the calm at this point, and it's no surprise. The only person he would want to warn about the impending doom would be Medea, but doing so would also alter the canon route, and he has no idea what that would lead to. Despite constantly complaining about wanting to leave her position as an academy director, Medea was one of the first to notice that something was about to happen, thanks to her blessing of perception. In order to protect her students, she was the first among the 7 stars to step onto the front lines, but Giamma never played the game to that point. point. However, he did learn of her fate from reading the game's fandom wiki. Medea was the first of the 7 stars to fall in battle against the Demon King's army. Knowing this makes it hard to keep the war a secret, but he wishes that he never knew in the first place. The class ends, and students start to head out to the school halls because of some sort of commotion going on out there. It looks like it's finally time for things to start, and Giamma takes a moment to check his phone. Just like he thought, it's the 5th of May, and today is the day that the protagonist will finally join the school. He joins the group of students crowding at the class door, and they are all in awe of him, and some are already certain that he's going to join the star class. Just as he suspected, the protagonist of the game walks through the halls as people part for him to move. Leon van Reinhardt walks with a confident aura among his fellow students, but Giamma knows that today is the day that the peace that lasted 700 years would start to crumble. Giamma watches as everyone in the school seems to fawn over him, but he already knew that this would happen. After all, in the game, every woman seems to fall for him. If this were an adult-rated game, Leon would definitely have been dead before facing the Demon King. Among all the women that are seemingly drawn to him, the ones who become his party members are also pretty impressive. It's annoying to think about, but Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, will be among the first to get drafted in 3 years. Although he calls it a draft, it's more like a mandatory enlistment, and if Giamma gets drafted as well, this will also be his second time in the army. But the hero only barely managed to seal the 1st Legion commander, which only makes Giamma wonder how strong the Demon King is. There's no way that protagonist is going to lose, right? As he wonders about all of this, his eyes lock with Leon, and the protagonist smiles charmingly at him, almost as if he's reassuring Giamma without knowing what he's thinking. He's the protagonist after all. There's no way he won't be able to handle these kinds of threats. Giamma turns to walk away from the scene, but suddenly someone calls him from behind. It's Chloe, and she meekly asks if she did something wrong. He'd love to tell her that she almost cut off his head, but they will be spending the next year together, and it would suck if he made things awkward between them. He lies that there's no problem between them in hopes of keeping things civil, so he doesn't end up making any unnecessary enemies. Chloe at least seems relieved, and she's back to acting cute just like he remembers, which is so different from the murderous psychopath he faced that day. Despite her being unconscious, he could tell that her swordsmanship is filled with sorrow. It's as if it was a blade pleasing to be saved, and yet the killing intent radiating from the edge is so intense that it made his skin crawl. If the purpose of her swordsmanship is simply for killing, then she's probably more dangerous than the Mao siblings. He's snapped from his thoughts when she asks to treat him to dinner again tonight. She wants to treat him, but she warns that she's not as good at cooking as he is. The mention of having dinner with her again brings those thoughts of her bloodlust back to mind, and he almost instinctively wants to refuse her. But the puppy dog eyes of a cute girl are a terrifying weapon. It's almost impossible for him to say no to a face that cute, and he feels bad for even thinking of refusing. But if he doesn't refuse, he might wake up in a fridge tomorrow morning. Instead of dinner, though, he has a better idea for them to spend time together. He asks her for a favor, and tells her that she's the only one that can do it for him, and that caused Chloe to become docile immediately. Giamma wants her to teach him swordsmanship, and he needed a sword instructor anyway. Later in the school's training grounds, he swings a wooden sword while testing his own limits. Just as he expected, because of the size of the sword, it doesn't affect the blessing. Now all he needs to do is try to develop some swordsmanship skills. Chloe is insanely strong. She'd be the perfect person to train him. This is also a pretty good excuse for him to avoid going to dinner with her again. Ever since that day, he made sure to watch a video called Surviving a Yandere before going to bed. Somehow, it looks like it has helped him in dealing with Chloe for the meantime. Chloe walks up to him in casual clothes with her katana attached at her hip. He just arrived since they planned to meet at 8, but she's been waiting for him since 6:30. Giamma takes a moment to admire her, and her crop top gives him a good view of her muscles. He couldn't notice it before because he only ever saw her in a school uniform, but that would explain why she's so strong. He gives her another wooden sword, and Chloe is confused that they aren't using real swords. There's no way that they can train with real swords, and they are definitely not fighting with their lives on the line, so there's no need for them to use real weapons. Chloe gladly takes the wooden sword from him and tests the swing, and the power of her thrust with the sword is enough to send a small shockwave crashing between them. She's so strong that the air around them is trembling just from that strike, and Giamma starts to get second thoughts about asking her to train him. For now, he needs to err on the side of caution. Before their training starts, he decides to check his blessing one more time. The sword's length isn't an issue, thankfully, and his body has been growing steadily. But now that he thinks about it, it's odd for a blessing to upgrade with experience. He doesn't remember if blessings also come with additional side effects, and he also has no idea how much more he needs to grow before the mysterious hidden trait shows up. Chloe walks up to him and asks him what's wrong, and he's reminded of the fact that only he can see his status screen. To her, he must have looked like a crazy guy who's spacing out. He turns to start their training and nervously asks Chloe to go easy on him, since today is their first day. Then he readies himself with his sword and faces Chloe. In his past life, he learned everything through hands-on experience. He firmly believes that to master something, you can't just give a piece of yourself. You have to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. The reason he adapted so quickly in the academy is because of the training that he received in his class. He learned from a young age how to read when he's growing and when he's stagnant, and even now he can tell that things aren't aren't perfect in both his stance and his grip on his sword. However, even with all of that, the final stroke of the sword must always strike the opponent. He opens his eyes to begin the duel and sees Chloe already rushing towards him at full force. He barely has time to dodge her first strike as Chloe switches her stance and launches another attack which he is barely able to parry. Somehow, as the fight continues, she seems to keep getting faster, and Guillaume is barely able to keep up with her pace. And on top of all of that, she might even be holding back since he told her to go easy on him. Her sword clashes with his again, and this time, the wood begins to crack from the force. Her relentless onslaught of attacks doesn't slow down though, and she continues to strike while he barely manages to parry and dodge. With how much force she's using, if he gets hit by even one of her attacks, he might actually die, and he can't find any opening to counterattack. But before he can even figure out how to counterattack, his sword has finally had enough, and it breaks in half. Chloe tries to apologize and tells him that she was going as gently as she could be. She still ended up breaking it. That is the least of her worries though, because the sword has reduced in size and length, which means that unfortunately for her, the sword meets the conditions for the sword god blessing to activate. However, there's something terribly wrong. The weapon has been damaged, which causes an error in the system. The suppressive force that usually holds back the full power of the blessing instead starts altering Guillaume's personality. By the time the alteration is done, his humanity level has decreased, leaving Guillaume as a fighting shell. The sword god's divine blessing fully activates as Guillaume turns to her with his half-broken wooden sword as a menacing aura builds around him. Chloe steps back as Guillaume's entire attitude clearly starts to change. While Guillaume's body seems to move on autopilot, inside Guillaume's mind, he's returned to his past body and finds himself in his kitchen. Everything feels like a dream, and right now, all he can think about is cleaning and cutting the fish that has appeared in front of him. He doesn't remember what he was doing before this, but right now, he just has to get back to work. It's been a while since he has worked on a fish like this, so he decides to cut the fish using a Chinese cleaver this time. As he tries to pick it up, a message pops up, informing him that he can't pick it up. Since that's not working, he tries to pick up the knife, but once again, a message pops up telling him that he can't pick it up. There's only one option left, and it's the sashimi knife. That's the only blade that the system allows him to pick up, but he remembers that if he holds the sashimi knife, then it's going to hurt. However, he picks it up, and it's completely fine. In fact, he even feels refreshed if anything. A voice speaks up in his head, telling him to just accept the situation and let things go. In the real world, Guillaume continues to approach Chloe with the knife. She tries to call out for him, but he continues walking towards her with obvious bloodlust. Suddenly, he rushes towards her, and Chloe is just barely able to block his attack with her sword. He pushes against her sword and sends her flying backwards and crashing into a wall. He suddenly feels completely different from when they were sparring before. He jumps towards her and tries to stab her with the sharp end of his stake, but she barely jumps back and avoids the hit. Chloe only got hit with one attack, but she can barely move. She can't figure out how Guillaume became this way all of a sudden, but she has to find a way to stop the spar before he ends up accidentally killing her. She tries to ask him again to stop, but Guillaume doesn't respond and launches at her again. He's moving so fast that there's no way she's going to be able to avoid it at her current state. All she can do is continue begging him to stop, and eventually she shouts out his name right as the sword strikes down straight towards her head. Back in Guillaume's dream world, he wonders why the fish he has been trying to cut is avoiding him. The fish also seems to be making a lot of noise while bouncing around, and he can just barely tell what it's saying. It sounds like it's calling out someone's name. The sound becomes less fuzzy until he can just barely hear the fish calling out for someone named Guillaume. Chef Kim's mind starts to clear, and eventually he realizes that he is Guillaume, and the fish is calling for him. He's just barely able to realize what's right as he is about to stab Chloe with the broken sword. Just before the wood can pierce her skin, Guillaume throws the sword, slamming it into a wall just before he accidentally kills his friend. Chloe opens her eyes and sees Guillaume holding her and smiling down at her. Because he's no longer holding the sword, the blessing has ended, and he's back to his senses. Chloe nervously asks if he is alright, and he calmly tells her that he's fine, and then turns to leave while thanking her for helping him to train. After he leaves, Chloe makes her way back to her dorm room as well. She's had a feeling since the entrance exam, but Guillaume's capabilities are more peculiar than strong. When she fought him, she could tell he wasn't fighting with skill but just raw instinct. Even though he subconsciously activated his divine blessing, she was no match for him. Even with that halved wooden sword, he managed to completely overpower her. As she walks through the campus, someone peeks out from the shadows and comments that Chloe looks quite content. This mysterious newcomer is Nox Aditor, and also Chloe's older brother. Nox mocks her for hanging out with a lowly person after joining the academy. Chloe knows that he's talking about Guillaume and warns him not to talk about her friend like that. Nox didn't even know his name until now, but warns Chloe that she should avoid loitering around with him unless the Auditore family will erase him. Chloe turns and walks away and tells Nox that even if the Auditore comes, they will be no match for Guillaume. As Chloe walks away, Nox wonders about this guy that has changed his sister so drastically. Speaking of Guillaume, as he walks home, he also takes a moment to think about his blessing. The power he has been given is a far cry from the blessing, or a favor from a god. It's more like a curse, if anything. In order not to rely on the sword god's blessing, he tried to find new weapons, and yet that power chased after him and even took control of his body, as if mocking his efforts to not rely on it. When he fought Chloe, he felt no pain, and instead he felt pleasure, as if he was intoxicated. Just like a curse, the blessing toyed around with him like a puppet, and it whispered sweet words into his ear telling him to slash, cut, and destroy. Because of that, he gave up his body right until Chloe's screams dragged him out of his daze. Thanks to that, he suddenly remembered his own name, and he returned to reality. Thanks to that, he regained consciousness just long enough to throw the wooden sword away, because he felt like he would lose more of himself forever if he didn't get rid of it as fast as possible. It's funny to think that Chloe, a yandere who almost killed him not too long ago, is now the girl that managed to pull him out of his daze. He was pissed off that she broke the sword in the first place, but in the end, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. That's why he didn't make a fuss when he returned to reality. He was terrified of activating the sword god's blessing again, but today proves that he can't just ignore this issue for the rest of his life. This gift is something he has to deal with for the rest of his life, and it's the reason that his wish to live life normally will most likely never be fulfilled. As he practically crawls his way back to his room, Gyama realizes that there is something in him that is trying to devour his sense of reason. This definitely isn't a blessing. It's a curse that is trying to consume him whole. 3 days later, classes continue as usual, and Chloe chats with her new friends, but something is clearly wrong. Since they had that duel, Gyama has not been coming to class, and they never shared their contact info, so she hasn't even been able to check on him. Every time she went to his dorm, the only thing that she would hear in response to her knocks were pained groans. She considered breaking the door down, but she feared that he would end up hating her for it. She likes watching him from her seat during class, and she lost track of how many times she would secretly glance at him during the day. At first she thought she was drawn to him because he risked his life for her, but that's probably just an excuse at this point. Whatever the reason that she's drawn to him now, she just misses him. The next day, Gyama still hasn't shown up to class by the time the teacher is yelling at everyone to settle down and be quiet. It's raining today, so the teacher tells them that they will be having a study hall instead of training. As the students start to make their way to their seats, he too also notices that Gyama has not shown up for several days. However, knowing him, there has to be some reason for it, so the instructor decides to just wait patiently for him to return on his own. As he disciplines his students, the doors to the class creak open, and Gyama calmly struts in with a completely new look. Chloe stands out of her seat in shock as Gyama apologizes to the instructor for being late to class. His eyes are sunken and look almost dead, while a strand of hair on his head has turned pale white. Even the instructor is a bit shocked at Gyama's new look, just like the rest of the students, and he nervously tells Gyama to sit down. The students remark that Gyama looks different and oddly more handsome. By the end of the day, the other students leave the class to go about their business, while Chloe approaches Gyama for the first time in 4 days. She nervously asks him what happened and why he didn't show up for a long while, and he stays quiet for a bit before telling her that he just felt a little bit sick and not to worry about him. From her shaky voice, he can tell that she doesn't believe his words completely, but there's nothing else he can do to convince her. For the past 3 days, he went through something similar to extreme withdrawal symptoms until he was mentally exhausted. He couldn't get out of his room or eat anything, so he just buried himself in his bed while praying that his convulsions would go away. The pain he suffered during this time was far worse than before, and all of this was a price for using the broken weapon. On top of that, when he glanced in the mirror, even though his appearance seemed the same, his expression was far more sunken, and his hair seemed to be turning white. All of this was very clearly a penalty from the sword god. Chloe seems guilty, and it's probably because the last time she saw him was at the training grounds, so she must think that this is somehow her fault. To calm her down, he asks her if she's still interested in having that dinner with him like she wanted before. That shocks Chloe even more than him coming back to class, and she nearly rushes him in a hug. It looks like that was the right choice because she seemed to really like that suggestion. She asks him what he would like to eat, and the first thing that comes to his mind is fish. As they talk, a strange sensation passes through him, and he turns to see someone staring at them from the end of the hall. It's Chloe's brother, Nox, and the atmosphere changes as soon as they see him. Gyama goes directly to confront the newcomer and tells him that instead of staring, he should come in and talk to them. Right away, Gyama notices something wrong with the guy's eyes, but Chloe tries to get in between them before something crazy happens. Her voice is shaky, and there's definitely some hesitation in how she's acting, but she's still trying to protect him in her own way. Nox asks Chloe if this is really the guy she's choosing to break Adaro's rules for. Chloe tells him that she wants nothing to do with her family, but her brother reminds her that she can't just wash the blood off her hands. If someone is born as an auditor, then they will always be an auditor. Chloe is speaking as if she's a rebel, and the brother is speaking as if he's from a historical drama, but Gyama is just annoyed by the whole thing. Nox continues to insult Gyama, and that finally causes Chloe to snap. She yells for Nox to stop talking about the man she loves like that, and her angry voice surprises even him. Gyama hoped that this whole thing could at least be done in moderation, but he's starting to get used to these disruptions in his life. The more important thing is the Auditore. He knows that they are a group that works in the shadows and specializes in assassination, and they show up in the middle of the game to play a major role. It's said that they are weaker compared to other heroic houses, but they are unrivaled in assassination. All the members of the Auditor clan are ridiculously strong thanks to their abusive training regimen, which they all undergo from childhood, which molds them into cutting-edge assassination tools. For Chloe to be from this assassination group, that means her cute and bubbly bubbly personality makes her the abnormal one in this situation, unlike her brother. Nox has an expression that shows that he's used to killing, and although Guillaume has nothing against that, it looks like Chloe wants to lead a normal life instead. Just like his blessing of the sword god, the environment of the auditories is something that Chloe had no say in being a part of. She's destined to live a life as an emotionless murderer, and that's almost unfortunate to think about. Guillaume doesn't think he's a hero, and he has no intention of ever becoming one, but even if he can't save the world, he can at least try to save the life of one girl. He steps between Chloe and her brother and confronts Nox directly. In the end, he tried escaping the sword god's blessing, but he couldn't. So instead, he'll take a step forward and embrace this curse. After all, the name Guillaume means sword demon. With that, he walks past the two assassin siblings and tells Nox to follow him. Meanwhile, Lee Wanbin sits in his office with thoughts of his student running through his mind. When Guillaume came to class that morning, it was very obvious that something had happened to him. His expression was void of emotion, and he looked deeply troubled. As he's thinking to himself, one of his fellow instructors walks into the room cheerfully, while also remarking on the man's baldness. Before they can keep talking, Lee Wanbin gets a call from the administrators, and they want his permission to allow a student of his to use the subspace. Lee Wanbin desperately asks to know which of his cadets requested to use the subspace all of a sudden, and they confirm that it is Kang Guillaume who requested it, hoping to face Nox Auditore. The stage is set for Guillaume and Nox's fight, and our MC waits patiently in the room with 15 minutes left before the fight starts. He thought the process to get access to the subspace would be complicated, but it went by pretty quickly. It's definitely thanks to Medea, who at least wanted him to be safe while fighting a professional assassin. At least since he won't be fighting in reality, that means that he doesn't have to worry about physical injuries, but there's still a pretty good chance that he could suffer mental ones. However, none of that matters as long as he can win. He can hear all the noise in the arena from the waiting room, and it looks like the fight between the two students managed to draw some unintended buzz. It's almost ironic that he was trying his best not to stick out before, but right now that all feels pointless. Beside him, Chloe is practically drowning in grief and guilt. She's probably blaming herself for this whole situation, and Guillaume tries to assure her that it really isn't her fault, and she even lent him some gear, so everything will turn out all right in the end. She tells him that Nox is really strong, and he's a genius with unmatched talent in the entire history of the Auditory family. When it comes to the dark arts, there's no one that's up to his level, and at the age of 14, he was already dubbed the pinnacle of the dark arts. That's a pretty cringy name, but it does show how strong he is. Guillaume stares down at the rose-colored blade in his hand as he remembers the decisions that led him up to this point. His old teacher always used to tell him that he is destined to wield a blade for his whole life. He never expected that he would still be running around with a sashimi knife, even in his next reincarnation. An announcement comes over the speaker, informing the students that the subspace battle is about to begin. He gets up to leave the locker room, but not before reassuring Chloe one more time that he is going to win. He steps out into the arena and is immediately bombarded by the excited cheering of his fellow students. Guillaume feels like he's one of those gladiators from the Roman Empire with how intense the atmosphere has become. Over in the distance, he can also see that the entire star class is attending as well, including the main cast of characters from the game. Nox walks into the as well and immediately calls his attention. It looks like the assassin is insulted that Guillaume would dare come to challenge him with a girly kitchen knife. This guy's killing intent is no good, and it would be best that Guillaume tries his best to avoid provoking him. So naturally, Guillaume taunts him even more by telling him that a true master never blames their equipment. Nox pulls out his blade, an S-rank sword called the Two Hongrian Blades. On top of the powerful equipment, he also has one of the best auras in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. However, Guillaume has also come prepared with dual discount grade kitchen knives. Truly, this will be a fight for the ages. The subspace barrier is deployed, and before it is even fully active, the two students leap at each other. Guillaume activates the Painless Blessing as he uncovers the two knives, which activates the Sword God's Blessing. The people in the stands watch in awe as they can barely see anything going on in the arena. This was supposed to be an easy match where a special admission student would get demolished by an accomplished assassin, but with how fast the two of them are going, the students can't even keep track of what's going on. The students from Star Class are also surprised by how interesting this fight has suddenly gotten, especially Abel, who can't believe that the person she labeled as weak has such fighting prowess. Their swords continue to clash, and Guillaume is effortlessly dodging all of Nox's attacks. The assassin gets frustrated and launches another attack that's so fast, it creates 3 after images of him. Somehow though, despite the attacks hitting Guillaume head-on, he still manages to come out of it unscathed. The students watching are praising Nox's strength and speed, and they see this battle as Guillaume running away from every attack. But Abel knows the truth that no one else can see. Only those who can clearly see the match will understand what's happening. Somehow Guillaume is perfectly dodging every single one of Nox's attacks, almost like he's not even trying to fight. Meanwhile, Nox is getting even more agitated, since he even used his Blessing of the Crow, thinking that it would be enough to annihilate him. But Guillaume somehow managed to everything like it was nothing. Now that Nox has seen for himself how skilled Guillaume is, he decides to be more cautious and aim for a powerful strike that can slice through through a wide area in just one go. Guillaume suddenly drops the sashimi knife that he brought with him and holds the rosy blade that was given to him by Chloe. Just looking at the confidence in his stance makes Nox even angrier, and he doesn't think a nobody like Guillaume should have the nerve to act like a big shot. As Guillaume charges his attack, Nox also activates a powerful attack aimed to our MC with a single strike. Before he can even move though, Guillaume goes on the offensive, and in a flash, the match is decided. Guillaume wanted to live a comfortable life, and to achieve that, he stuck to the rules and tried not to stand out as much as possible. Now he has given his body up to the sword god, with the sole aim of cutting Nox up so cleanly that he wouldn't even be able to see if he was cut at all. The whole crowd falls deadly silent as Nox's arm, still holding one of his blades, flies through the air and falls limply to the ground. This is the beginning of Kang Guillaume's origin, and it's the moment he says goodbye to his peaceful future. Guillaume turns around and finishes the job, slicing Nox cleanly into pieces and officially ending the battle. The subspace barrier gets turned off, and the crowd is still in stunned silence, and Nox tries to catch his breath with his arms on the floor. Guillaume puts his blade back in its hilt as the announcer declares him the winner of the match. Guillaume isn't shocked that the crowd can't even bring themselves to cheer. He showed incredible power out of nowhere, all with a knife that was made for gutting fish. Despite the strength that he has, he still feels that cutting a person is just way too unpleasant. The only consolation they have is that both the Mao brothers and Nox were in the subspace when they fought, so he wasn't really killing people. Nox still tries to catch his breath on the ground, and Guillaume can't help but admire the man. He's just as strong as Chloe described, and he has an incredible battle sense that has been honed through experience. However, anyone would be able to sense his intentions through his killing intent. The announcer repeats that Guillaume won the duel, and it looks like this is enough to snap everyone out of their daze, and the arena is filled with cheering and shock that a first-year special admission student took down a sophomore. Guillaume's peaceful, unassuming life is officially over, but this is the path he chose. Now that things have come to this, he just has to endure it with sheer will and grit. Even by the next day, people are still talking about the duel between the first and second year. In the star class, Abel stares out the window as she thinks about the student that has completely filled her mind recently. Because of the duel, his name follows her everywhere she goes now, and it's almost as if he's the only one everyone is talking about. When she saw it, she couldn't believe it either, but at that moment, he had such incredible swordsmanship while only using 2 kitchen knives. Watching his mastery of the blade has made her feel almost hopelessly naive for thinking that she was skilled at using a sword. In fact, he was so good that she's sure that he was the top student her grandfather was keeping as a secret from her. That makes her even more frustrated since she talked to him as if he was weak when he was actually stronger than her. Her loud annoyance is enough to wake up her seat partner, Rachel. She apologizes to her friend, but Rachel can immediately tell that something is seriously bothering Abel. The blue-haired girl tries to play it off by saying that she's frustrated because she hasn't been able to work out recently, but Rachel can immediately see through all of that. She tries some guesses to see what might be bothering Abel, and hits the nail on the head when she mentions that it might be boy trouble. Rachel breaks out in uninhibited laughter at the thought that Lady Abel would be interested in romance. All the while, Abel tries to convince her friend that it really isn't what she thinks it is. Rachel ignores her and shifts her focus to figuring out what man has gotten her dear friend so flustered. She runs through the list of options, starting with Leon, the class star with a handsome face, but Abel is so deadpan at the mention of that idea that it's obviously not him. Then that leaves only one option, the special student from the duel yesterday that shocked the entire school with his strength. Again, Abel freezes and isn't able to outright deny it, which is all the information that Rachel needs. Immediately, she grabs Rachel's hand and drags her to the Tiger class to meet the boy that has been on everyone's mind. The two of them barge into Tiger class with Abel reluctantly following along with her friend. Everyone in the class freezes in shock as the two school beauties make their way through the class. Rachel stands on a target, but someone tries to come and scold her for suddenly leaping on another student's seat. She's able to completely confuse him by showing off how pretty she is, and Abel can only hold her head in embarrassment at her friend's actions. Eventually, she finds Giamma sleeping on his desk while Chloe fawns over him. Rachel at first mistakes Chloe for his girlfriend, but that doesn't matter to her, and it only makes this whole thing more fun. She walks up to Giamma and blows air lovingly into his ear, which shocks both Abel and Chloe. Then, as he slowly wakes up, she sits down on his desk with a flirty look on her face and asks him for his name. Giamma already knows who she is, though, and he's not excited to see another one of the game's heroines in front of him all of a sudden. She leans her finger closer and pokes Giamma on the face, complimenting his looks, while he just stares at her, shocked. He has no idea what's going on, but his intuition is screaming at him that this entire situation is dangerous. Suddenly, the hand that Rachel was about to use to poke Giamma is grabbed by a very angry-looking Chloe. Chloe demands to know what Rachel thinks she's doing, but her anger and murderous intent only amuse Rachel. It looks like Giamma's danger instincts were warning him about Chloe. Her personality has completely flipped as she spawns a box cutter from the yandere pocket dimension. If a knife fight breaks out in the classroom, it could spark some serious problems for him down the line. This is a combination he has never seen in the game before, and he can only wonder why this is happening all of a sudden. Abel comes in and tries to drag her friend out of the situation, especially since this isn't even their classroom, but Rachel won't budge. She claims that she's only here to say hello, and then, as if to pour salt in the wound, she places a hand on Chloe's head and tells her that she's not supposed to interrupt when adults are talking. That only makes Chloe even more angry, and she opens up the box cutter and prepares to strike. Giamma and Abel watch in shock as Chloe tries to stab Rachel, but her hand is easily grabbed by the much stronger girl. At this point, she's just pointlessly provoking Chloe into a fight, and Abel yells at her once again to stop what she's doing before something bad happens. Rachel frowns and quickly tosses Chloe away like paper, but Chloe is able to catch herself before falling, causing all the boys in class to scream out in joy at the building cat fight. Giamma is more annoyed than anything at the weird buildup happening in front of him. Then Rachel activates her blessing that's built from the foundation of her clan, the clan of the Spear Saint. In her clan, they believe that skills are useless when faced with overwhelming strength, and they believe that brute force triumphs over all else. That's the same motto that Rachel Demora, the niece of the Spear Saint, believes in as well. She bluntly asks Giamma if Chloe is her girlfriend, and our MC doesn't hesitate in saying no, and that causes Chloe's aggression to momentarily turn to him. He clarifies that she's just a friend, and Rachel seems to get even more interested in the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Giamma is still trying to figure out just what in the world this whole situation is about. Now that he's more awake and has a chance to look around, he finally notices Abel, who looks just as frazzled as he was not too long ago. He cuts straight to the point and asks why the two of them came looking for him, and Rachel says it's because Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face. Abel yells that her accusations are definitely not true, and it's Rachel that practically dragged her there. Rachel thought that Abel genuinely wanted to see him because she followed her to the Tiger class. As the entire class's attention turns to her, she tries to shyly explain that there was a misunderstanding, but now Giamma just wants them to leave. He tells that to them bluntly, and that shocks the two girls, and Rachel can barely hold back her laughter. That makes her even more interested in Giamma, and she likes interesting guys. She tries inviting him over to her dorm room after class to do some ungodly things together, and that's the last straw for Chloe. She yells for Rachel to get away from her Giamma right this moment, and Rachel tries to mock her again, but Abel has had enough. Even she can barely hold back her anger at Rachel's flirting. Sensing that things might be getting too far, Rachel finally backs off, but not before telling Giamma that she'll see him later, which he quickly refuses and tells her not to come back. The two girls finally leave the class, and Giamma immediately goes back to sleep while Chloe rushes to check up on him. No one notices Abel pausing for a moment to stare longingly at Giamma before walking away. Abel and Chloe continue their walk back to their class, and Rachel can't get over just how impressed she was by Giamma's attitude. It's one thing to be cold, but from his hollow eyes, Rachel could faintly tell that there was an underlying subtle feeling that she could get her throat cut if she continued poking him like that. She was just curious about him, but he went far beyond her expectations and actually gave her chills. From the little she could see, she can already tell that he's easily a step above all the style with no substance students that are all over the star class. Her clan pulls no punches when it comes to getting betrothed to the most outstanding warriors, and in a way, he just might be a precious resource that she wouldn't want to let go of. Rachel turns around suddenly and apologizes to Abel. Abel, on the other hand, feels like she should apologize to the students of Tiger class for the scene she made, but that's not what Rachel meant. She's apologizing about Kang Giamma, because going forward, she's not going to yield now that she's interested in him. Elsewhere in the school's clinic, Nox pulls himself angrily through the halls with only the thought of killing Giamma in his mind. He has lived his entire life without knowing defeat, constantly being called the auditory genius. Now someone has come and defeated him with nothing but kitchen knives. Just the thought of Giamma's face pisses him off to an outstanding degree. If he has to, he will call the power of his entire clan just to cut off Giamma's head, and then once he kills our MC, he will get Chloe back. Chloe has the potential to become similar if not greater than him, and he won't let some random special admissions nobody take her away from him. All he has to do is call on the power of his clan to strike, and then they will show him. At least that's what should have happened. But the same Giamma that he has been relentlessly plotting to kill sits calmly in his clinic room, eating an apple. Before then, though, while the class was in session, Giamma watched Chloe worriedly. The two girls have left, but Chloe is very clearly still upset, even though she was the one who pulled the blade out first. As she's having her psychotic thoughts, Giamma goes over to her in hopes of calming her down. Even though he can probably talk her out of whatever mental break she's about to have, he still wished she'd at least put the box cutter down when talking to him. He asks her about how Nox is doing, and she sadly tells him that her brother is in the academy's medical ward. That's odd though, since people can't actually get injured in the subspace, so he shouldn't have any need for medical attention. The last Chloe heard, he was admitted into the ward despite having no injuries. But it should be fine, and there shouldn't be any reason for Giamma to worry. Giamma can't help but think about it though. Even though he was sliced up in the subspace, Nox isn't the kind of person that'd be weak enough to be traumatized from that. To make sure that nothing else happens, he has to check in on Nox. And to do that, he asks Chloe to tell him where Nox's room is. To sweeten the deal, he even pats her head, which is another tip he got from the How to Handle Yandere type series. That's how we got to where we are today, as Giamma stares down Nox, who is still surprised to see our MC in his room. Giamma comments on the room and how the auditories must be loaded with cash for them to get a hospital room this fancy for just one person. Before Nox can ask Giamma how he got into this room in the first place, our MC MC picks up a skinning knife from the bedside counter, and Nox momentarily goes on guard, wondering if Giamma wants to finish what he started. However, instead, Giamma simply picks up another apple and cleanly peels the skin off before placing it right back on the table. Then Giamma gets up and walks right past Nox, advising him to take fruits and vegetables for his health. That pisses Nox off even more, and the assassin reveals a knife hidden under his sleeve, ready to stab Giamma while he's least expecting it. But as if predicting this, Giamma warns him that if he ever has ideas of getting any sort of revenge, then he will be cut up along with the entirety of Auditore. With that, Giamma slams the door shut as he leaves, and the force is harsh enough to turn the apple that he cleanly peeled into slices, revealing that he cut it up so fast that Nox didn't even notice. Giamma walks out of the medical unit with his mission hopefully accomplished. Now Nox is nothing more than a candle that can be extinguished at any time, and his will has been totally destroyed. This is all thanks to Giamma's bravado-filled intimidation, which he hopes doesn't come back to bite him. After all, the Auditores are an incredible group of assassins, and there's no way that he can take on an entire clan with just 30 seconds of pain neutralizer. Although he should be able to take out 10 people in 30 seconds, the rest of the clan is an entirely different case, and that's only in the worst case scenario anyways. Giamma would love to avoid killing as much as he can. As he walks under the moonlight back to his dorm room, he feels like he's standing in the eye of a storm in a weird way. He's starting to get used to this new crazy life of his. As long as Nox doesn't stir up any trouble, then he doesn't have to worry about things getting too insane. But he has another problem to deal with, and that's the girl that he wanted to avoid the most, Rachel. In the original game, she approaches the main character first, and gets attached to the main heroine, Abel. Now that she has decided to approach him instead, this is a clear sign that the timeline has changed drastically. He also needs to prepare for the midterms, and for once, he's going to have to take things seriously so that he can get that reward. The test will need a group of 5 students to subdue a demonic monster. The 5 students will be picked regardless of class, and this test is meant to emphasize teamwork. Individual prowess is definitely important, but having faith in your comrades is certainly more important on the battlefield. The best thing a weak student can do in this situation is find the right teammates and hope to be carried by them. Although it's not like the monsters are much of an issue anyways. The monsters that they will be hunting in this test are D-rank demonic monster mermen. Giamma remembers them looking really gross in the game, which means facing them in real life is going to be even more disgusting. If they were mermaids, then they would at least be more attractive to look at, but mermen are just going to be gross. But mermaids are considered demonic humans, and they are the main force of the demon army, meaning that they are way more powerful. Compared to demonic humans, demonic monsters are nothing more than just guard dogs or pets. Fortunately, only mermen should be on the island, meaning that students don't have to deal with demonic humans. It's already been a month since Giamma came to this school, and this is the first night that he has felt a bit of peace. It's been 700 years since the humans and the demons swore a truce, and just like how human history isn't without war, there have been a few disputes between the humans and the demons, both big and small. An example is half a century ago when Vasmon, the commander of the 6th Legion, claimed that he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion. That decision caused an entire week of battles that bathed the city in blood. In the end, humanity emerged victorious, and the 7 heroes were born. Although from those heroes, 3 sacrifices were made, and neither faction wanted to escalate things further. Other than that, peace has continued to this day. But Giamma wonders if this is really peace. The more he thinks about it, the one who sealed the 1st Legion commander alone 700 years ago must have been a real beast. The 6th commander took 7 people together to bring down, and even then, there were deaths among their group. And now, they only have 3 years before the second human-demon war begins, and this time, the war will include the Demon King. It's terrifying to think about that future, but thinking won't change anything. What Giamma needs to do now is to focus on the upcoming midterms. The first thing he needs to do is find teammates, but that's easier said than done since he has no friends. Right now, though, he's the most famous student in the academy, and he can probably use that to his advantage in hopes of solving the problem. There's no way he can live 3 years under the radar, so Giamma decides to change his motto for the time being. He will no longer try to live quietly, but still try to live comfortably. Now he needs to try his best to get people to join his group. However, a week later, he's still completely alone. Not a single person invited him to join their group. In the end, they might all just be scared of him. He turns around and glances at his class, and the only person alone like him is Chloe. Maybe she's been considered an outsider since the altercation with her brother, and how he lost. Or maybe because of how she acted when Rachel came around. Regardless of the reason, he approaches her and asks if she still hasn't found any cadets to partner up with. Just like him, she's still alone, and Giamma is worried about her. After all, he's used to being alone, but she had some friends at least, and yet they are all gone. She claims that she will be alright as long as she has him. In any case, he offers her to partner up with him so they can find 3 other people. With Chloe's capabilities, she will be a huge asset to him. He can only fight for 30 seconds, so she is like 30 soldiers packed in a cute bundle. The peace in the class is broken up as Rachel comes charging in, calling for Giamma. He doesn't hide his disdain for seeing her again, and Chloe doesn't hide her bloodlust either as she pulls out a box cutter. Rachel continues to bother him, even falling over on his desk, and then she asks him if he has found any groups to take the test with. Since she's clearly not listening to him, he answers her question, and the fact that he he doesn't have a group yet is perfect for her as she invites him to her group. Giama is suspicious of the sudden offer, since there is definitely a huge line of other students available to join her group, so why would she come for him specifically? She tells him plainly that he seems more fun to do the test with than any of the other students in her class. Giama then tells her that he's already in a team with Chloe, but that's alright too since Rachel's group has 2 spots left. Giama is still suspicious of the whole thing since this is a bigger risk for Rachel. Doing something like this could risk her grades if they underperform for the island test. He glances at Chloe, and she begrudgingly nods, agreeing to join the group. With nothing holding him back anymore, he tells her that he will join, and Rachel immediately opens her phone to test someone after telling him that he can't back out. Then Giama asks who the other members of the group are, and the first person she mentioned is none other than Leon. Not just any Leon, the counterfeit protagonist of this world, and the one person Giama wants to interact with the least. Giama can't help wondering what crimes he committed in his past life that gave him such terrible luck. Like, yeah, he spent 30 years wielding a knife, but that was because of his job. He's getting involved with the heroines for some unknown reason, and even though he tried his best not to stand out, he's still getting intertwined in the main story. The heroines at least are eye candy for him, and it's not so bad getting involved with pretty girls. The real problem is Leon van Reinhardt. He's the main character, and interacting with him will definitely turn the main plot on its head. Right now, Giama has no clue how things will pan out in the future, but he's sure that everything will be his fault in one way or another. He even tried to see if he could change his group, but Rachel already put his name down in the application before talking to him. This is the first time in his life he has wanted to cut down a girl so badly. And then, of course, there's the biggest issue in the yandere that he shares a class with. And speaking of the devil, she comes up right beside him to ask how he's doing since he has looked petrified ever since Rachel left. He tells her that he was just a bit overwhelmed thinking about taking the exam with Star Class cadets. Chloe tells him that no one is stronger than him in Star Class, and he weakly thanks her. He did choose to team up with Chloe, so he can't take the exam without her in good conscience. In fact, thinking about it more rationally, there aren't better people for him to take the test with. This could turn out to be a good thing if he wasn't so pessimistic about it. He asks Chloe when and where they are supposed to have their first group meeting, and she tells him that it's at a cafe on campus. It's nearly time for them to meet up, so he suggests that they start heading there now. They get there first, and both he and Chloe order drinks for themselves. Chloe gets a delicious avocado smoothie for herself, and Giama can't help but watch her in envy as he thinks about how expensive a single cup of that thing is. Then he takes a sip of his cheap espresso and almost has a seizure at how horrible it tastes. Since this cafe is an outside company, the faculty cards don't work, so for the first time, he's forced to use his own money. As he rethinks his life choices, his phone buzzes with a message from Rachel. She tells him that and not long after she walks into the booth with Leon and someone else close behind her. Leon and Giama make contact for the first time, and then Giama glances at the person beside him. The first impression he can get from the guy is that he must be some sort of delinquent. Leon is the first of the guys to introduce himself with a hand outstretched to our MC. Giama takes it in a handshake, and Leon compliments him on the battle he had in the subspace a few days earlier. Just from the way he talks, Giama can tell that he's a perfect blend of intelligence and class. Then they all sit down, and Rachel suggests that they do proper introductions. Leon goes first and introduces himself as the group's leader and a student of Star Class. He ended up becoming the leader of their group somehow, and he seems genuine when he says that he looks forward to working with them all. The next to introduce herself is Rachel, but everyone there already knows her, so she passes the baton to the person sitting beside her. His name is Speed Weapon, and he's also a student of Star Class. His introduction is short and to the point, but Giama is more interested in his unusual name. Chloe goes next and introduces herself as a student from Wolf Class, who made it into the group thanks to Giama. Rachel mocks her for the way she calls Giama Giam-kun instead, and the two of them have a stare-off for a moment before Chloe calms herself down with a sigh and ends her introduction. Finally, Giama introduces himself, and his introduction is even shorter and more straight to the point than Speedwagon, giving only his name and his class. The others acknowledge the awkwardly short intro, and Leon brings out a laptop so they can discuss the main topic of the meeting. He presses a button on the computer, and a holographic map of the region they will be taking the exam on is displayed. The site is called Scopuli Island, and they will be teleported to a designated location in the island through a subspace. However, only the gate will be a subspace, meaning that once they make it to the island, their experiences will be real, and they can actually be injured by the demonic beasts. The assigned area for their group is the northeastern coast, and 3 groups, including theirs, will be hunting for mermen in the area. There is a limited amount of mermen in the area, so the objective of the exam is to hunt as many mermen as the limit will allow. With the information passed across, Leon ends the presentation and asks for questions from his group. Speedwagon goes first and asks if there are any risks besides the mermen on the island. The instructors have already done research on the island in advance to ensure that there will be no monsters or demons on the island besides the mermen. Then Chloe asks if other groups can ambush and battle each other, much to the shock of the rest of her group mates. Leon calmly assures her that the exam's objective is strictly to exterminate demonic beasts, so conflict between groups would lead to a disqualification. That question must have been part of her habits as an assassin. With no other questions from the group, group, Leon disbands them and tells them to prepare themselves for the midterms until they meet again the next day for another discussion. The other cadets exit the cafe, leaving Jiyama alone with Leon. The atmosphere is awkward, so Jiyama moves to hurry up and leave, but Leon suddenly calls out to him. The faux MC asks Jiyama where he came from. Jiyama pauses and takes a moment to ponder about the strange question from Leon. He heard a similar question before, but this question coming from Leon is fundamentally different. Leon also looks deadly serious while asking this question, and Jiyama can't tell what he's thinking. He could have asked that question earlier while they were introducing themselves, but Leon specifically chose to ask that question after everyone had left. After noticing the long silence, Leon apologizes for springing that kind of question out of nowhere, and says that he can't help but feel like Jiyama is similar to him. While it's true that this world's official language is Korean due to where the game was made, that doesn't mean that other cultures don't exist. Anyone can tell just from a glance that Jiyama is Korean, so it's for Leon to ask where he's from and say that they are similar. With still more silence from Jiyama, who is struggling to comprehend this weird conversation, Leon tells him to pretend like he didn't hear anything before getting up and leaving the cafe. Jiyama stops him and throws the question back at Leon, asking him where he came from. It was a reflex response, and Jiyama regrets it immediately, but he knows that he won't be able to sleep tonight if he doesn't get an answer. Leon calmly takes Jiyama's hand and tells our MC that he's from Germany. Without another word, he leaves, and Jiyama can't help but wonder what is up with Leon all of a sudden. At that moment, when Leon first asked the question, Jiyama wondered if the main character of this game came from another world as well. It's outlandish to think about, but it's also a very real possibility. There's no rule saying that only one person can be dragged into this video game after all, and possessing the main character is more probable than possessing an extra. Jiyama glances down at the knife of his table and has an idea. When the blessing of the sword god activates, his senses are strangely heightened. Maybe activating the blessing might give him some answers. He picks up the knife and removes the cover, and a message comes into his mind, just as he had hoped. It confirms that Leon really is from this world. This voice is similar to when he was fighting Chloe. When he activates the blessing of the sword god, he can faintly hear a voice. However, thinking about it gives him a migraine that even bypasses the painless blessing. Regardless, the Leon that he met today is definitely the Leon that he played in the game, and no actor could replicate Leon so perfectly. It's weird that Leon would ask him which country he came from out of nowhere, but then the claim that the two of them are similar is also quite concerning. He heads over to a wiki page, but there is no information about Leon in this world. Things are getting weird, and Jiyama decides that this is the last time he will be involved with Leon. If something like this happens again, he can just go and see Medea about it, while ignoring her attempts to run away with him. Jiyama is also surprised by how calm he has managed to be, despite the situations that have been unfolding recently. Maybe this is also an influence of his blessings. He takes a look at his status screen, and as usual it looks like he's making smooth progress. His mental fortitude and armament are the same, but his physical fortitude has increased thanks to the training that he has been doing. His armament will also probably increase when he gets Murasame from the midterm exams. The only thing he's not sure of is the assimilation rate. It has gone up a lot, and it looks like it will soon unlock something special for him. Maybe it's related to what he has done so far. It's still annoying that he doesn't know what it is, and it's not like he can ask someone else either. At the bottom of the status screen though, there's something new. His blessing of painlessness has increased by 10 seconds, meaning that he can now use his blessing for 40 seconds. It looks like after so much time, his labors have finally borne fruit. As the days go by and the groups continue to meet up to discuss their battle strategy for the exam, Jiyama continues to train and hone his skills, until finally, the day of the exam arrives. All the groups stand in front of the subspace gate, and Jiyama can tell that it has a completely different vibe than the training ground's subspace. The rest of his team arrives as well, and they seem just as excited as he is. In their previous meetings, they decided on which roles each person will take in their team. Rachel will lead the front as the main damage dealer, while Leon takes a center role as the leader to keep everyone together. Speed Weapon will be behind Leon as a support, while Chloe works with Rachel as a secondary damage dealer. Finally, Jiyama will take up the rear guard behind everyone else, making up a solid team. Jiyama takes a second to look at all their equipment and how powerful it is. Rachel has S-rank gear called the Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, and although Leon doesn't have Baomeng yet, he still has a powerful sword. Lastly, Speed Weapon's gear is a recorder. I didn't know the support also provided musical entertainment. Rachel assures him that the recorder is one of the few S-rank equipment that provides healing, and even Jiyama knows that a healing S-rank armament is ridiculously hard to get. That kind of equipment is incredible to own, and Jiyama gets closer to inspect it, much to Speed Weapon's surprise. Their chat is cut short as a voice comes on the intercom to announce that the first-year midterms are about to start. The instructor of Wolf class, Lee Wanbin, comes over to talk to the students. They already have a good grasp of the rules, so he keeps their discussion brief. He tells them to not be shy of running away when things get hectic. There's no reason to risk their lives for extra credit. If they are injured or wish to surrender, they can just call for the instructor in charge. Now that the exam is officially about to start, Lee Wan tells them to do their best and try not to be nervous. Chloe seems anxious, and Jiyama asks what is wrong. She tells him that she remembers the fact that mermaids can appear on the island, but Jiyama assures her again that the instructors have already confirmed that everything is clear. Chloe tries to take his word for it, but she can't help being nervous. nervous. Back in Sicily, where she grew up, mermaids were often sighted, and they were known to cause large amounts of damage. Humans now have a truce with demonic beings, so they are rarely seen outside of dungeons. But the fact that these rumors have persisted, even though the truce means that the conditions of where mermaids appear have yet to be fully confirmed. He places a hand on her head to calm her down as the teachers call for the cadets to step through the gate. She smiles and decides to place her belief in Giamma. Much later, she hears Giamma's voice calling for her through a haze in her mind. It looks like she lost focus for a moment, and now things have turned on their head. When she opens her eyes, she sees Giamma and the others standing in front of something large and powerful. Rachel asks Speedweapon if he has been able to contact an instructor in charge, but since they are in a cave, he doesn't have a connection on his phone. Meanwhile, someone lays on the ground, bleeding and clearly in danger. And then in front of them is the main cause of this sudden chaos, a mermaid. Let's go back a bit before our group found themselves in this terrible situation. As soon as they arrived on Scopuli Island, the first major problem they all faced was motion sickness from passing through the gate. The only person who seems alright is Giamma, who tells them that he doesn't suffer from motion sickness. Not long after that, they had their first encounter with a merman. It stared at them in surprise for a moment before scurrying away. As disgusting as they look, they are way smaller than Giamma expected. Leon confirms that the one they saw is too small to give them any points. To find the adult merman, the group has to head to their assigned location. Chloe goes ahead of them to scout the location, and the group follows along at a slower pace. Eventually, they make it to their location, and Chloe returns from her scouting trip to report what she's seen. She tells them that there is a cave about 500 meters ahead of them, and she leads them to it. Before they even enter the dark and ominous-looking cave, there are already dozens of eyes staring at them. Leon can tell that there are about 50 to 60 mermen in the cave, and they are all gathered around a campfire. Defeating that many mermen will definitely guarantee them first place in the midterms, but the group has to consider their safety before anything else. Entering that cave will cut off their internet and make contacting an instructor difficult. It's a high-risk, high-reward decision, and it all depends on their group leader, Leon. Before they came to this island, he took great care in determining what role every member of the team will play. So now, it's time for him to lead them to victory again. In a moment, Leon made his decision and sent out Rachel to start the attack. Rachel leans back and sends a golden spear shooting into the cave. The spear lands right on top of the campfire, putting it out and shocking all the mermen. Before they can turn to see where it came from, Rachel is right on top of them, and in a second, several mermen heads go flying. Speedweapon goes next, focusing his power to buff Rachel's skills, making it easier for her to pick them off one by one. Jima can't help letting out a gasp of awe at how powerful Rachel is. That doesn't go unnoticed by Chloe, and the yandere pulls out her katana and activates her blessing to take on the fishman as well. She immediately rushes to catch up to Rachel's number, taking out more and more mermen while the two of them rush towards each other. They aren't slowing down, even as they continue to get closer and closer to each other, and Giamma gets worried that they have no intention of slowing down at all. They get within inches of each other before finally turning and taking out the last merman that was rushing towards them both. Then they step away from each other and continue taking out the others, while Giamma breathes a sigh of relief. In the end, he was worried about both of them for nothing, and eventually, with their combined efforts, all 60 mermen were slain. It looks like they are done here, and Leon suggests that they go somewhere else to continue the exam. That kind of determination and leadership is what makes the blonde MC the heart of their team. That further proves to Giamma that Leon really is the true MC of the game. There's no way anyone would be able to replicate these qualities of a hero. As Jayam's thoughts continue to wander, he takes his eyes off Leon for a moment. He looks back up just in time to see the blonde hero fall to the ground after taking a fatal blow to the stomach. The others stare in shock as something powerful rises from the pool of dead mermen behind Giamma. It's a demonoid mermaid, the exact monster that Chloe feared would show up unannounced on the island. Giamma had a feeling that things were going way too smoothly for them. Now the question is whether they should run or stand and fight. There's no telling if they will even be able to get to safety while looking after an injured Leon. Rachel tells Speedweapon to call the instructors and inform them that a mermaid appeared. But just as Giamma feared, the cave is messing with their internet access, and there is no way to contact the instructor. Everyone is panicking, and it looks like Giamma is the only person not panicking at the moment. With Leon down for the count, there's only one person that can take the lead in this situation. He steps up and starts giving orders to his teammates. He tells Rachel to keep the mermen away from them no matter what. Then he orders Speedweapon to dump as many healing blessings as he can on Leon. Finally, he calls Chloe, who seems to have zoned out, and he tells her to evacuate the other cadets and tells the instructors what's going on. It takes a moment for his words to sink in, but eventually she heads off to do what he says. Now that everyone has been given proper instructions, Giamma steps up to the mermaid, much to the shock of the others. He tells Rachel and Weapon that he's leaving the mermen to them. As for the mermaid, cutting up bitfish has always been his specialty, so it's only fair that it goes to him. Demons can use a unique power similar to a human's blessings. It's called magic, and it's a power that was strong enough to take down the protagonist in just one hit. That's the difference in strength between humans and demons. Giamma has the blessing of the sword god, but that doesn't guarantee that he will survive survive this battle. Even in the original game, it was impossible to take down a magic-utilizing demon without a party, and yet here he is, about to solo a boss that usually requires a full-scale raid. In other words, Gyama is in deep shit, but there's no way he can back out of this now. It should take Chloe about 10 minutes to find help and come back. Despite that, Gyama has only 40 seconds to take this overgrown fish down before he meets a worse fate than the main character. Rachel struggles to keep the merman away, while Speed Weapon focuses all his power on healing Leon. The wound is deep, but it's recovering regardless. Despite the daunting task in front of him, he can't help but focus his attention on Gyama. Just looking at the mermaid is making Super Weapon's bones shiver, and yet Gyama wants to fight it all by himself. The demon strikes first, launching the same laser attack that took out Leon. Gyama dodges the attack and rushes in with his knife to close the distance. The mermaid seems to primarily use long-distance attacks with water magic properties. Gyama doesn't know much about magic, but he does know that this demon is just a fish with flesh and bones. All he has to do to come out on top is dive in and cut it. He jumps close to the demon and slices it, but it dodges out of the way and heads for Speed Weapon instead. Before it can get to him, Gyama comes around and manages to cut off one of the monster's fins, causing it to scream out in pain. The cut was way too shallow, and our MC goes in for another attack, but it quickly dodges away and dissolves into water. Since the mermaid went after Speed Weapon, it looks like she is deliberately going after the ones who are injured. Leon is somewhat healed now, and Speed Weapon calls out for Gyama. It looks like he's alright, and Gyama takes a moment to check on him before rushing off to fight the mermaid again. In Speed Weapon's eyes, Gyama is really cool. During one of their many meetings, Speed Weapon talked about how he looked up to heroes that sacrificed themselves for the sake of others. So far, since Speed Weapon entered the school, he hasn't seen anyone that matches the title of a hero. That's why he entered a group with Rachel, in hopes of finding the hero he was looking for in Leon. He even told Gyama frankly that he is far from a hero in Speed Weapon's eyes, and yet now, in this crazy situation, the one that's stepping up and risking their life is Gyama himself. The mermaid continues the attack, launching fish-shaped magic blasts that Gyama skillfully dodges. However, this time, instead of just zooming past him, they turn around and follow him. The mermaid can control these attacks, and they chase Gyama around the cave. With Gyama distracted, the demon tries again to attack Speed Weapon. Gyama gets there just in time to cut down the monster before it can launch the attack, but it's shallow again. He can't take it down with small cuts. If he wants to kill this demon once and for all, Gyama is going to need to stab it as deeply as he can. The mermaid sends another blast at Gyama, but this time he manages to dodge, causing the blast to break through the top of the cave, shooting into the sky. The attack is so powerful that cadets around the mountain are able to see it, and they hear a loud roar following it as well. On top of that, it also started raining. The instructor with one of the groups suggests that they take the wounded and move quickly before the rain starts to affect them. Back in the cave, the mermen start to retreat, and the cadets have a moment of rest. The mermaid was crushed under the debris from the cave breaking open, but Gyama is sure that she isn't dead. Just as he suspects, the mermaid breaks through the rocks piled on top of her and rushes towards the students. This whole time, Gyama hasn't been able to fight properly because he has been conscious of the injured Leon. Now that the mermen have retreated, he tells Rachel to take care of Speed Weapon and Leon for him. Speed Weapon still can't believe that Gyama is taking on a demon by himself. He thought our MC was a madman before, but now he might just be witnessing the birth of a legend. Meanwhile, Gyama is just happy that he can finally focus now that he doesn't have to worry about his teammates. He only has 10 seconds left of the painless blessing, and he has to make up for lost time if he doesn't want to die. Gyama and the mermaid stare each other down for a moment before rushing in for the final clash. Elsewhere, Chloe dashes through the forest as fast as she can, looking for anyone to help her. She's tired, but she knows she can't stop running unless everyone she left behind will be in danger. Her body hurts incredibly bad, but the more she feels like stopping, the more she thinks about Gyama and the fact that he's in the cave, fighting that monster on his own for their sake. Gyama really is the strongest person she has ever met in her life. He clearly doesn't like fighting and tries to avoid drawing his blade whenever possible. The only time he stands to fight is when there is really no other choice. Since Gyama made the best decision fighting that mermaid, she knows she has to do her best to get help, but she can't help feeling that if she was just a little stronger, then maybe she would have been able to help him somehow. Behind her, a loud blast tears the side of the cave apart, and she knows that it's the sound of Gyama and the mermaid fighting. In her worry, she trips off a vine and almost falls, but manages to catch herself on the ground and keeps running. She can't stop or fall until she has found someone to help. As she continues to run, she senses something ahead of her. She can't send it clearly since her head is in a mess, but her first thought is that they must be mermen. She draws her sword to defend herself and unleashes a blow towards the closest one to her, but surprisingly, the merman blocks with their sword. That's because it isn't a merman, it's Abel. As soon as she realizes that she has finally found another person, Chloe stops moving and collapses to the ground. Abel's teammates get suspicious and start to suspect that there is some sort of ambush in the area. Meanwhile, Chloe weakly tries to tell them that they should go and help Gima. Luckily for her, Abel remembers her face from when she and Rachel went to Gima's class. Back in the cave, Speed Weapon is left in complete awe at what he's witnessing. He wonders if there will ever be a day as astonishing as this ever again. The way Guillaume fights seems like a skilled swordsman handling a live fish on a chopping board with skill. At this point, this whole thing is beyond just fighting a demonoid. Guillaume is completely overwhelming it. This scene unfolding right is definitely something that will be etched in his memory for the rest of his life. Even Rachel, who's the successor of the Spear clan and grew up among strong people, clearly hasn't seen this caliber of skill before. Despite that, she's the first to push him out of the way when a stray attack comes towards them. Speed Weapon nearly forgot where he was because of how intense the sight was. Jama's opponent is a demon that uses magic. A blade against magic isn't a good matchup to begin with, even if our MC has the upper hand right now. If the demon uses magic that can't be countered, then Guillaume will be in danger. As soon as Speed Weapon has that thought, as if on cue, the mermaid raises its hands in the air and calls a different magic attack called Needle Squall. The rain around them starts to crystallize and freeze, and everything halts for a moment. Then the mermaid drops its hand, and all the sharp crystallized raindrops fall towards Guillaume. He dodges some and parries the rest, but they are too hard for his knife. The blade starts to break apart as he fights with it. Instead of keeping the blade aside, Guillaume tosses it at the mermaid. It cuts straight through the mermaid's side, leaving a gaping hole in its waist. Guillaume then follows up with a final attack, cutting through the mermaid's flesh with one powerful slash. Except the mermaid managed to dodge, and instead used the body of a merman to distract Gima. Then it charges up a massive attack right in front of our MC. This one is way too close and there is no possible way he can dodge it. Just before the attack hits and he starts to panic, his mind is suddenly teleported to a clear space. In that space, he sees a red line that indicates where he should cut, and he hears a voice telling him that if he can slice it, it will cut. Instead of dodging the attack, Guillaume readjusts his grip on the knife and cuts through the magic instead. The cut causes a massive shockwave to push through the area, and by the time the smoke clears, Guillaume stands over the lifeless body of the mermaid. The demon makes a few sounds in death, and Guillaume kicks it away, down into the pool that it came out from. Rachel and Speed Weapon stare at the scene in front of them in shock. Somehow, a freshman defeated a demonoid alone. Suddenly, Guillaume falls to his knees and starts coughing up blood. Rachel is the first to react, and she rushes over to him while Speed Weapon checks on Leon. Thankfully, the protagonist is fine, but there are other sounds behind them, and Speed Weapon turns around thinking that the mermen that ran away have returned. Instead, it's Abel and her team, carrying an unconscious and injured Chloe. The first thing Abel notices is Rachel, who caresses an unconscious Guillaume. The sight makes her angry for some reason, but she ignores it to look around. The rest of the team look like they all have one foot in the grave, and yet Leon seems completely fine. She informs them that she has contacted the academy, and they will be arriving in an hour to aid them. Now that help is on the way, she wants to know just what exactly happened. She tells Speed Weapon to explain, but he's more frustrated by the academy and the instructors who claimed that they thoroughly checked the island. He doesn't believe that they will believe him anyways, but he starts to tell them what he witnessed. Speed Weapon gives Abel a basic rundown of what happened and how Guillaume defeated the mermaid alone. Just like Speed Weapon predicted, she can barely believe it. The tales that her grandfather told her when she was younger were more realistic than this, and yet, as ridiculous as the story is, the evidence around them proves that it's the truth. Why would they lie about this anyways? And yet, Abel still can't accept it. She's a descendant of the acclaimed hero Baylor Joaquin and his disciple Aaron Nibelung. Those are the roots that she has in her, and it has given her a special attribute since birth. Her bloodline has always been filled with promise and potential, and she put in incredible effort to make sure that she wouldn't be overshadowed by her roots. And yet, even with everything going in her favor, and with how far she has managed to get, Kangima continues to prove that there is a ridiculously large gap between their skills. Abel can't help feeling a mix of fear, dread, and admiration. She tells the healer in her group to try to heal Gima while they wait for the teachers. After getting a better look at him, she can see that he's tattered and at death's door, and yet he fought a demonoid alone and came out victorious. Abel can't help but look at him in envy. Speed Weapon snaps her out of it and tells her that it probably would be best if they don't tell the instructors what happened here in detail. The academy claims that they scouted the island beforehand, and yet a demonoid popped out of a cave that would be easily noticeable by cadets. There's some things that just don't add up in this whole story. Leon tries to cut straight to the point and asks Speed Weapon if he thinks that there is someone among the demon factions within the academy. Leon tries to backtrack since that's not exactly what he meant, but they also can't completely rule out that possibility. It's undeniable that this cave isn't easy for cadets to miss, and as Speed Weapon said, if it weren't for Giamma, then Leon's group would have been torn to shreds. There were definitely conflicts both large and small during the 700-year truce, but there was never a moment where the demons dared to touch the cadets of the academy. There was also a clause in the truce stating that if an act like that were to happen, then it would be justification for war. Speed Weapon tries to pull them out of their thoughts and assures them that they are definitely blowing things out of proportion. It's not a bad thing to be wary of a possible spy in the academy, but it's way too soon to jump to conclusions. questions. For now, they need to make sure that their stories match up. If there really is a spy in the academy, then Guillaume will definitely become a target once word gets around that he defeated a demonoid alone. Abel doesn't really agree with keeping things under wraps like this, but since Guillaume has worked so hard for their sake and the group seems to unanimously agree with this decision, she suggests that they talk to her grandfather first. The cadets return to the school and Guillaume is taken to a hospital. He wakes up as the bright, even sun shines on his face, and he's almost surprised that he's alive. The last thing he remembers is the mermaid shooting a magic sphere out right before it died. It wasn't an attack that he could dodge, but he just barely managed to see it. He used his sashimi knife to cut through a line, and the magic severed into two halves before bursting. Looking back at it, the magic sphere was definitely water. On top of that, after activating the sword god's blessing, he felt something that he can't describe. He calls his blessing just to make sure, and the screen pops up in front of him again. His mental fortitude has increased by 1, and that's mostly likely why he didn't get scared when he faced the mermaid. It also looks like his assimilation rate has increased enough for him to unlock the mysterious attribute. The next attribute will be unlocked when his assimilation rate reaches 15%. Maybe this strange unlockable is what allowed him to see the red line to cut with the mermaid. As he's thinking about his blessing, the door opens and a familiar figure dashes in. It's Medea, and she wastes no time wrapping Guillaume in a tight hug. She fusses over him as Guillaume tries his hardest to breathe through her death hug. She pulls away from him eventually and apologizes, but then reveals why she came here to see him. She opens up a dimensional pocket through her purse. She pulls out the reward from the pocket, and it's what he had been hoping to get from the exam, the Murasame sword. The Murasame is a B-rank sword with high-level stats, and it's exactly what Guillaume was looking for. He stares at it in disbelief as Medea asks him if he likes it. She apologizes for giving it to him in this kind of situation, since he should have gotten it officially. Meanwhile, someone lurks at the door watching the whole interaction. Medea calls out to the person and tells them to just get in the room instead of stalking at the door like some kind of shy creep. Siegfried Nibelung clears his throat and walks through the door sheepishly to stand beside Medea. This interaction gives Guillaume a strange sense of déjà vu, considering what happened when he first came to the academy. He asks what exactly the Sword Emperor is doing here as well. Medea reveals that she heard what happened from his teammates. Then they both bow their heads and apologize on behalf of the whole academy. They are to blame for everything that happened during the midterms. Because of their negligence, everyone who was there nearly lost their lives. Guillaume can't bring himself to speak as she continues to talk. She swears to him that they will uncover the truth behind the incident. Siegfried speaks up as well and thanks him for saving the cadets. Guillaume nervously scratches his cheek and meekly tells them that he did what he could. Medea continues and says that even though his actions were remarkable, they need to keep the incident under wraps. Medea is sure that the mastermind behind this incident is in the academy, and they have to keep things quiet if they don't want this leaking out to the public. Guillaume understands and doesn't hold their decision against them. Medea smiles and says that sometimes Guillaume acts like an old man trapped in a teenage boy's body. The two administrators leave the room and make their way back to the administrative block. As they walk through the halls, Medea asks her old friend if he remembers the day they met after enrolling in the school for the first time. Siegfried was laying on a bench, and she told him to shove it. In response, Siegfried drew his sword without a word. Siegfried pretends not to remember anything, and Medea smiles slightly. The whole thing feels like it happened just yesterday, but it's already been 60 years since then. Yet even with that, they haven't filled a tenth of Joaquin Academy's history. Back when they enrolled, the school was already ancient and filled to the brim with history. There were big and small incidents, but the academy nurtured and protected its cadets for 700 years. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes, and Medea's aura causes the surrounding windows to shatter. Before the midterms, she received reports that they had completed multiple preliminary surveys of the island. Even though it was rare, the Scopuli Island was known as a ground for mermaid sightings, so she took every precaution to make sure that nothing would happen to her precious students. And yet something terrible like this would happen under her watch. Siegfried places a calming hand on her shoulder, and she snaps out of it with an apologetic look. Then she immediately switches to fangirl mode, as she thinks about how amazing Guillaume is. The fact that he took a mermaid down all by himself is incredible, and she asks Siegfried what he thinks. Siegfried has seen natural-born talent countless times. He has seen many names hailed as the chosen ones of their era, only for them to lose sight of their light. In families of heroes that are desperate for glory and honor, the word genius is recklessly thrown around. When a child shows the slightest bit of promise, they are called a genius because of their bloodline. It's also a word that he forbade from being used to describe even his own granddaughter, Abel. But if it's Guillaume whose talent is so unfathomable, then maybe the word genius can only apply to him. If he continues to accumulate experience, Siegfried wonders just how far he will go. Maybe Kang Guillaume could even reach the place that Siegfried could only dream of. Without answering her question, Siegfried walks past Medea, but not before advising her to stay put at the academy for now. She smiles and follows after him, and the two continue their small talk as they make their way through the halls. Later, Guillaume Gyama is released from the hospital, and he goes to attend class as usual. Just like the headmaster instructed, the fact that he took down a demonoid on Scopuli Island seems to have been kept under wraps. Gyama can't help but feel that his classmates can be so carefree because he stopped the mermaid. After he was initially discharged, the first thing he did was to visit the school's forge to reshape and enhance Murasame. The sword was just a metal rod to him at the moment, considering the sword god's blessing, so reforging it is a must. He went to meet the blacksmith Vollander. Now he can only hope for a successful enhancement. As he thinks through the recent events, he hears Chloe call out his name. He turns to see her walking towards him in crutches, while her leg is in a cast. Thanks to Speed Weapon's emergency treatment, the doctor said that she will be able to walk without crutches within a week. Despite her injuries, it looks like she's doing much better. Even if Gyama did take down the mermaid alone, it was thanks to everyone's efforts that they all came out of that situation alive. Chloe's rescue call, Rachel's merman clearing, and Speed's healing and blessings all played a part in that battle. The only person who didn't play a decent role would be Leon. Gyama can't help but wonder if he is going to be able to defeat the Demon King with a fighting spirit like that. Maybe it's because he got injured first or something. Their chat is interrupted when their instructor barges into the class and orders everyone to sit down and pay attention to a few announcements before the training assembly. Once all the students are in their seats, he informs them that there will be someone co-instructing them. The students are initially annoyed by this sudden change until they see just who will be instructing them. Siegfried calmly walks into the class, much to the astonishment of the entire class, as Lee Vonbin bows to him in respect. Even Gyama can't hold back his shock at seeing the strongest human coming to his class. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an old man is thrown against a wall before being grabbed by the scruff of his neck and held up the wall. A pink-haired woman slaps the old man across the face, sending him flying to the ground. He apologizes to the woman named Instructor Kim while she struggles to control her breathing. This woman that is mercilessly beating up this man is the 5th Demon Corps commander, and she is not pleased at all. She asks him why he didn't cooperate with her when he had the chance, and the man tries to apologize, but that only gets him another smack to the face. It's clear that the purple-haired instructor is tired of apologies. The goal of this whole scheme was to bring Leon back from the exams half dead. He may be a hero candidate, but there's no way he could take out a mermaid alone. But now, because of the old man's incompetence, Leon is now comfortable at the academy. Instructor Kim gives the elder another kick to the face, but immediately regrets it when she sees that she got blood on her shoes. She still can't believe that a full demonoid was taken down by a bunch of first years, but looking at the new students that joined the academy this year, she can't say that she is surprised. The elder speaks up and clarifies that taking on the mermaid was done by just one cadet. Instructor Kim first thinks he's talking about Leon, but he clarifies that it's the academy's top student, Kang Jiyama. The Demon Corps commander recognizes the name of the special admission student, and that tells her everything she needs to know. It looks like there's new prey for her to hunt now. The prey in question, though, isn't the most efficient person to hunt. Wolf class once again goes on their daily training with the exception of Chloe, who is still in a cast and crutches. Jiyama can't help being jealous of her getting to rest, and he's forced to run for his life with his fellow students. And to make it worse, there's now an older man breathing down his neck after every lap, and he's surprisingly fast and nimble for his age. Siegfried runs up close to Jiyama and urges him to run faster, even thinking that he might still be hurt from the midterms. It's weird for the Sword Emperor himself to be running around with first-year students, much less with a special admission student. Siegfried von Nibelung is a man that will later inherit the title of Sword Saint and become one of the greatest forces of humanity. Not only that, but during the Second Demon War, he will also become Leon's swordsmanship master, and he's a character whose importance rapidly increases in the latter half of the story. So why is someone who's this important training with Wolf class? The main story has clearly started to go off track, and now it's pretty much falling apart. Come to think of it, Leon never ended up receiving the Sword Saint title, and that ended up being a pretty big issue in his past life. But Leon can't inherit the Sword Saint family because he's not part of the Nibelung bloodline, so it doesn't matter. That doesn't make this situation any less uncomfortable for Jiyama, though, especially considering the jealous glares his classmates keep shooting him. With how close Siegfried is to Jiyama, it almost looks like they are running together. Siegfried also takes moments to try and educate Jiyama, telling him that the foundation of any warrior comes from their physical strength and endurance. No matter how talented or outstanding someone is, it's completely worthless if their body cannot support it. Once he gets Jiyama motivated, he runs ahead, expecting his student to keep up with him. After their running laps are done, it's time for field training. For this training, personal weapons are strictly prohibited. Instead, the students will have to use one of the weapons provided by the school and learn to master it. Siegfried dumps a variety of weapons on the ground. He notices that there is even a sashimi knife among the pile. The rest of the students are surprised by this sudden condition that their teacher has given them. One of them asks why it wouldn't be better to just use the weapons passed down by their families. That's because the basics are more important than anything else. The more a person relies on high-grade weapons, the more they will start to neglect their training, and it's easy to mistake the power of a weapon for one's own strength. At the end of the day, a master can never blame their equipment. Those words resonate with Jiyama specifically, and he nods his head in agreement. With no more room for idle chit-chat, the Sword Emperor tells the student to pick up the weapons and master the basics with them. Cadets who can handle ordinary weapons skillfully also have a high probability of receiving a high score in the class, which will affect their promotion evaluation at the end of the year. That additional bit of information gets the rest of the students excited, and they rush to pick up any weapon they can find. Jiyama naturally goes towards the sashimi knife, laying unnoticed on the floor. As soon as he picks it up, he notices Siegfried's eyes watching him. The students gather together again after picking up their weapons, and Siegfried tells them that they will spend the day getting accustomed to their new weapons by performing one-on-one training between the cadets without a subspace. To make sure that the students don't go overboard with their training, Siegfried suggests that he gives a demonstration of proper sparring. Lee Wanbin prepares himself to spar against the Sword Emperor, but him shivering in fear makes it obvious that he's not prepared for this. In his whole life, this has to be the biggest crisis he has ever faced. However, Siegfried has a different idea in mind. He calls for Jiyama to come forward for the spar. Siegfried is also holding one of the novice weapons from the pile of old tools, but in his hands, the piece of junk looks especially sharp. The other students are still jealous and confused by the fact that the Sword Emperor himself is calling Jiyama out personally. Jiyama comes out, and before they start, he asks Jiyama if his bones have healed. Once he gets a positive answer, he tells our MC to pick up his sword. This is just a sparring match, but Jiyama thinks that this is way too much. If he crosses swords with the Sword Emperor, it's clear that this won't end easily. If this gets out of hand, at least one of them will lose a hand, and if they are unlucky, then even a head will roll. Despite those thoughts though, maybe because of the influence of divine power, his instincts are craving for a fight. Jiyama tries to de-escalate the situation and says that he's nothing compared to the Sword Emperor, so Siegfried should lower his sword. The rest of his classmates mock him behind his back, making fun of the fact that he's chickening out of a fight. Siegfried also isn't impressed, and calls Jiyama out for continuing to hide his power and his pride as a swordsman. There's no reason for Jiyama to have such extraordinary talent while living as a cowardly person. Pride is a word that Jiyama had engraved in his heart ever since he claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in the country. Those characteristics are also the reason why he never put down his sword. The provocation from the Sword Emperor is supposed to test him, and if he falls for the prohibition in this situation, then he will definitely end up regretting it for a long time. Still, he can't ignore his pride as a swordsman and his urge to fight. Lee Wanbin notices Jiyama's change in demeanor and rushes to stop what's about to happen, but Siegfried stops him. It seems like Jiyama has already made up his mind. Jiyama pulls out the sashimi knife from its cover and prepares for a fight. The two of them stare each other down for a moment, and even at 70, Siegfried can recognize vividly the enlightenment he gained through the sword. When he was younger, he had memories of a one-armed wandering knight teaching him the way of the sword. The swordsmanship that the knight showed him was undoubtedly at the level of a certain realm, and now, the boy that he has been keeping an eye on since the allocation test, Kang Jiyama, might be the person that will lead him to that realm. Jiyama takes the initiative and charges as Siegfried, but the swordmaster is ready and greets him with a slash of his sword. Jiyama is quick enough to dodge and then turn around for another strike, causing Siegfried to deflect with his sword, and the two clash again. The boldness of Jiyama to charge in head-on without avoiding the strike is almost inspiring to Siegfried. As the two of them continue to fight, Siegfried notices that even Jiyama's physical capabilities have increased a lot. He can even push the Sword Emperor back so effortlessly. However, his sword isn't light either, and Siegfried is determined not to take this match lightly. Meanwhile, the other students watch the two of them fight, but they can't tell what's going on. From what they can tell, Jiyama just got lucky during the matchup in the last subspace sparring with Nox. And yet, even the Sword Emperor seems to care a lot about Jiyama, who is just a special admission student. They at least hope that the Sword Emperor will give him a proper lesson that will leave him crying. And yet, after several minutes of watching, the two of them are just standing there, staring at each other. Lee Wanbin knows what's really happening though. They aren't just standing still. They have reached a level that the Wolf class instructor doubted was even possible. Before the spar, he warned Siegfried that if the headmaster found out about this, then things might get out of hand. On top of that, the other cadets could also be affected, but Siegfried assured him that he has no intentions of crossing real swords with Jiyama. The older man already knows that our MC has the power to cross into a special place. The place is called the Mental Realm. To enter this place and withstand a battle with Siegfried, Jiyama must be on an entirely different level than they even gave him credit for. A duel in the Mental Realm is an intense battle of wits, and Siegfried can tell just from the short time they have crossed swords that Jiyama is growing at an impressive rate. If that's the case, the Sword Emperor might have to take things to another level as well. He activates a powerful blessing called the Sword Spirit Protection, and even outside the Mental Realm, the students can feel the intense pressure coming from the two of them. The blue light coming from Siegfried's sword is definitely some sort of aura. It looks like the battle was so intense that the two of them broke out of the Mental Realm and returned to reality. Things are starting to get out of hand, and if Lee Wanbin doesn't do something to stop this, then there will definitely be bloodshed. Before he can stop them though, Jiyama and Siegfried take off off and launch at each other, but a loud cry stops them both in their tracks. Medea arrives before they can cross swords again. An appearance causes the ground beneath her to break apart with her anger. The fight ends, and Siegfried is taken back to Medea's office for a proper scolding. He apologizes, but the headmaster is clearly not taking any weak words from him. She yells at him for going way too crazy and trying to pick a fight with a student after she went through so much trouble to get him a spot as an instructor in the school. In that moment, Siegfried lost his self-control and exerted his aura to the fullest. He would probably have gotten an even greater scolding, but as soon as Medea arrived in situation, he turned around to her and apologized. In over 50 years that they have known each other, Medea has never heard him say sorry, and yet he said that today, not just once, but twice. That's the only reason she's calmly trying to listen to him right now. She directly asks him why he would unleash the sword spirit's blessing on a student. If Medea hadn't arrived when she didn't, things would have gotten deadly. Siegfried tells her that if he hadn't released the blessing, then he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand against Giamma. That stops Medea in her tracks. For someone with as much pride as Siegfried to admit that, things must be truly incomprehensible. She knows about the innate talent of Kang Giamma, but she also knows better than anyone just how strong Siegfried truly is. Then he reveals that Giamma has already reached the mental realm. Siegfried, for comparison, only managed to master it at the age of nearly 30. The fact that a 17-year-old has done it is more than Medea can believe. Siegfried doesn't know either, but there's no denying what he experienced. All this new information is way too much for Medea to understand, but she remembered what she saw after she stopped the fight and went to check on Giamma. The moment she ran up to him, any semblance of dignity as an educator or one of the 7 stars vanished. In that moment, the only emotion she felt towards Giamma was fear, a fear similar to the feeling she had when she met the 6th Division Commander Vaesen. She can't figure out why she would have such an eerie feeling towards one of her own students, but it does give more credibility to the crazy thing Siegfried is telling her. She then asks Siegfried directly if he lost, and the normally calm and quiet man becomes irate in a second. He yells that even if Giamma's talent is innate, there's no way that it would compare to his. And on top of that, he even says that he wasn't fully armed at the time, which is the reason why things went the way they did. Medea calls him out for breaking his own rule of blaming his equipment. And can equipment really be an excuse when facing off against a student? The way he's overreacting just makes him look ridiculous. Her words make him so angry that he tries to activate the sword spirit's blessing right there, but a firm slap from Medea pulls him out of it. Elsewhere, Giamma wakes up from a dream where he relived the fight with Siegfried. Everything ended well, but the Sword Emperor is quite hot-headed. If Medea hadn't intervened, things could have gotten really dangerous. The mental realm is also a really strange thing to experience. The mental realm is only achieved when one grasps full mastery and understanding of their weapon. It's an active space that can be activated when certain conditions are met, and only peak masters who have honed a single weapon for their entire lives can enter it. Because of this, even in the World Miracles Blessing game, not even 10 heroes can freely enter the mental realm. Leon, the protagonist, blessed with the qualities of a hero, needed 3 years of private training just to set foot in it. That's the point where Giamma stopped playing. However, Giamma managed to do it right away. Maybe it's because of his sashimi knife. Including his previous life, he has been using the sashimi knife for more than 20 years. What's more, every time he unleashed the sword spirit's blessing, he would experience a concentration that transcends perception. The tangled web between the life he's living here and his past life start to intertwine, breaking through situations. Based on his experiences so far, avoiding situations only makes things worse. Rather than being swept along passively, it'd be better to tackle what he can do and solve things step by step. Now that he can freely control the mental realm, he can probably try to train in combat without relying on the sword god's blessing. He stands up from the bed and slowly uncovers his sashimi knife. Then, after a little bit of concentration, he re-enters the mental realm. Then, in an instant, the realm shatters, and a large hand reaches in through the void towards him. It stretches down, and a single finger touches Giamma's shoulder, snapping him out of his trance and filling the hand holding the knife with aura. Whatever it is, though, it's too much for the knife, and the weapon disintegrates. Elsewhere, some elders argue among themselves in a dimly lit room. The old man from before that was talking to the Demon Corps commander, argues with the rest of the Academy's elders. The main thing he's trying to do is convince the rest of the elders to investigate Giamma on suspicion that he might be a candidate for the hero. The rest of the elders don't agree, since it's already well known that the hero candidate is Leon. The elder tries to make the argument that Leon is still half-baked and can't even properly manifest his blessing, while Giamma has very obvious capabilities that were first shown when he took down the Genius twins during the class placement exam. What's more, Medea is also blocking information about him under the pretense of protecting the student. Everything about him is just way too suspicious, and it means that they have to investigate. He also reminds them that the 7 stars have been meddling way too much in their affairs, and since Medea, who is one of the 7 stars, became the Academy director, their standing as elders has been severely weakened. After Basman was defeated, the public only looked at the 7 stars while treating the elders like outdated relics. If a hero were to appear, then that would shift their reputation even more. The other elders agree with that, and also feel like they need some sort of public enemy if they want to maintain their power. They unanimously agree that the hero that threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. The man became him an elder of the academy because of the purple-haired instructor, and that's why he's putting so much effort into persuading the elders through sheer force. If he doesn't do something here, then Heir Acor, the 5th Demon King Division commander, will definitely make him wish he were dead. After some more persuasion, the elders finally agree with the verdict that Kang Jiyama needs to be investigated and eliminated, and for that, they need to issue orders to the Auditore family. That isn't the only problem on Jiyama's plate, though. Right now, he's staring at the blacksmith that he trusted to take care of his weapon as the man backs away in fear. Despite his hopes of using the Murasame as an alternative to sashimi knives, somehow, Volunder managed to turn his only hope of escaping the sword god's blessing into a sashimi knife. And if that wasn't bad enough, the sword has also been reduced to an E-rank weapon from a B-rank. Even Volunder is confused, and in the 30 years that he has been smelting weapons, he has never seen something like this happen before. What happened was, when he tried to work on the sword, it's as if it refused to be forged. He hastily melted the metal and reforged it, but he barely managed to give it a proper shape. If any ordinary blacksmith had tried to do this, they would have ended up with a useless lump of metal. Even with Jiyama's 20 years of experience with knives, he can tell that the craftsmanship is impressive, and the specifications also align plenty with the sword god's blessing, but the hardness is still E-rank. The knife still has the potential of a good weapon though, so if it's reinforced, it will definitely become useful. All Jiyama has to do is bring the reinforcement materials, and Volunder will fix up the weapon without any additional charge. Jiyama still isn't convinced though, and he angrily asks what will happen if it breaks again. Volunder shakily assures him that even if it's an E-rank weapon, it has the growth potential of an A-rank weapon, and it could grow to become even better. There's also the Never Fail material, which will guarantee that the Murasame will become stronger, but that material can only be obtained from A-rank or higher demonic beasts. A-rank demonic beasts are on par with E-rank demonoids, so sending him on this mission is the equivalent of telling him to fight something like the mermaid again. It'd be crazy to risk his life to reinforce equipment, especially since even low-rank demons drop reinforcement materials. Jiyama asks Volunder to promise, and the blacksmith swears on his honor as a blacksmith. That aside, he wants Volunder to at least refund half the cost of the leftover scrap metal, which is worth about 10 million won. Volunder can't agree to that, especially since he made the weapon exactly as Jiyama ordered, and he even said that he wouldn't charge for enhancement costs. Jiyama argues that his B-rank sword was reduced to scrap, and considering the market price, this only seems fair. Volunder still tries to fight back, but the glint of the blade and the death glare from Jiyama are enough to shut him up. Volunder, realizing that he can't get out of this, tries to bring the price down to 500, but Jiyama changes it to 1,000. That's still way too much for him. But Jiyama isn't going any lower, and his sword is definitely more than ready to get value out of Volunder in other ways. It's either the money or his life, and Volunder finally agrees to the price. Jiyama heads to a lone bench on campus to take another look at his blessing. After obtaining a new weapon, his armament has increased, and additional options have become available. The biggest reason that he hesitated to use the sword god's blessing is because of the excruciating pain, but his new stats have reduced the pain by 1 level. It can be further leveled up, which means that leveling up his pain reduction should be his biggest priority. He tested it earlier, and although the pain is still unbearable, it went from feeling like he was about to die to feeling like he can barely breathe. Still, if just 1 level reduces the pain this much, then constant leveling means that he might one day be able to use the sword god's blessing without pain. It seems like armament increases when he obtains new weapons or enhances them. Now that the midterms are over, weapon enhancement should be his top priority to increase his levels. If he keeps growing at this rate, then he might finally be able to understand this power, or maybe he'll even figure out who threw him into this world. As he's eating lunch on the bench, someone sneaks up on him, causing him to startle out of his thoughts. It's Chloe, and it looks like her healing is going along smoothly. She even took off her cast, and Guillaume asks her if her body is alright now. She still needs crutches to move around, but she already feels stronger than before. As they are talking, Guillaume notices a crumb of rice on her face and reaches over to clean it up. The brief contact is enough to cause her to fall over from pure joy, but from the ground, she notices the Murasame on the bench that Guillaume was sitting on. This is the first weapon she has seen him with that isn't just some kind of kitchen utensil, so it's a pretty big deal. He's still bothered by the fact that it's E rank, and although he got some money back from the blacksmith, he still needs to gather enough materials to enhance the weapon before it can become usable. There's no real reason for Guillaume to get stronger. Ever since he cut down the mermaid, he's been able to handle mid-tier magical beasts. The main reason he wants to enhance the weapon is to reduce the pain. Chloe mistakes his thoughtful expression as him being disappointed by her mentioning that the weapon is E rank. She immediately decides, through perfectly reasonable yandere logic, that the blacksmith that made Guillaume sad must die. Guillaume snaps her out of it, but also notices that someone or something is watching them from close by. He walks over to a nearby tree and kicks it hard, causing an unexpected guest to fall down from it. It's Nox Auditore, Chloe's brother, and he doesn't seem very happy that he was found. Chloe is prickly about him suddenly appearing, but Guillaume can't smell any blood on him, and he doesn't seem to be armed either. However, he was following them, so there must be something that he wants. Nox stands in silence for a moment, and Guillaume assumes the worst, but Nox quickly clarifies that he isn't there for the usual murderous reasons. He came to warn Guyama that the Academy elders have requested for the Aditor family to get rid of him. Chloe confronts Nox and asks if that's why Nox came over, but he doesn't respond. Instead, he tells her that since she has been away from home for a long time, she has lost her edge. Chloe doesn't listen and instead tells Guyama to get behind her so she can protect him. The two guys watch the slightly disabled girl desperately swipe at Nox from far away before Nox continues his warning. Nox doesn't care what Guyama has been up to recently, but the elders are oddly fixated on him. It's not just him either, but the whole Auditore family has a sense of unease, so they have temporarily postponed the request. They made the request in secret and even bypassed the Academy head, however. Since it's a direct order from the elders, it's hard to ignore. If the pressure continues, the family will have no choice but to investigate our MC. Regardless of the reason, since Chloe is a member of the Auditores, Neox felt like she needed to know this as well. That explains his motives clearly. He came under the pretext of family principles, but in the end, he was just worried about Chloe. With nothing else left to say, Nox turns to leave, but Guyama stops him for a moment. He wants to ask Nox about what he said last time about Chloe becoming weak while being with Guyama, but the red-haired older student turns around and continues to walk away. Even he can tell that Chloe is happiest by Guyama's side, and he decides to leave it like that. Even Chloe has never seen her brother act like this before. Before he leaves, he just tells Guyama to make sure that Chloe doesn't get hurt anymore. Guyama doesn't immediately understand which only angers Nox more, so he hurriedly agrees. Then, Nox takes the opportunity to ask Guyama directly how he became so strong. Guyama seems surprised that he is considered strong. For someone to be strong in his opinion, then he should have the ability to withstand any threats at all times like the Sword Emperor. Someone like Guyama, who can only maintain that level of strength for less than a minute a day, isn't a level where he can boast about his strength or even talk about it. Nox used Chloe as an excuse to reveal family secrets to him, an outsider, so there's no way Guyama can trust him to keep his mouth shut. So he decides to pick something to satisfy Nox. He tells the redhead that he lacks desperation. No matter how much of a skilled auditory Nox is, there's a vibe that comes from someone who has real-world experience. If he stays cooped up in the academy, then he will reach his growth limit, so he has to go out first and gain real-world experience. If he continues working hard, then he will definitely gain something. That's about as much rubbish Guyama can spew out without sounding like he's lying through his teeth, so he quickly gets up and walks away before Nox can ask any more questions. Back in class, the students learn about history and the nature of blessings. Guyama isn't focused on the class and is more interested in the intel that the Academy elders are targeting him. The Academy elders descend from 5 of Bailar Joachim's 7 disciples. Guyama remembers that they are a group with immense influence not just in the Academy, but in the whole world. Their role in the game was to constantly obstruct the protagonist for the sake of their own power and safety, and they were called the corrupt remnants by the players. Since they should be targeting the main character, why are they suddenly focused on Guyama? He jots out some possible reasons why they would be after him. Looking at all the achievements he has since coming to the school, he really has caused a lot of trouble. At this point, it's like he's trying to stand out. But no matter what he has done, it makes no sense for the elders to target him. One of the moments that stands out to him was the mermaid he fought on Scopuli Island. It's clear that the mermaid wasn't after him, but Leon, who was an obstacle in their way. No matter how well Medea covered the incident up, the fact that he defeated the mermaid must have reached the ears of the highest ranks in noble society. And the fact that they were targeting Leon, who is a hero candidate, means that someone among them, or perhaps all of them, are colluding with the demons. They didn't just try to obstruct him either, they tried to kill him. All of this is just to preserve their own power over the safety of humanity and the Academy. The whole scheme is beyond rotten. Guyama could easily storm into the elders' chambers and cut them all down, but it's not the right time for that yet. However, when the time comes, Guyama will definitely cut them all down. With this new piece of information, it solidifies his decision of going to the dungeon to get weapon enhancement materials. First, he needs to gather a party since it will be too hard to do this alone. Chloe would be more than happy to help him, but he needs other people too. Instead of a brute like Rachel, he needs to find someone more strategic. The first person that comes to his mind is Speed Weapon. After class, he heads over to the Dragon class to look for Speed Weapon. As soon as he gets there, he's immediately confronted by a brute who clearly doesn't like the fact that Guyama is a special student. This third-rate extra is definitely the kind of person that Guyama knows will be annoying to deal with. RMC walks away from the confrontation, warning the wannabe bully to not bother him before he gets his jaw cut open. The brute immediately pulls back his fist, ready to start a fight, and Guyama immediately feels that the punch is way too slow. Before he can retaliate though, someone else beats him to it, smashing their fist right into the brute's jaw. The commotion attracts the attention of other students as Speed Weapon blows on his hand that hurts from hitting such a hard jaw. Guyama has heard of strength mages, but a strength healer is definitely new. Speed Weapon then smiles and asks Guyama if RMC came looking for him. Guyama agrees to talk outside, and he tells Speed Weapon everything that he needs. The breakdown is that he needs to form a party as soon as possible, and he needs help recruiting party members. If they work together, the clear rewards will be split among the rest of the team. In exchange, Guyama wants to keep the materials from the magical beasts. The reason he needs help is because in his class, if he says that he's gathering a party, no one except Chloe will come. But if Speed Weapon lends a helping hand and talks to people from Dragon class, class, then things will go a lot easier. Speed Weapon thinks that if it weren't for the Academy's rules, then Guillaume should easily be able to clear 5 or 6 dungeons on his own. That would be true if he could handle the effects of his blessing without his magical painkiller. Guillaume admits that he can't even clear one alone, but Speed Weapon doesn't agree with that and thinks that Guillaume is just being humble. The switch to idle chatter and Speed Weapon talk about how Guillaume looks a lot better now after the events of the midterms. After some small talk, Speed Weapon accepts Guillaume's offer since there's no reason to refuse, and he has a feeling that working with Guillaume will be a new experience. The dungeon Guillaume has in mind is a C rank called the Buffalo Dungeon in Kowloon. Guillaume, Chloe, and Speed Weapon means that they have a party of 3, so they just need one more member. Guillaume straight away says that he would prefer it if it weren't Rachel or Leon, but they wouldn't want to come anyways. Rachel has been in seclusion since Guillaume was hospitalized, and she's been practicing in the academy training grounds. Leon, on the other hand, is preparing for the upper grade dungeon raids with 2nd and 3rd year students. That's good news for Guillaume, but it still leaves the question of who the last member of the team will be up in the air. There's one person that comes to mind for Speed Weapon, but knowing them, they are already asleep. That's insane news to Guillaume since it's still the middle of the day. That's just how they are though, and Speed Weapon isn't at all surprised. He tells Guillaume that he will introduce the 2 of them, but first they need to go to the convenience store to get something. Later that night, they head over to what seems like Speed Weapon's house. It's a Japanese-style building, and Guillaume had no idea that the academy even had such a place. Even during his time playing Miracle's Blessing M, he never came to this place. In his past life, he was a Japanese cuisine chef, but he never actually went to Japan, even though he always wanted to visit. They walk around the courtyard and get to the back where they find the person that Speed Weapon was talking about, and just like he predicted, she's fast asleep. He walks up to try and wake her up, but it's clearly not working. So instead, he leans down and whispers in her ear that he brought it. What that thing is, Guillaume doesn't know, but it seems to wake her up immediately. Then Speed Weapon points at Guillaume and tells her that what she wants is with him, and without wasting a beat, she sprints towards our MC and snatches the bag that he's holding in his hand. The speed that she uses to snatch the item from his hand causes her to spin mid-air and land on top of him. Guillaume is left in shock as the new girl lays on his chest, eating the treats that he and Speed Weapon bought from the convenience store. While he's trying to figure out what in the world just happened, she asks him, while still laying on his chest, if he had any more yanggayang, which is a Korean dessert made of bean paste. In Guillaume's past life, after a life of nothing but work, Miracle Blessing M and escape from living a life surrounded by men. And like any gacha addict, our MC sat hopeful on his porcelain throne after sending a concerning amount of money, praying that RNG would be on his side. The angel who made him spend all his money was none other than Abel von Nibelung. And just like any other gacha addict, he's immensely disappointed when he finds out that RNG will never be on your side, and is more likely to spit on your face as a standard but equally rare character flashes on his screen, asking if he has any yanggayang. Her name is Saki Ryozo, and her beautiful appearance on his screen only further makes him realize that gacha games are a scam. Miracle Blessing M is a narrative centered around the protagonist, Leon, and it also features numerous heroines. Among them, the character officially known as the main heroine by the developers is Abel von Nibelung. Each heroine had their unique charm and abilities, but the story in the game mainly shows Leon and Abel overcoming hardships and the beginning of their blossoming love. Even Guillaume, in his old life as a filthy gambling addict, found himself captivated by Abel's charm and opened his wallet, dumping a concerning amount of funds to acquire her. As a result, the other heroines gradually faded into the background, and among the heroines, the one that faded the fastest was Guillaume's very first 5-star. And just like in his past life, she unceremoniously landed on his chest, asking him for her favorite snack. When he doesn't immediately answer him, Ryozo turns around disappointed and calls him foolish. Even with how nonchalant and lazy she seems, Ryozo is a top-tier DPS among all the ranged attackers. She's also a skill-based character that's different from Leon. Plus, since she barely impacts the main story, her joining the party won't disrupt the plot. Recruiting her will be fine for Guillaume, right? Speed Weapon holds up another piece of candy nervously, and she snatches it out of his hand and tells him to spit out what he wants from her. Weapon gets to the point and points out that Guillaume came to him in the afternoon, and he's looking to form a team for the Buffalo Dungeon raid in a week's time. Ryozo looks at him quizzically for a moment, then walks up to him and asks if he's the one that fought the upperclassmen back in the subspace training. Guillaume doesn't immediately answer, and the two of them stare at each other before Ryozo turns and care. The dungeon clearly reflects on their grades, and there's no real reason for her to refuse, but Guillaume seems to lack the conviction that she would have liked to see. It's pretty odd for her to judge someone when she's still half asleep, but she makes it clear that she doesn't want to work with someone who seems so unmotivated. Speed Weapon tries to advocate for Guillaume by reminding Ryozo about the fight that happened recently, but she still isn't convinced. Then Speed Weapon almost accidentally blurts out what happened in the midterms with the mermaid. He quickly covers his tracks before she can get curious about it and turns it around on her, reminding her that she drools over Yang Gang without a care in the world. Guillaume just watches the two of them argue, and he's not impressed. A party member can be greedy or rude, but not both. There's no reason for Guillaume to waste his time begging her. He turns around and calls for Speed Weapon to follow. They don't need her uncooperative attitude poisoning their party. Ryozo coldly asks him if the dungeon raid is really that unimportant, and the two have a brief stare-off again. Then without warning, he pulls out a knife concealed in his belt and tosses it at one of her archery targets without looking. The knife hits dead center, and before Ryozo can process what happened, he throws another one, hitting the knife perfectly in the handle. Ryozo falls over in shock, and Guillaume asks her simply if she's interested in their party now. The next day, Ryozo is the first person waiting for them in their meeting room. She greets Speed Weapon and Chloe, who both enter first. Then she nervously greets Guillaume as he sits down. Then they get straight to the point. The permits for clearing the dungeon are ready, so it's time for them to start talking about how they are going to tackle it. Speed Weapon steps up to a board in the room and starts explaining the details of the dungeon. The Buffalo Dungeon has C-rank demonoid buffaloes. They are nicknamed water buffaloes, and they are known to charge from a distance and then engage in close combat. However, they are weak to ranged attacks. All things considered, it's a straightforward dungeon clear, but the school has one rule for any students that dare to attempt it. They must never open the stone gate at the center. Rumors say that there is some kind of seal on the gate, but it's just a hypothesis and nothing is confirmed. The Academy's permit also requires that they leave the gate closed, so there is no reason to disobey. Guillaume nervously agrees that they should never open it, but his tone indicates that he knows more than he's saying. They ask him if he knows what's behind the gate, and he lies that he doesn't know and that they shouldn't touch it. In reality, he knows that there's a hidden boss behind the door, and that gate only opens under specific conditions. It's locked away by the system for now. Ignoring the risks of accidentally opening the gate, the efficiency is unmatched. He changes his attention to Ryozo, who's happy munching on another Yang Gaeng. She seems to really like those pieces of candy, and she defends herself by saying that the brain needs candy. As they talk, he notices something ominous in the area. Well, other than Chloe preparing to murder any girl that looks in Guillaume's direction, they are watching him, and they will definitely appear when the time comes. Later that day, they start their journey to Gamyodo Chirwan, where the dungeon is. When Guillaume was discharged from the army, he swore to never go back to that city, but now, here he is willingly organizing a group to go there together. The bus stops at a checkpoint, and the driver has to inform the armed men that they are students from Hauken Academy. It looks like there are civilian restrictions stopping just anyone from going into the dungeon zone. Back then, he could feel that the elders were watching him, and he also felt like something bad might come out of this trip. Speed Weapon pulls him out of his thoughts and offers him some eggs. Guillaume refuses, and Speed Weapon asks if he's getting nervous over a measly C-rank dungeon. Then he asks Ryozo if she wants some eggs, and her response is a swift no. She idly stares out the window, not paying attention to the group. But for a moment, Guillaume can feel her staring at him. He already feels watched enough by the Academy elders, but it looks like everyone is staring at him. The bus finally arrives at the place where ancient demons once nested. Now the place has been reduced to a simple farming dungeon. Speed Weapon notices that Guillaume seems to have a lot of luggage, and he asks about it, only to find out that it's just a bag full of kitchen knives. The group walks towards the dungeon, and Chloe offers to take point as usual, and with that, they confidently walk towards the dungeon. Just like at the dungeon border, the guards watching the door to the dungeon have to confirm that they are actually from Hauken Academy, and then ask the 4 students to sign a visitor log. One of the guards seems especially curious as he watches Guillaume write his name down. Speed Weapon calls him over to the dungeon before he can talk to the man, and the large mechanical door opens for them. Guillaume glances behind him one more time as the doors close, and the man continues watching them from outside. On the wall of the dungeon, there are cute little signatures and drawings from students who have been here before. Looking at them makes this place feel more like a tourist spot than a dungeon. He feels a tug on his arm and turns around to see Ryozo looking tired and out of breath. She asks him if he has something sweet to make her feel better, and Guillaume reaches into his pocket and pulls out a piece of candy. Candy isn't really her thing though, and she asks him if he has any Yang Gaeng. Guillaume isn't here to babysit anyone, and he tells her to bring her own, but she's saving hers for later. Their conversation is cut short as Chloe notices some monsters charging at them from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon turns to make sure that the rest of his group can stick to the plan. He sets up to buff the attackers, and Saki pulls out her weapon and ready to attack. Guillaume notices that her weapon is an S-grade weapon called the Crimson Bow. With that kind of powerhouse weapon, clearing the dungeon will be a breeze for them. The question though is if he can trust Ryozo to do a good job, especially as she takes a second to munch on another bar of her favorite snack before the monsters get there. The monsters come barreling through the dungeon cave, and Chloe fearlessly rushes towards them with dual crossbows in hand. She jumps up into the air and fires 2 shots from her crossbows, catching 2 of them right in the eye. They fall back, and the others rush past their fallen comrade, still charging straight at Chloe. The red-haired girl pulls out a sword from her back as Speed Weapon tells her to fall back, but Ryozo is faster, shooting 3 arrows straight at the monsters and taking out 3 monsters in turn before they can get to Chloe. Guillaume is impressed by her skills, but he's more concerned about her breaking the horns that he needs for his weapon enhancement. Regardless of her attack power though, a hard carry is still a carry, and she's a skilled DPS that can't be stopped. They head deeper, but one of the monsters that didn't fully die suddenly gets up and charges straight at Ryozo Ryozo before she can react. She turns to try and take it down, but her foot catches on a rock and she starts to fall. With no way to defend herself, she falls to the ground and takes up a defensive position. But luckily for her, Gyama is there just in time to catch her fall and cut the monster before it can get to her. Ryozo stares at him in shock as he holds her off the ground, and her excitement and shock comes out in a cute little hiccup. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the same man that was eyeing up Gyama earlier answers a phone call from an unknown person. It looks like a plan has been set up in the background. Now that most of the monsters have been taken down, Gyama takes his time collecting the buffalo horns that he will need for his weapon reinforcement. As he's collecting them, Ryozo comes up behind him and hands him a piece of Yangayang to thank him for saving her earlier. He wouldn't mind accepting it, but Chloe's raw yandere aura behind him isn't helping matters. He calls out to Chloe and whispers some instructions to her regarding the staff member that they saw earlier. She acknowledges the information, and the two of them continue talking about it. Speed Weapon decides to ask if the two of them are dating since they seem so close. Chloe blushes at the thought of dating Gyama, but our MC smoothly shuts it down, pointing out that not all male and female relationships are romantic. Chloe isn't happy about that and glares at Gyama, but doesn't say anything. She changes the topic and asks why there are so few mobs in the dungeon. No matter how popular a dungeon is, it wouldn't be this empty. Ryozo also feels like something is off with how few buffaloes there seem to be in the dungeon, and it almost looks like they are running from something. Buffaloes don't behave like that, so their movements are a bit off. They are docile creatures, and locals in the area even use them for farming. Gyama can't believe that people would use demonic animals for farming, but crazier things have happened. There's also something more suspicious, but Ryozo doesn't mention it. They have cell phone signal to call for help anyways, so things should be fine. As they make their way through the dungeon, Gyama asks Ryozo how she and Speed Weapon know each other. The reason is because Ryozo topped the written exams, and Speed Weapon came second. He bragged about it for weeks, and that's how they got to know each other. She also confirms that she ranked third in the placement tests. Gyama didn't take Speed Weapon as a loud mouth, but Speed Weapon surprisingly tells them that Rachel is his distant cousin, so being loud is in his blood. Being distant relatives also explains why Gyama, who is a player of the game, didn't know about Weapon's connections to the mean characters. Weapon's family is a branch of the Changsong clan, while Rachel is from the main branch. That's why they at least know each other. It's not the time to talk about this though, and Weapon assures Gyama that he's living the dream. If anything, Gyama is the impressive one here, so there's no need to worry about Weapon. Weapon even says that Gyama could join the 7 heroes, and Chloe agrees, but Ryozo doesn't say anything. Instead, she walks forward, away from the group, and declares that she hates the 7 heroes. The others watch her, puzzled, but they don't have time to focus on it. For now, they just need to work together to finish the dungeon fast and then go back. They need 20 kills for it to be considered a dungeon clear. As they walk through the area, Gyama notices some strange, cursed-looking claw marks on the walls. Weapon and Chloe walk ahead, and they call Gyama to follow them since he was lost in thought. Meanwhile, outside, the man continues to talk to the mysterious person on the other side of the phone. He confirms that Gyama's group should have encountered the enraged buffaloes by now, and that he followed the person's instructions. He thinks that they should have been dealt with by the enraged buffaloes by now. The person on the other end tells the man not to be too cocky, and asks the man if he will take responsibility if their plan fails. The man can't answer the question, and the academy instructor just tells him to call back when he has results. The call ends and the man looks into the open dungeon doors. He's dead either way, so he might as well confirm things for himself. He also forced the gate open to make sure that their chances of surviving the dungeon are 0. But thinking back to Gyama's eyes, it's almost as if the teenager could see through everything. Just to make sure that things are going well, the man walks into the dungeon to check the damage. Back inside, Chloe warns the group that more magical beasts are approaching from behind them. With her blessing, she can detect roughly 50 of them running in their direction. Suddenly, the earth around them starts to rumble as a stampede of buffaloes charge in their direction. This swarm is way too much, and it's hard to believe that it's even buffaloes that are charging towards him. They were supposed to be harmless, but this group of buffalo are clearly being irritated by something. In that moment, Gyama's memory reminds him of something his mentor once said: every blade has its purpose. You can't use a chicken knife to kill an ox, and sashimi knives are meant for fish. But Gyama asked about beef sashimi, which is the same as using a sashimi knife to butcher an ox. His mentor raises his knife, and Gyama initially thinks he's about to get hit, but instead, his mentor just smiles down at the fish he just cut, and agrees that this is definitely true. This situation somehow reminds him of the past, and Gyama realizes that he's about to use a fish knife to slice cows. With no time to waste, Gyama starts giving orders to the group. He tells Chloe to distract the herd without charging in. He needs her to disrupt their formation without attacking. Then he turns to Weapon with a smile and asks if he's ready. Weapon can immediately tell that Gyama is about to pull off yet another miracle and returns the smile, born ready for this moment. Ryozo, who's not used to how much raw plot armor Gyama has, can't understand why they are so calm about this. Then he calls out to her and tells her to hold down the front and stop anything that gets close. She shakily agrees, then asks Weapon why Gyama seems so calm. Ryozo simply tells her not to be too surprised when she sees what's about to happen next. A herd of 50 buffaloes is still a lot of buffaloes, and that's why he came prepared with an army of sashimi knives. One of the closest buffaloes buffaloes finally makes it to the group, and Guillaume tosses his knives at it like throwing knives. In just a matter of minutes, the 50 buffaloes are reduced to nothing but hunks of meat under Guillaume. Ryozo is so shocked that she even drops her yanging. Everything happened in a split second. Chloe rushed in with her feline's blessing, attacking some of the raging buffaloes while dodging the rest, creating the perfect distraction for Guillaume. Then our MC jumped in with his throwing knives, cutting through dozens of them without stopping, until the roar of the buffaloes caused him to stagger and freeze. The others took the opportunity to pile on top of him, and at a point, Ryozo started getting worried, thinking that Guillaume might be getting overwhelmed with the number of them on top of him. But in an instant, the large number of buffaloes on our MC got blown away in slices of flesh, and nothing was left standing, except Guillaume's team. After that amazing show of skill, Guillaume simply put away his knife and started gathering all the horns into his bag for later. Thanks to the painless blessing being for 40 seconds now, taking down the buffaloes was a breeze. As Chloe comes to congratulate him on another one well done, he remembers that he couldn't have done this without his party's help. As they chat idly, Ryozo continues to stare at Guillaume in absolute shock. Speed Weapon tells her that she shouldn't be so surprised since he warned her about Guillaume's skill, but he's not surprised that she's speechless since even he can't believe it. As they watch Guillaume and Chloe stand over the pile of corpses, the two of them wonder what kind of monster Guillaume really is. The group continues their trek towards the dungeon entrance. The clear condition for the dungeon was 20 buffaloes, and Guillaume managed to solo it twice. Our MC tries to argue that he didn't do anything during the midterms, and Speed Weapon wants to remind him of his battle with the mermaid, but then he remembers that people aren't supposed to know about that. He changes the conversation after remembering that Ryozo is with them, and they continue walking towards the exit. As they move, though, Chloe notices that the area is uncharacteristically quiet. They arrive at a pillar-looking thing, and it looks like it's the one gate that they aren't supposed to open. As they stare at it for a moment, the gate suddenly starts to open, and the chains that seal it start to fall apart. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the worker from before stares in shock at the pile of buffalo corpses in the dungeon corridors. He can't believe that they somehow killed these many buffaloes by themselves. The only thing he can think of is his 20 billion won debt from Chairone Land. A few days ago, some woman claiming to be a Hauken instructor approached him with an offer. If he does what she wants from him, then she will wipe his debt clean. She wants him to take a demon stone and use it to tame the buffaloes, then put them in a frenzy when Kanjiyama shows up. Finally, she wants him to open the stone gate in the depths to finish things off. At first, he was hesitant because she wanted him to sacrifice the students, but the pull of having his debts cleared was way too much for him to ignore. He took the stone and salivated at the thought of all his worries going away, and the instructor left, telling him that she will be in contact and that he should answer every unknown number. With the thought of his 20 billion won debt being cancelled, there's no way that he would care about a bunch of brats. With the stone gates open, there's no way that they will survive. Guillaume and his team walk through the stone gates, wondering where exactly they are. Now it's starting to make sense why everything seems so easy. They walked right into a trap, and this is all because Guillaume didn't trust his gut. The gate only opens when the giant's demon stone is brought into the dungeon. The demon stone is a mid-game quest item, and the fragments from earlier were pieces of the giant's mana stone. He didn't expect the door to be left open with just those fragments, though. If this follows the game's story, then the reward for clearing this place is huge, but he needs to focus on surviving first. He can see something on the second door. There's a single red line carved into the stone gate, which is supposed to be indestructible, but he's used up all 40 seconds of his painless blessing when he was fighting, that the Murasame should hold out for a little longer, and it should allow him to slash the gate and get out before it shatters. Before he can try it out, a massive presence causes the students to pause and turn around. It's a large buffalo that looks incredibly powerful. However, the reward for beating this massive buffalo is the Blessing of Transition, which is an ability that transfers and amplifies the owner's blessing to a chosen target for a single use only. The monster guarding this amazing reward is an A-grade demon called the Inotoros Minotauros, also known as the Buffalo King. The torches in the room start to light up by themselves, and it illuminates the Buffalo King and two other large buffaloes beside it. The left and right wing buffaloes also look way more powerful than the rest of the buffaloes that they have faced before, and the demonic beast Buffalo King is also really intimidating. Even if Guillaume slashes the gate so they can escape, once the thing awakens, it will be impossible for them to escape unscathed. This isn't like the midterms, though. He knew about the mermaid, but he fought minotaurs before. At full strength, Guillaume can take out 3 alone, but he has already used up all 40 seconds of his painless blessing. He needs to do this strategically. He asks Speed Weapon if he can cast a pain reduction buff, and he only needs it for 2 minutes. If Speed Weapon stops casting it for even a moment while Guillaume is fighting, then he is definitely going to get taken out. He leaves the small fries for Saki and Chloe, and tells them that he will take out the big one on his own. With the plan laid out, the students get ready as the Buffalo King wakes up with a menacing roar. Guillaume activates the blessing of the sword god, and he's immediately overtaken by a surge of pain that makes him cough up blood. However, thanks to the weapon's buff, he can at least move. The demon charges in for an attack, and Guillaume rushes over as well, dodging the first attack and rushing to the side before it can recover. The pain from the sword god's blessing is still strong enough that he's just hourly vomiting blood, but he's strong enough at least beast to go up against the buffalo. Gayama parries another attack and then rushes to behind it to try and bring it down, but his attempt is met instead with a kick from the massive beast, sending him flying back. He catches himself before the fall and spits out some more blood from his mouth. Even the sensations that he couldn't feel before with the painless blessing are awakening. Instead, it's like allowing himself to feel the full power of the blessing of the sword god makes him feel free. Gayama rushes in for another attack, dodging a massive attack from the Buffalo King's axe and moving at speeds that the rest of the group can barely comprehend. The two monsters continue to fight as Gayama dodges all the buffalo's attacks. In frustration, the Buffalo King raises its axe above its head and brings it down in a massive swing right over Gayama's head. As the smoke clears, Gayama rests peacefully on top of the Minotaur's axe, completely unscathed. Ryozo can barely believe that a human can even move like that, much less fight at that speed. She can't focus on Gayama's fight, as she's also fighting one of the buffalo guards at the moment. She knows the basic concepts of fighting. Muscle control, stance, and leveraging kinetic energy are all part of a combat sense that breaks the enemy's center of gravity with minimal effort. However, knowing these things and putting them into practice are two very different things. As Gayama fills her thoughts, she shoots an arrow straight into the eye of the buffalo, causing it to charge at her in rage. In moments like these, even when facing death's door, Gayama still has unshakable focus. His attitude reminds her of Siegfried, the sword emperor. She pulls back her bow and aims at the charging bull, blowing its head off with a single powerful shot. She turns back to Gayama and remembers a rumor floating around recently that talked about a special admissions student that was strong enough to aim cause Siegfried used his aura. Meanwhile, Gayama's aura isn't too far behind, and the fear causes the Buffalo King to rage out, trying to punch Gayama off its axe. Instead though, Gayama cleanly dodges the punch and easily cuts open the arm that the monster tries to use to punch him. Meanwhile, Chloe also manages to take down the buffalo she was fighting, and she wipes the blood off her face. She's still inexperienced when it comes to demonoids, but she knows that the more human-like they are, the deadlier they are. It may vary from person to person, but if a demon acts like a human to that extent, then it is definitely incredibly powerful. That means the one that Gayama is fighting is incredibly strong. The monster roars as it clutches its slashed arm and takes its axe in its other arm, preparing to cast a magic spell. That's strange though, since demonoids can't cast magic. However, looking closer at what it's doing, it's not casting magic. Instead, it's burning its life force in exchange for mana. It's hard to even approach the monster because of the rampant magic power. Yet even now, as Speed Weapon blows into his flute with all his might, he still believes that Gayama can do something miraculous in this situation. The monster raises its axe, which is now completely fused to its one good arm. Then he brings it down on our weakened MC, who's still bleeding profusely from his mouth. Gayama raises the Murasami and blocks the initial attack, causing a massive amount of energy to leak around him. He wanted to try cutting through the magic attack, but it's way too dense. However, he can't dodge the attack either since his teammates are standing right behind him and they would take the brunt of the attack. The Buffalo King continues to push on with its attack, and slowly, Gayama starts to get pushed back. It almost looks like he's about to get taken out, but an arrow suddenly shoots straight into the monster's eyes. Gayama turns to see Saki angrily telling him to stop zoning out and cut the monster down already. Gayama closes his eyes for a moment, then when he opens it, he's filled with a new power. Slowly, the axe starts to cut open, and the Murasami shines with a blue light. The blue light is very similar to Siegfried's sword aura from when he and Gayama sparred. Eventually, Gayama is able to push through the axe and completely cut through the Buffalo King, taking it down with a single slice. Even with everything they've seen so far, his teammates are still shocked by just how powerful Gayama is. The once terrifying monster falls to the ground in two large chunks of meat, and Gayama looks up at the dungeon ceiling as his nerves finally calm down, now that he realizes that he actually managed to cut it. Ryozo stares at him in shock for a moment, finally understanding why Speed Weapon has so much faith in our MC. On top of that, his assimilation rate increased from 9.3 to 12.7. Speed Weapon falls to the ground, his lips sore and bruised from blowing on the flute for so long. At this point, Gayama continues to shatter every bit of common sense every time Speed Weapon sees him. The blue light that shone from his sword was bright enough to illuminate the entire cave. At such a young age, he's already manifesting an aura. It's hard to believe that he's even human. Ryozo comes over and reminds him to breathe, shocking him back to reality. Then she tells him that she understands what he meant earlier, when he warned her not to be too shocked by Gayama, and also why he keeps following Gayama around. Then she asks Speed Weapon if the Academy's rules stop Gayama from transferring to their class. That may be the case, but it doesn't stop a student from doing things the other way around. Ryozo smiles and realizes now that she feels like tagging along with him too. Gayama struggles to catch his breath as the adrenaline leaves his body. Even with Speed Weapon's blessing, the strain on his body is still unavoidable. Still, fighting without the blessing of painlessness is progress for him. Chloe collides into him, crying as she frantically asks him if he's alright. He tries to calm her down, because her weight on his body is messing with his already grave wounds. She backs away from him, blushing as he rethinks his life choices. A status window appears in front of him, informing him that he has acquired a new blessing. Originally, this blessing should have gone to Leon, and its rank is a spirit rank, which is the rarest in the world. It's a blessing that only reveals its full potential when combined with another. The blessing of transition can transfer an owned blessing to another living being or an object. However, the user must make direct physical contact with the target. It's an essential blessing for controlling the dual-natured Baomeng, which is a sword that Leon will acquire later in his adventures. Since Gayama has found himself with this powerful blessing, he might as well make the best of it. Then, he notices someone watching them through the now open stone doors. He asks Chloe if she remembers the favor he asked for earlier. Then, in a second, she crashes into the man before he has a chance to walk away. Then she stabs a knife into the man's thigh, immobilizing him. Speed Weapon and Ryozo have no idea what's going on, and Gayama calmly walks to the man while explaining that he asked Chloe to do him a favor earlier. The man tries to play innocent and asks what he did to deserve this, and the other two quickly pick up on what's going on. The rummaging buffalo horde and the open stone gate were all caused by this person. It's a bit suspicious since there weren't any surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, but he just happened to show up on time. It's obvious that he was targeting them, but they have no idea why. One thing Ryozo is able to figure out quickly is that the staff member didn't pull this off by himself. Since he doesn't want to talk immediately, she and Gayama threaten him with his life if he continues refusing to talk. With certain death in front of him, he caves and admits that an academy instructor came to him a few days earlier and offered to clear his gambling debt in exchange for helping her with taking out this group of students. Speed Weapon can't believe that someone would sell out a group of students over a simple gambling debt. He tries to defend himself, but that only makes Speed Weapon angrier. Ryozo holds him back from attacking the injured man and asks what the instructor looked like. He tells them that it was a woman with purple hair and eyes. She was also rather tall. Ryozo quickly guesses that the culprit is probably her class's assistant instructor. Her eyes were sharp, so she stood out to him. Speed Weapon realizes that she's also probably the one behind the midterms incident as well. Ryozo asks about it, and Gayama finally reveals to her that during the midterms, they ran into a demonoid mermaid. She realizes that the reason Leon ended up in the hospital is because he fought a demon. Now that Gayama has revealed it himself, Speed Weapon doesn't have to hide it anymore, and he reveals that it was Gayama who soloed the monster himself. She doesn't even question the fact after seeing what Gayama pulled off today. While they argue, Gayama stops the recording on his phone. He got all the information he needed from the staff member, meaning that he has outlived his usefulness. Chloe rips her sword out of the man's thigh, causing him to shout out in pain. A dungeon that was never supposed to open just happened to open, meaning that this is the perfect time to erase someone from existence. As Gayama turns to leave, he tells the assassin of their group to take care of the trash. Chloe wastes no time as her eyes change to yandere mode, and his cries only last for a second. As Gayama walks out of the dungeon, he mentally challenges Houken Academy's elders and instructors, as well as anyone targeting him to come with all they have. No matter what they do, he will make sure to erase them all. Gayama returns to the academy with his reward from the dungeon, the Cow King's horn. It's the horn of Minotauros, the boss of the hidden water buffalo dungeon, which guarantees the success of weapon enhancement below a rank. He asks the blacksmith to enhance the Murasami with the Cow King's horn. The blacksmith is shocked that Gayama brought back an A-grade beast material. Even if he's a Houken Academy student, it's still insane. He asks Gayama how he managed to take down the boss all by himself, and Gayama simply says that he couldn't have done it without his team. Then he drops the battered Murasami on the table and asks if it can be repaired. Volunder, who was excited, is now appalled that Gayama could wreck the E-rank sword he painstakingly worked on. But one glare from Gayama changes his mood entirely. With their business done, Gayama turns around and walks off, leaving the sword with Volunder to finish up. As our MC walks away, Volunder wonders how his life ended up like this. As revenge, he considers making the sword even shorter this time. Before Gayama leaves the shop, he turns and tells Volunder to use the leftover materials to buy a drink for himself. Volunder sighs, wondering how a kid like this walked into his life. Back in Gayama's class, he takes a moment to reflect on how much he's grown. He has definitely gotten a lot better, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to ask Speed Weapon for more blessings later. He takes a look at his blessings screen and it looks like it gets longer every time he looks at it. The most noticeable change is the assimilation rate. Unlike the other stats, the assimilation rate jumps drastically after every major battle. It's likely that clearing another dungeon will raise it again, and maybe it will unlock something even more interesting for him. Unlike his skyrocketing stats though, he has been growing gray hair since the day after he had his first spar with Chloe. Now Gayama is worried if he's going to lose all his hair after it turns white. With all the enemies targeting him recently, it's best for him to be fully prepared. He can't let issues like these lead to a meaningless death. He also needs to study how to use the blessing of transition. It's a shame that he stole it from Leon, but as the protagonist of the story, he will end up drowning in buffs anyway. There's too much to do. But for now, he needs to focus on recovering. He looks down at his table and notices a gift of Yoken, which is an unbearably sweet candy that's so sweet, it's bordering on inedible. The gift is clearly from Ryozo, and it causes Gayama to recall the fact that for the first time time ever, he led his own team to clear a dungeon. Being targeted for assassination is now just another part of his daily life, but having people to call friends isn't all that bad either. Weapon and Chloe don't play a major role in the main story, and he's not even sure if Chloe considers him a friend. After the dungeon, Chloe ended up hospitalized with a fever, and Gayama considers visiting her when he has the time. He doesn't have any more time to be lost in his own thoughts as the instructors of Wolf class walk in and tell the class to settle down. His phone vibrates in his pocket, and he gets a text from an unregistered contact asking what he's doing. Gayama has no idea who this person is, and wonders if they messaged him by mistake. Then the mystery person messages him again and tells him to look in front of him. He glances up and sees Ryozo walking into the classroom with a cocky smile on her face, waving her phone at him with the same wallpaper as the unregistered contact's profile photo. The instructors announce that from this day forward, Saki Ryozo will be assigned to their class. The announcements are over, and the instructor orders them to change into their gear and report to the training grounds in half an hour. The rest of the class can't believe that Ryozo is in their class, and the instructor even said that she requested the reassignment herself. They try to talk to her as she walks through the classroom, but she ignores all of them. Gayama watches as she struts through the classroom and wonders if she's actually coming to his class. Among the year's recruits, she's considered one of the current miracle generation, since she is one of the top 4 students in the school. The others are him, Rachel, and Abel. She also ranked first in academics, and her combat skills aren't far behind. She really is a true balance of brains and brawn. She's also the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes, also known as the Absolute Bow. Kojima Saki holds the title as the Prime Minister of Japan, which means that Ryozo is basically Japan's princess. And in this world, Japan is still a superpower, so people in the class are rightfully losing their minds like they just met a celebrity. Everyone except Gayama, who is desperately praying that she doesn't come and meet him. As she smiles in his direction, Gayama continues to ignore her, and Ryozo jumps over to his table, landing on his desk elegantly and showing him her phone, which basically orders him to save her number immediately. It looks like Gayama's bad feelings are never wrong. Back in Gamyodo Cheorwan, at the dungeon gates, some men are interrogating witnesses in relation to a missing person that disappeared in the Buffalo dungeon. The last thing the man said before entering the dungeon is that he was worried about the cadets and needed to check it out himself. Other than not looking too well, there was nothing off about the guard who entered the dungeon. The detectives tell the guard they are interrogating to leave so they can continue their site inspection. As the day turns to night, they head outside for a smoke break. It's common for people to die inside dungeons, but no matter how bad an accident is, there is always a body left behind. This time though, there was no Hyman body left in the dungeon. Instead, there was nothing but a mountain of fleas and blood, piled high with buffalo corpses. It's hard to believe that this was the work of mere students, and the cadets returned safely afterwards, while the staff member who went in after them disappeared without a trace, not even leaving a body behind. Something definitely doesn't add up here, but the detectives can't figure out what that is. They wonder if he could be inside the stone gate, but that is unlikely to them since the stone gate has never been opened before, and it's not like they can just bust into the academy and interrogate the cadet's eye directly. The place is crawling with nobles, and the higher-ups wouldn't even approve a warrant. One of the detectives leaves to go take a leak while the other leans against a cargo crate and tries to figure out what's going on. Suddenly, his partner falls to the ground beside him as long, slender legs come out from the shadows towards him. The detective immediately recognizes the power as magic, which means there's a demon nearby, but surprisingly, it's a human that walks up to him. Before he even has a chance to figure it out, his head is sliced off cleanly by the woman, leaving his body to fall to the ground. The last thing he can think of is that this is a human who made a pact with a demon. She's a demi-demon, which is a half-human, half-demon. In other words, she's a villain. Ryozo happily enjoys her snacks as she relaxes in her new seat beside Gayama. She asks Gayama why he didn't eat the snack that she shared with him, but he ignores her and tells her that Chloe sits where she's currently sitting sometimes. Ryozo doesn't seem to care since it doesn't matter whose seat it is. As far as she's concerned, it's first come, first served. Gayama takes the opportunity to try and ask her why she transferred to their class, but he's cut off by the teacher who announces that there will be 5 minutes until assembly. The rest of the students get up and make their way out of the class, but Ryozo instead puts an eye mask on her head and prepares to sleep. Gayama asks her if she's going to come for morning training, but she declines and says that she'd prefer to meditate instead. In truth, she's just going to take a nap in class without a care in the world. Before he goes though, she tells him not to call her Saki anymore. She wants him to call her by her first name, Ryozo. In her country, close friends use first names, not last names, but Gayama tries to point out that Weapon calls her Saki. She brushes that point away and tells him to go and have fun training before settling in to fall asleep. Elsewhere, in the dragon class, Rachel takes a moment to stretch as she thinks about how noisy her class is today. She tries to strike up a conversation with Abel, pointing out that Ryozo transferred out of their class recently. It's unusual for her to do that, since she's known mainly for just sleeping in class all day and not putting in any effort. Abel doesn't seem to care, but Rachel continues to push her, realizing that it might be bothering her. After all, transfers don't happen unless there are open spots, and apparently their class was short by one student this year, and it's impressive that Ryozo found out even though she's always sleeping in the archery hall. Abel doesn't understand why Ryozo's transfer should make her bothered, and Rachel clarifies that recently, Ryozo teamed up with Gyama to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Abel starts to realize what Rachel is implying, and her cheeks flush as Rachel continues to tease her about her crush on Gyama. Abel tries to deny it, but Rachel has noticed that whenever Gyama's name is brought up, she reacts very differently. There's definitely something going on there. Abel shakes her head and makes it clear that she has only talked to Gyama a few times and nothing else. There is absolutely nothing between them, and she'd prefer if Rachel stopped spreading weird rumors. Rachel takes that as her saying that nothing is happening right now, but that doesn't mean that something can't happen later. Then Rachel's entire demeanor changes, and she tells Abel that she can fool others, but lying to herself isn't a good look on her. That causes Abel to freeze, and Rachel simply tells her to think about it. This reminds Abel of an interaction she had with her grandfather recently. He told her that he would start teaching at the school, and initially she hated the idea, thinking that he's just joining the faculty to follow her around. She would hate that because she's already getting a lot of unwanted attention, but Siegfried clarifies that he's joining the school staff to keep an eye on the first-year students. After what happened in the midterms, Abel asked him for help, and that's why he's deciding to look after them. He assures her that she won't be bumping into him too much. Siegfried tries to hide it, but there's a sharp glint in his eyes that's impossible to hide. The swordmaster, who always seemed indifferent, is now suddenly stepping into the field. The only person that Abel thinks could possibly cause this kind of change in her grandfather is Kang Gyama, a prodigy who disregards status and breaks through noble society purely with his strength alone. He also possesses a ridiculous level of talent that defies all logic, and even his background is that of a fast-tracked student. When Abel first met him, he was nothing but a scrawny kid that was always sneaking around, but now he has grown into a strong, sharp-eyed young man. He's even more than Leon Reinhardt, who is supposed to be the hero candidate. Gyama is walking along the hero's path more clearly, and yet he never shows it off and never boasts about his achievements. He just quietly moves forward. If Gyama acted cocky even once, then maybe she'd dislike him, but he's just so different that she can't help but acknowledge him. In fact, she's jealous because Siegfried recognizes him, and that makes her feel even more ashamed. Rachel comes in with a mocking stare that breaks her out of her thoughts. Abel Rashidi tries to deny that she has any feelings for Gyama, and she doesn't even have the time or room to think about him. Rachel tells her that it's a good thing she said that, because now she can go after Gyama with barely any competition. All she has to do is to handle Ryozo, and there would be no competition. Back in Gyama's class, he's in a lecture where the teacher discusses blessings and how they rank. The rank of a blessing is determined by what spirit resides within it. If a guardian spirit is present, then it's a guardian-level blessing. But if a true spirit is present, then it's considered a spirit-level blessing. As the class goes on, Ryozo jolts up in her sleep before laying back down. It looks like even the professor can't wake her up. The class moves on regardless. It's been 2 days since Ryozo transferred, and she still hasn't revealed what her reason for joining the class is. And that's mostly because she has been sleeping all day, so there's never a chance to ask. And if all she's doing is napping, then there's no reason for her to sit in the corner next to him. It's a good thing Chloe is still in the hospital, or things could get messy. Still, Ryozo covered for him after the dungeon incident, so everything wrapped up without too much trouble. She's on another level and way better than weapon. The teacher continues the class, and the blessings are ranked in 4 categories. The least is a personal blessing followed by a guardian, and true blessing with a heroic blessing being the strongest. Most cadets in the academy have a personal spirit blessing, which is the weakest, but the personal spirit blessing can outperform a guardian-level blessing. Spirit-level blessings are insanely rare, and Gyama just happened to grab one of those spirit-level blessings, that being the blessing of transition. Then there are heroic-level blessings, which are basically considered a legend. Since the dawn of blessing manifestation, there is only one person who has ever awakened it, the hero of origins, Valor Hawakan. In modern times, though, there's rumored to be one more person, and Gyama knows that the person they are talking about has the miracle blessing. Their class is over, and the teacher says that they will finish the story next time, but Gyama has one more question. He asks about the phrase that he always hears faintly whenever he activates the sword god blessing. That phrase is, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." That causes the teacher to pause for a moment, and even Ryozo wakes up a bit. The teacher doesn't understand what he's talking about, but there's a flaw in what Gyama has said. That is because there are no gods left in the world, which means that there can be no blessing of the gods shared. As the teacher walks out of the class, Ryozo chuckles at Gyama for his embarrassing question. He asks her if she's done with sleeping, but she turns and goes back to sleep. Gyama doesn't blame her either, and decides that it's time for him to take a nap as well. As Gyama's consciousness fades, a message starts to appear in front of him. He wakes up, and there's a large message in front of him, informing him that the GM has requested to have a conversation with him. Gyama suddenly finds himself in a very abstract world, with lots of floating scrap all over the place, as the message also floats in front of him. Then Then the notification changes to a question, asking Guillaume if he accepts to have a meeting with the GM or not. The message changes to read that the GM is interfering with the world line with code. World line is a word that Guillaume hasn't heard before, and this whole thing doesn't make any sense to him. Suddenly things become quiet, and a message comes saying that the dimensional gap is too large and that his current level is insufficient. He also hasn't met the requirements for the mysterious new trait yet either. Now the question is if Guillaume still wants to proceed despite all of that. He hesitates for a moment and takes a look around, trying to figure out what's going on. This environment doesn't feel like a dream to him, but there's a chance that he will finally find the answer to his sword god blessing, and the reason he is in this world in the first place. He accepts to meet the GM, and the world starts to transform as the worldwide code gets edited. Suddenly the world around him breaks, and he's dunked to an area that he is already familiar with from the first time he awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. And now he can see a light at the end of the area, and just like every time he's seen it, he can never tell how clear it is. But Guillaume can still tell that he's getting closer, little by little. He just has to go a little bit further and do a little more, and he should be able to get there. Suddenly he hears a voice calling for him to wake up. A hang bursts through the darkness and grabs his shoulder. The system detects an external interference. It postpones the conversation with the GM as a response. Guillaume stretches out his hand, as if he's trying to hold on to this reality, but the hand drags him out of the space by force. Before he's fully pulled out, the GM leaves a message for him. The message simply says that Guillaume should cut and sever, no matter what it is. Then it ends with wishing the blessing of the gods on him. Suddenly, Guillaume is pulled back to the waking world as Ryozo yells for him to wake up. He is always telling her not to sleep, and here he is taking a sweet nap himself. Her yapping is cut short as she notices that Guillaume is crying and not really paying attention to her. Later that day, Guillaume rests on a bench as his mind wanders back to the dream he had. Ryozo seemed genuinely concerned after she saw him crying, but looking back at it, he can't even remember what happened in his dream. It's also embarrassing that he was caught crying by Ryozo of all people. As he's thinking to himself, a group of his new unorthodox friends walk up to him. They've met up to summarize everything they have figured out so far. They know for a fact that someone inside the academy is targeting Guillaume and that they need to take care of it. Ryozo interrupts Weapon as he starts his summary, since she already knows this whole story and doesn't want an entire recap. Guillaume was the one that asked Weapon to give everyone a brief, but it looks like he's suffering. As the two of them argue, Guillaume notices Chloe coughing behind him. She's wearing a face mask, and she clearly hasn't fully recovered. He asks her if she's feeling better, and she says that she is, although she's just keeping her distance from everyone in case she's still contagious. He turns back to the two arguing friends and asks Ryozo if she has figured anything new out since they last discussed. She's more upset that he called her Saki instead of Ryozo, and makes sure to correct him immediately. Guillaume nervously looks towards Chloe, but it seems like she's too sick or too concerned about passing on her flu to react like she normally would. To pacify things, Guillaume starts calling her Ryozo as she wants, and the conversation goes back to their current situation with the Academy Elders. Weapon feels like they need to clarify things and figure out their next steps. Other than knowing that the Academy Elders are targeting Guillaume, they also got a description of the suspicious female instructor from the guard. Knowing all of these things doesn't solve anything though, and the Elders' motives are still entirely unclear. The Auditory family will probably end up handling it properly anyways. Regarding the female instructor though, Ryozo has a feeling that she saw her somewhere while checking through every instructor and assistant through the Academy's internal security system. She found someone who matches the person they are looking for, but strangely her identity can't be confirmed. Guillaume is shocked that Ryozo can do something like that, but for her it's basic in the world of tech overflow. The Academy's security is world class though, so she had to do her hacking at the crack of dawn when the system was at its weakest. She was already sleep deprived, but now she's even more exhausted. That's the reason why she's always been sleepy during class. That's probably also how she got his number despite the fact that he never gave it to her. Basically, they haven't confirmed anything yet, and it's not like they can just march up to the elders and threaten them. However, Weapon has a different idea. He wants the four of them to start their own club. Clubs at their school have free movement and financial support from the school. The academy emphasizes cooperation among students, and there's a lot of perks, and one of them is that the clubs are treated as official academy-affiliated groups. Joining a club also means that they will get the academy's protection since being students clearly isn't enough. A club could act as a double layer of protection for them since they have enemies both inside and out. Guillaume also knows about how clubs work from when he played the game in his past life. The club system was one of the many features of the game, and it was a mechanic designed for the academy-based game, letting players decorate their own personal space with furniture. Players can also invite characters and boost affection, but it's more likely a way to empty the wallets of countless hardcore fans. This became known as the housing system, and Guillaume was never interested in it because he didn't have the time for it. Who knew that it would end up becoming useful like this in real life? There are special requirements for making a club though. They need at least 5 members, and then they need to submit a club proposal form to the administrative office. They need one more member, since all of his sake. As one gets older, human relationships start to become more calculated, and yet these people fully trust and support him even though they barely know each other. He can't help but be appreciative of them for being by his side in this situation. Now the the first thing they need to do is choose a club name first. Chloe suggests that they call it the Memories of Assassination, but that's a bit too edgy for the rest of the group. Ryozo suggests that they call it something random since no one would care what name they pick, but Weapon shuts her lazy idea up. They think about it for a bit more in silence before Guillaume suggests that they make a travel club. They can clear dungeons and travel a bit outside the academy without turning too many heads in suspicion. The group seems to be acceptive of the idea, and just like that, the travel club is born. Next, they need to pick a club advisor as soon as possible, and they need to sort things out before the exams that they will be having in the next week. Without an advisor, they can't form a club. That is the trickiest part since advisors have to be at least professor level in the school. Chloe suggests that they ask the professor from the Blessing Studies class since he's really popular and kind. The man is always so busy though, so it's unlikely that he will agree, although he would have been perfect for the job. The academy has over 500 staff, but only about 30 professors. Narrowing it down to the ones that only teach the first years, there's only 10 that they can consider. The school encourages clubs, but there are a lot of contradictions. They turn to Guillaume and ask if he has anyone in mind to ask, and Guillaume has an idea. Since they have to be professor level or higher, then he has an idea of who he can ask. There's one person, of course, who is ranked higher than a professor in the academy after all. When he shows just who he's talking about to the rest of the group, they can hardly believe that he's serious. For their club to become a thing, the club president needs to apply in person. Guillaume is obviously the president of the club, and he has to be the one to hand in the application in the administrative building. The woman handling the documents is immediately doubtful that Guillaume could lead a club. It's hard to imagine that this person is an academy employee. She's very openly looking down on our MC just because of his status as a special admissions student. Guillaume tries to ignore the lady's condescending attitude and tells her to just process the application if it meets the criteria. The woman gets up and towers over Guillaume completely. She tells our MC that to start a club, they need to have a faculty advisor. But from what she can see, Guillaume doesn't have a professor that is willing to advise their club. Guillaume asks the woman to explain what she means, but her thoughts are pretty obvious. The woman thinks that just because Guillaume is a special admissions student, that no professor at the academy would be willing to advise a club founded by him. With his background, the woman thinks that Guillaume wanting to start a club is a lost cause. This lady's attitude isn't that surprising. Guillaume had a little goodwill left for this place, but now he's losing everything. Having worked nearly 20 years in the service industry, he has dealt with countless disgusting people, and keeping quiet is usually the best solution in these situations. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't want to land a solid punch on this girl. Instead though, Guillaume pulls out his phone and calls someone who can solve this issue for him. He tells the person on the phone that he is currently in the admin office about to submit his club registration, and the woman yells at Guillaume for daring to answer a phone call right in front of her in the office. The person on the other line says that they are nearby and that they will be coming soon, and Guillaume ends the call. With the phone down, the woman takes the opportunity to lay into Guillaume for having the nerve to disrespect her like that right in her own office. Guillaume warns the woman to just follow the procedure since the person that he called is already on their way. In all his yelling and scolding, the large woman fails to notice her co-workers bow their heads and look away from the situation. The woman continues to boast that she's the cousin of a close friend of the headmaster, and that she has the power to get a special admission student like Guillaume thrown out at the drop of a hat. That line causes Guillaume to snicker. Then he leans in and tells the woman to quiet down because her voice is too loud. That's the last straw for her, and she starts to show an unhinged face that Guillaume calls her true face. The door suddenly bursts open and everyone jumps in surprise. From the busted door frame, a very angry headmistress walks into the office, and Guillaume tells the woman to pay her respects to his club advisor. She smiles at Guillaume, happy that she gets to see him face to face again. Guillaume tries to apologize for the inconvenience, but Medea tells him that she would come running any time if he asks. Hearing Guillaume's name for the first time makes the woman realize that she's been talking to this year's top freshman student this entire time. Medea cheerfully tells her student to leave the papers down and go study for his written exams. Now that she's there, she'll make sure to take care of everything for him. With Guillaume gone, Medea changes her tone entirely as another staff member hurriedly brings a chair for her to sit down. The woman tries to explain that there is some sort of misunderstanding, but the headmistress doesn't even need to use a blessing to know that the woman was mocking his background, and of all the people for her to choose to mock, she chose the student that was personally selected by the headmistress and the swordmaster. Without a word, Medea uses her blessing to place a resignation letter on her table and tells her to start writing in 5 minutes. With everything taken care of, Medea tells him that the club application went smoothly and they just have to find one more member. The girl is probably fired, but he has no sympathy for her. Medea then tells him to come by her office after class. Guillaume returns to the man that has become his enemy and friend, the blacksmith, Volander. He's here for his gear, and Volander tells him to wait a moment. Now Volander finally looks like a real blacksmith, but Guillaume doesn't know what the blacksmith thinks of him. As a former player, he has mixed feelings about him, but now the negative side grew a lot stronger after everything that happened, but Guillaume can't help feeling bad for him. The blacksmith Volander was one of the main NPCs responsible for almost everything related to equipment upgrades. Due to the nature of most games like this one, he was born as a character that people either loved or loathed, and he he was notorious for draining players' wallets. Guillaume was a small spender in his past life, so he couldn't fully relate, but heavy spenders regularly held rituals begging God for luck and desperately praying that Valander would bless them just once. In reality, though, most players just insulted the blacksmith because of how luck-based his enhancements ended up being, and even Guillaume cursed him when he downgraded his Murasami from a B grade to an E grade. Volander breaks him out of his thoughts and asks Guillaume what he's thinking about. Then he presents the newly upgraded sword, proudly saying that his work this time is definitely beyond perfect. On top of that, special options have been added to the sword, much to Guillaume's pleasure. The Scattered Rain. Murasami's sword is now shiny and brand new, and Guillaume can't help calling the blacksmith a god for the luck that has suddenly come down on him. Thanks to this newly enhanced weapon, his Painless Blessing has upgraded, now reaching up to 50 seconds of activation time. When Guillaume thought about clearing dungeons in the future, he felt like 40 seconds definitely wasn't enough, but an extra 10 seconds will definitely make a difference. Considering that he will be using this blessing with the Blessing of Transition, means that when the level of armament is raised in the future, then he will get more benefits. This whole thing is definitely good news for him. Even though he complained a lot in the past, the Painless Blessing is surprisingly versatile for a spirit-level blessing. Volander also told him to check something else with his new sword too. The sword has now been increased to a D-grade sword. After all that effort, the upgrade isn't as great as he'd hoped. Since he used materials from an A-grade monster like the Buffalo King, he expected it to reach at least a C grade. Still, considering that he will be channeling aura through the Murasami frequently, having its hardness increased by 2 grades is definitely encouraging. At least it won't shatter in the middle of combat anymore. There's also a flashing button in his status screen that's just begging him to press it, but Guillaume has a bad feeling about it. He presses it, and the screen shows some new information. Due to a successful reinforcement and Tay weapon's high growth potential, up to 3 special abilities can now be added to the sword. The special abilities require magic stones, which will activate at random. Magic stones aren't something that can be acquired easily, and Guillaume can barely hold back his shock that his sword requires them to become stronger. Meanwhile, the elder that works with the demon commander throws a drinking cup against a mirror. Then he continues to drink directly from the bottle, before throwing that away too. He stares up at a picture on the ceiling that shows his father Riemann von Beimhark. The man was one of the 7-star heroes known as the Mad Tiger. However, he fell in battle 40 years ago, during Tay campaign against the 6th Legion commander Vazman. Society praised him as a noble hero, but immediately afterwards, countless attempts were made on his life by family members who were hungry to seize the Beimhark family. To survive, he had to harden his heart and poison it, but those relatives who plotted assassinations against him were instead manipulated to destroy each other. Ultimately, he restored his family's shaken foundations in his father's absence. At the age of 30, he became an elder of Hawakan Academy, and his mission became to guide a foolish humanity and uphold an absolute ruling class. Fortunately for him, the existence of demons provided humanity with the perfect enemy, lending legitimacy to their authority. But there were always unexpected variables that messed things up. Leon von Reinhardt, the one hero born with the ability to defeat the Demon King, became a candidate chosen by fate. Of course, given the overwhelming gap in power between humans and demons, the likelihood of Leon truly defeating the Demon King is near zero. The 1st Legion commander Lycan, who was sealed by their ancestor, the legendary hero Baylor Hawakan, has set a precedent of legends that have come after. Then one day someone approached him with the offer of dealing with the so-called hero candidate personally. She looked like an instructor, and at first, he wondered how someone who is so far below him in the hierarchy would dare speak to him so casually. But the moment their eyes met, it became clear who stood above and below in their positions. She is a human who willingly abandoned humanity to directly have a contract with a Legion commander. A half-human, half-demon, otherwise known as a villain. Things became complicated enough with Leon alone, but now a low-born special admission student is making things much worse for him. Even the auditor seems hesitant to act, claiming that they have insufficient justification to proceed further. The elder, Clady von Beimhark, tells the man to summon the Undertakers. Jayama scribbles his thoughts into a notebook during class the next day. He's mainly thinking about the fact that the Murasami is owing to need magic stones to become stronger. The difference between weapons with and without magic stones is pretty significant. Having a weapon with 3 spots to put in special abilities is a jackpot. Magic stones drop from specific dungeon bosses, and they drop from A rank or higher demonic beasts, which are practically demonoids in all but name. It looks like Jayama is cursed to fight demonoids to become stronger for the rest of his adventure. Maybe it's because the word demon is in his name. He glances over to Ryozo, who's sleeping soundly with her odd sleeping mask, and he wonders if she stayed up all night again. It's already been a week since they cleared the dungeon with his new club members. The key to opening the stone gate in the Buffalo King's territory is also a magic stone, and one that comes from a colossal beast named named a gigant. For some reason, it seems someone already slayed a gigant and took its stone. Even in the game, giants were depicted as so powerful that a single step could shake the earth. And a gigant is nothing compared to the monsters that were added in the later updates of the game. Those beasts were essentially natural disasters given form. Jayama has to take a moment and consider if it's really worth risking his life just to put special abilities into his weapon. Hunting demonic beasts for stones should have been Leon's job. As he's lost in his thoughts, Chloe comes into the classroom and greets him. She's taken aback by Ryozo sleeping soundly where she'd have preferred to sit, but she doesn't comment on it. Jayama asks her if she's fully recovered, and she confirms that she's feeling a lot better. Although Jayama definitely suffered after expelling that blue light from his weapon, before she can go further, he tells her that they shouldn't talk about it more. The blue light she's referring to is aura, which is an effect that can only be used by truly powerful people. Thinking about it more, maybe farming magic stones is actually worth it. Despite how he initially felt, he now finds himself craving strength, and he has even completely abandoned thoughts of peace and safety. However, his core goal remains unchanged, and his focus is simply survival. There's been unexpected variables and things that never existed in the game before have been targeting him relentlessly. The plot that he knew is being distorted, and it's as if the world itself just refuses to leave him alone. Somehow, it's already been a month since he enrolled at the academy, and the truth about the Second World War, which will occur in 3 years, will soon be revealed. Jayama choosing to strengthen himself and enhancing his weapon are more like necessities than just mere options. At this rate, he can't guarantee the war's outcome because he doesn't trust Leon as the hero candidate at all. Even if the mermaid was a demonoid, for it to defeat the hero candidate with a one-shot attract is beyond pathetic. The whole situation is way too exhausting for him to put into words, and he was so lost in thought that he didn't even realize weapon had come until he got punched in the face by Ryozo. He came to ask how the club's registration is going, and Jayama confirms that the headmaster approved it, and they can start as an official club once they find one more member. Speed Weapon also drops some news that Leon has been on a rampage recently. He has been clearing high-ranked dungeons non-stop. It looks like Leon is finally acting like a protagonist, and Jayama considers taking back what he said earlier about the blind. Rumor has it that Leon even cleared an A-rank dungeon the previous day with a small party, while they barely made it out of a C-rank dungeon. Weapon points out that Ryozo is oddly well-informed on the blonde protagonist, and it's pretty obvious that she's into him. She doesn't respond immediately, and instead turns to stare at Jayama before turning away and saying that she's not interested in him anymore. Leon has definitely been growing stronger, and at this rate he will obtain Balmung during the upcoming Survival Island training. In fact, thinking about it more logically, the fact that Jayama has survived so long with just a sashimi knife is pretty miraculous. Hypothetically, his existence might be acting as a shield and diverting all the threats and attention meant for Leon. Even if that's true, Jayama can't just roll over and take it. If it's for his survival, then he will swing his blade without hesitation. He has no reason to play the role of the flawless hero, and he is in no way the protagonist of this world. He mutters under his breath that he will cut down anything that stands in his way. Ryozo overhears him and asks if he's into anime, since that is definitely a line from an anime or a game. Elsewhere, a group of dangerous-looking people follow a maid through the halls of the academy. One of them wonders how their group could possibly be getting calls from the Hawakan Academy elders. At this rate, since they are getting famous enough for this, they might as well become a legitimate assassination group. The boss, a woman with short silver hair, tells her subordinate to up unless he wants his teeth pulled out. Another one of the thugs tells the guy who spoke up that since he's new, he doesn't know that their boss hates the elites, but the payout from this job was just way too good to refuse. As they continue to talk, the boss repeats herself and tells her subordinates to shut up. They reach the office of the elder that summoned them, and the maid calls out to him through the door. The man calls for them to step in, and the first to walk in are Zhang Taipeng, the deputy leader of their group, Pari, a simple grunt worker, and the boss herself, Rui Shen. These three are members of the Undertaker Syndicate, which is a mercenary villain alliance. The elder thanks them for coming such a long way, and then he gets straight to the point, ordering his maid to give them a package. The package contains information on Kang Jiama, and one of the men wonders why they are being given details on some kid. The elder doesn't respond, and tells them that Jiama is to be dealt with during the next week's Survival Island training, and if they succeed, they will get 100 million up front as they originally discussed, and then a bonus will be paid separately upon full completion of the task. Rui asks what the disposal method should be, and the elder simply says to dump him in the ocean that surrounds the island, and let the fish and sharks take care of the rest. The day of the written exam comes, and Jiama munches on a sandwich as he reads through the material for the exam. He already aced the midterms, so he doesn't need to try too hard, but they post the rankings of the exams publicly, so he definitely shouldn't half-ass this exam. The two members of club happen to also be top and second place in the written test, so he can't be caught lagging behind. As he's studying, he gets a text from Ryozo reminding him to get breakfast as he prepares for the written exam. Jiama simply tells her that he ate a sandwich, and then she goes off on a rant about the importance of sugar in his diet. It looks like Ryozo has a penchant for spot-chewing nonsense first thing in the morning, and it's almost a mystery how she became the top scorer. Jiama tells her that his country also has traditional exam suites too, and she gets more interested interested at the mention of sweets, but then Jama ends the discussion by telling her to eat shit. She continues to spam his phone with texts asking what he means by that, but Jama has already dropped his phone and put it on silent, not willing to put up with her nonsense any longer. He has to focus on acing the exam and not letting the Yangang maniac beat him. That's easier said than done though, because it turns out that Jama is an idiot. As Ryozo and Weapon argue about the answers to the questions, Chloe asks him how he did. He tells her that he guessed all the questions, but in reality, he scraped by using the game lore knowledge. However, he must have at least done better than Chloe, right? He asks her if she has heard anything from Nox and if there's been any updates. She tells him that her brother called the previous day, but she was asleep so she missed it. He called at 7 in the evening, and she had been pulling all-nighter studying, so she didn't see it. Jama knows that Chloe is a night owl, so it's more likely that she ignored it on purpose. Auditory member's contact info is classified, so unless Nox seeks him out directly, Chloe's intel is his only source. She has her reasons for ignoring him, but they still seem awkward around each other. Jama personally thinks that siblings should get along better. Weapon loudly complains that he studied for days without sleep, and yet it looks like Ryozo passed him once again in their exam scores from the discussion they had. As Weapon has a panic attack, Ryozo gets up and comes to sit closer to Jama, curious about what he and Chloe are talking about. She asks them if they are dating, and although Chloe starts to fantasize in the background, Jama quickly denies it and tells them that it's not what they think. Then she leans in closer and asks Jama why he's always ignoring her texts if he doesn't have a girlfriend to worry about. He tells her that it was just one time, and it's not like he always ghosts her or something. Their conversation is cut short by Chloe, who is pissed to hear that he and Ryozo have been texting. He turns around as she hauntingly calls his name, only to see Chloe in full yandere mode. She stares down at the two of them and calmly asks him about the fact that the two of them text. Chloe's sudden outburst is a shock to Jama. The redhead didn't say anything when the two of them were sitting next to each other, but now she's freaking out because of some text. Even Weapon can't understand her sudden change in attitude, but Ryozo finds the whole thing amusing. She jokingly asks Jama why Chloe is acting like that, but Jama tells her to back off before she makes things worse for them. She doesn't listen to him and keeps pestering him for why Chloe is suddenly acting like that, clearly knowing exactly why Chloe is freaking out. It's clear that she knows exactly what's going on with Chloe, but she's just having fun messing with them, not understanding how dangerous the incoming yandere nuke is. Chloe is done watching them flirt in front of her, and she gets straight to the point. Jama never even gave her his number, and yet he's already chatting freely with Ryozo. Jama tries to explain that her number is confidential, but she's not listening to him. She's more focused on the fact that Jama promised that he would be her one and only prince. Ryozo clings to Jama, eagerly curious about what is going on, and Jama tries to explain through the waves of killing intent coming from one of his friends. He tells her that Chloe is a yandere, but she pretends not to know what that is. Weapon pulls her off of Jama by her face, clearly understanding what is actually going on. Chloe pulls out the trademark yandere box cutter, ready to start cutting down everything in front of her. This is definitely different from the last time she entered yandere mode, and Jama doesn't know what to do. He has been slacking on his research about yandere stuff on NeoTube, and now he has no idea how to handle her. Chloe starts to take a few steps towards him, telling him that from now on, she will make sure that he will only ever look at her from now on. Without giving him even a second to react, she rushes in to cut him down with the box cutter. That's when even Ryozo realizes that this is seriously bad. She continues to slash at him with the box cutter, while ranting that Jama always makes her so sad. He's always hanging around with and flirting with other girls instead of her. This time, the box cutter misses Jama entirely and heads straight towards an unsuspecting Ryozo. Jama is fast enough to deflect her hand before it can reach the girl behind him. Then he pushes her down on the table, getting on top of her to stop her from squirming away. Weapon and Ryozo watch in surprise as Jama tries to calm her down, and the archer looks particularly annoyed by the interaction. While she's held down, he tries to get her to talk to him. She still tries to push him off, but her hands are already getting weak with him on top of her. She doesn't want to listen to him though. This entire time he hasn't even wanted to keep in touch, but now he suddenly wants to talk. Jama leans in close to her and tells her that he wants to talk to her face to face instead of just through a hunk of metal like a phone. That seems to calm her down a little, and she starts to shiver as Jama leans in even closer, intent to put an end to everything right here. He thanks her for always thinking about him, and that's enough to put Chloe in a state of yandere overload. Jama's riz is so potent that even Weapon starts blushing. Then he gets back up now that Chloe has been completely immobilized by his raw riz, and reminds her of back in the Buffalo dungeon when he relied on her help and they worked together. They've had many experiences together, so there's no need for her to get so upset so easily. Now that Chloe has calmed down, Jama takes the opportunity to escape, happy that he managed to handle the situation somehow. Weapon asks him if he's alright, but Ryozo remains silent and looks completely disappointed. Their conversation moves along, and Jama tells them that they should clean up and head out, while Ryozo steps out of the room. Later on, both Ryozo and Weapon walk together back to their dorms, with Jama on both their minds. They could already tell from previous encounters that whenever it came to talking about Jama, Chloe would always give off a murderous aura. It doesn't take a genius to guess that Chloe has very strong feelings towards our MC. However, those feelings are some kind of twisted love. What was even more shocking, though, was seeing Giyama holding his sashimi knife behind his gentle words and actions. He hopes to persuade his way out of dangerous situations, but it's clear that Giyama was ready to switch persuasion for violence if it came to it. He knows how to use the threat of violence if needed, and at a glance, that might make him seem like a villain. But in reality, those are the qualities of a ruler. Weapon was already convinced before, but now he knows for sure that Giyama is destined for greatness. As these thoughts go through his head, he notices Ryozo furiously tapping on her phone. She's been making grumpy faces for a while now, and it's clear that something is bothering her. She doesn't want to tell him what her problem is, so he instead asks her why she's fiddling on her phone so much. She's deleting a video from her NeoTube channel that her subscribers weren't watching called The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere, the same video series that Giyama was using to deal with Chloe. Not that Weapon knows that anyways. The video is clearly doing well with over 200,000 views, but she's still intent to delete it, claiming that she doesn't need it anymore. Weapon changes the topic, and the two continue to chat as they make their way through the campus. Elsewhere, at the Academy Library, Giyama looks through a series of books alongside his fellow cadets. Starting next Wednesday, there's a scheduled deserted island survival training on Avalon Island that will hold for 3 days and 2 nights. Going by the name, it sounds like a serious survival camp, but cadets can only make teams from 1 to 4 people. The school even posted an official announcement with all the details to every cadet. The whole thing is more like a school event, similar to camping or a Giyama is in the library, picking up various survival guidebooks to get a better understanding of how to survive during the training trip. Since it's called survival, the academy will evaluate each cadet's self-sufficiency, but the end result won't affect their grades. Now that he thinks more about it, even for Giyama, who was a player of the game, the training event left a lasting impression on him. It's part of the main storyline where the main character will acquire the hilt of Balmung, which is the main weapon of the protagonist. During the island training, an incident will also happen that sparks the feelings between Abel and Leon. He was really into the event at the time, but now he's not that jealous anymore. Since entering the school and the endless peril that he has had to endure, it has made him cynical about love. Since the academy elders are after him, and there is the mysterious instructor too, there's way too much for him to worry about to think about sparking a romance. No matter how pretty she is, this isn't a situation where he can catch feelings. Love can wait for his next life. In this current life, as a swordsman, what he's more interested in is the holy demon's sword, Balmung. Maybe it's because he's a swordsman, but he honestly can't help wanting it. As a former player, he already knows where Balmung is and what it can do, but finding scattered Balmung pieces is also a key part of the story's narrative, and even if he knows where all the pieces are, he still can't get them. The condition to obtain Balmung, which chooses its own master, is to manifest the blessing of miracle. That means that the weapon is literally designed exclusively for the protagonist. Compared to Giyama with a sashimi knife, the difference in their worthiness is just way too much. Instead of longing for the impossible, it's better to focus on learning what he will actually need to know for the 3 days on the island. Because of the events that happened in Skopuli Island, the director has made a special request to the Sword Emperor to join as a guest instructor leading the Wolf class. The world's strongest hero is guiding a group of first-year students on a camping trip. The main story has definitely changed a lot, but at least he can now fulfill his goals safely thanks to that. Giyama heads over to the shelf to get another book that could have something he needs to know. He didn't come to the library just for basic survival info that he could get online. He's looking for something specific on Avalon Island. He opens a book that talks about the history of the island and starts reading. Avalon Island is located in the far western sea, and it's a mystical place where the terrain constantly shifts. In the very center of the island, there's an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake, and among certain tribes, it's called the Land of Beginnings. Currently, the island is uninhabited. All these things are stuff that Giyama already knows, and it looks like he will have to search the whole library to find exactly what he wants. As he's combing through the books, a voice calls out to him and a firm hand grasps his shoulder gently. It's Leon, and the blonde-haired protagonist greets Giyama with a small smile. Some girls behind them squeal in joy at the mere sight of Leon, but Giyama is more focused on the book that the protagonist has in his hands. It's a book on Introduction to Magic, and it seems like Leon is trying to learn from what happened in the midterms. But even if that's the case, the protagonist shouldn't be in the library studying magic right now. Giyama finds himself being distrustful of this setup. Leon takes a seat in front of our MC and asks what kind of books Giyama is reading. Giyama explains that he's just trying to learn more about Avalon for their upcoming trip. Leon says that he finds Giyama to be surprisingly diligent, and our MC can't exactly deny it. With exercise, dungeon exploration, and studying magical beasts, his life is super bust. Since he knows what will happen in 3 years, Giyama has been doing his absolute best to prepare ahead of time for his own sake. At the end of the day, he's just trying to look out for himself. Leon thinks about that for a while, then tells Giyama that the two of them are different. That reminds our MC of the incident where Leon asked him where he came from. The blonde isn't acting that different from how he hid in the game, but there's something that feels off about this person compared to the Leon that Giyama knows. There's a hint of sadness sadness on his face, and there's also something about his troubled attitude. Without giving Guillaume a chance to figure out what's going on, Leon gets up and wishes Guillaume a safe trip back home. There's definitely something up with the protagonist. Maybe it's the weight of being a hero that's carrying humanity's fate, but whatever it is, it's definitely a heavy weight on his shoulders. With Leon gone, Guillaume turns back to finding what he needs before the library closes. The day of the survival training comes along, and students gather in the training grounds for orientation. Abel and Rachel meet up with Ryozo and Chloe, and Guillaume's 4 wives have a brief stare down. Some small talk passes between Abel and Ryozo before Rachel butts in to break the tension. She brings up the fact that Ryozo jumped into Guillaume's class and is trying to steal him from behind their backs, but Abel cuts in before she can go too far with her accusations. Rachel doesn't stop though, and gets even louder, bringing up the fact that Ryozo not only went to a dungeon with Guillaume, but also started a club with him, and now she could potentially be spending a whole 2 nights and 3 days on a survival training island with him as well. Ryozo cuts in and tells them that Guillaume said that he wants to do the training alone. His excuse is that there were things that he wanted to try himself, so he's planning to take on the entire island solo. That gets Rachel excited since it means that Guillaume will be completely alone for the entire 3 days. Rachel comes up with a little game for the 4 of them to play while scouting through the island. Guillaume only said that he wanted to go alone, but there was no rule that he can't be. So Rachel comes up with a game called the Rachel Game that will give one lucky girl a chance for some alone time with Guillaume. Avalon Island has constantly changing terrain, and even if they use the spatial gate to go onto the island, they will all get dropped in random locations. It'll be hard just trying to meet up, and even harder to form teams. So the Rachel Game will have one single rule. Whoever finds Guillaume first wins the game, and the remaining 3 must give up. The girl that finds Guillaume will get the chance to completely monopolize Guillaume. If they meet up with each other, they can team up or separate by their own choice, but they should never get in each other's way. All the girls agree, but Abel turns beet red at the thought of monopolizing Guillaume. She refuses to join in on the game, but that's just better for the rest of them, because it means that there's less people to compete against. Meanwhile, Guillaume, the man on all the ladies' minds, is struggling with staying awake because of how long he spent in the library the previous day. He noted down everything he would need to know on his phone, and came prepared with 24 sashimi knives, as well as a hidden secret weapon. Medea kept messaging him like a mum, making sure that he goes to the island prepared, and even reminding him to take underwear. It's almost like she's his grandma in the school. Before leaving though, Guillaume takes a moment to scan the school and the teachers present on the training grounds. The traits he's looking for are a tall female instructor with purple hair and eyes. He doesn't know what her intentions are, but if she's after him, then the deserted island survival training would be the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. The mysterious nature of the island where the terrain constantly changes also makes cleanup easier. The same thing obviously applies to Guillaume as well, but he isn't comfortable with using a knife on a person. That doesn't mean he can just sit back and let himself get killed either. But the major issue is finding the teacher that meets the requirements. But the people of this must have all been dipped in food coloring at birth because there are a surprising number of women with purple hair and eyes. His thoughts are interrupted by Siegfried and Abel, who are passing by on their way through the training grounds. The Sword Emperor reminds Guillaume that he must continue to work hard and get good results, but that he must also remember to get plenty of rest and enjoy the training. After a little bit more small talk, the 2 walk away, but Abel takes an especially long moment to stare at Guillaume before leaving with a huff. Guillaume doesn't think much of it, and laughs as he remembers from the game's story that she will soon get a boyfriend. As he's watching her leave, he doesn't notice Ryozo sneaking up to him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. At least that's what she thinks until Guillaume turns around sharply and strikes her with a strong flick to the forehead. She cries and jumps back, not expecting him to hit her out of the blue with such a strong attack. She was only game to wish him luck in the training, but now she's too pissed off to even look at him. Guillaume doesn't really understand Ryozo. He couldn't sleep much these days because she's always hanging around him, and if he ignores her and doesn't react, then she'll just get more restless and paces around like crazy. He has no idea what caught her attention so strongly, but Ryozo is still technically a heroine. He doesn't want to be closer to her than he has to. The spatial gate to Avalon Island opens, and the students are told to carefully pass through to the island for their test. Guillaume steps up to the gate, determined to make sure that this time he will find what he's looking for, and he will get through this event quietly without any trouble. The gate brings him through, and he arrives in the sacred land of Avalon. Specifically, he arrives in front of the Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. This isn't time for sightseeing, though. There is a survival test to pass, and everyone is working hard, so there's no time for him to slack off. Thankfully for him, he took a photo of the island's map back at the library. Then he marked the location where he can get the blessing of regeneration, after comparing his memories of when he played the game himself. The map looks familiar enough, and Guillaume assumes that the blessing's location is near the lake at the island's center. This means that he needs to get as close to the World Tree's lakeside as he can. Then from there, he can cross both the rocky area and the forest area. There are 3 days left of the island training, and the academy didn't just send them out to play around. They gave the cadets a mission to find orbs hidden around the island. It's pretty much a treasure hunt like the ones that normal schools do on field trips, and the more orbs a student finds, the better the grades at the end of the test. Apparently, the orbs can also be used as enhancement material, which only makes Guillaume more interested in grabbing some for himself. himself. Following one of survival books that he read in the library, he pulls out the secret weapon that he brought specifically for the test. It's a medium-sized machete that he found in the hiking section at a supermarket. It's usually used for cleaning weeds and logging, but most importantly, it's long enough for him to not trigger the blessing of the sword god. He bought this machete specifically for the training, since he hopes to save the 50 seconds of the blessing of painlessness for something huge to take care of. As he's testing out the machete, a small rabbit peeks its head out of a bush and stares at him curiously. Gyama originally thinks that this is the perfect time for him to gather some food, but his thoughts are broken when the rabbit comes out from the bush, revealing itself as a creature much larger than Gyama. It's a menacing creature for sure, but Gyama has taken down a cow king, so a little rabbit should be easy. He doesn't even need to activate the blessing of the sword god to take this monster out. Elsewhere, Abel also comes across a rabbit. That's thankfully normal size and a lot cuter than the monster that Gyama came across. Abel originally considers trying to help it find safety, but the rabbit chomps down on her hand before running away. Abel chases after it and pulls out her sword, now determined to turn the cute rabbit into an ingredient for her dinner. This is a perfect chance for her too, since she can use the rabbit to test her special training result. The rabbit runs faster and even turns around to smirk at her, as if it were looking down on her, and it reminds her of Gyama, who also regularly hid his true abilities. She speeds up to catch it, but the terrain suddenly changes, causing her to lose her balance and fall into a lake. The rabbit watches her with a look of disappointment from above the water's surface, and once again, she remembers Kang Gyama. The boy that fills her mind is also having his own struggles with the monster-sized rabbit. He worked out so much to be able to keep his body in shape, but even now, without the word God's blessing, he's barely able to keep up with a simple rabbit. Gyama drops to his knees and accepts defeat. It's better to starve instead of wasting more energy for no gain. He gives the opportunity to leave, but before it goes, it gives Gyama a mocking smile. That causes Gyama to immediately change his mind and activate his blessing, and he takes out the rabbit immediately. Elsewhere, Rachel rushes through the forest, eager to find Gyama before anyone else. She has been going around in circles, but she can't get discouraged yet. After all, she was the one that made up this game, and she was talking up a big game the whole time. She turns and runs in a different direction, hoping to waste less time by just moving without thinking. Her voice is so loud that Ryozo at some other part of the island can hear her as she runs through the forest. She's also eagerly looking for Gyama, and she's determined to not be the loser if she's going to end up playing this game with everyone else. From what she landed somewhere on Avalon Island's beach, and immediately worked to adjust her goals for the special environment. The only place on the island that never changes is the World Tree, and knowing Gyama's personality, and the fact that he wanted to go solo, she figures out that he is most likely heading to the center of the island. It's going to be a pain to search for him, but she doesn't want anyone else to get to him first. Chloe is also having a great time desperately searching for Gyama. She's barely even paying attention to the monsters and animals trying to attack her as she dashes through the forest looking for him. She's one of the best scouts out of all the first, and on this island she's confident that she can find him first, and he will only have eyes for her. She notices someone in the distance and runs even faster, hoping that it's her Gyama. Meanwhile, Gyama rests beside a campfire and roasts the rabbit that he killed earlier. He spent the entire day skinning the hide off the monster, and now he doesn't have to worry about food anymore. He hears something running through the forest and turns his attention to it immediately. It doesn't seem like a wild animal, and Gyama wonders if it could be someone targeting him. Right now, he can't afford to let his guard down, especially since he knows that there are people who want him dead in the academy. Thankfully, he has saved his blessing for a moment. Chloe rushes through the trees towards her target, but it turns out to be Rachel instead of Gyama. The two of them immediately start arguing, angry that they seem to keep running into each other. Meanwhile, Gyama has to stop himself from narrowly cutting Abel in half as she falls in front of him. The two of them freeze and stare at each other, and the silence is only broken when Abel's stomach growls. Even though she didn't want to participate in the game, somehow Abel accidentally found Gyama first. She takes a long look around his makeshift campsite, and it looks like Gyama is thriving. He has a fur coat that looks warm and plenty of jerky to ensure that he doesn't go hungry. Even in this survival test, Abel continues to lose to him, no matter what she does. It's embarrassing to think about, and because of her dive into the lake earlier, she's also extremely cold. Gyama comes up behind her and gives her the fur coat to cover herself with. The whole reason she found him was because she couldn't resist the smell of the food that he was cooking, but the blanket he gave her is at least warm enough to calm her down. She also has a twisted ankle from earlier when she was chasing the rabbit. Gyama doesn't waste any time as soon as he notices it, and goes to bandage her ankle to take care of her injuries before it gets infected. Once her wounds are patched up, he asks her why she's wandering around alone. The Rachel game immediately comes to her mind, but she obviously can't tell him that. Instead, she tells him that she's more comfortable alone, which makes her similar to Gyama in a way. She remembers the fact that she so boldly told the girls that she wouldn't be joining in on their game, but now that she's here with him, she can't resist the urge to win. She picks up her phone and snaps a quick picture, showing that she had found Gyama first. She sends it to their group chat, immediately confirming that she had won the game, and the rest of them can't get close to Guillaume. Ryozo and Rachel throw a fit as soon as they see the picture, but the deed is done. Abel stares blankly at her phone as Guillaume hands her a piece of meat. It's awkward between the two of them for a while, before Abel breaks the silence. She asks him how he became so strong, and Guillaume doesn't have an answer to that immediately. Although most of his fights barely last for a minute, he still shows an incredible amount of strength that must have caused a stir since he came to the academy. He tells her that it's probably because of his teacher. Abel can relate since she spent 17 years of her life learning the sword from her grandfather. She was confident that she knew more about swords than anyone, but meeting Guillaume makes her realize that there's still a lot she needs to know. She asks him the name of the family that he learned his swordsmanship from, but he doesn't answer her question. Instead, he tells her that he realized long ago that being strong doesn't always mean that he will win. In the end, it's always the ones that never give up until the end that win. Those who manage to endure will persevere and survive till the end, and those are the people that Guillaume considers to be strong. Abel stares at him for a bit, but can't hold back her laughter. To her, Guillaume's cliché line makes him sound like an old man, and it reminds her of her grandfather. This also reminds her of the first time that they talked on the bench. This is their first real conversation since then. He hands her another piece of meat, and Abel thanks him as she takes it. She gets so comfortable that she doesn't even realize when she sleeps off and wakes up the next morning. By then, Guillaume had already left, and he left all his food and supplies behind without a word. Her leg is also completely healed, all thanks to his help the previous night. Abel can't help but cry as she realizes that this is the first time she has ever felt truly cared for by someone else. No matter what happened in her life, she always had to face it alone. Even when she encountered huge obstacles, she managed to overcome them eventually, but it was always alone. That was the duty of someone who carries the family name of Nibelung. But now, Kang Guillaume has done all of this for her, while seemingly expecting nothing in return. All this time, she has envied and been jealous of people who offer kindness without expecting anything in return, and now he does this for her. With newfound energy, she picks up her sword and prepares to set off. Nothing will change for her if she just sits and cries, so she has to start moving. She wears the coat that Guillaume gave her proudly and sets off to continue her survival training. Meanwhile, Guillaume pushes his way through the forest and his mind wanders to Abel. Even he thinks that she's really pretty, but he also feels like Abel doesn't like him very much. He's not too worried since he already knows that Abel's character is just like that. She's always been a proud, aloof young lady. He ended up helping her due to their random encounter, but it's not because he had feelings for her. She just looked so pitiful that he couldn't bring himself to be cold to her. The main storyline might change a little now that he has interacted with her, but everything should be mostly fine. Today is also the day that Abel and Leon start developing feelings for each other. He at least hopes that she doesn't end up giving the fur blanket to Leon. Regardless, he has made it out of the forest after several hours of walking, and now his focus is solidly on finding the blessing before sunset. The blessing he's looking for is the blessing of regeneration, which is a guardian class blessing that is just a rank below the blessing of transference. It's designed to amplify the body's regenerative capabilities, but the catch is that it can only be used on the person that owns the blessing, which means that the blessing is essentially just magical doping. However, because he has the blessing of transference, that restriction doesn't apply to him. He should also be able to patch up his sashimi knives as well. At a glance, the blessing seems like a cheat, but the regeneration isn't to the point of regenerating lost limbs. It's just a blessing that accelerates the healing of wounds. The blessing is also treated as a hidden bonus in the game, so it doesn't particularly affect Leon's growth. Since Leon will eventually grow stronger later on and gain more buffs, he has to make sure to get this blessing no matter what. After a little bit more walking, Guillaume finally finds what he has been looking for, the blessing of regeneration. It is also beside a gigantic orb from the test, and with how obvious it is, it's practically a freebie. He came here for the blessing, but he gets an orb too, which is a lucky bonus for him. He goes to grab the orb and have a look, but suddenly, someone blocks him from getting to the orb. It's Leon, and he already knows that Guillaume isn't here for a sightseeing tour of the world tree. Leon stares Guillaume down, already knowing fully well that Guillaume came here with other intentions in mind. Guillaume lies that he just saw the orb from a distance and came to get it. Leon draws his sword and tells Guillaume to come and try to get it, but only if he can defeat the blonde in a fight. From the day Leon was born, half the world smiled with him. At least, that's what he has been told all his life. He found something that's proof of him being a hero. The sword in Leon's hand shines brightly as he stares Guillaume down. This isn't right though, and Leon is supposed to be with Abel right now. Today is supposed to be an important turning point in the story. It looks like Guillaume accidentally stole their event, and nothing ended up happening all night. But even if he knew that, fighting over it seems a bit pointless. Leon slashes the wall behind him, and it crumbles immediately without any resistance. He's serious about this fight, and nothing is changing his mind. Guillaume can finally see the sword that Leon is holding, and it's Balmung, the hero sword that Leon is supposed to find. But its condition is strange to Guillaume. Balmung is the world's worst, most sinister demon sword, and the blue gem embedded in its center is a catalyst. The gem grants the holy holy power to the holy demon sword Balmung, and that is what neutralizes its magic. But since Balmung itself is based on magic power, and even if it's being neutralized by the ether gem, it's greatly affected by the user's character. That's why, in the game, Balmung could either become a demon sword or a holy sword depending on the player's choices. Leon tells Guillaume to calm down and only think of this as a sparring match. Leon has to be crazy though, since he can't even use mental realm yet. There's no way he can defeat Guillaume at their current state. Leon takes a step forward, and it looks like he's trying to use Guillaume as a stepping stone to grow stronger after getting Balmung. MC can kind of understand where Leon is coming from, but it's just a guess. One thing that he's sure of though is that the orb is just an excuse. Leon is done waiting around, and he launches towards Guillaume to start the fight. Elsewhere, Ryozo scratches her neck in exhaustion as she walks through the forest. At some point, she ran into Weapon, and the two of them are walking together while she tries to find Guillaume. Weapon didn't want to bump into her, but the two of them are reluctantly walking together. He takes a guess that she's probably searching for Guillaume, and she doesn't deny it. At this point, it's obvious to Weapon that Ryozo is interested in Guillaume. Until a month ago, the only thing Ryozo would do is nap in the archery range, but now whenever Kang Guillaume is mentioned, she starts acting active and different. He also noticed that she has started doing extra stuff without being asked, even though she always hated doing anything complicated or tedious. Ryozo stops suddenly and turns to him with a blush on her face, and asks Weapon if her feelings for Guillaume are too obvious. As the two of them talk, a loud sound comes out from the distance that startles the birds in the trees. It seems like an earthquake, but Ryozo can tell that this commotion is caused by Kang Guillaume. Guillaume himself is facing a bit of a dilemma. Leon is way more powerful than Guillaume gave him credit for, and the machete he held as a secret weapon has already been snapped in half. Leon doesn't even think that Guillaume is fighting back, and sees this as our MC not having any respect for him at all. The truth is that Guillaume just couldn't react at all. He didn't expect Leon to actually swing Balmung, but Guillaume doesn't want to get dragged into some fight when he doesn't even know what's going on. He hesitated because if he tried to use his blessing, then he might have accidentally cut Leon down, but if he doesn't fight back, then Leon could definitely end up cutting off Guillaume's head. Leon is the protagonist of Blessing of Miracle M, and he can't be underestimated. As the blonde hero walks towards Guillaume, our MC has no choice but to pull out his sashimi knife. He's about to face off against a monster, and doing so without at least using his blessing would be absurd. He needs to get rid of the naive thought that he can just survive without using his blessing. He activates the blessing of the sword god, and clashes as Leon makes another run towards him. The two of them fight, but in an instant, Leon cuts the first sashimi knife in half with little effort. Guillaume quickly opens his bag and pulls out one of his several extras, then throws it at Leon. The blonde easily cuts all the knives before they can reach him, then rushes at Guillaume again, cutting through several pillars behind him on his way. Guillaume manages to dodge the attack, and then turns around to put some distance between them. Leon is definitely on a whole different level from the midterms, but even the protagonist's buff has its limits. Another massive slash from Balmung sends the terrain flying in different directions. Leon has used almost all his energy in this fight, but through the destroyed landscape and dust, Guillaume walks towards him, completely untouched. He asks Leon why he's going this far, and Leon stops for a moment and stares down at his Guillaume sword. Guillaume's sword seems to be the one to bring happiness to everyone, but now since Guillaume showed up, it seems like everything he has been working to build doesn't matter anymore. Now this whole fight is supposed to show Guillaume who is who between them. Leon activates his sword once again and charges up an even more devastating strike than before bringing it down towards Guillaume. Our MC rushes towards Leon as the massive strike falls towards him, and the two of them clash for a moment. As the energy clears from Balmung, a small chunk of it chips off. Leon stops moving for a moment and stares down at his damaged sword. It looks like the destiny Leon was meant to have is now too far out of reach for him. From where he's standing, Guillaume is the one that should have been chosen. As Guillaume puts away his knife, the wind rustles around them, and as the dust clears, Leon is gone. That was an unexpected duel for Guillaume, but it looks like he wanted to use it as a way to help him grow as a hero and strengthen himself. Guillaume doesn't plan on losing to anyone, no matter their motivation. Leon didn't even come at him in a way that would allow him to end the fight easily, and he lost several sashimi knives in the fight. If Guillaume had gone lightly and made even one wrong move, then he would have been dead. He tried his best not to target Leon, but thanks to that, he ended up dodging all over the place without putting in a real fight. Even so, Leon's growth is at a level is fitting for the protagonist. With that said, Guillaume ended up slicing a bit of Balmung, but as long as he gets it repaired and collects more parts later, then reaching its final form shouldn't be a problem. At least he didn't end up cutting down Leon himself. That would have been an entirely different problem. With no other surprise attacks on the way, Guillaume goes to take the orb for the survival training and pick up his new blessing as well. He picks up the blessing, and a system message pops up for him, confirming that he has acquired it as one of his abilities. It's a passive ability, and to test it, Guillaume cuts into his own skin with a stone. Immediately, the wound disappears without even a scar, which is exactly what Guillaume wanted this whole time. Still, getting this in the first place was tough. He heads back into the forest and rests by a campfire as he gathers his thoughts. He still can't get over the sudden duel he had with Leon for no reason. The only thing he can think of is that the fight happened because he accidentally stole Leon's special time with Abel, but Leon even said that their battle was going to happen sooner or later. Things were so tense that Guillaume couldn't even question it, but now he desperately wants to know what the blonde protagonist meant by that. He already knows that Leon is an existence of this world, but that still doesn't answer the question of what exactly he is. And even beyond that, the one that brought Guillaume into this world in the first place is a whole other mystery. He can't do anything to figure it out, and for now, all he can do is what he feels he needs to do. Even in his past life, he had a fiery personality. He has been holding it back a lot lately, but he could never ignore injustice. He used to get into a lot of fights with rude customers, but he never backed down no matter how tough they were. Maybe that is Guillaume's own weird sense of justice. At first, he tried not to interfere with the main storyline, but before he knew it, protecting himself became the top priority, even though his actions were just to get a blessing. That shouldn't change the main plot. And yet today, he ended up fighting Leon, and now he's also under the threat of assassination too. His life is really on the line, and if he continues down this path, he might end up cutting down a real person and not a monster. He still doesn't want to do that, and his mind starts to weigh down as he realizes that things might really come down to that. As he's thinking to himself, Ryozo appears behind him and mockingly encourages him to stop talking to himself and just act naturally instead of overthinking things. He turns towards her, but she's gone when he looks. It seems like this was just a hallucination, but he knows that if Ryozo were really with him, that's probably what she would say. He takes a moment to think about what the others are doing, and in that brief moment, he realizes that right now he's thinking about his friends. The word sounds so cheesy, but right now, it gives him comfort. As the night goes on, Guillaume eventually falls asleep. Suddenly, the leaves in the bushes around him crunch silently as a group of dangerous-looking people make their way towards him with sharp objects in their hands. Their leader, Rei Shin, nods her head as a signal to start the attack, and two of the grunts throw their shuriken towards Guillaume. He instinctually wakes up and dodges the attacks, only taking minor cuts to his arms. Guillaume turns towards the Undertaker Syndicate and immediately recognizes their leader, Rei Shin. In the story, she eventually becomes the first half-demon that Leon ever faces. Originally, she was the daughter of a noble, but after her family betrayed her and kicked her out, she became a contract killer. Her hatred grew with time, and then she eventually became a villain that got defeated by Leon. In other words, she's a character doomed to tragedy. As sad as her tale is, Guillaume can't find any sympathy for a killer who gave up her humanity. The group of assassins approach him as Guillaume cautiously tries to keep his distance. The men can immediately tell that Guillaume isn't normal, and even in a situation like this where he's surrounded by strong fighters, Guillaume is making a face like he wants to cut them all down. Rei Shin is the first to speak to him, and she asks him which organization he's from. Guillaume doesn't answer, mostly because he has no idea what to say to that. Why would Hitman be asking him that kind of question? Maybe they think he isn't a cadet because he seems so skilled. From what the other men are saying, it seems like this is the first time that Rei Shin has been interested in someone they are about to kill. They know that he's but they didn't think that he would put up a fight at all. Guillaume still doesn't respond to their provocations, and instead, he simply watches them. Then he figures out that since these people have come for him, then whoever sent them must at least be an elder in the academy. That shocks all of them because they didn't expect Guillaume to be investigating them. He knows that the Undertaker Syndicate are just butchers who kill people for money, and the more he talks about them, the angrier they get. Guillaume walks right up to Rei, getting right in her face and looking down at her, as if to mock her. One of the grunts finally has enough of the disrespect and turns to attack Guillaume, but in a split second, our MC activates the blessing of the sword god and makes quick work of the side character. The man makes fun of Guillaume for just running around dodging as his head slides off from his neck, which has been cleanly cut by Guillaume. Just like that, he dies before he even knows that he has been attacked. With this, Guillaume has finally cut down a person in a place that isn't the Academy's subspace. As the group panics and tries to figure out what to do, Guillaume's assimilation rate starts to go up rapidly, going from 12 to 88. In another reality, Chef Kim checks his phone and sees that it's already past midnight. He decides it's time for him to find what he's looking for quickly and call it a day. He's looking for his humanity, but he can't seem to find it anywhere. As he searches through the fridge, he sees some boxes of juice that spell out the words, Blessing of the Sword God. As he looks at the weirdly organized boxes, he changes back to Kangiyama, but he still can't find what he's looking for. He sees some boxes of juice, and they seem to be spelling out a message for him. The message tells him to cut it all down, no matter what it is. And as soon as he reads it, a bright red light comes flooding from the fridge, engulfing him and bringing him back to reality. His left eye starts to darken as a manic glare comes over his face, and it's clear that Guillaume is ready to take out anything and everyone in his way. The other goons don't get the hint that they are already dead, and they try to rush towards him so they can bring him down. But Guillaume doesn't waste a second as he meets them halfway and cuts 3 of them down with one clean strike. Another pair of assassins come at him with their swords drawn, and our MC easily jumps over their attacks, twisting in midair before slicing them in the back, killing them easily. The men try to encourage each other to not get taken down by one brat and rush to attack him all at once, while Rui Shen, their leader, watches from behind as blood, guts, and body parts go flying in all directions. As she watches her men get mercilessly cut down, she starts to question if the person they are going up against is really a cadet. He's clearly in an entirely different league than all of them combined, and at this rate, they are all going to be wiped out. The goon closest to her yells out in fear, calling for his captain to tell him what to do, but before Rui can even process what he's saying, Gyama swiftly appears beside him and ends his life in one swift motion. The kid was supposed to be an easy target for them, just a quick kill that they would forget about by the end of the week. But now, all her men are dead, and she's most likely going to be next. Now she understands why the old man was promising such an absurd amount of money for someone that was supposed to be a quick and easy kill. That crazy old man set them up against someone who is clearly no longer human. He has to be a half-human, half-demon that's disguised as a cadet. Gyama's attention turns to her, and before Rui Shen can back away, her back is already in the glue as Gyama sits on top of her, keeping her completely pinned while a knife presses against her throat. Gyama managed to finish this whole thing quickly, with a whole 9 seconds left on his blessing of painlessness. All the time for the day was used up because of Leon and this Undertaker group. It was for self-defense, but Gyama still wishes that he won't need to use it again. Fighting humans is a completely different feeling compared to fighting demonoids. Even though he's not a fan of what he just did, his opponents were human butchers that were coming for his life. There was no reason to show mercy, and he doesn't have any regrets. Now the only person left to take care of is Rui Shen, and she has clearly lost all will to fight. He ties her hands to a tree, keeping her immobilized. Then he starts his interrogation by asking her who sent her. However, even in this situation, Rui is a professional, and she's not about to let Gyama's intimidation work on her. But Gyama isn't going to give up so easily either. This is finally his chance to figure out who has been after his life. All he has to do is figure out how he's going to get the information out of her. Gyama bends down to her and asks her if she's stupid. After all her subordinates have been turned to fertilizer for the forest, and there's a good chance that she will be next if she decides to continue crossing Gyama. Rui can't take it anymore and grits her teeth in anger, convinced that Gyama is a demon. But now even she can see why the elder put a hit on him. She tried to look into Gyama before the mission, but all of his personal records were erased, including even his relatives and his parents. That causes Gyama to pause in confusion, and the rest of Rui's ranting falls on deaf ears. He has no idea what she means by his family records being erased. He tries to remember his relatives and his parents, but suddenly realizes that he can't even remember what his family looks like. He desperately asks her to explain herself, while pulling out his sashimi knife from its cover. He was originally planning to find out the name of the person that hired the mercenary group, then he would have let her go peacefully. But now that she has revealed something so distressing, it looks like he has no choice but to take this more seriously. He tells her plainly that if she doesn't cooperate with him, then she will end up losing an arm and a leg and any other limb Gyama wishes. As long as she can still talk by the end of it, he doesn't care how mangled she ends up being. Suddenly, the area fills with immense magical pressure, pushing both Gyama and Rui down. Gyama turns around and sees that the blood of the corpses seem to be rising into the air and heading towards Rui. Suddenly, the stoic look on Rui's face changes to raw terror as she sees the blood gathering around her body. Elsewhere, Siegfried takes the break as an opportunity to go fishing with his brand new fishing rod. He hasn't gotten a single bite since he started, but it's still nice to enjoy the rare peace and quiet. A disturbance in the water makes him momentarily think that he's about to get a catch, but instead, the fishes are thrown into the air as if something terrible were shaking the island itself. He can immediately tell that something is wrong. There is a terrifying amount of magic power in the air that is comparable to a demon commander. As the blood wraps completely around Rui, she starts to groan in pain as she begs Gyama to help her. Her skin starts to turn purple, and her eyes look broken as she pleads with Gyama not to let her die. Then, suddenly, a massive blast blows up the area that Rui was just laying, and the massive explosion is bright and loud enough to illuminate the whole island. The smoke of the explosion clears, and Rui is standing in the wreckage, except this is clearly not Rui. Whoever this new person is, her skin is burning in different parts, all the way up her body. And the first thing she does is stretch and comment that she hasn't been in the human world for 700 years. This level of magic power makes the mermaid that almost killed Gyama look like a small fish, as well as the impure flame that covers her body, makes Gyama certain of who he's looking at. This person is the Demon King's Army 5th Legion commander, the succubus-deemed demon, the bewitching flame Agor. It looks like just after slowly turning into a demon, Gyama is about to face off against a demon commander. The dream demon laughs in glee, as even the birds in the sky fall to the ground from the immense heat that her appearance caused. She asks Gyama if this is not how humans greet each other. After all, it's been 700 years since she last stepped out of the demon realm, so she's not used to human customs anymore. Regardless of whether she's right or wrong in how she introduced herself, she does it again, even saying that it's nice to meet him before asking for his name. Guillaume is still stunned to silence as she continues to ask him questions that he can barely even hear anymore. Right now, he's struggling to dig up his memories, in the hopes that even the smallest and seemingly useless fragments can serve as a mirror to let him see into the future. The biggest advantage Guillaume has right now, that has allowed him to survive in this world for so long, are his memories from playing Blessing of Miracles M from his past life. From what he remembers, the succubus Agor is a fire-type demon and one of the Legion commanders. Although her physical strength is pretty average among the other commanders, she excels in mental magic. That's the basic details he can remember reading about Agor on the game's wiki, back when he quit the game. But he has no idea why Agor would come down to the human world after 700 years. Even more, she used possession to descend through Lycian as a host. He doesn't have any more time to think about it as Agor speaks to him again. She asks if he is the one that killed all the mercenaries littered on the floor. From the moment she descended, she realized that Guillaume is no ordinary human, and the fact that he's even still standing with a sane mind after seeing her is proof that he has outstanding capabilities. However, even with that, just from his physical appearance, she can tell that he's just a whelp, but he will most likely turn out well in the future. If that's the case, she comes to him with a proposal to make a contract with her. As she says that, she activates her mind control powers, completely bewitching Guillaume as he looks at her. He tries to ask her what she's doing to him, but she cuts him off before he can say anything. Guillaume should be honored after all that a Legion commander would give him the special chance to become her slave. In the end, she knows that even though humans may act noble, they only end up judging each other and creating their own pecking orders. They chase after their own interests and kill others to cause pain. Instead of allowing him to live in a world like that, Agor is giving Guillaume a chance to dream a dream of glory with her. The mind control starts to take effect as her words sink into his mind. The more he thinks about it, the more he can't help but agree with her. After all, humans only judge others and stand in their own way. If he wants to survive, then accepting Agor's offer would be the right thing to do. On top of that, his ultimate goal of survival will be much easier if he sides with the Demon King's army. His opponent is a demon, and not just any demon, but the succubus queen, Agor. That's why he has to fight her influence and make his decisions on his own. As his mind just barely manages to cut through her powers, Agor notices that he has undone her high-level magic. She starts to wonder if he broke free because she is currently inhabiting a vessel. She only made that contract with Lycian because of all her whining, but now she's starting to regret her decision. As she continues to complain about her host, Guillaume starts to laugh. He finds her nonsensical barking funny and couldn't hold back his amusement. There's a brief silence as Agor struggles to comprehend what Guillaume just said, and then he pulls out his sashimi knife to answer her question about becoming a slave. With one swift swipe of his blade in empty air, he tells her to buzz off. Agor smirks at his lack of manners as flames start to gather around them. Guillaume cuts through the flames that she effortlessly sends his way, and she even yawns while he works to dodge her attacks. But our MC isn't even moving at his full potential yet. He manages to move fast enough to cut her down, causing her to dodge and jump away while laughing manically. The more they fight, the more she starts to want him, even though her offer of making him her slave was only said half-jokingly. She decides to see how far his abilities can really go, and unleashes even more of her power at once, sending multiple fireballs at him. Guillaume cuts through all of them easily, pushing through the wall of flames directly at Agor. His increasingly dazzling skills only make her more and more impressed by him. As he approaches her, she's forced to turn and run while he gives an endless chase. Guillaume has clearly gone past human limits, while she on the other hand is adapting much too slowly, despite the fact that it has been several minutes since she descended. Our MC manages to catch up to her and turns to bury his knife in her back. This time Agor is genuinely concerned by just how fast Guillaume is to be able to catch up to her so quickly. The two of them collide, releasing a massive explosion that destroys the earth around them. As the smoke clears, Agor stands above Guillaume, easily holding back his knife that was about to stab into her just a moment ago. She comments on him having an impatient personality and asks him if he's in a hurry. He doesn't have to go anywhere since Agor has all the time in the world for him. Guillaume is in a hurry though, and he knows that there is no time to waste. With all his strength, he cuts through her grip, freeing his hand and pushing in for another attack. His body starts to glow with his aura as he pushes himself even harder to settle this fight. There's no time to waste, and the clock is slowly ticking down until his blessing of painlessness ends, leaving him completely vulnerable. Agor notices that he's somehow getting even faster, despite already overcoming what is humanly possible. The two of them continue to clash, sending sparks of flames shining all over the place as the seconds tick away. Their battle gets brighter and brighter until finally, his blessing of painlessness wears off, leaving Guillaume completely exhausted as he pants heavily, barely being able to stand as she towers over him. Agor, meanwhile, has nothing to show for the brutal fight besides a severely cut-up hand covered in flames. If it weren't for the clause that the humans and demons signed 700 years ago, this battle would have gone a lot differently. As she stares at her hand, she just can't get used to seeing her own red blood pour out of her multiple wounds. It almost feels like she has become human herself. And just like that, she uses her flames to completely heal up her arm, leaving her good as new. She approaches Gyama, who can barely even stand upright anymore, and tells him that it would be a waste to leave him as just a human. He has a burning determination that consumes his body, and it captivates her. He may be lacking in manners, but Agor likes his fiery passion, and at his age, he might even have more potential than the other kid that was prophesied to be the vessel of the past hero. Agor laughs as Gyama continues to glare at her defiantly. Now that she has almost adjusted to her new body, she starts to see Gyama differently, and wonders if he will be the one to fulfill the wishes of the demons. To find that out, Agor decides to give him one last test to see if he really is what she's searching for. She charges up even more flames around him as she rises up into the air and tells our MC that if he can survive her next attack, then he passes. The flames rise and form a ball in the Legion commander's hand, looking brighter and hotter than anything she has used so far. Gyama's eyes start to glaze over as she charges up the attack. It's clear that he has no energy in him anymore. Agor tells him that he has to endure at least this much as she tosses the mini-sun over towards him. At the same time, someone else rushes in from the side, leaping up towards them and stepping in front of the blast to block it from hitting Gyama. It's Siegfried, and he arrived just in time to save his young student from certain death. As he uses all his strength to block the burst of fire heading towards Gyama, he tells our MC to pull himself together and snap out of his daze. Agor is mildly annoyed by the old man's sudden interference in their battle, and she tells Siegfried not to butt in between them. However, the old man absolutely cannot let Gyama fall in battle, especially with all the potential he has shown. Since the Swordmaster has chosen to put his life on the line for Gyama, Agor is more than willing to put him through the challenge to see if he can actually protect the younger boy. Meanwhile, Gyama's consciousness floats in an empty space as he struggles to regain himself. His first thought is asking if he's dead, as he hears coughing coming from somewhere in front of him. He's just barely able to come to his senses and sees someone standing in front of him. The first thing he sees is a flaming knob where an arm is supposed to be, and as his vision clears, he sees the Sword Emperor standing in front of him with a missing arm. Despite his missing limb, the Sword Emperor is still determined to make sure that a peerless talent like Kang Gyama isn't lost in vain to a pointless battle like this. With all his strength, he used his sword in his bare hand to completely block an attack from a Legion commander, and even as he lost his entire arm, he still stands in front of a student like a protective shield. All of this is because he knows that the boy he's giving his life to protect will surely become the link to humans and demons, and he will grow to become the hope that breaks the chain. He notices that our MC seems to have come to his senses and tells him to rest for a while till his body recovers. From what Siegfried can see, the situation is dire, and he needs to hold down the fort while his student rests. Gyama points out that Siegfried has lost an arm, but the old man tells him now to bother about it. There's no need to use both hands to grip a sword anyways. For now, Gyama has to focus on getting himself together. Agor is done letting them have their idle chit-chat, and she calls out to Siegfried. She doesn't understand how someone past their prime is taking her magic head-on. After all, he's just a mere human, and he should barely be able to think while around her, much less hold his ground like this. Siegfried doesn't answer, and instead tries to get a grasp of the situation he dove into. Right now, he's facing off against Agor, one of the Legion commanders, and for someone with such a high rank to show up, they need to use flesh as an offering to loosen the barrier between the demon realm and the human world. From there, they can possess a human body which acts as the catalyst. Because of the backlash from the whole process, demons can't bring out their full strength while possessing someone, but that doesn't change the fact that they are unstoppable disasters whenever they appear. Fortunately for them, it seems that Agor and her current host body aren't a good match. For her to be struggling against Gyama is understandable considering just how overpowered he is, but she's even getting pushed back by a dying old man. She doesn't know what trick Siegfried pulled to be able to hold out against her for so long, but she'll make sure that her next attack won't end with him just losing her arm. With that, she makes another charge towards him, and Siegfried responds in kind, rushing towards her with his sword held in his one good arm. The two pass each other, and our grandpa manages to chop off her arm as payback. Agor screams out in pain and anger as her flaming arm falls limply to the ground. She stares at it in shock as Siegfried asks her if she's afraid yet. After all, now things are fair between them. That angers Agor even more, and she goes in for another attack, spawning massive flames that cover the entire area. Siegfried calmly holds his sword as it builds with aura, preparing for a counterattack. He doesn't know exactly why she crossed from the demon realm into the human world, but he can see clearly that her eyes are filled with fear. As the flames move towards him like a molten whip, the old man cuts it away easily and dodges the attack. Then he leaps away from where he's standing, moving faster than Agor can see. The succubus still doesn't think that Siegfried is much of a threat, and she's so busy mocking him that she narrowly allows her head to get cut off by his sword. In an instant, Siegfried appears beside her, swiping his sword at her neck, which she very narrowly manages to dodge. Siegfried has such a dense aura around him that she can't even sense his movements around her. That's when she takes a moment to seriously look at his face and realize that Siegfried is a descendant of Aren, one of the heroes of old. That may be the case, but Agor tries to calm herself before panic washes over her. After all, Siegfried is still just a human with a body far past its prime. There's no need for her to get so worked up over someone like this. She flies up into the sky to put some distance between them, then summons a barrage of flaming spears above her head. Descendant of Aaron or not, there's no way a body as frail as Siegfried's will be able to dodge this next attack. The spears fill the sky, and the heat is so overwhelming that even the clouds start to give way. She laughs like a maniac as both Guillaume and Siegfried realize that this next one is going to be tough to dodge. Without giving them more than a second to think, she unleashes the flaming rain down to the ground. Siegfried may be old, but he still has some spring in his step, moving fast enough to dodge the rain of fire. Guillaume can do nothing but watch and call out for his teacher. He's like to help him, but right now it's taking all the strength he has left to barely stay conscious. If he lets go of his sashimi knife, he might never be able to grab hold of it again. Giving up his blessing in this situation would basically be suicide. Siegfried continues to jump and avoid the molten spears as they rip apart the ground around him. With his one good arm, he slashes his sword at any attacks that come to close, perfectly cutting the fire spears in half. Even Agor commends him on his impressive display with such an old body. She upgrades him from a meddling bug to a scurrying rat in her eyes, but the attacks are still falling and they don't seem to have an end. Siegfried hasn't just been blindly dodging this entire time. He's been getting closer to her with each step, and now he's within jumping distance. As he closes the gap, he agrees with her that demons are absurdly stronger than humans. In fact, in his youth, he resented the world after coming to terms with that fact, understanding that his effort alone wouldn't be enough to overcome it. But he has realized something now, that he has reached old age. Agor mocks him as he speaks, but even though her words are dismissive, she can't ignore the raw skill that shows just how experienced the old man is with the sword. Siegfried is almost within striking distance, and she still hasn't found a weakness to exploit. Then, just as he gets closer, she notices it. His left side, where his arm is missing, is wide open, and a sitting duck for an attack. She smirks as an idea comes to her, and tells Siegfried to keep babbling. The old man leaps into the air, and with his sword primed for the final slash, he screams out to Agor. He tells her that humans can develop and evolve even in hopeless situations, and that's what demons fear the most. That's why they are constantly trying to invade the human world. With that, Siegfried finally makes it into stabbing distance and raises his hand above his head for the final strike. Once he's close enough, Agor starts to laugh. With a quick move of her hand, a spear of fire bursts from the ground, stabbing through his foot. With that, Siegfried's heroic leap is hindered, leaving him wide open for a finishing attack. Agor doesn't waste a second. She closes the gap between them, placing her hand on his chest. She's tired of listening to his babbling, and there's only one way to put an end to it. With that, she shoots a burst of fire from her palm that tears straight through the Sword Emperor's stomach. The beam then explodes, completely engulfing the old man in bright flames as Agor walks away, once again looking bored of the whole fight. Siegfried spits out blood and falls to his knees, coughing in pain. His body is on fire, his arm is missing, and there's a bowling ball-sized hole in his stomach. Honestly, the old man has definitely had better days. Now that he's well and truly defeated, Agor places a flaming foot on his head, pinning him to the ground. Left with no strength in his body, it looks like Siegfried has no words left to speak. Agor knows humans well. Whether it was 700 years ago or today, the heroic types are always so cliché. The mighty Sword Emperor can't even open his mouth to argue as she tears him down with her words. Giamma calls out for his teacher again, still barely able to move or do anything to save him. Agor had almost forgotten about the kid, but her attention goes back to him after his cry. For the first time since they met, she calls him by his name and approaches to continue their conversation from before Siegfried arrived. Now that the intruding matter has been taken care of, it's time for her to give him the results of the test she gave him earlier. The Sword Emperor tries in vain to yell for his student to run, but it's already too late. Giamma passed her test, and as a reward, he gets another taste of mind control. His already weakened mind can barely hold back as the Legion commander places her flaming hands on his body. In her eyes, Giamma will definitely serve as the perfect host for the hopes of demonkind. She lovingly tells him that they will see each other in hell, while Siegfried yells for her not to turn her back on the enemy to go after a young cadet. Agor laughs at his attempts to save our MC as she prepares a seal on her tongue. She doesn't feel like hanging out with an old man like Siegfried. Her attention is fully on Giamma. She leans in and places her tongue on his forehead, giving him a devil mark as a seal of approval for passing her test. With that, Giamma falls to the ground, seemingly completely taken over by the demon woman's magic. The demon mark takes root in his head and spreads all over his body, completely covering him with her power. The system immediately detects the unauthorized external intrusion and starts to freak out. It automatically activates its self-defense program, but just like with the Sword God's blessing, the program cannot execute because the user's level and the world line are too low. So instead, the system uses Yggdrasil as a catalyst to temporarily increase Giamma's level. Then, it uses its restraint to readjust and synchronize the world line. If you have no idea what this means, dear viewer, it means that our OPMC is about to get absolutely busted, and Agor is cooked. Jiyama's synchronization level increases from 12.7 all the way to 99%, and then finally 100%. With that, the condition for his mysterious locked power has been met. Jiyama is about to wake up. Meanwhile, Siegfried still tries to fight against the overconfident demon, but in his weakened and bruised state, he's barely a threat. He's a lot slower, but even Agor can't help but commend the fact that he's still moving despite his injuries. It's not too much for her to understand though, since bugs are known to keep moving even after their heads are cut off. Siegfried still tries to fight back as Agor playfully dodges his attacks. Even if it costs him his life, he's determined to take her with him. His blade shines with his aura, and Agor takes note of the color. It's just like the aura the Sword Saint used 700 years ago, in the war. His aura flared, a last-ditch effort fueled by his dying breath. Agor knew she had to kill the old man for good before he became a bigger problem. She rushed at him for one final battle, and Siegfried prepared to meet her head-on. But they were both interrupted as a blast of magic came down from the sky, slamming into Agor and rattling her to her core. She spun around, a snarl on her face as she searched for the origin of the magic, and her eyes widened. At first, she thought she was looking at Jiyama, but this definitely couldn't be the boy. An ancient, unpleasant chill ran through her body as she saw the glowing form approaching them. She hadn't felt this kind of presence for 700 years. The system forcibly raised and manifested the level of all of Jiyama's blessings, including the blessing of painlessness and the blessing of regeneration. Then, it used the blessing of transference to halt the world line's pain and damage with the other two blessings. A low growl escaped Agor's lips as she stared at the person who dared to interfere with her plans. Then she called the person in the air above them, Joaquin. Jiyama descended from the sky towards them, the blessing of the sword god temporarily disabled. Instead, the system announced that the gods should bear witness as he wields the blessing of pseudo-invocation. Elsewhere on the island, Abel rested her sword against her back as she walked through the dense forest. Today was the last day of the training exercise, but as she walked, a sense of unease settled over her. Something was wrong. It was almost 7 o'clock in the morning. Ryoho checked her phone, her expression laced with disbelief. Weapon woke up behind her and asked what she's doing walking around when it's not even dawn yet, but she told him that dawn was a long time ago. Sunrise had passed, and yet the sky remained pitch black, as if it were still the middle of the night. Regardless of what was happening, it was about time for the cadets to head back to the academy. They would all meet up there, even Chloe and Rachel, who were fast asleep, dreaming of Kang Jiyama. Other cadets were also waking up and realizing it was time to reunite at the return point. Ryoho gripped the strap of her bag, a knot of certainty tightening in her stomach. This wasn't a good sign. Back at the battlefront, the smoke swirled but didn't clear as Jiyama calmly floated down. Agor's mind reeled. She couldn't believe that Joaquin of all people would suddenly appear. For the first time, the flicker of fear Siegfried had seen in her eyes now took over her entire expression. But as our MC's feet touched the ground, crackling with electricity, Agor got her first good look at him. It wasn't the Joaquin she's feared for 700 years. Instead, it was Jiyama, the boy she was just playing with 5 minutes ago. Now that she had a clear look at him, she realized it was careless to think this could be Joaquin. No matter how strong he was 700 years ago, he was still human. There's no way he would still be alive. But that didn't stop the cold wave of dread that washed over her as Jiyama approached, a feeling so immense her tactical mind, once sharp and clear, now felt clouded and slow. And where was Siegfried during all of this chaos? He could only stare, his breath caught in his throat, as if basking in the light of a new god. As soon as Jiyama got close enough, his knees buckled, and he knelt in respect. Jiyama stared at him for a moment before raising his hands. Instantly, Siegfried's wounds began to knit themselves shut. Once Siegfried had been taken care of, Jiyama closed his eyes to concentrate. Then he opened them, and a crackle of raw power burst from him, the electricity that was coursing through him erupting to engulf the entire area. In a flash, he disappeared. Before Agor could even blink, he reappeared behind her and started walking towards her. The Legion commander stood frozen, her brain struggling to process what was happening. She couldn't get a clear grasp of his form at all. It was as if his very existence was now beyond her comprehension. She wondered if it was because of the weak body she was inhabiting, but it was definitely more than that. This is impossible, she thought. This entire situation is beyond understanding. But of one thing, she was certain. The being in front of her was no longer human. If that's the case, then she had to take back what she said a while ago. She apologized to Jiyama for taking back her words as she reached down, drawing magma from the earth for one massive attack. It was a shame she had to give all her strength to take him out now. His body would have made a fine vessel, but if she didn't take him down here, he would definitely become someone that blocks the path of demon kind. Jiyama watched calmly as she charged a powerful attack in her hands. The magma from below broke through the ground and took shape in front of her. Then, she gathered it all, turning it into a massive fireball that she held over her head. Siegfried's eyes widened, his teeth clenched at the sheer display of raw power. Jiyama, however, watched the approaching inferno without a flicker of emotion on his face. She sent the massive fireball hurtling towards Jiyama, wishing him one final goodbye with a promise to see each other again in hell. The massive ball of fire shot toward Giamma and Siegfried, so large that it tore the earth apart as it flew towards them. Siegfried can only watch in horror at the sheer size of the attack, powerless to stop it. But Giamma strides forward as the inferno flies towards them. For the first time since his transformation, he speaks. Inside him, the system calculates furiously. The world line is unstable. This new form can only be maintained for 60 seconds. But for what he is about to do, 60 seconds is an eternity. The world seems to hold its breath as he walks toward the fireball, his only intention, to cut it as perfectly as possible. Countless potential cutting lines appear on the blazing sphere, but his eyes lock onto the one true path. He activates a new power, Thousand Sword. In a single fluid motion, his will lashes out, slicing not only through the fireball but far beyond it, striking Agor where she stands, her hand still outstretched. The fireball detonates in a blinding flash of light that whites out everything. When it fades, Agor's body collapses, bisected by a flawless line. She hits the ground with no energy left, her blood pooling like molten magma. Her mana source, the very core of her being, has been severed. As she lay dying, her eyes looked up to the sky. All around the island, the other cadets point upwards in shock. The oppressive darkness that covered the sky has been split open by a perfect, clean cut, allowing the morning sun to finally break through. They don't understand what happened. They just think the sunrise on this island is very, very weird. Back on the battlefield, Giamma's transformation fades. The immense power leaves his body, and he collapses, unconscious. Seeing her chance, the Legion commander begins to crawl towards the boy. She cannot accept such a pathetic death. More importantly, she now sees that Kang Giamma will become a calamity for all demon kind. Using the last dregs of her energy, she prepares one final spell, but it's cut short. A sword blade erupts from her mouth, having been thrust clean through the back of her head. Siegfried stands over her, his face grim. "I warned you," he says. "Never turn your back on the enemy." He pours his aura into the blade, and her screams of defiance are finally extinguished as her body decays into nothing. As her last embers fade, Siegfried finally declares his name to the empty battlefield. "My name is not Aaron's descendant. It is Siegfried von Nibelung." He then turns to the unconscious Giamma. He checks him over. His breathing is steady, and there are no fatal wounds. His life is not in danger. But as he looks at the boy, Siegfried wonders, what is he? He remembers how his body moved on its own, how he was compelled to kneel as a show of courtesy. It was an unconscious response, an instinct deep within a swordsman. Since ancient times, humans have believed that an incomprehensible will resides within all of creation. Storms, comets, lightning from a clear sky. These supernatural, superhuman forces have always been objects of fear, but also of worship. Over the years, people gave them names. They called such things calamities or gods. The signals in the sky and all that noise put the cadets on total alert, making everyone want to run out at the same time. Most of them still could not believe what might have happened in that place. No matter how much they looked, it was hard to accept that someone was leaving on a stretcher and that their idol was severely injured. Chloe could barely believe her grandfather had gone through such a moment of terror while she searched for clues about what had happened. The situation was not good for her at all, and the girl wanted to push through everyone at any cost to see the scene. Even with people trying to contain the euphoric crowd, it seemed impossible to accept that everything was happening so fast. Saki looked at her friend, who was completely distraught over a moment she never imagined experiencing. The girl was visibly shocked to see that her grandfather had lost a limb in battle, and judging by his torn clothes, had narrowly escaped with his life. Her eyes filled with tears, and losing control of her own body, she collapsed, unable to stand. Meanwhile, news about what happened to the Sword Emperor was blowing up on all the mobile forums. Abel looked at the news, knowing they would not report anything about Giamma amidst all that turmoil. The rumors only spoke of a special student who had disappeared, claiming he had been removed from Avalon Island. Abel grew extremely irritated hearing people talk about the incident and her friend as if it were any of their business. It was so unpleasant that she called out two cadets who were chattering nearby. With her usual gentleness, she asked them to talk somewhere else since she was not in a good mood after getting very little sleep. The two left grumbling, realizing they should probably just stay quiet in their own corner. Her thoughts were racing, firmly believing that Giamma should not simply die. Although sad, she looked to the side and saw that Chloe was not doing well either, noticing that her friend had been crying in a corner ever since that day. Abel was also deeply worried, as it had already been a week since she last saw Giamma. She remembered when the three friends tried to move forward and were stopped by security guards, who insisted they did not have permission. They could only pass with a special order from the director, otherwise everyone was forbidden. Because of this ban, Abel imagined that the Sword Emperor's condition must not be very good. She knew that Avalon Island had suddenly filled with boiling lava and the subtle magic she had felt before. Since even a human lost an arm this time, everyone could only deduce that it was caused by an invading demon and that the Sword Emperor tried to stop it. Abel had already searched the servers multiple times looking for information, but found nothing. Furthermore, Lady Media was closely monitoring the progress of the war and said she would release any official information. Thinking she might get something directly from the source, Abel pulled out her phone and started writing a message to Giamma. She still hesitated to send it, trying to decide whether to press send or not. She remembered that the last time she saw him was when she received a flick on her forehead from him, wondering when he would return since she already missed him. People spoke to Abel, but she seemed lost in her own world. Rachel, her companion beside her, tried to speak to her several times and waited for an answer until she grew tired and called her more firmly. It was not that Abel did not want to talk to Rachel, she was just really spaced out that day. While rumors about the Sword Emperor continued, Chloe's grandfather did not want to worry his granddaughter. However, over time, she would understand why he personally volunteered to take care of the special student. Deep down, Abel imagined that Giamma ended up in that state by trying to help her friend's grandfather, but she had no way to prove it. Rachel knew something was wrong with her friend, but simply had no means to help. The situation was not good anywhere, and perhaps drinking was the solution to calm some people down. In a bar, a man slammed a bottle hard onto the table after taking a large gulp, considering the whole thing a massive headache. He looked at the newspaper and considered all that news to be a pile of garbage. While the man drank tea, the green-haired woman named Media wanted to know the boy's actual condition, and the man replied that his recovery was nearly complete. Media proudly shared that she had summoned the available medical team and healers, even admitting she had to threaten a few of them. She did not want to hear optimistic speeches from Kling, because after going through so much in life, she had never seen him so badly injured and wanted to be certain he was all right. Kling raised his incomplete arm and joked while shaking his suit jacket, saying it was not as bothersome as it looked. She remembered hearing the doctor say that in 30 years of practice, he had never seen such a delicate case. The doctor seemed crazy, claiming that the man was perfectly healthy and that even his old illnesses had vanished. Now, Media assumed it was Zeke's fault that Giamma returned like that, finding it even more suspicious that he would not leave the boy's side. Zeke even used a massive amount of money to seal off an entire wing of the hospital, and she had never seen him act like this. Since the boy had already woken up, she demanded to know what had happened. The man set his cup on the table and said he was gathering his thoughts, as it genuinely took him time to process everything. But Media did not care about his delay and wanted the facts. He began by explaining that the commander of the 5th Legion had appeared on Avalon Island. Media expected bombshell news, but that was too much. The man said it was hard to believe, but that very commander was the one who tore off his arm. In a panic, the woman stood up and asked if Giamma ended up like that because of the commander, deducing that facing her must have been an enormous challenge. After the shock, she sat back down upon hearing that he was not the one who did all the heavy lifting. She knew he was telling the truth, because no matter how strong he was, he could not defeat the 5th commander alone. Impressed, her eyes widened as she asked who could have destroyed the commander if it was not him. Zeke tried to calm down and did not want to continue talking about it for now. He picked up his cup again and said that conversation could wait for another day, as the boy had more important things to do than talk to two old people like them. Media grew annoyed with the comment, since mentally she felt like a 20-year-old teenager and found Zeke very annoying. He had taken far too long to tell the truth and now refused to give details. Shortly after, a boy started spreading out a colorful poster, shouting for everyone to pay attention because they could not stay discouraged forever. He was offering an opportunity for people to join the travel fan club. The attitude surprised Saki, who could not believe he had done all that by himself, while the boy claimed that the key to a good poster was its colors. However, the presentation was short-lived because Chloe had no patience and decided to slice the poster to pieces. When the owner of the poster complained, Chloe blamed her recent lack of patience, which was unfair to the young man who had spent the entire night creating the artwork. Sitting on a bench, Saki thought that the louder the noise grew, the more intense the emptiness around her became. Not even the red bean sweet tasted as sweet as before. She hoped Giamma would show up, as his absence made her deeply upset. While lost in thought, Saki heard someone shout that Giamma had been discharged and immediately snapped her neck in that direction. She tried to stand up as fast as possible to understand what was going on. From a distance, Chloe and another friend were already surrounding Giamma and chatting with him. Giamma told everyone not to worry because he was fine, until he looked in a certain direction. His eyes widened when he saw someone rushing toward him with full force, clearly intending to hit him. Because of that, he quickly squeezed his eyes shut. Immediately after, he felt a small flick on his forehead. It was Saki's way of welcoming her friend back, and the girl with intense blue eyes was thrilled to return the gesture. Giamma looked at her quickly and seemed to understand the meaning behind it, while their orange-haired friend tried to mention that they had made a lovely poster. Kang Giamma had a recurring dream where he always stood in front of the academy. In every single one, he held his small blade and felt an overwhelming need to act. The scene would shift suddenly, and the blade itself radiated energy as if it wanted to destroy him. But he always understood the strike. using his best skills to slice through anything in his path. He cut down any magic that came at him, regardless of whether he had to tear through space, the sky, or the earth, and without caring if the forces were good or evil. Jiyama was determined to fight whenever anyone tried to dominate him, refusing to be recruited against his will. Every time was the same, with an overwhelming power rushing straight toward him. As he held the blade, he could cut even the fine line dividing space itself, peering through the gash he had made in the ground. Even without fully understanding what was happening, it felt as though a voice from another galaxy was trying to recruit him, and just as he began to fall, he would wake up. On top of being exhausting and unpleasant, the dream always left him utterly drained. To make matters worse, as he grumbled about the dream, his phone vibrated non-stop. He wanted to know who in their right mind would text at an hour like that, but upon noticing an extravagant poster attached to the message, he realized it was just one of his friends. While getting ready in front of the mirror, Jiyama noticed that his physical condition had improved greatly, perhaps even better than before. This was likely because he had managed to get some rest in the VIP ward. He had heard that after he passed out during the Battle of Agor, the Emperor had arranged a room and cared for him in the hospital using his own money. Putting on his uniform, Jiyama imagined that this would end up being a massive bill to pay. During his preparations, he thought about the island and everything that had happened, events he still had not fully processed. He had suffered through an embarrassing moment with a girl, faced a duel with an unpleasant boy, almost gotten recruited by a demon, and watched the Sword Emperor try to defend him out of nowhere. It was simply too much to digest. Ultimately, he decided to follow a friend's advice to just be himself. As he walked, he resolved not to change a thing or complain now, feeling eager to start another day at the academy. As soon as he arrived, a bar of one of his favorite sweets was offered to him by a girl with striking blue eyes. Despite Ryozo insisting quite a bit, Jiyama did not seem interested, since the girl always took advantage of any situation to play pranks. Being near her required staying sharp, especially since at that moment she wanted to know what had happened on the island. Because he stayed silent, the girl kept pressing to find out what occurred in Avalon and why he had been hospitalized for so long. He refused to talk, but she seemed determined to drag the truth out of him. When he asked her to stop, she questioned if she really should, arguing that as the leader of the travel club, she had every right to know everything. However, she ended up being ignored after getting distracted by her phone. Jiyama seemed to have sent her a text, perhaps just to throw her off and gain time to slip away. Looking at her screen, the girl saw the eye-catching, brightly colored poster that their mutual friend had made. The club leader had no idea that the boy had hung it up without her permission. Meanwhile, elsewhere, and completely oblivious to those issues, media wanted to know what her friend thought of her, as a compliment about her tea-making skills had not pleased her at all. To the green-haired woman, that was far from a compliment. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, and shortly after, Jiyama asked if he could come in, thinking he had arrived too early. The conversation then shifted between the three of them. The man commented that he had lived 70 years with 2 arms, and having only one sometimes left him confused. Suddenly, the woman realized she should not waste time with her old friend and turned to Jiyama. She made it clear that she already knew he was the one who defeated the commander of the 5th Legion. Although Jiyama could not remember a thing, he felt it actually made sense despite the strange feeling it gave him. While she spoke, he remained trapped in his own memories. Media noticed he was acting a bit slow and apologized for moving so fast, assuming he needed time after just leaving the hospital. Even so, she pushed a bit harder, saying she knew neither he nor her old friend would have the audacity to lie to her. That was when Zeke stepped in and confirmed the story, stating he was present when Jiyama defeated Akori. Looking somewhat downcast, Zeke recalled that he had not been much help, expressing regret for taking so long to reveal what happened in Avalon. He explained that he had no choice due to the demon race, adding that everyone should have noticed something strange by now, as there were no heroes left in modern humanity capable of defeating a commander-level demon. That was precisely why the commander had invaded the human world, surely with some ulterior motive. After startling the woman, the man picked up his teacup and warned that the situation would only get worse if they stayed idle. He explained that the demon race was impulsive and cunning, predicting conflicts with them in a few years that would be far worse than 50 years ago. Jiyama knew that if Akori's defeat were revealed, the demons could use it as a pretext for war. While thinking that the Sword Emperor was worthy of his respect, the man announced he was there to say something important. Placing his hand on what was left of his arm, he stated that he could no longer fight on the front lines. Immediately, Media stood up and yelled at her friend, telling him he could not just say whatever he pleased. To her, losing an arm and nearly dying did not give him the right to talk like that, but he had a different perspective about raising heroes together to leave the world a better place. Despite being the director, she did not understand what he meant by that. He tried to make everything clear, but she had no interest in the topic and decided to leave so the two of them could talk privately. The atmosphere turned extremely tense as Media abandoned the conversation after hearing such nonsense, though the man kept holding his teacup as if nothing had happened. He then informed Jiyama that he would soon resign from his position as a 7-star hero. The woman had left the room precisely out of fear that this would happen. While the man spoke, trying to reassure the student that it was neither a rash nor sudden decision, the woman simply observed a few books on the shelf. He explained that it did not mean a complete withdrawal from the front lines. At that moment, media cut back into the conversation and confronted him, arguing that the global media would never leave him in peace. Calmly, the man revealed that he had already planned to give an interview soon. As he spoke, she grabbed him by the collar, shaking him and complaining that even in his old age, he was the exact same person he was 50 years ago, while Jiyama simply watched a fight that was not even his. Up until that point, Jiyama had tried hard to avoid altering the main story, knowing how complicated things would get if the characters acted differently. But thinking it over, he realized he had been selfish and arrogant. Since those people possessed their own free will and were not mere game characters, he decided he would accept any choice or situation that arose and try to overcome it, realizing that closing his eyes and denying reality was nothing more than a childish tantrum. As the two old friends continued their strange argument, Zeke held one more surprise. Following that awkward moment, he looked seriously at everyone and announced that he was going to pass the title of 7-star hero to Jiyama. After the uproar, absolute silence fell over the principal office. She could not understand what her old friend was trying to prove, having already attempted to persuade him in every possible way. She suggested observing the reaction of the demon race and accepting media interviews, but Zeke made it clear that now was not the time. He believed it would take at least a year of preparation. Even as the principal expressed her deep concern, Zeke merely responded with jokes and a relaxed attitude, though transferring the title of 7-star hero to a newcomer was no simple matter. Few fit the position, as well as 17-year-old Kang Jiyama. The world would turn upside down if his actions were revealed, as he appeared to be a prodigy descended from the heavens. At that point, Jiyama had already reached the legendary realm, leading the principal to make several comparisons. One particular comparison bothered her immensely, causing her to lean back in her chair upon realizing her old friend was looking far into the future. Deep down, she understood his thought process. Leaving the 7-star hero position vacant could cause serious problems and divided opinions in human society. Furthermore, they needed the consent of the association of the other 7-star heroes. The principal stood up and walked over to a framed photo of her old class, thinking that everyone would gather again soon. Meanwhile, in a long hallway, the Sword Emperor walked alongside Jiyama. The boys struck up a conversation, asking if they could talk for a moment to clear up a few doubts. The man already anticipated the topic, knowing the boy wanted to discuss the succession and would have preferred a prior warning instead of being caught off guard. The Sword Emperor asked if Jiyama knew why the 7-star heroes only had 4 members. Jiyama answered hesitantly, guessing it was to honor their fallen comrades. The man agreed that it seemed that way at first, explaining that everyone could live safely thanks to their sacrifices, making it impossible to simply fill those vacant seats. He continued, explaining that the real reason was because the strongest warrior among them had been absent until now. The demon race was far stronger than humanity, a fact that was also presented in the game as a realistic strategy. The Sword Emperor stated that negotiations could only happen through power, adding that having weak power was worse than having nothing at all. This made sense to Jiyama regarding the 3 open slots. He reflected that if a 7-star hero were defeated by a demon beast, humanity would fall into ruin. The position of 7-star hero carried the heavy responsibility of representing humanity, but that meaning had eroded over time. Some people used that reputation to gain power, such as the Divine Archer, who became prime minister and ruled as a dictator for 40 years. In the game, she was only mentioned and never appeared, remaining a mystery even to Jiyama. Furthermore, Ryozo never spoke of his own family, while the reserved Chloe only commented on her clan occasionally. For personal reasons, Jiyama disliked the 7-star heroes. He understood the Sword Emperor explanation, but he wanted to know exactly why he was the one chosen, prompting the man to stare at him before answering. The Sword Emperor asked if Jiyama was playing dumb, or if he truly did not understand. The reason was simple. Jiyama was currently stronger than him. The boy knew he had defeated the 5th demon commander, but he doubted whether that victory was achieved through his own strength alone. Jiyama understood how the man felt seeing someone younger and stronger suddenly emerge. Zeke then asked about his power, noting that there seemed to be a strict time limit. Hearing this, Jiyama felt exposed, wondering how the man knew when he had never told anyone. As the boy processing this, the man placed a hand on his shoulder and told him not to panic, as it was merely a guess. He explained that he noticed the limitation when Jiyama collapsed in just 1 minute during the test on Avalon Island. Gathering his courage, Jiyama clenched his fists and announced he would reveal the secret behind his ability. He explained everything to the Sword Emperor, who tried to comprehend why terrible pain invaded the boy body whenever he manifested the blessing. That seemed to be the price for using the power, which could only only be suppressed by another blessing. The Sword Emperor reached this conclusion after Jiyama explained the blessing of the Celestial Sword. Even after learning the boy's strengths and weaknesses, the man guaranteed he would not share the information with anyone. He considered it a revolutionary idea to use one blessing to contain the limitations of another. Once the man noted that the boy was accepting power in his own way, Jiyama understood his perspective. Proudly, the Sword Emperor praised the boy's talent, but advised him not to fight under time pressure forever. He explained that Jiyama would need an experienced master, mentioning that he himself was looking for a disciple. Turning around, the man stated that since he had already chosen Jiyama as his successor, it was only fair to become his master as well. He then handed a tie to the boy, mentioning that Abel had asked to return it. Jiyama was still processing the conversation and had not agreed to everything. To him, becoming both a successor and a disciple felt impossible, so he planned to speak with the Emperor again later. Night fell, and Jiyama tried to sleep, but the nightmares returned to haunt his mind. He dreamed of multiple blades being thrown at him from the top of a clock tower. In the dream, Jiyama tried to shield himself from the attacks while wondering why he kept having the exact same nightmare. The situation was so unpleasant that a voice urged him to accept it. Thinking it was just a dream, he considered accepting the proposal to see what would happen. He imagined that by accepting this time, he might receive full power, while the voice demanded his compliance even louder. Doubting his own instincts and believing he could not die in a dream, Jiyama opened his arms. Suddenly, a giant blade appeared in the crimson sky. He still believed he would survive, but changed his mind the moment the blade impaled his abdomen. The pain was so intense that he began to doubt if it was truly a dream. Slowly, his eyes changed and emitted a light so bright that it tore the top of his clothing. Power surged from deep within him, taking over his entire being. Heavily transformed, he managed to brace himself against the ground again. Looking down at his body, Jiyama felt the immense difference, sensing electricity wrapping around his skin and power leaking from his hands. Suddenly, he felt someone dash past him, a familiar sensation he had not felt in a long time. Gazing at that lingering shimmer, he wondered if that person was the GM. Strangely, that glowing illusion did not seem to like the setting it created itself. The figure said it materialized the place Jiyama knew, and explained that he was the first person it met, which was why it got confused and even apologized. It claimed it was not the game master, but despite hearing this from the shimmering entity, Jiyama still found it hard to believe. The situation only got worse when the luminous being stated that it was not all that different, adding that it could even be the game master if the game master could be it. After hearing that sudden philosophical moment, Jiyama wanted to know who the entity really was. Silence fell for a moment until the figure found the question hilarious and burst out laughing. It was not interesting at all to watch someone laugh to themselves for no apparent reason. Seeing that the boy was not enjoying the reaction, the figure pulled out what looked like an hourglass and mentioned remembering something from the past. It said it was normal for Jiyama to feel curious, but explained that the story would be too long and they did not have enough time. Because of the hurry, it promised to explain everything as quickly as possible. The entity shared that people gave it various names, calling it disaster, nature, or even the universe, but it was simply a god. As soon as Jiyama heard that, his curiosity spiked. The explanation followed right after, declaring that it was the god of the sword. It probably was not the kind of deity the boy was imagining, but it added that people could call it a god or whatever they wished, since it would remain itself regardless. Not wanting any jokes or philosophy, Jiyama got straight to the point and asked why it showed up right now. The god of the sword explained that the reason was the recent removal of the restriction, asking if the boy remembered it. That was when Jiyama recalled that the blessing of the god of the sword had been deactivated. The god confirmed that it was exactly what he was thinking. However, because the seal was not completely released, it appeared in an incomplete state, making it a true miracle that they could even communicate. Suddenly, the hourglass began to be swallowed by space and time, signaling that time was running out. The god of the sword said that was all for now, but Jiyama still needed to talk more and could not believe time had already run out. There were several pending questions, yet he was already being returned to the earthly plane. As it vanished, the god advised Jiyama to keep cutting and slicing whatever he wanted, warning him not to try the impossible. It even seemed to want to tell him about the power the boy was manipulating, but decided that the time was not right yet. This left Jiyama even more annoyed because he needed urgent answers. The last thing he heard before the rift closed completely was advice not to make mistakes this time, since the god of the sword still trusted Kang Jiyama. As soon as the entity left, the dream ended. Jiyama could hardly believe everything happened in a flash. Like every other time he had this type of dream, he woke up tired and frustrated. But this time, something different happened, as his assimilation rate had increased to 21.3%. Before he could forget the most important details, he rushed to his notebook. Even so, he was not fast enough and could only remember the game master and the god of the sword. He knew it was important to collect clues, even if it had to be done little by little. The sound of rain coming from outside caught his attention, making him wonder if the rainy season was already here. Up until now, now, he had not faced any problems due to the assimilation, but the fact that it shot up made him uncomfortable. While trying to remember more details from the dream, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, he heard a chaotic commotion on the other end of the line. Despite the noisy tone, the news sounded urgent. Shortly after, the whole team gathered at a diner. It turned out that the flashy poster made by one of the members actually worked and attracted someone's interest, surprising even the creator of the art itself. Ryojo found it quite suspicious that someone showed up because of the poster and said she would check it out. Chloe agreed that they should investigate, as both suspected the person might not be trustworthy. Meanwhile, Jiyama was thinking about the truth instructor Lei Shen wanted to reveal by bribing the dungeon guardian. Weapon then asked if Jiyama knew what would happen the following evening. The topic got Chloe excited, and they shared that they were going to a seafood restaurant. Saki, with a satisfied air, mentioned they needed to celebrate his discharge from the hospital, along with the fact that the club foundation would be completed soon. Jiyama tried to decline the invitation by saying he was picky and did not like seafood. However, Weapon stood up quickly, warning that reservations at the most famous restaurant in the academy were extremely hard to get. Seeing that everyone was excited to celebrate his return, Jiyama found the gesture thoughtful and decided to accept. Suddenly, the expected guest arrived. The young girl with short greenish hair approached, asking if this was the location for the travel club. Being very polite, the orange-haired boy asked her to sit down. It did not take long for the pair to start whispering, with the blue-eyed girl commenting that the candidate looked more ordinary than she imagined. Jiyama could only watch, knowing he was surrounded by crazy people. However, looking at the newcomer, he felt a familiar aura. He also noticed the strange way she adjusted her glasses, as if trying to send a hidden message. Weapon, full of excitement, thanked the young girl for applying to the club, but Ryoho thought it was better for her to introduce herself first. When the senior acted a bit harsh, everyone looked at her with disapproval. The candidate introduced herself, stating she was in her second year and had come from the city of Busan. As soon as she mentioned the city, it caught Jiyama's attention. The girl continued making those strange movements with her glasses, confirming she was from his home country. He found it curious that a San family existed there, even though his own surname did not exist on Earth either. Striking up a conversation, Jiyama mentioned that he used to eat a lot of pork rice soup when he lived in Busan. Seeing the two bonding, the classmate beside him did not like it at all and elbowed him to put him in his place, warning that he needed to focus. Because of that, Jiyama started acting harsher toward the newcomer, asking her to state her motivation for applying. Hannah explained that she saw the poster on the bulletin board and noticed the club was meant for travel and earning dungeon achievements. The blue-eyed girl shot back immediately, making it clear that this was a travel club and dungeons were merely a secondary activity. Showing discomfort, Hannah grabbed her own arm and apologized for the misunderstanding. With her head down, the green-haired young girl explained that there were not many clubs willing to accept a bum class student like her. Once again, everyone judged Saki for the tone she used. Noticing the glares, she tried to change the subject and asked what equipment the newcomer used. Hannah answered that she used her fists, an unexpected response that made Saki question if she could actually clear dungeons. But Hannah talked back, saying that made no sense since dungeons were secondary. The atmosphere turned heavy as the two stared each other down, marking the first time anyone had left the blue-eyed girl speechless. Ryojo decided to drop the matter to avoid more conflict in the club. Seeing the situation settle down, Hannah insisted she needed to join not just for the dungeons, but because of her grades. Jiyama observed her closely. After dealing with countless clients in the past, he knew how to read people. Despite thinking she was hiding something and was not the ideal choice, it seemed they would not find another candidate, and his friend beside him seemed to agree. With no other way out, Jiyama welcomed the rookie to the team. Hannah got excited about being accepted, and about knowing she could speak casually since she was a year older. She kept making those strange gestures with her glasses while celebrating. After that moment, Saki sent a death glare straight toward Jiyama. It was agreed that they would speak without formalities, saving respectful speech only for when they talked to Chloe. Weapon handed the application form to Hannah to fill out by the end of the week. Initially, she did not seem to like the idea, but as she looked at the paper, she noticed that the club advisor was the academy principal herself. Hannah gave a smirk, thinking she was going to have a lot of fun, and that reaction caught Jiyama's attention. As soon as the girl left, he crossed his arms and asked if anyone knew who she was. The classmate beside him found the way he spoke strange, but Jiyama explained that he thought the rookie looked like someone he knew. His friend even started mocking the newcomer by imitating the glasses gesture. The mood shifted when Jiyama's phone vibrated with a message, making everyone curious. He explained that it was a response to something he had requested from the academy principal. However, upon reading the content, Giamma turned pale because it was not what he expected. His surprise was so immense that everyone around could feel the tension emanating from him. Giamma quickly stood up and walked away right after the message arrived, leaving everyone curious and worried. People began whispering among themselves, imagining it had to be something extremely important for the director to call their friend in such a manner. Nobody there knew what was truly happening to him, much less that the memories and official records of his relatives were actively being erased. The data regarding his parents had vanished from all documents without leaving a single trace, which was likely the exact warning Lei Shen had tried to give him. The only remaining records were from after he enrolled in the academy, and no matter how hard he searched his memory, Giamma could not recall his own parents' faces. Before the semester exams, he had avoided contacting them out of fear of causing concern, but none of that mattered anymore. In a desperate act, he pulled out his phone and dialed his family's number, only to hear an automated message stating that the number did not exist. In that moment, time seemed to freeze and even the cold wind disappeared. Completely devastated, Giamma held the device while attempting to process the situation, feeling utterly alone in a strange world. He paced back and forth trying to find a location signal as heavy rain began to fall. Desolate, he found a bench to sit on and opened his photo gallery, realizing that even the images were gradually disappearing. The resonance of the Sword Spirit's blessing guaranteed that this was neither a delusion nor a false memory. It felt like a deliberate trap set by the Game Master or the Sword God just to make him suffer. Sensing the energy around him, Giamma drew his blade, and the sky seemed to resonate at the exact same frequency, illuminating everything with lightning and thunder. Even so, he held his sword firmly and vowed that one day he would settle the score in person. The rain kept falling, but the scene shifted to another location. Rachel was constantly pursued by boys because of her great beauty, and although she acted polite, she always rejected them by saying they were not on her level. Upon entering the room, she sat down heavily in her chair, visibly annoyed. Abel observed this unusual behavior and thought it might just be because of the weather. Rachel then started a conversation and asked Abel for advice, admitting she had been feeling down lately. She made a comment about her own body and glanced to the side, which made her friend feel quite embarrassed and upset. Shortly after, Rachel changed the subject and asked about the club Giamma had created, wanting to know if anything had happened to him in Avalon. She recalled the moment she twisted her ankle and mentioned that Giamma had left as soon as day broke. Since both of them were being honest, Abel decided to confess that she previously had no interest in Giamma, but now she viewed him in a different light. Just by looking at Abel's behavior, Rachel understood that her friend also had a crush on him. Trying to steer away from the topic, Abel claimed she did not know how they got onto that subject and asked to focus on the boys' club, mentioning that he had tried to join Weapon but was rejected and gave up. Abel wanted to know what all of this had to do with Rachel's low self-esteem, so her friend explained what had occurred the previous day. She was walking to get a morning coffee, just as she used to do in her home country, while thinking about how much hotter the summer was there. While waiting for her drink at the cafe, Rachel saw Giamma participating in an interview. He was staring at a young woman wearing glasses with great interest and smiling from ear to ear, an image that remained stuck in Rachel's head. As she finished her story, she noticed that Abel was furious. Meanwhile, Giamma seemed confused by the naming sense of that world, but he still attended the meeting he had arranged with his friends. Everyone was delighted by his presence. The first person he looked for was Hannah, but they told him she did not come because she disliked raw fish, which Giamma found strange for someone who claimed to live in Busan. Although the group was excited, he did not expect much from the gathering, even if it felt nice to experience that hometown atmosphere. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chloe stopped abruptly when she noticed that the waiter serving them was her own brother. Giamma thought it was odd to see someone from such a wealthy family working there, and assumed he might be in disguise on a mission, but he soon saw the boss arguing with the young man. Saki told Giamma not to meddle in boss and employee matters, and to go straight to their table. Once seated, everyone looked at the menu with great interest in the potions and individual items. While most were excited, Chloe remained downcast, and Giamma tried to start a conversation by suggesting her brother must have his reasons. Another friend in the group mentioned that she found the prices incredible and very reasonable. Giamma did not entirely agree with the cost, but since everything was free for him, he did not complain and let her call the waiter to place the order. As soon as the dishes arrived, everyone was delighted by the fresh look of the food. However, seeing that Giamma barely touched his plate, Saki asked if he was feeling unwell. He explained that he felt bothered because the chef's slicing skill had ruined the fish, leaving the meat far too damp. The waiter immediately realized that the customer had said the exact thing his boss hated to hear most. It did not take long before the boss himself appeared at the table, demanding that Giamma repeat what he had said about his flawless slicing technique. Without backing down, Jiyama stated that the chef's skill was terrible and that he should be ashamed to charge so much for something so ordinary. Infuriated, the boss raised his voice and challenged the boy to display his own blade skills if he was truly that confident. Not even a master chef could let an insult like that slide. The friends quickly realized Jiyama had taken things too far and that their celebration was turning into a duel, drawing the attention of patrons at neighboring tables who gathered around to watch the commotion unfold. Jiyama found it strange that the chef had such good hearing despite struggling with the native language. Though his friend panicked the moment he stood up, Jiyama decided to push forward. Meanwhile, the chef boasted that a mere academy student would not shatter the confidence built over his 12 years of experience, offering to cover their meal for free if Jiyama somehow won the challenge. Confident that the boy was simply trying to show off in front of his friends, the chef offered him the flounder right behind them. Jiyama, however, preferred the red sea bream and pointed directly to the fish resting on the cutting board, shocking everyone present since it was one of the most expensive items in the restaurant. Nox watched the whole situation unfold, finding it entirely strange, yet he urged the chef to give Jiyama a chance and just observe. Though the chef thought Nox was losing his mind and acting inappropriately for an employee, Nox insisted that he could trust the boy. Stepping up to the board, Jiyama shed his uniform coat and mused that it had been a long time since he last sliced something worthwhile. The moment his hand touched the blade, the blessing of the sword god activated, allowing him to slice the fish in a matter of seconds and complete the precise cuts within minutes. Completely humbled by the display, the chef apologized for his arrogance and admitted that in all his 12 years, he had never seen such flawless technique. He then begged Jiyama to take him on as a disciple, but since that was not the kind of attention Jiyama wanted, he helped the man up and told him to drop the idea. Instead, he offered to give him a few tips, prompting the overjoyed chef to quickly grab a notepad and pen to record every word. Jiyama acknowledged that the chef's overall skills were not bad, but his blade work left much to be desired. He advised the man to switch to a left-handed sashimi knife, leaving the chef stunned. Jiyama explained that he had noticed excessive force being applied to the right arm during crosscuts, which needlessly crushed the delicate meat, an insight that left the chef in even greater awe. However, after handing out his advice, Jiyama made sure the man remembered his end of the bargain. Considering the guidance he provided, Jiyama felt it was only fair to collect on their bet, raising the blade to announce that he had received permission to serve the customers for the rest of the day, complete with free portions for everyone. As Jiyama meticulously sliced the fish with effortless grace, the surrounding crowd watched in awe as if attending a grand spectacle. For Jiyama, it felt wonderful to finally do what he loved most, and his friends looked on with amazement as he thoroughly enjoyed himself despite the chaotic crowd. Wanting in on the action, Weapon rolled up his sleeves, while Saki dragged Chloe along to join the fun. To give Chloe an extra surprise, her brother stepped in and offered to teach her since he knew she was terrible at cooking, an offer she happily accepted. After the excitement cooled down, Jiyama stood by a hallway window reflecting on how a simple celebration had turned into such a show. Even so, 50 seconds of divine protection had been more than enough to prepare over 3 fish. Slicing fresh ingredients felt incredibly refreshing after dealing with unpleasant magical beasts, to the point where he even considered opening a sushi restaurant after graduation. Nox soon approached to let him know that all the food was completely gone and that the owner was closing up shop for the night. Nox mentioned he had only come over because Chloe asked him to check on him, prompting Jiyama to ask what kind of job Nox had been doing lately. Nox grew annoyed, reminding him that Jiyama was the one who told him to get a job in the first place. Pretending he had remembered all along, Jiyama praised his initiative, which visibly pleased Nox as he proudly mentioned earning his own money. When Nox asked for advice on handling troublesome and drunk customers, Jiyama drew from his extensive life experience to give him clear guidance on how to deal with them. As time passed, Nox found that despite their lack of closeness, conversations with Jiyama were always remarkably insightful. Jiyama possessed a level of social experience that made it hard to believe they were the same age. Changing the subject, Nox admitted that leaking family matters was usually a major offense, mentioning that he had tried to warn Jiyama through Chloe, but she never answered her phone. He then revealed that the audit's investigation had concluded with no suspicious circumstances found. However, because their next target was massive, an official task force would be formed to handle the process with extreme care. Jiyama caught the hidden meaning immediately. The audit was no longer pursuing him, and their new target was the Council of Elders. He thanked Nox for the warning, understanding how difficult it must have been to expose his own family business. Nox felt genuinely valued, accepting a handshake and downplaying the gesture, though he hesitated as if wanting to say more before simply adjusting his mask. Jiyama was just glad to see the siblings' relationship improving. Jiyama then asked if Nox knew anything about Sanhana, since she had joined their club and shared their classroom. Nox revealed that the girl was far from friendly, and that he harbored his own suspicions about her. She consistently placed dead center in the class rankings, achieving middle-of-the-pack scores in both theory and practical exams, a statistical impossibility unless done entirely on purpose. Sensing Jiyama's intense interest, Nox remarked on how unusual unusual it was to see him care about anyone other than himself, a comment that annoyed Giamma until the frantic chef suddenly interrupted them. The man had been desperately searching for the employee who deserted his shift, but upon seeing Giamma, his face lit up, and he offered the boy his personal chef's knife as a gift. Giamma looked at it with disdain, believing a true swordsman should never abandon his blade, but the chef quickly explained that the knife simply no longer served him. Satisfied with the answer, Giamma accepted the gift and unsheathed the blade, realizing it was an exceptional piece of craftsmanship that resembled an armaments-grade weapon. The sight reminded him of his first master's teachings. True experts never blame their equipment. A blade is like family to a swordsman, and naming a weapon signifies a binding resolve. Seeing Giamma lost in thought, the chef asked if something was wrong, to which Giamma quickly replied that he was choosing a fitting name for the blade. Pulling from distant fragments of his past memories, he officially named the weapon 10,000-Year Frost, though a wave of melancholy hit him as he remembered that his original family had been completely forgotten by the world. Meanwhile, in a dark and hidden location, a secret meeting took place among several influential figures. The person in charge thanked everyone for attending despite their busy schedules, to which one student replied that they had no choice when summoned by a professor. With a sly smile, the hooded, masked figure agreed and formally introduced himself to the group as their professor. It seemed that nobody there was willing to waste time. One of the students told the professor that he had had enough, had plenty of things to do, and would leave if the teacher did not state the reason for the meeting right away. As everyone fell silent, the man who called the gathering asked if the student even knew what was being proposed to speak like that. That was enough for the student to start laughing and take everything as a joke. His laughter echoed louder than anything else in the room, leading the hot-headed student to ask if the professor had gone crazy or turned into a comedian. The professor explained the reason for his laughter, saying he thought they were full of energy simply because they had just made a contract. Realizing he was becoming a laughingstock and would be mocked if he did nothing, the student flew into a rage. The professor was pleased that the student was a subordinate of Lord Permash, the well-known commander of the 4th Legion, and noted that he used earth attribute magic, which was truly uncommon. The more the man spoke, the angrier the demonic student became. Once his transformation was complete, the boy turned into a monster and declared he would destroy everything, yet the professor remained unfazed. The other students wanted him to put an end to all the turmoil, while the white-haired woman simply watched. That devilish creature did not care about anything the others said. Even as the massive monster approached, the man stayed still and eliminated the entire threat with a single movement, subsequently declaring that someone so immature should not possess so much power. Everyone was terrified in that moment, and the professor simply put his mask back in place. After demonstrating his power, he stated that he preferred to finish the introductions so they could get straight to the main subject. The silver-haired woman quickly realized that he was the second commander. Meanwhile, Karun called the instructor forward. He introduced her by saying he sometimes forgot she was no longer a cadet, and asked her to explain the details. The woman got straight to the point and explained that, contrary to the rumors, her master had not been eliminated by the Sword Emperor. This information had already been agreed upon with the professor. She looked at him to confirm whether she should continue, and seeing that he did not object, she revealed that her master, the 5th commander, had been taken down by a cadet. She declared that Leon, the next hero, was the one responsible for it. Elsewhere, Giamma seemed deeply focused as he wrote in a notebook, thinking carefully about his dreams, the mysterious instructor, and the game master. The Council of Elders had decided that Auditore would handle the investigation on his own. They were not merely the Academy Council, but the absolute top elite among the nobles, treating factions like the Order as mere servants, and viewing the mission to eliminate a cadet as work for hunting dogs. Giamma remembered that this was the exact reason why the faction controlling Leon in the game disappeared halfway through the story. He recalled that the council was plotting something in secret before Auditore caught them red-handed, and now he found himself in a similar situation. They were going to take care of Leon, which made Giamma reflect on who would take care of him. With Auditore involved, the mastermind behind everything would soon be revealed, leaving only the mystery of the unknown instructor's identity. The other information that Akori provided was relevant, and after whining a bit, he ended up doing everything listed in the contract. Giamma knew they could alter their appearance in the game, but eye color and body frame would not change drastically, so finding her would not be too difficult. The main problem was his limited knowledge of magic, which made him consider whether to wait or study a bit more. While pondering all of this, he realized he had been writing automatically in his notebook without noticing. Feeling bored, he decided to stop writing and began playing with his pencil. A thought about a surprise attack crossed his mind as he reflected that recklessness and courage were only one step apart, concluding that he needed to gather the courage to visit Professor Demian soon. To break the boredom, a couple of friends walked in shouting as usual, arguing over nonsense like they always did. The girl tried to interact and asked what had happened, but she was interrupted before she could finish speaking. Weapon wanted his boss to hear that July 1st was approaching, claiming it was a very important date. Thinking he was referring to his birthday, Giamma began to offer his thanks. But the young man held out his arms and announced it was the day Valor Joachim sealed Lincoln. Seeing that the news was not what he expected, Weapon asked if something was wrong. Saki warned him that it was no big deal and that he should not make such a fuss. While she talked, Giamma was thinking about Altair Auditore, the strongest mercenary known as the Elder of the Mountain. The excited young man told everyone that it was the day of the Holakan Academy Festival, where all the heroes would be present, including Rang Hand and All Mute. He proposed they take the opportunity to build up the club's record and honor the Academy's board of directors. The girl believed he just wanted to have fun and was making excuses, while Giamma simply wanted to avoid getting dragged into the mess. Out of nowhere, the redhead asked if he had any plans for the festival. When Giamma replied that he had nothing scheduled, she built up the courage to invite him out for a walk. However, she could not finish her sentence because the boisterous young man cut in, demanding attention to set up a booth, completely oblivious to the fact that his friend was about to ask him out. Noticing that she had lost her balance and wanting to help his friend, Giamma said he thought the idea was incredible. After the trouble he got into, Weapon realized that his friend had only said that to back him up. The young woman grew furious at the encouragement and asked if Giamma wanted to go to the event just to meet some big shots. He considered her a big deal as well, but explained it was simply a chance to enjoy the moment and be together for the time they had left. The girl demanded an explanation, noting that he had been equally evasive the last time. Giamma realized that her subconscious mind would reach the second great human-demon war in 3 years. Saki noticed he was hiding information from the group and was determined not to let him get away with it this time. Giamma found himself stuck between two powerhouses who could destroy him at any moment. Fortunately, Weapon understood his friend well, as if they could read each other's minds. The boy came up with a loud, dramatic plan to divert the girl's attention toward his main goal, catching everyone off guard with all the noise. Before long, he gained an ally, a newcomer who said she joined the club after seeing the post he made. In doing so, Weapon paid off his debt to his boss, successfully directing the attention of one of the girls toward the poster. Feeling that a clear hierarchy needed to be established, Saki challenged Weapon to a duel. The agreement was simple. If he won, she would have to obey him without complaining. With the duel location set, the two stood face to face. Weapon was determined to show who was better, while Saki viewed the whole thing as a mere game. Knowing she used a bow but was not a true archer, Weapon figured he just needed to keep his distance. Hannah took her position as referee and gave the signal to begin. Weapon immediately began playing his instrument to secure the victory with his status debuffs. However, Saki simply ducked, grabbed her bow, and charged straight toward him. Weapon was certain she would not shoot, but Saki proved to be far more experienced. Instead of launching arrows, she used the bow itself to deliver several direct strikes to his body, taking the boy completely by surprise. To end the fight, she landed a powerful strike that sent Weapon flying into the distance. Their friends had already expected this outcome, though they still harbored a small sliver of hope. As soon as she won, Saki called over Giamma to ask if he had made up his mind, cutely announcing that she had claimed the top of the hierarchy. Giamma did not even need an explanation, as everything was clear the moment he saw Weapon collapsed in a bush. Meanwhile, with only 4 days left until the festival, the travel club was racing against the clock. Chloe practiced making heart-shaped eggs, while Hannah managed the materials. Weapon was placed in charge of general affairs and was nearly going crazy from the workload. Even though she was busy with public relations and design, Saki tried to prepare a kimchi stew. Frustrated because she had never cooked before, she picked on Weapon so he would complain less. Giamma remembered when they used to make sushi together and knew that if they served that dish, they would not face so many problems. He thought back to his old life and how he ended up inside the game Miracles of Blessing. Looking at it from the outside, it seemed like something silly, but back then that game comforted his soul. Since this was the final festival at the academy, he tried not to show such a sad expression. Hannah suddenly appeared out of nowhere and asked if he remembered what he had told everyone when he joined the club. Seeing that Giamma was confused, she told him it was fine if he forgot. Right after that, she mentioned she was leaving and placed the entire command in Saki's hands. Giamma had a serious reason to step away from the club so suddenly, as he wanted to visit Professor Demian. He knocked on the door politely and asked for permission to enter. The professor seemed to like the student and invited him to have some tea, but Giamma politely declined because he was allergic. An object on the professor desk caught Giamma's attention. Demian explained that it was a recent sample that looked like a simple stone, but contained a subtle magical energy inside. The professor even offered a piece to him, knowing the student was diligent and might have questions. Giamma wanted to continue discussing the topic, especially regarding the expression divine blessing. Demian appreciated the student interest and shared that he had investigated the matter in a book, even having to travel to another country because of it. Giamma asked uncomfortably if that was his fault, but the professor reassured him that he did it out of his own curiosity. Demian explained that the academy divided blessings into into 4 spirit categories and asked if the student remembered that gods no longer existed in that world. Impressed by Jiyama's good memory, the professor offered him the position of assistant, but the invitation was declined. The professor explained that during the mythological era, there were gods who were absolute beings, very different from spirits. He revealed that it was the god of the sword who brought an end to that era, which made Jiyama feel quite uneasy. The expression divine blessing began to be used by humanity after that event to venerate that figure. Shortly after, Jiyama walked down the hallway trying to process everything. He had entered the room with 1 question and left with over 100. He felt like he had made no progress at all and found it strange that the professor had traveled to another country because of him. Jiyama unbuttoned his coat slightly and placed his hand on his abdomen. He realized his perception was limited because he had not brought the sashimi sword with him. If he had it, he would not be stuck with that feeling that everything was freezing up. The countdown to the festival continued smoothly. When 3 days were left, the tent area was already well advanced. With 2 days remaining, the girls received medieval maid uniforms. On the final day before the event, the aroma of the kimchi stew won over everyone in the group. When the big day finally arrived, Jiyama pondered his past of over 20 years working with a blade in hand to save failing restaurants. He used to refuse material rewards and did it for personal satisfaction and a bit of romanticism. He admitted that this reflective phase came late for him, perhaps under the influence of his first master. Although it was nice to reminisce, his friend warned him that there were only 10 minutes left before opening. Everyone prepared to serve food in exchange for money. Saki told everyone not to be nervous and looked at Jiyama, who returned a shy glance. Feeling a tightness in his chest because it was their last festival together, he knew they had to make the most of the moment. The academy celebrations officially began. The friends Rachel and Abel were certain they could wander around in disguise without being noticed by anyone, which was why they did not even bother putting a filter on their photos. Even though everything was quite messy and noisy, Rachel was enjoying the experience. Since she was new to all of this, she wanted to know if the famous speech by the Sword Emperor would happen on such occasions. Abel warned her that her uncle had already retired and was not the type who liked appearing at events to give speeches, as he absolutely hated doing so. To their luck, the 2 girls found a flyer on the ground about the best stew discovered by a travel club. Rachel became incredibly excited upon seeing the paper, while her friend showed only a mild interest. Over the loudspeakers, the announcer presented this year's honorees who had led the defense of humanity. Trophies and honors were being awarded to a great fighter known as the King of Adventures from India, and to Vladimir, the one who walks through flames. Everyone cheered, shouting that the festival was on another level that year, and the crowd went wild as soon as the most praised blonde woman appeared. She had her own distinct style and was mentioned as the next member of the 7 stars. As he watched all the commotion, Weapon could not control his excitement and crumpled the flyers in his hand. Just like the rest of the crowd, he was crazy about All Mute and became thrilled at the mere thought of being in the same place as her. His joy was short-lived, however, as he was quickly caught and pulled by the ear, feeling immensely embarrassed. Saki began dragging him away, saying they were too busy for him to be playing the fanboy, reminding him that they were only in that mess because of his idea. As he tried to head back, someone tripped and fell. The woman simply walked right past them after knocking the young man to the ground as if it were nothing. Seeing that he might complain, Abel and Rachel paused and even feigned surprise. Meanwhile, over at the club's stall, business was going exceptionally well, with one bowl of stew coming out after another. People ate calmly and praised the seasoning, while the 3 of them tried to handle everything on their own. With a bit of instruction, Chloe was slicing the vegetables skillfully with her blade, making the person who taught her a few secrets feel quite proud. The ingredient preparation was left entirely to her, while Jiyama ended up in charge of all the cooking. For a few minutes, Jiyama was lost in thought and missed the commotion when the young man was brought back again and thrown to the ground. Rachel looked as though she were about to rush to his side as if he were a giant fluffy bear, but before she could even touch him, Chloe stepped in to defend what she considered hers. The situation between the 2 girls was similar, as both identified with felines due to their cat ear headbands. Abel simply leaned against her friend's back, feeling somewhat embarrassed by everything that was happening. Seeing that his friend had gone out to hand out flyers and returned dragged by the ear with 2 more people in tow, Jiyama actually felt somewhat excited. Rachel was thrilled because she was about to taste the beef stew. Everything was proceeding peacefully, and the 2 girls in the back could whisper about what was happening with the cook boy. Jiyama had a look of pure excitement on his face. He had hoped his promotion would work, but he never expected them to actually show up. Even though everything was going well, the orders came out slowly, and the stall looked almost empty when another dish was finished. In the back, Rachel brought Abel up to speed, explaining that the girl with glasses was the newcomer she had mentioned before. Noticing her friend pretending not to care, Rachel began whispering in a mocking tone, making Abel blush at the nonsense. Afterward, the blonde girl asked her friend to stay calm and enjoy the festival. Abel recalled that they would soon have final exams and a lot to prepare, so they needed to enjoy themselves quickly since they did not have much time for this kind of activity. They were in the middle of their conversation when Saki arrived to take their order. Having overheard their talk, Saki asked what kind of activity Abel meant, creating a tense atmosphere with that question and a sharp glare. While Abel had no idea what to do, Rachel found the little argument to be absolute music to her ears. Things were not going well for Weapon either. His face was still somewhat swollen, but he noticed 3 orders waiting on the new table. His clumsy appearance caused concern for his friend. Despite getting scolded along the way, Weapon was still excited about seeing all mute in person. Jiyama commented on how much the boy truly admired the fighters and advised him to put ice on the swelling as soon as he had a break. Meanwhile, Jiyama kept thinking about the woman his friend admired so much, whose real name was Khan Elizabeth, and who had been mentioned as the next candidate for the spotlight. Even in that world, the United States was a superpower that held the top spot among nations. They used to say that a traditional hero left his name through death, while a modern hero lived his own name, which was why the world respected the traditional ones and cheered for the modern ones. Still, none of them came close to Jiyama's ideal. Just imagining what would have happened if his body had been sent as an American gave him chills, picturing himself as a sashimi man in tight clothes and flashy accessories. Furthermore, although it was not official, his path and the candidate's path could cross because of the Sword Emperor. He intended to refuse that proposal, as he thought it was best not to bump into her if possible. His only wish was to stay at the stall for 3 days making his stews, since with all that attention, the woman would never eat there anyway. In the back, the arguments continued to be music to Rachel's ears, until Abel took the lead and preferred to bring up what the sleepy teacher's classes were like. Saki felt deeply offended, as she never thought Abel would resort to something so unfair, even though the girl tried to explain that she was not speaking ill of the club's activity, but merely thought the outfit was a bit flashy. While the argument was taking place, a few customers walked in unnoticed. The bodyguard asked the young lady if she was certain they were in the right place, and she calmly replied that she was, as it could be recognized by the smell. Everyone there, including the 3 girls arguing in the back, noticed the presence of the 2 newcomers. The people who usually followed famous figures immediately stood up to see if it really was one of them. There stood the second-ranked candidate, starting a conversation directly with Jiyama, asking if he was the one who had taken care of her brothers. The first thing he noticed was that she was heavily armed, recalling that she was the older sister of the troublemaking twins whom he had to teach a lesson, and now he stood face to face with Mao Rang. The woman observed that he was even handsomer up close and signaled her bodyguard to bring a red box. Sitting down comfortably and placing her foot on the box to show off her weapon, she began to speak. As she spoke, Jiyama observed that her weapon was the Tempest Strike, an S-rank weapon, and assumed she had come seeking revenge. Before he expected it, Chloe was already prepared to attack the woman, but he asked her not to get involved for the time being. Chloe did not like that at all, and although she said nothing, her posture made it clear she would not help. This put the rest of the team on high alert, and even the new girl with glasses sat up straight, ready for any situation. The woman made it clear that she was not there to dig up what had happened months ago. Jiyama found that hard to believe, saying that with her status, it must be difficult to find time to stroll around like the #1 candidate. He ended up provoking the woman, who did not want to be compared to others right at their first meeting. She caught the attention of all the girls by making it clear that she was there to have a more personal conversation with him. While she remained seated and talking non-stop, Jiyama could only think that madness must run in her family. The woman said she was actually somewhat grateful, as her family's reputation had been ruined because of her 2 brothers. Despite her trying to handle them, there seemed to be no solution until he taught them a lesson, making the pair much calmer and keeping the family quiet. To Jiyama, that sounded just like a thank you for babysitting, making him realize she truly had her eye on the 7 stars position. Mao Rang's popularity was comparable to that of Khan Elizabeth, sitting at the bottom of the list of candidates for the 7 stars. Since that was not his problem, Jiyama turned his back and said that if she was done talking, she could leave, as he had a lot of work to do. Returning to his spot, he thought that she talked just like her brothers, spouting nothing but nonsense. As soon as she spoke again, he understood that she wanted to cause trouble. In a mocking tone, she said it was quite a point of pride to see them open a booth named Pao Chai, and then she pronounced his name very slowly while waving goodbye. Jiyama might have let it slide, but that insult was difficult to swallow. He called the woman back exactly as she wanted, demanding that she never speak so disrespectfully about the food he prepared again. She simply repeated the insult even more slowly. He had tried to let it pass quietly to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, but there were things that simply could not be ignored. With that, a challenge to a duel was made along with a promise that no matter what happened, he was going to slice her to pieces. The news of a duel between a high-profile figure and a cadet in the subdimensional space quickly became the perfect spectacle everyone everyone wanted to see. While the crowd rushed toward the arena, Leon was the only one heading in the opposite direction. His hands trembled at the mere thought of facing that subdimensional space, and even worse, facing that other cadet. As soon as everyone arrived, they settled into the stands where the support for Mao Rang was massive. Even so, there were people there backing her opponent, even if they would not admit it openly. Rachel and Abel were excited, while Belle felt that the young man always managed to stay at the center of trouble, though he still gave his silent support anyway. Even the number 1 hero candidate watched what the number 2 candidate was up to. The young woman with violet hair felt she finally had the attention she needed, as if the entire arena was empty and only one person was watching her. After noticing everything was going according to her plan, she continued trying to get her rival's attention. Mao Rang went as far as to make a bold proposal, telling Giamma he could become one of her concubines if he wanted. She made it clear that her plan was to provoke him, defeat him, and then force him to stay by her side. Giamma saw right through her intentions, and as soon as he remarked that she simply wanted to eliminate the last stain on the Iron King's house, the duel officially began. Drawing his blade, Giamma warned his opponent that she would never become a 7-star hero. She ignored his opinion completely and charged straight into an attack stance. Her strike burst into a flash of intense light, leaving the entire crowd waiting for the smoke to clear so they could see the result. Meanwhile, over at the food stall, Chloe was angrily slicing vegetables as if she were chopping up actual people. The newcomer asked if anyone there was worried about what was happening to Giamma, but Weapon trusted his leader completely and told everyone to focus on customer service. Hannah and Saki stayed equally calm, fully confident that he would return soon. Back in the arena, Mao Rang's supporters were confused by her sudden lack of movement, assuming she was just playing around. In reality, she had been trapped in an illusion and was now confusing real life with the effects of Giamma's technique. He had subtly expanded his domain at a level worthy of a 7-star master, creating an insurmountable barrier inside her mind. Giamma stood motionless, simply watching her. Mao Rang had heard rumors about him among the elite, but she had never imagined she would actually face the one chosen by the Sword Emperor. She felt deep rage over always being treated as a secondary option behind Elizabeth, and seeing Giamma's calm, unbothered face pushed her to attack with everything she had. She unleashed her Hurricane Kick and Tempest Kick, but Giamma remained completely unfazed, effortlessly dodging while staying on the defensive. The sequence sent the crowd into a frenzy, even though the fight felt like a simple walk in the park to him. Realizing that he was looking elsewhere, she struck with her hammer technique, shattering the ground below. Right after, she drove her celestial pierce straight toward his heart, but the blow was easily neutralized by Giamma's sword. His blade seemed to regenerate at a simple touch, as he became completely charged with electricity. Moving forward at incredible speed, Giamma sliced through her limbs before she could even react. Mao Rang screamed in pain and hatred as she realized the true gap in their skill. Wanting to end the fight quickly, Giamma took his stance and pointed his small blade forward. Desperate and weeping in refusal to accept defeat, she released all her energy to try and resist. However, Giamma moved so fast that no one could even see him, severing his opponent's head in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the stands, including Rachel and the number 1 candidate, watched with wide eyes. The official announcement declared Giamma the victor, and when the news reached the food stall, the blue-haired young woman celebrated with a smile, having known the outcome right from the start. After that interesting duel, Rachel was discontent because while they were watching the fight, they had left their stew aside. She asked Abel if it was fine to have missed out on the food, but judging by her friend's face, seeing Giamma was more satisfying than anything else. Looking at that content expression, she was certain that Abel was truly falling for him. Meanwhile, the other participant in the duel could barely stand on her feet. Her concerned bodyguard asked if she needed help. She explained that she had fought within the dimensional space and therefore was not actually injured, but she admitted that her international reputation had plummeted after losing to a 16-year-old boy. The bodyguard remarked with impression that Kang Giamma was indeed a tough nut to crack and would certainly climb even higher. The woman believed that when that happened, she would recover her reputation twofold. With her high self-esteem, she felt it was better to have been defeated right then than to kneel before that petty woman. She was certain that he was at an unreachable level, something like a mirage that the eyes contemplate but the feet cannot touch. She recalled people considered geniuses during her cadet days, such as Elizabeth and the heroes of the 7 stars, but she considered that boy to be on another level entirely. Clenching her fist tightly, she stated that Giamma was a true monster. It did not take long for the video of the Continental Star's defeat to go viral everywhere. People commented about the veteran losing to a freshman and were amazed by the speed of the fight, which was resolved with just a sashimi blade. All this buzz made their food stall explode with popularity, as the public assumed the food must be incredible if such a renowned figure had eaten there. Giamma ended up earning the nickname Sashimi Hero, a title he utterly detested. The orange-haired boy took advantage of the rush to hand out waiting numbers, and the line kept growing non-stop, making the workload for Giamma and Chloe even heavier. Many people were there just to try for an interview with the cadet, and Saki had to kick several of them out for bothering the workers. The awful title bothered Giamma constantly, and he thought about how the news kept focusing on it. He knew something like that could happen, but he could not understand why they called him specifically the Sashimi Hero. That title was something the system had locked inside the Blessing of the Miracle, which in the original story belonged to the Sword Emperor, but since the Emperor had retired, the title should have disappeared. After finishing the cleanup, Ryozo did not stop teasing Giamma, as they had merely added the word sashimi to what was supposed to be an honorable title. While Giamma was worried about that, his orange-haired friend was worried about the service, warning that they needed to serve hundreds of customers and that the numbers had already run out. While reflecting on the exhausting work, Giamma saw Chloe let out a tiny squeal after scratching her hand. Even though she claimed it was just a light cut, he grew worried about the shortage of hands and considered taking over the cutting station. That was when Weapon and Nox arrived, offering help to lend a hand with the work. To Giamma, that assistance arrived at a perfect time. As soon as they started calling him by that annoying title, he asked them to stop the teasing. Meanwhile, Chloe's small scratch bothered her brother Nox, who stared at her strangely as she wore the waitress outfit. Giamma did not like the way Nox was looking at his sister, but he had no time for family drama, as Saki reminded everyone that they were overwhelmed. With the extra help, Chloe and her brother stayed at the cutting station. Weapon showed great enthusiasm calling the next person in line, and Hannah did very well too, making the line gradually shrink until it completely cleared out by dusk. Giamma took the opportunity to sit down and rest a little. Nox approached, informing him that the basic cleanup was done and that the ingredients were practically gone. Giamma thanked him for the support, acknowledging that he could not have managed it alone. Nox asked if Giamma had some free time, trying to find the right words to say that the auditory family wanted to meet with him. Giamma knew that the head of that family was known as the greatest mercenary of all time, the Old Man of the Mountain, and he figured the conversation might be about the council or the use of mental domain during the duel. Nox emphasized the importance of the invitation, stating that it was the first time the chief had shown interest in a stranger. Despite the insistence and knowing the relevance of the invitation, Giamma was simply too tired. Facing Nox's anxiety for an answer, Giamma said flatly while remaining seated that he would not go due to fatigue, bidding him farewell while thanking him once more for the help. In another location, the academy headmaster was in her office when the blonde woman entered after being announced. The visitor seemed determined, wanting to speak informally and showing no time for beatings around the bush. The story goes back a bit in time to before the festival. While the preparations were taking place, the orange-haired boy was searching for suitable costumes for the group. The girls thought the idea was boring, as if he were just trying to score points with the academy. Giamma stood up to closely inspect the maid uniforms that his friend was proudly displaying. Weapon also pulled a Mrs. Claus costume out of one of the boxes with pride, but looking at Giamma, he realized it might not be a good idea since it looked like summer clothing. Weapon began to imagine the girls dressed in that outfit, and his imagination was so blatant that it became obvious to the others. Because of that behavior and for showing such extravagant outfits, he ended up getting kicked. After scolding her friend, Saki decided that she would stick with the maid costume after all, despite the embarrassment. Media was excited because she had not seen her old friend in 5 years, and she wanted to know if she was enjoying the festival. Full of confidence, the blonde took off her glasses to speak face to face. With great familiarity, Media placed her hands on Elizabeth's shoulder, called her by an affectionate nickname, and asked if she was there out of curiosity about Giamma. The blonde wanted to know who this person really was and why he manifested mental image mastery. Comfortably seated, the director did not think this was a reason for such concern. Without getting the answer she wanted, the blonde grew irritated, slammed her hand on the bookshelf asking if she was joking, and ended up knocking a few books to the floor. The director showed her energy and asked if her friend had forgotten who she was during their time apart. Elizabeth felt a monstrous pressure and realized the power of the director, whom not even the sacred spear, the absolute bow, or the council of elders dared to confront. She noticed that the rumors among heroes about another title beyond Sage were not just gossip, as Media was known as the Tyrant, and the amount of energy released lived up to the nickname. Politely, the director asked her friend to sit down so they could talk better. She commented that she did not know what rumors she had heard to be so curious about a student, explaining that because of her position, she had to treat everyone equally. Seeing that she would get no information, the blonde stood up to leave. Media invited her friend to enjoy the festival calmly. Before leaving, the blonde asked if the equal treatment would also apply to that student, but the director made it clear that he was more than just a student to her. The woman slammed the door and left quickly without hearing Media's real interest. Outside, holding the doorknob, she wanted to to understand who the student was that caused this kind of emotion, becoming yet another person interested in Giamma. On the last day of the festival, the creator of the food stall idea was exhausted. After apologizing for being late, he heard from the boss that they would only work in the morning and have the rest of the day free to walk around, which made him very excited. Seeing the opportunity, Chloe began probing Giamma to see if he had plans for later. Giamma knew that Chloe had taken on most of the kitchen work because he could only use the blade for 50 seconds. Realizing she wanted to walk around with him, Giamma cut in and made the invitation before she could finish her sentence, drawing the attention of another girl who was just watching. Chloe was deeply moved by the invitation, thinking it was too good to be true. Observing her satisfaction, Giamma recognized that Chloe's blade skill after only 2 days was excellent, and that she had worked hard for the tent to run smoothly. He also noticed Saki's reaction upon realizing she had not been included in the invitation. Since he had always viewed her differently than she preferred, he saw no issue, but when the girl turned around angrily and took it out on the first person she saw, Giamma concluded she was upset with Weapon. When the shift ended, everyone said goodbye excitedly, though Ryozo remained in a bad mood, whether from exhaustion or because of the reporters from the previous day. With 30 minutes left before his date with Chloe, Giamma decided to rest for a bit. Even while trying to relax, his brain kept running at full speed until he heard approaching footsteps. An old man with a cane, a white beard, and a mustache asked if he could sit beside him to rest and enjoy the atmosphere. The man commented that the heat was harder to endure with age, but Giamma got straight to the point and asked what the master of the auditory family wanted with him. Altair smiled and praised Giamma's instincts for noticing his presence and the sword disguised as a cane. When asked if he knew the reason for the visit, Giamma replied that it must be because of the Council of Elders' order demanding his head. Altair explained that family matters had already been resolved internally, making Giamma wonder if the reason was the mental image he manifested in the duel, though he doubted the leader would come personally just for that. Altair struck his cane on the ground, releasing a subhuman energy and creating an illusion that Giamma immediately noticed. Next, the old man asked if they were dating, to which Giamma dryly replied that they were just friends. Altair stood up, asking him to look after Chloe as a friend, but tried to convince him that the girl possessed a wild and dangerous nature due to the family's training. The grandfather continued saying that Chloe was a ticking time bomb and that Giamma should stay away from her if he wanted to remain alive. Giamma congratulated the old man on his acting, aware that he was mixing truth and lies to create a false image of his granddaughter. Giamma gripped his blade and released a bit of the sword god's blessing, breaking the illusion and revealing that the surrounding people were trained mercenaries waiting for the signal to attack. Realizing that Giamma could see everyone's true intentions, Altair ordered everyone to retreat. The leader commented that Giamma had exceeded his expectations, while the boy found the entire situation disappointing. After the man left, Giamma remained on the bench reflecting on Altair's lies, concluding that he was a despicable old man. At that moment, Chloe arrived calling out his name, looking very beautiful yet exhausted, apologizing for the delay. Looking at her, Giamma was certain there was no way to believe she was a bad person, and he assured her that he had not waited long. After the conversation with Giamma, the leader of the mercenary family was visibly thrilled. He had managed to see right through the mercenaries disguised as commoners without moving an inch while standing before the boy. Giamma had reacted instantly to his domain, which was not only interesting but genuinely terrifying, so much so that calling him a mere genius felt like an insult. Conversing with his red-haired grandson, the old man was completely satisfied after seeing everything with his own eyes. Supporting himself on his cane, he chuckled and remarked that it was worth traveling so far, leaving his grandson glad to see him so excited. For the first time in his life, the old man admitted to feeling genuine fear towards someone. Now he finally understood the emotion that so many others shared, laughing aloud as he expressed a desire to meet Giamma again. Meanwhile, Giamma found the academy to be a truly strange place. Though he was still impacted by his encounter with Chloe's grandfather, he knew better than to share that kind of information with anyone. Observing Chloe's excitement as she asked what they should do to pass the time, Giamma mentioned that there was an event scheduled after the parade. The moment he brought up the fireworks, her eyes lit up, and she instantly sprinted ahead. She was purely kind-hearted and seemed completely content wearing her animal ears, pausing to look around and admiring how the entire academy was visible from their vantage point. After walking for a bit, Giamma grew exhausted and searched for a place to sit. Chloe repeatedly asked if he was already tired after walking such a short distance, and not wanting to ruin her mood, he held back from telling the truth. Even so, she quickly realized he was worn out because of her and felt she should have helped more, though she admitted to being rather clumsy with blades. Looking at her, Giamma remembered that he had mostly stayed in charge of the kitchen and had even stepped out to the training grounds midway through work. If not for Chloe, they wouldn't have been able to run the food stall at all. Reaching out, he gently patted her head and praised her, saying she had done a wonderful job. The The girl blushed softly at his compliment while Giamma stared at her. With a trembling voice, she thanked him, even though he insisted there was no need to thank him for something so simple. Flustered as she was, she gathered what little strength she had to push past her embarrassment and speak her mind. However, just as she found the courage to speak, the rest of the group suddenly appeared. Weapon was the most excited of the bunch, arriving with an apology for being late to the meeting point. Giamma found this strange, considering their original plan was for everyone to explore the festival on their own. Weapon then showed him a message from his boss, which stated that everyone was supposed to meet at that exact spot at 5 o'clock. Recognizing the setup immediately, Giamma realized Saki was the only person capable of pulling something like this off. Assuming she had her reasons, he resolved to ask her about it later. With that, Chloe's private plans were completely ruined, forcing them all to watch the fireworks together. Everyone seemed exceptionally cheerful, with Weapon dragging Giamma closer to get a better view of the show. As the group moved ahead, Giamma noticed how excited Chloe still was, while further back stood the girl who was obsessed with his sweet red bean bars. Just looking around made Giamma uncomfortable, as he felt deeply out of place in large crowds. Spotting an empty bench, he sat down, reinforcing his belief that massive crowds really did not suit him. He watched the gathered crowd from a comfortable distance, feeling somewhat detached despite being part of the group. Chloe had seemed eager to say something earlier, but now she was simply enjoying herself, and seeing her have fun was enough for him. Suddenly, Giamma realized he was in the wrong spot as couples began gathering nearby, realizing the location held a distinctively romantic atmosphere. He didn't recall the original game having this kind of romantic tone. In his past life, he never had time to think about such things, only entertaining those thoughts while controlling his character in the game. He remembered feeling nervous early on, but now he wasn't quite sure what to make of it all. 3 months after entering the academy, far too many life-threatening situations had stacked up, leaving absolutely no room for romance. Lately, the pressure had grown even worse, leaving him feeling deeply isolated. It felt as though he was constantly pushed to the absolute limit, strictly monitored by everyone at all times. Living his life on the razor-thin edge of a blade required constant vigilance, an exhausting reality that slowly drove him away from those he cared about most. Suddenly, he looked to his side and heard someone sigh that she was completely exhausted. Still eating her favorite sweet snack, the girl complained about how much she hated crowded places before flopping onto the bench, complaining that her body felt heavy. She was one of the main heroines, and although he had played her character in the game, he could never tell what was going through her mind. Even so, Giamma trusted her sharp intelligence and figured there had to be a specific reason why she had gone as far as hacking his phone. Sitting beside her, he stared intently at her face, waiting for her to bring up the subject. Noticing his gaze, she asked what he was staring at so intently. Giamma realized this was the first time he had looked at her like this, especially since she had been acting strangely for the past few days. Feeling awkward about staring, he turned his attention back toward the nearby couples. The girl mumbled that he was dense, complaining that even in such a romantic setting, he still didn't get the hint. Giamma didn't appreciate being called dense, though he did nothing to dispute her claim. She had only muttered the comment under her breath to vent, never expecting him to actually hear it. Unable to take the suspense any longer, and wanting her to explain why she used his number to summon the club members, Giamma grabbed her by the shoulders and began shaking her. He demanded to know if this was related to the instructor, causing her face to turn increasingly red as he held her. When she failed to answer, he tightened his grip even more. The girl pleaded with him to go easy, mentioning that it was becoming uncomfortable. Seeing that he wasn't backing off, she pushed him away, telling him to stop because he was squeezing her shoulders so hard it actually hurt. Despite being completely oblivious to her feelings, his hearing remained sharp. She made it clear that her actions had nothing to do with the instructor or any other crisis, leaving him even more curious about her true motives. As the surrounding lights shimmered and the festival atmosphere drew to a close, the girl noticed his silence and asked if he was angry. However, his mind was focused on something else, worrying that he might have grabbed her too roughly. She was still behaving oddly, having acted strange for quite some time now. Thinking it over, he wondered if something was happening that she preferred to keep to herself. The two remained on the bench in a heavy, awkward silence until Giamma finally broke it, speaking up with a slightly embarrassed tone. He admitted that it was somewhat sudden, but he wanted to ask her something personal. He carefully pondered his words, knowing she had a short fuse, while his hesitation made her visibly anxious. Maintaining a calm, unbothered expression, Giamma asked if she happened to like someone, causing her face to instantly flush bright red. He remembered playing with Saki and the affinity she had in the game. He had tried to use romantic shortcuts several times, choosing her as his partner, and recalling how she used to say that teasing was just a way to show intimacy. Now, however, it seemed she was behaving exactly as she did in the game, right down to her facial expression. Because of this, he assumed her crush must be Leon, and that she only had that look on her face because she was thinking about him. But as soon as he asked the question, the girl gave him a look of pure hatred, crossed her arms, and began to grumble that she had wasted her time holding on to some kind of hope. He found it strange since this used to happen much earlier than the final exams when he played the game, so his memory should not have been wrong. Thinking a bit more, he remembered that she had a strange interaction with Weapon, which made him guess that he might actually be her love interest. She gave a smile that looked like disappointment and decided to leave him alone so he could think about what he was doing. As he focused on how an archer could have such a heavy hand, he received a notification the moment he was left by himself. Looking at his status screen, he noticed that his martial aptitude had increased slightly, likely due to the eternal frost he received from Boss Mansour. The synchronization rate had also gone up after his dream, and rose even further after his fight with Mao Rang. As he noticed that the festival was almost over, he realized that this world of magic and monsters was not so different from Earth, given that he still knew how to wield a sword to some extent. He no longer missed his old life, especially since the only human relationship he ever had was with his first master, who ultimately discarded him without pity. That academy and that guy were just the same, treating everything like real combat. Suddenly, he felt a sudden chill run down his entire body and went on high alert, realizing that someone was watching him. Sensing a trace of magic power, he figured it might be a villain and immediately prepared himself. Using the resonance of the sword god's protection alongside transfer to turn the ground into a means of transport, he teleported to another location within seconds. He found the effect to be much better and more immediate than he expected. With the effect active, he spotted a silhouette and launched himself toward the target to see who was spying on him. The person about to be attacked looked terrified, but he drove his blade in without thinking twice to eliminate the threat. Within moments, a silver-haired woman was coughing and fell to her knees on the ground. While he held his blade with excitement, a short-haired woman screamed as she looked up, saying she could not fight back. Upset, she glared at him, thinking they could have talked before he attacked out of nowhere. She was only there to make a deal, but he knew this instructor had been targeting him ever since the Buffalo Dungeon and already considered her a villain. As she trembled on the ground, he started his relentless interrogation to find out why she was acting like Instructor Kim. She had already mentioned before that she infiltrated the academy using a disguise. Even though she pleaded for her life, he kept demanding to know how many other villains were hidden there. He thought it was strange that she gave up all the information just to survive, but he still demanded to know why they were blaming Leon for what happened to the 5th commander. She insisted she knew nothing, and since he did not believe she was being honest, he made a move to pull his blade. Terrified, she quickly said she was not entirely sure, but it seemed to be someone among the villains codenamed Professor. She explained that almost everything came from that man's head, so a low-level subordinate like her had no way of knowing the details. While she thought he was far crazier than expected, he noticed that she did not seem to be lying and asked if she wanted to stay alive. Looking into his eyes, she realized he was not joking. He told her that she needed to do 2 things, starting with telling him everything she knew about the professor. Trembling and sweating right on the edge of his blade, she confessed that Lord Korn was a subordinate to that demon, but other than that, she truly knew nothing else. When he came very close to slicing her apart, he realized she was telling the truth and decided to spare her. He knew she was talking about the 2nd commander of the Legion, who had taken charge of the Demon King's army at the academy after Lincoln was sealed. The woman attempted a surprise attack, but she quickly noticed he was not distracted and realized she had lost her role as a villain after the defeat of the 5th commander. She simply wanted to make a deal, knowing it was a risky choice after having her life threatened multiple times. Because of this, he quickly laid out the 2nd condition for her to remain part of the plan, telling her she had to surrender herself to him to stay alive. The woman's eyes widened upon hearing this, but he used his blade to remove that pink core so quickly that she might not have even felt it. Those 2 seals were created upon forming a contract with a commander-level demon, serving as the subordinate demon's symbol for transmitting magic power. Even though her reaction showed she already knew all of this, he called out to her and stated that from that moment on she was a villain, and that Choi Seol needed to do whatever it took to survive. Since she was not a bad informant, he resolved to find a way to teach her a lesson later. With the problem solved, his phone vibrated with a message from his female friend. She asked where he was, and he replied that he had quickly gone to the bathroom but was already on his way back. Seeing the message, he wondered if she was going to hit him again, noticing that she repeatedly demanded his location while he took his time replying. He wanted to type as fast as possible before the fireworks display started, but he failed to do so in time and ended up watching the show all by himself. At that very moment, the rest of the team watched the fireworks together, along with friends Rachel and Abel, the director, and other notable figures. Despite watching the show alone, the girl remained satisfied just to be exchanging messages with him. She asked if he had seen the fireworks, and he lied by saying he could not see them from where he was, while she asked him to bring back some ice cream, suggesting red bean flavor. The orange-haired boy mentioned that the festival had been really cool, but then remembered that an exam was coming up in a few days. He asked why there was so much content on that test, complaining that he would have to study a lot and that he found it extremely boring. Slamming his book onto the table, he claimed that they were completely ignoring the human rights of students. Saki, who was sleeping nearby, woke up and told her classmate to shut up. He replied that if she wanted to sleep, she should just go home, but she snapped back that she slept wherever she wanted and that he was bothering everyone in the room. The orange-haired boy said he was not the only one worried and that they still needed to figure out what was on the exam. Saki explained that she already knew what would be on it and told him he did not need to keep shouting in her ear. After that, the two stared at each other without quite understanding what the other was saying, while he grew furious at her response. With a quick movement, Chloe lightly slapped his face and apologized, making up an excuse that there was a fly there. Seeing that scene, Giamma began to wonder why Smurgy had been acting so polite over the past few days. Suddenly, everyone in the room stopped to look at a message that arrived on their phones. It was an announcement from Joaquin Academy about the final practical exam of the first semester. The message informed them that the exam format had changed and would now be in teams consisting of 1 second-year student and 2 first-year students. The teams would be selected automatically with no chance of choice, and the test would take place in the special pavilion. The composition of each group would be sent by email before the exam, but the notice made it clear that the test content would only be revealed on the day and at the location. Smurgy could not believe they changed the format with only 3 days left. Giamma was also outraged, as he thought the test would just be clearing a goblin dungeon in Gapyeong, where he had intended to collect some materials. As Giamma lost himself in his thoughts, Saki pulled him out of his trance by asking if he was nervous. He denied it and explained that he was just thinking. She commented that she was also surprised by the change, but noted that it was not entirely unbelievable. Saki recalled that during the midterm exam on Scopuli Island, even the Sword Emperor had been injured. She said that some incident always happened during external training, and there was no better place than the academy to keep students safe. Giamma paid attention to her reasoning and agreed, saying that it helped him organize his thoughts and feel better. He thanked her, but Saki asked him to stop looking at her like that because it was making her embarrassed. She explained that he was not the only one feeling confused, as all the members of the travel club felt the same way. She thought he was very slow and reminded him that if the president became unstable, the others would be even worse off. Giamma took the opportunity to ask for a favor, inquiring if she still had a copy of the academy staff list. She explained that she panicked and deleted the saved copy due to data tracking, but she still had a printed version. He commented that this would make their work much easier. After his comment, Saki felt so embarrassed that she ended up blushing. She asked if there were villains disguised at the academy, and Chloe wanted to know if those villains had attacked the Sword Demon army during the dungeon incident. Giamma answered that he was not sure, since villains constantly change their appearance, making it complicated to confirm. Saki asked if he wanted a new list to compare with the previous one, and Giamma confirmed, recalling that the club was created for their protection, so it would be good to know in advance who could become a threat. The orange-haired boy asked if they would follow the chief plan, and the other two agreed that Giamma's idea was great. He thanked everyone for their support, while Saki commented that having information on the teachers and staff would be very useful right now. The orange-haired classmate asked why things needed to be so complex. Giamma thought that in this world, fictional data was periodically reduced to save space, and thanks to that detail, they were able to identify people. He reflected that even with so many changes, his experience playing that game in the past was still very useful. Giamma asked the girl if she thought it was possible to conduct the search that way. She replied that it was not impossible, but asked if he did not think he was exploiting her too much. Giamma felt awkward, knowing he was indeed asking for a lot and using the club as an excuse to give work to the daughter of the Prime Minister of Japan. Since he had no money, status, or honor to offer, Giamma asked if she wanted something in return. Smiling and blushing again, she answered that she would ask for a little favor later. He wanted to know what it would be, but Saki told him not to worry, since it was nothing material, and she would reveal it at the right time. A few days later, a large pile of paper appeared on the table. Giamma asked if she had already finished all of that, and she confirmed, saying she had printed the staff personal information and even their suspicious routes. The orange-haired boy interrupted Giamma's thoughts, outraged to see that the list even included how many times people went to the bathroom. He questioned the lack of privacy and said it could cause future problems, but Saki reminded him that he had agreed to the plan from the beginning and called him a hypocrite. Placing his hand on his orange-haired friend's shoulder, Giamma said that the more information they had, the better off they would be. The boy agreed, saying he still thought it was a bit wrong, but he would accept it since Giamma was saying so. Chloe asked if they would destroy the papers once they finished the job, and Saki confirmed that they would burn everything to leave no evidence behind. While they talked, Giamma reflected on the group. He thought that Chloe was a mercenary, and Saki adjusted her means according to her goals, so so their moral lines were somewhat vague. On the other hand, he noticed that his orange-haired classmate still maintained a minimum level of decency. Regardless, there was about 1 week left before summer vacation, and the travel club would mobilize to find the villain during the exam period. Jiyama then asked if anyone had any more questions. Raising her hand, a girl asked where they had gotten all that information, and the orange-haired boy said he had the same question. Jiyama thought that they had touched on the exact point he was trying to avoid. He could not reveal his secret contact with Choi Seol, nor that they were after Leon, as that would cause misunderstandings and put Choi Seol's life at risk if Chloe found out she had no powers. Jiyama replied that he could not tell them at that moment, but guaranteed that the sources were reliable and that he would reveal the informant as soon as possible. He then declared the first meeting of the travel club open. Chloe brought a bottle of water to Jiyama, who thanked her and said he was thirsty. As he drank, she simply watched him. The orange-haired boy pointed out an employee who was not there the previous month and said his trajectory was suspicious. His classmate asked him to hand over the paper and keep checking the rest, praising his capability to get him excited. Soon after, Joaquin Academy sent a message with the exam groups. Jiyama group would be led by Hana, a first-year student, and would also include San from the second year. The message emphasized that no team changes would be allowed. A blonde-haired girl sent a message to Jiyama saying that they were together again. As soon as he finished drinking the water, Jiyama threw the bottle onto the floor and sat on the couch. The orange-haired boy commented that he was going to get tired again. Chloe held back the urge to curse, irritated to see that he would have to take the test alongside the blonde girl. The orange-haired classmate said that since Hana was in the group, everything would probably go well. The girl with glasses said not to worry, as she would keep a close eye on Jiyama so he would not get distracted, and Chloe agreed with her. The orange-haired boy asked who Saki would be taking the test with. She answered that she was placed in the group of Aereo from the second year, and that the leader would be Leon. Upon hearing that name, everyone in the room stopped talking and looked at Jiyama. Saki asked what he was thinking, and he replied that it was nothing. The classmate asked if they could end the meeting now, and Jiyama confirmed, wishing everyone good luck on the written test the following day. Most of the members left, leaving only Saki and the girl with glasses behind. The girl with glasses asked if there was still something left to do there. Saki sat down again, looked at her seriously, and asked why her name was on the staff list, questioning who she really was and what she was hiding. The girl remained silent, thinking about how to answer. Saki comments that her colleagues' attitudes and words are no accident, suspecting there must be a hidden motive behind them. She remembers that the girl never imposed her opinions in any situation, which she always found quite strange. Shortly after, Saki suggests calling her by the official title found in the documents, addressing her directly as Professor Hana. Hana simply adjusts her glasses while listening to Saki speak. Still waiting for a real answer, Saki continues looking at her and asks once again who she truly is. Hana finally breaks her silence, mentioning that she understands Saki's tension because of the meeting, but asks if she isn't exaggerating just a bit. The blue-haired girl fails to understand what her colleague means, listening as Hana claims that confusing people really does not suit her. Then, Hana points to the paperwork indicating an international trip during the festival period. Saki feels dissatisfied with herself for overlooking that detail, wondering if someone manipulated the information. However, she realizes that would be difficult, since that section is updated automatically by the subspace system, an area under the exclusive authority of the Academy Director. Saki begins to ponder whether the Director is somehow involved in this scheme. Interrupting her thoughts, Hana remarks that everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and reminds Saki that she is not a machine. Hana adds that while she does not know how things work in Japan, there are many people with the same name back in Korea. She says she understands why Saki acted that way after seeing the papers right after the meeting. Getting up from her seat, Hana announces that she will take her leave now that the misunderstanding is resolved. Saki tells herself that she cannot make mistakes like this in the future, standing frozen as she watches her colleague leave the room. Suddenly, Hana stops in her tracks and offers a piece of advice as an elder. She states that slow-witted men like Jiyama never understand how much Saki expresses her feelings, and right at the door, she wishes Saki good luck on the exam the following day. Left alone in the room, Saki reflects on everything that transpired, her face turning bright red over the final comment. Meanwhile, Jiyama is lying in his bedroom while his cell phone alarm rings. He tells himself that he does not care about the change in the exam, but he still cannot believe that the blonde girl is the group leader. He feels that he already has too many things to deal with, and now he has to suffer the stress of being placed in the same group as the most difficult person to get along with. As a gamer, Jiyama knows that Rachel's advances are not born out of affection, but rather a desire to secure a strong lineage. She possesses the old maid attribute as an extra chance, and her true target is Leon, but Jiyama still hopes everything goes smoothly. Right at that moment, his phone rings with an incoming call from Saki. Giamma quickly sits up on the bed, answers the call, and asks what happened and why she hasn't gone to sleep yet. Looking at the device while waiting for her reply, he mentions that he woke up earlier than expected and asks if she woke up early as well. Saki answers that she usually doesn't sleep much at night. Giamma says he understands and asks if she discovered anything strange. Saki counters by asking if he thinks she only reaches out when there is a problem. He admits to himself that she has a point, but remembers that she always discusses important matters in person and rarely chats over simple messages. Saki explains that she only called to wish him good luck on the exam happening in a few hours, adding that she is going to hang up. Before she ends the call, Giamma wishes her good luck as well. Realizing the line is still open, he brings the phone closer to his ear to hear what else she has to say. Saki expresses her gratitude and says she is really hanging up now. Giamma stares at his phone without fully understanding what just happened, looks out at the moon, and realizes he needs to prepare for the upcoming test. Later that day, an image of a massive site appears. From the outside, it looks like a normal building, but the atmosphere inside is wildly different. Giamma walks through the special pavilion of the Joaquin Academy, thinking about how this space was created by the founder, Joaquin, to recreate his 20-year survival experience in Gehenna. The place is a global marvel with its own self-contained ecosystem, even featuring transplanted weeds and stones. The upside is that they did not include magical beasts, even though the location focuses on real combat, leaving Giamma to reflect on how unaccustomed he is to these changes from the game. Suddenly, Rachel rushes toward Giamma with open arms and throws herself onto him in a tight hug. Reacting instantly, Giamma places his hand on the weapon hidden beneath his shirt. Sensing the movement, the girl pulls back and remarks that he seems much stronger than the last time they met. While the two are talking, Hana arrives and asks if they have already started gathering. Giamma greets his teammate and notices that she is carrying a B-class crowbar as her weapon. He asks if that is truly her choice of armament, and upon hearing her confirmation, he thinks to himself that their group is in serious trouble. Rachel complains that the girl arrived late right at the very beginning. Ignoring the blonde's outburst, Hana recalls that the two of them met during the festival, mentions that it is a pleasure to meet her, and hopes she will be a good leader. Rachel turns flustered and bashful at the comment, while Giamma watches them, thinking that Hana truly knows how to manipulate people. An official calls for everyone's attention to explain how the first-year final exam will work inside the special pavilion. The instructor explains that the format is a team competition, but with a different concept from the traditional ones. All they need to do is enter through the portal and reach the designated checkpoint within the time limit to pass to the next stage. Some students whisper that it sounds easy, and Rachel asks if it is just a matter of running to the end. Giamma realizes that if it were simply a race to see who arrives first, it would not be called a final exam. The official clarifies that there will be no magical beasts, but an artificial Gehenna recreating the demon realm will be opened instead. Since the location lacks the intervention or protection of the subspace barrier, the official urges the first-year students to exercise extreme caution. Some students wonder why they should worry if there are no magical beasts, while others ask if the air itself is harder to breathe. Calling for silence, the official announces that the use of weapons is forbidden during the test to prevent accidents among young amateurs. Giamma considers this rule fairer than the midterm exam, but wonders how the test will be evaluated since the subspace and Gehenna are incompatible. The administrator continues, explaining that an instructor will be assigned to each group to award points and prevent accidents, noting that students only need to inform their instructor if they wish to forfeit. He then asks the instructors to step forward, and several men and women begin to emerge. Rachel comments that the test sounds incredibly boring and that teenagers need to fight more, while Hana considers it a good thing since there will be less weight to carry. At that moment, a white-haired woman walks toward Giamma's group and orders them to hand over their weapons. She pauses for a moment, visibly startled, and asks if he is indeed Giamma. Her colleague asks if she knows the boy. The woman replies that she does not know him personally, but every instructor knows about Kamung Giamma's performance during the subspace training, before introducing herself as the instructor responsible for their group. Giamma feels like he is going crazy for ending up in a group with this wild woman, especially while carrying a stolen demonic seal, but he knows he must do whatever it takes. The instructor remarks that she knows she is very beautiful, but warns them that she will get embarrassed if they keep staring. Rachel openly declares that the woman is not pretty at all and looks like a potato. The instructor fires back, stating that having a toned body doesn't make someone pretty, and calls Rachel an egg yolk. Furious, Rachel asks if she wants to fight right here and now. The woman steps closer to the student, asking if that is how she speaks to a gentle instructor, and calls her an egg yolk once again. Rachel asks if she is joking and calls her an ironing board. With a threatening tone, the instructor warns the girl that she had better stop playing games, as she is the one in charge of the group and the one assigning their grades. Giamma asks if they can start now, pointing out that the other groups have already entered the zone. The instructor remarks that she cannot understand why Giamma isn't the team leader, while Rachel mutters that she really dislikes that woman. Shortly after, the group is transported to Gate 1 of the artificial Gehenna, a desert known as the Desolate Land. Rachel complains about the instructor walking ahead of them instead of staying in the back. The woman taunts her, saying the student was so energetic outside, but can barely walk now due to the flow of magical power. As they trudge forward, Rachel grumbles under her breath that she is going to finish off the instructor. Jiyama notes that this environment is far from ordinary, and notices that he feels completely fine for some reason. Rachel, on the other hand, appears exhausted due to her high sensitivity to magical power, leading Jiyama to believe that the next gate might be much harder. He observes that the instructor is full of energy because of her high affinity for magical power. Looking at the woman leading the way, Jiyama thinks he had envisioned a possible conspiracy, but there seems to be nothing suspicious beyond the surface. Since he carries a demonic seal, he believes nothing bad will happen to him. Leaning back, he asks Hana if she is holding up okay. Hana replies that she is enduring it, but admits that it is extremely tiring. She expresses surprise that Jiyama is completely fine and only feeling a mild tingling sensation. He realizes then that Hana does not have much affinity for magical power either. Jiyama reflects on the fact that while she is a member of the club, he remains suspicious of her, especially since information from Chol Seol points to Hana as a potential suspect. He thinks she does not appear to be acting, and since he is currently without his sashimi sword, he decides to simply observe her during the exam. Looking back, Jiyama asks how much time has passed. Hana replies that 25 minutes have elapsed. Jiyama knows they have no time to spare, as only 35 minutes remain and the girls are in poor condition. He realizes they are getting lost and simply wasting precious time. At this rate, they will be disqualified, an outcome he wants to avoid at all costs, especially since he doesn't know what reward the test offers. He considers that if he at least had his sashimi sword, he could expand his sensory range and use it to dispel the magical power, but the instructor collected all their weapons. At that moment, Jiyama remembers the image of a bloodhound and looks toward their instructor. He realizes that standing right in front of him is the perfect bloodhound for tracking magical power. Suddenly, the woman noticed something and began looking around. Jiyama went back to thinking about the dog while observing his companions, trying to concentrate on what mattered. Then he noticed something a bit peculiar, seeing the blonde counting 1, 2 with every step she took. Jiyama asked if Rachel was feeling all right. She replied that she was, stating that that kind of magic power needed to be crushed with force. Jiyama thought it was good to see that everyone seemed to be adapting to the magic. The instructor asked if Rachel had already adapted, commenting that it was difficult in an informal environment, but that she seemed even better than before. Next, she asked Jiyama how he had been doing so well from the beginning, and what his secret was. He replied that maybe it was because his name was related to demons, and the instructor commented that his sense of humor was impressive. While the two were talking, the blonde kept counting. The inspector approached Jiyama and said she felt magic power coming from the northwest. She explained that if they kept walking in that direction for about 10 minutes, they could reach the first checkpoint, and after that, she continued on as if nothing had happened. Jiyama thought she resembled a pet, but he recognized that thanks to her, they were doing very well. He wondered if the others were also doing fine. The instructor affirmed that they were doing great, so the blonde told the ironing board to shut her mouth. About 32 minutes had already passed since the start of the exam, and they kept walking. Elsewhere, Leon's group was making progress. He commented that they were already getting close to the first checkpoint, and asked everyone to pick up the pace a little more. A girl with dark blue hair commented that there still seemed to be plenty of time, and asked if they could rest for a bit. Saki said they were almost there and asked her to hold on a little longer, watching the girl to see if she would make it. Shortly after, Saki asked the leader to wait. As Leon kept walking, she asked what he was doing and if he could not see that the girl was struggling, telling him he was being a jerk. Leon replied that he was not ignoring the situation, but that he had a certain responsibility as the core leader. Saki was shocked and asked if he was serious about having responsibility. Leon said she could interpret his words however she wanted, stating that he would not carry anyone who could not trust or follow him, and commented that he did not know the atmosphere of the travel club she belonged to. Suddenly, he took a few steps back and placed his hand on Saki's shoulder. Leaning in close to her ear, Leon asked her not to expect him to act like her little friend. He resumed walking while Saki watched him, asking what Jiyama had to do with any of this. While they argued, the group supervisor simply watched everything unfold. Leon replied that he was just saying he was not as thoughtful as Jiyama. Placing her hand on Saki's shoulder, the dark blue-haired girl apologized for dragging the group down and promised to try harder. The instructor commented that the issue with the group leader was very serious, so he asked the girls to push themselves a little more. The girl replied that it was fine and that she would do her best, as everyone there pushed themselves to the limit to reach their goals. Returning to Jiyama, he commented that over 30 minutes had passed, and he still had not seen any of the other students. The blonde looked at him as if she wanted to take a light bite out of him. Indignant, the instructor asked the girl to stop thinking about those things and remember the desert island survival training from last time. She explained that this exam was the same thing, but the points for each group were different, and the subspace only worked up to the entrance. Jiyama asked if everyone would meet at the entrance for the next stage because if that were the case, they should have run into someone by now. The instructor commented that perhaps most of them had given up along the way. The blonde said she just wanted an exam that could educate people. Jiyama thought that they definitely would have been eliminated by now if it were not for the instructor. He called out to her and asked how those who gave up along the way would get back. The instructor asked him to wait a moment while she pulled an object called mana from her pocket. She explained that pressing that button would instantly send their location to the secretary desk screen. Jiyama asked if it would work in that place, since subspace could not interfere there. The instructor commented that he was truly as curious as a cat. She explained that she did not know much either, but had heard it was an educational device made by the Heroes Association laboratory, adding that the bag she was using was also made there. Jiyama thought that explanation was very good, and found the whole thing fascinating. Those artifacts possessed an unknown power of priceless value, which was why the Heroes Association managed them directly as a device to maintain equipment between nations. However, distributing a version like that did not seem like a good idea. The instructor told them not to even think about it, because if something happened, she would have to pay out of her own pocket, and asked them not to worry. Before she could finish her sentence, the blonde announced that she had found the checkpoint, and the instructor concluded by saying they would never get lost. Jiyama watched the instructor walk away as she called the blonde egg yolk and commented on how smart she was. The instructor reported that their completion time for the first gate was 48 minutes and 24 seconds, with the designated time being 1 hour, and explained that she would time 1 hour again once the second gate began. Neither the blonde nor the girl with glasses could believe they had actually passed. Now they stood in front of the second gate. The instructor mentioned to Jiyama that it was her first time in a place like that, so she was a bit lost herself. She warned him not to be fooled by its appearance because, even though it looked normal on the outside, the door held enough magic power to distort space. Jiyama asked if it was really that impressive. The blonde said there was nothing behind the door and asked the ironing board if they should just open it and go in. The instructor confirmed to the egg yolk that all she had to do was open the door and that she would start the timer as soon as she did. The blonde asked one more time just to be sure, and the instructor confirmed it again. Preparing herself, the blonde said she would open the door since she was the leader. Jiyama and the others just watched the girl. With a quick movement, she opened the door while commenting that there should not be any harm in it. However, when she went to step forward, she realized there was no floor. The blonde began to scream in terror, but the girl with glasses caught her, keeping her from falling. Walking over to the instructor, the blonde commented that she had almost lost her life, while the instructor said it was also her first time there, and she did not know much, but she was certain that it was the second gate. The instructor explained that she had pressed the timer, and that this was the artificial Gehenna, the second gate known as the Bridge of the Abyss. Jiyama thought that magic power was spreading everywhere after the leader opened the portal, and now he understood why he had not seen anyone along the way. He realized that the very structure of the exam made students think about giving up first, making it a test where a person had no choice but to face danger if they did not know the right answer. Elsewhere, Leon's group was already in the second stage. Saki looked around, impressed by the view. After taking in her surroundings, she looked at the leader and thought that he did not even hesitate, asking herself if he had been there before. The instructor observed everything meticulously, thinking that Leon possessed great determination and willpower. Elsewhere, a man apologized because he could no longer endure the exam, and the girl beside him also apologized, saying it was entirely her fault. The team leader merely watched the two of them feeling sick, uncertain whether she should give up or push forward. She had previously claimed to be fine, but forcing her companions under those conditions was impossible. Looking at the instructor, she officially requested their withdrawal from the final exam. The instructor nodded and pressed a button. A message quickly appeared on the screen, announcing that another team had surrendered midway, joining several others who had already quit. Among them stood the orange-haired boy, who expressed frustration over throwing up the pizza he had eaten for breakfast. He spotted Chloe and asked if her group had also given up. She replied that they had not surrendered, but their time limit had simply run out. Despite his pale face, he commented that her situation was still impressive, as his own group was eliminated after running in circles in the same place. Chloe mentioned that Leon and Saki seemed not to have left the test yet, prompting the boy to ask if something bad might have happened to Leon. Chloe assured him that he knew very well there was no need to worry about the boss. Placing his hand on his chin, the boy said he was not worried about the boss, but rather about Saki, though he secretly thought his true concern was indeed Leon. After all, there was no such thing as a clean slate when it came to Leon, and anyone who got close to the ink ended up staying stained, which could be good or bad depending on the person. The orange-haired boy then suggested that their classmates were probably doing great and asked Chloe to follow him. Chloe asked where they were going, and he explained that they were going to hunt down the villains. He mentioned it was a pity they were eliminated so early, but they needed to help however they could. She commented that Smoke was starting to look more and more like Leon, while Smoke wondered to himself why she always got his name wrong. Meanwhile, Giama's group was crossing a dangerous stretch, and he kept telling everyone to watch their step since one slip could get them killed. He suddenly stopped, staring hard at the surroundings. Out of nowhere, the blonde lost her balance and jumped on him, calling it a trust fall, then hopped off right away saying it was just a joke. A bit further ahead, Hana asked if crossing the bridge was all that was left. Giama finally understood why almost nobody made it past this stage. Without the subspace's help, even he was hesitant to cross it. The instructor, staring at the river, said the source of the magical power was the lake right below them. Giama called her over and suggested she go first. She looked at him while he thought to himself that a little cheating wouldn't hurt since nobody was watching, and he'd already used her as a tool once before anyway. He pointed out that instructors were there to prevent accidents, so it made sense for her to lead. She tried arguing that this was an exam, and interfering wouldn't be good for anyone, but Giama said he'd take responsibility, and they'd sort it out later. The other two backed him up, and now all three were staring at her like it was already decided. Kneeling down, she admitted she was scared of heights. Giama stepped closer and promised to give her anything she wanted if she crossed first, just not the demonic seal. She agreed, saying he'd made a promise and couldn't back out now, and that she wanted to protect them by going ahead. She swore the bridge was sturdy, but nobody really trusted her since she'd been terrified a minute earlier. She started crawling across the ground, insisting the surface was safe, and the group followed behind her. Halfway across, she stopped, saying she couldn't go any further, and the blonde asked if she was really an instructor or just a kid in disguise. Giama said at least she'd been useful for getting them across, and as he passed her, he told her she'd done a good job. Surprised by the compliment, she jumped up, suddenly excited, and told Giama to trust her. The blonde asked if he'd bribed her, she'd changed that much, and he just asked where he'd even get the money for that. Rachel, struggling to keep up with the instructor's pace, told her to stop rushing ahead since she was the group leader, but the instructor shot back that she was the one grading them, so she got priority. The girl with glasses said the two of them were pretty alike, and Giama agreed, while his teammate muttered that this sudden friendship only existed because of him. Determined, she picked up the pace to catch the other two, who were already way ahead. That's how they reached the artificial Gehenna, Gate 3, known as the Tower of Trial. Elsewhere in the tower, Leon's group was already much further along, climbing an endless staircase. Saki figured they hadn't seen a single other student the whole way, and first place already felt locked in, so she didn't get why he was rushing so hard. The instructor said they were almost there and just needed to push a bit more, but the girl with dark blue hair said she couldn't walk anymore, completely worn out. Saki asked Leon to slow down, asking if he couldn't see the others were at their limit. He stopped, thought it over for a second, turned around, and said flatly that the problem was them, they just couldn't keep up. But then, to Saki's surprise, he walked back a few steps and admitted he'd been out of line, that he was tired and on edge too, and since they were nearly at the 5th floor, they could rest for a bit. He said he'd go ahead to check the floor and ask them not to stop completely, just to slow down. The girl with blue hair, though, couldn't even stand anymore. She started crying and told the instructor she couldn't go on. He crouched next to her, asking her to hold on just a little longer since they were almost there. That's when Saki crouched down too and told her friend to climb on her back, saying whoever still had the strength should carry the other and to hop on before she changed her mind. Saki thought she wasn't doing great either, maybe affected by the magic in the air, and never imagined she'd end up sacrificing herself like that for someone. Her friend climbed on and accepted the help. Suddenly, both of them felt something off, and at the same moment, so did Giama on the other side of the tower. The blonde asked if he was scared. He stayed quiet for a beat before saying no, but it was obvious he'd sensed something serious had just happened inside. Meanwhile, the two girls started collapsing to the ground, fighting to keep their eyes open, not understanding what was happening. Right before she blacked out, the last thing on Saki's mind was Giama. Giama continued climbing the stairs while feeling a terrible sense of foreboding. He wondered if his sharp instincts were warning him, but quickly brushed the thought off as a mere trick of his mind. The instructor announced that she would take the lead, and the blonde girl asked if Giama was still strong enough to keep going. He replied that he had plenty of strength left and could continue the climb. Looking around, Giama thought the structure looked as if it had been ripped straight out of the magic tower. That was when he noticed footprints on the staircase. Hana complained that she was already exhausted, questioning why they would place a long staircase right at the very end. Giama found the situation strange, as he had not seen anyone during the exam, yet another group clearly seemed to have passed through the area. Suddenly, he stepped on a patch of slime and wondered what it was. Upon realizing the truth, He knew he had been right from the start. He burst into a fast sprint, leaving his companions behind. The instructor called out to Giamma and ordered the two girls to wait there while she went ahead to investigate, but Giamma did not even hear her. Meanwhile, Saki slowly opened her eyes and struggled to focus her vision. She wondered what had happened to her, soon realizing that a pointed object was lodged in her body and fearing it might be poisoned. Moments later, she noticed a fight taking place nearby between Instructor Paul and the student named Leon, which led her to believe that Leon was truly a villain. Leon rushed forward to attack the instructor, but Paul dodged the blow just in time. The young man reappeared behind the instructor ready to strike again, only for Paul to comment that his moves were still far below his expectations. The dark-haired girl then remarked that, despite being a hero candidate, Leon was still just a human who required much more training to reach her level. She questioned whether Paul still lacked experience in handling Lord Permish's power, wondering how someone as weak as Leon could have defeated her. The instructor explained that he had leveled up in a realm similar to the demon world, and the girl added that there was no better vessel than that young man. She stated that if the master adapted to the possession, everything would go smoothly, while Paul glanced at Saki and mentioned that the new master would be pleased. The dark-haired girl approached Saki and asked if she was finally awake. Saki silently pleaded not to die there, reflecting on how her life had been a tedious cycle of repetition. She had not even joined the academy to become a hero, but rather to find a reason to end it all. The girl then sarcastically asked if her acting had been good, expressed her disappointment in Saki, and ripped the sharp object out of her body. The girl mocked Saki's weak attitude and said goodbye, leaving the young woman bleeding on the ground. Saki realized that both the girl and the instructor were frauds who did not belong to the academy. In that desperate moment, finally feeling a desire to live, she prayed for salvation. As she saw a shadow approaching, she recognized Giamma and reached her hand out to beg for help. The girl was surprised by the arrival of more people when she spotted Giamma and the instructor. Looking around, the instructor recognized the girl and noticed that Leon and the other student were lying motionless on the ground, unsure if they were still breathing. The girl greeted the instructor mockingly and asked if she wanted to take the opportunity to join Lord Permush. The girl called the instructor a traitor, though the instructor privately thought that the real traitor was the girl herself, who had switched sides at the very first opportunity. The girl then pressed her foot down on Leon's head and ordered Giamma to stay quiet, mocking what a simple unarmed human could possibly achieve. She presented a deal, claiming that if the instructor killed Giamma using the weapons in her bag, she would speak to the Lord on her behalf. The instructor hesitated, uncertain of what to do, but Giamma placed his hand in front of her, told her to calm down, and assured her that he would handle everything. The girl burst into a mocking laugh at the sight. Seeing no other option, the instructor pulled an item from her bag and shouted Giamma's name. The girl smiled, assuming the instructor was accepting her offer, but her grin faded immediately. The instructor loudly declared that Giamma would be her new master and commanded him to take the sword. Enraged by the insolence, the girl glared at them. Giamma gripped the weapon tightly as he felt the protection of the sword gods manifest within him, fully prepared to destroy everyone who had hurt Saki. Giamma was determined to take revenge for everyone who had lost their lives in that place, his aura shifting completely as his resolve hardened. The male instructor claimed he would handle the boy while channeling his power, and Iriel agreed, as long as he did not kill the female instructor. However, before the man could finish his move, Giamma cleanly sliced his attack in half. Surprised, the instructor remarked that it was truly difficult to even scratch Giamma. He boasted that the boy had angered far too many people with his skills, declaring that they were going to defeat him right then and there. He asked if Giamma could feel the massive magic power filling the area, claiming he could use unlimited magic in this location and would never lose. In his mind, making a contract with Lord Permush and traveling with Iriel had been a brilliant decision. An intense battle unfolded across the field. Suddenly, a stray rock flew toward the female instructor, forcing her to raise her leg to dodge a strike that was not even meant for her. As she regained her footing, she wondered if Paul could truly master two elements at once, and if Giamma would ultimately fall to his immense power. The male instructor shouted out to ask where Giamma had disappeared to, mockingly asking if he was terrified to face the combined might of Akori and Permush. He declared that this was precisely why a mere human needed to learn his place. Before he could finish his taunts, a sudden surge of power sliced through Paul. Stunned, the man questioned where that insolent brat had attacked from and how he had managed to strike so quickly. Immediately after, another strike burst toward Paul. He tried desperately to dodge the blow, but failed. Enraged, he demanded that the hiding rat reveal himself, asking if he planned to hide until the entire tower collapsed. The man recklessly hurled magic in every direction to hit his target, vowing never to stop unleashing his power. Unfazed, Giamma charged straight at the man to strike him again with absolute determination, leaving his opponent critically wounded. Bending over in pain, the instructor realized he had been careless, regretting that he had not sliced Giama's neck earlier. Looking down at a fallen body on the ground, he refused to accept such an embarrassing defeat. His eyes turned wild with fury as he roared, asking how a mere human dared to trick him. A surge of terrifying energy made him vastly stronger than before, and he began screaming madly at Giama. The female instructor gasped at his sudden transformation, and even Iriel, who was familiar with his abilities, flinched in fear. As the man advanced, Giama glared back with annoyance. When the manic instructor rushed forward to land a fatal blow, both women watched in shock at his extreme recklessness. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light exploded through the room. Before anyone could process what had happened, the man crashed heavily onto the floor, cleanly bisected. Giama stood over him, silently holding his sword with a firm grip. The female instructor stared in utter disbelief, sensing that even his aura had fundamentally shifted, and she realized she would be far safer staying by his side. Iriel burned with rage at her partner's foolishness, shouting that Giama looked like a total monster and warning him not to step any closer. When he ignored her command and continued marching toward her with an ominous energy, she repeated her order in a panic. She backed away slowly, staring at his blade and asking if he was even human anymore. All she needed to do was deliver Giama to Lord Permush, but survival was her top priority. She considered running, but instantly abandoned the thought, knowing he was far too fast. Baffled by her inability to sense any magical power from him, she watched the purple aura swirling around his body, wondering if his armor was repelling her magic and finding the whole situation completely insane. Desperate, Iriel grabbed Saki and threatened that taking one more step would cost the girl her life. The female instructor stood by quietly, debating whether she ought to intervene. As Iriel held her captive, she cursed her bad luck while searching the floor for Saki's discarded sword. Suddenly, Saki opened her eyes wide, telling Iriel to let go because her grip hurt. Reversing her fortune, Saki grabbed the nearby blade and poked her captor with the sharp weapon. Iriel shrieked in shock, asking how an insolent pest dared touch her and whether she was supposed to be dead. Saki coolly replied that she was a master actor and that poison resistance was standard training for her family, adding that Iriel was the one who could not handle the toxin. She mockingly recited the exact same phrase she had been told earlier, expressing her deep disappointment in Ario. Moments later, Iriel collapsed to the ground defeated, weakly cursing Saki as an insolent brat before falling still. As Saki stumbled sideways, losing her balance, Giama dropped his sword to the dirt and caught her gently before she hit the ground. When his companions arrived at the scene, the female instructor motioned for them to remain silent. Saki winced slightly, mentioning that her shoulder hurt and asking him not to hold her too tightly. Remembering his promise from a few days ago to grant her a wish, she snuggled comfortably into his arms, softly asking to stay like that for just a little while longer. Somewhere else, Saki was lying in a hospital bed when she finally woke up. Weapon, the orange-haired young man standing beside her, said she was finally awake and asked if she had any idea how long she had been asleep. She asked how long she had been passed out, and he answered that it had been 3 days. Approaching her, he asked if she always slept that much. Ignoring what he was saying, Saki remembered everything she had gone through during the final exam. Pulling the girl out of her thoughts, Weapon mentioned that she would be in debt to the club president, since he heard from Rachel that it was Giama who provided first aid to her and Leon. He said he was also surprised as he did not know Giama possessed a healing blessing. Even the doctors were amazed, stating that the treatment was nearly perfect. Saki asked if it had really been Giama, and remembered when she asked him to stay with her a little longer. As Weapon simply watched her, she suddenly started screaming. He asked what was wrong with her, while Saki wondered how she was ever going to face Giama after all that. Weapon wondered if this was what people called post-traumatic stress disorder, asking himself what on earth had happened back there. Saki asked why he was staring and if there was a problem. Weapon wondered if she truly was traumatized and, stepping closer, asked her to stay calm and eat some of the red bean sweets she liked so much. First she looked at the sweet, then she looked at him, and becoming extremely calm, threw her pillow right at his face. She asked if he thought she would forgive him just because he gave her a sweet, yelling at him to get out of there. A bit upset, Weapon left, slamming the door behind him. Inside the room, Saki thought she had been a little aggressive and decided she would apologize later, also reflecting that at least she was still alive. She looked at the moon, which was very beautiful, and suddenly began to cry upon realizing she had survived the final exam. She tore open the sweet wrapper and started eating while crying tears of happiness. Suddenly, she stopped eating and realized she had to find a way to face Giama, smiling right after as she thought about thanking him later. In another place, Giama walked calmly down the hallway, without worrying about what would happen next. He thought about how 3 days had already passed since the final exam, and how Leon and Saki had been severely injured. He remembered when they were about to lose their lives, but he risked everything by activating all the blessings, and in the end, it all worked out. After he healed the two of them, the blonde girl and the instructor carried them away. Now, Giama looked at the room where Saki was resting, and remembered a woman with green hair. He realized that at this point, it was no longer just about him since other people were becoming involved, which annoyed him greatly because they had even hurt his friends. He realized that power alone would not be enough and that he needed something greater. Jiyama saw Weapon being thrown out of the room while the boy complained that he was just trying to be nice. Jiyama asked what was going on, and Weapon mentioned that it was his turn to take a look at their classmate. As Jiyama started walking, Weapon noted that Saki had woken up and said that physically she seemed fine thanks to him, but that there was a problem. Jiyama asked what kind of problem that would be. Placing his hand on his chin, Weapon commented that he thought she had developed a severe case of post-traumatic stress disorder, as she started screaming out of nowhere and even threw a pillow at him. He mentioned that she was always annoying, but now she seemed worse than before, even throwing her favorite sweet on the floor. Jiyama thought to himself that if that was the case, she was completely recovered. Then, Jiyama asked how the search for the villains was going. Weapon answered that Rachel was also helping and that they were almost finished. Holding a piece of paper, he asked Jiyama to take a look. Jiyama took the paper and began reviewing the list of suspects. He noted that out of the 6, none were teachers, and that there definitely had to be more, promising himself he would find them and eliminate them. Still holding the paper, Jiyama asked if he was sure about those people, and Weapon confirmed, saying he was 100% sure. Jiyama then asked if Weapon was free after class the next day. Nodding his head in agreement, Weapon asked if they should visit Saki the next day with everyone else. Still holding the paper and looking directly at Weapon, Jiyama asked if he still did not know her perfectly after all this time, saying she was not the type to be happy about receiving visitors. Weapon mentioned that he understood and asked what they would be doing the next day. Jiyama crumpled the paper in his hand with force and declared that it was their turn to take action. Elsewhere, someone asked if he meant that among the elders, Kladai was the reason behind everything. Another person affirmed it, saying he convinced the other elders and that they were also behind the appearance of the demons during the midterm exam. While drinking his coffee, the man asked if they were the ones who attacked the final exams, and the other person mentioned that they were still investigating, suspecting that even the undertakers were on their record. Besides the 2 men, a beautiful woman was also in the room. She was so furious that she began smashing the floor, asking if that bunch of insolent fools had also participated in the attack. The man mentioned that there were also reports saying they were last seen on Avalon Island. The woman did not like the news at all, and the man drinking coffee asked Medea to calm down. Disliking his words, she asked if he wanted her to just sit there drinking like him. She said her duty was to keep all the students safe, and that was why she was so stressed out. With glowing red eyes, she declared that an intruder dared to do such a thing. And on top of that, someone from the Council of Elders, which was the final straw for her. The green-haired woman commented that even after all the preventive measures, it still happened. Placing his cup on the table, the man mentioned that she was not the only one angry, since his granddaughter was also a student at the academy. Even with him saying that, she remained furious. The white-haired man asked if they had enough evidence. The person confirmed, saying they had all the information from the last 2 months and that they would have no problem taking everyone's lives immediately. For a moment, everyone present went silent. With enraged eyes, he mentioned that he understood. The woman thought that things were going to go terribly wrong because when he got enraged, nobody could stop him. Suddenly, he shattered his cup, demonstrating all his irritation. The man was about to speak, but suddenly someone knocked on the door. The person outside mentioned that they came for an urgent matter. The door began to open, and as soon as it swung wide, Jiyama and Weapon stepped into the room. Weapon did not like standing there being watched by more experienced people. The individuals inside the room stared at Jiyama and his companion. The director asked what was going on, and Jiyama replied that it was about the events during the final exams. Weapon added that this was everything he knew about the exam and the villains infesting the academy. The 3 of them listened carefully, as the conversation was extremely important. The director asked if his name was Weapon, and mentioned that it was her first time meeting them in person, although she knew they were members of the Travel Council. She asked if the names on the list were likely the half-demons. Weapon confirmed it, saying that the recent hiring and work processes were abnormal even after investigations. The woman grew furious upon seeing the names and commented that, according to her blessing, those employees were not even from the academy. Jiyama thought that coming from the poet's blessing, that was likely true. The 2 seated men observed the woman. Holding the paper, she asked how they managed to print the list and demanded that they explain what they did to obtain the document. Looking directly at the 2 of them, she warned that she would not repeat herself and ordered them to speak immediately. Weapon looked at Jiyama thinking they were screwed, until Jiyama confessed that they had hacked into the academy's network. With her hand on her hip, the director asked if they had breached the most secure network on the planet. She was shocked when Jiyama confirmed it. He explained that as the president, he asked his companion to hack the system, highlighting that Weapon was very good with computers since he was second in his class. Jiyama apologized for the mistake and explained they did not tell her sooner due to the little time left before break, assuming she would understand. Placing her hand on her head, the director thought about letting it pass since she already had too many problems to solve. She commented that their intentions were great, but warned them never to do it again. The director made it clear that she only forgave the situation because she trusted Jiyama so much due to what he had already done, as any other cadet would be expelled immediately. The closer he got to what he considered a weapon, the more he showed himself to be a good friend. Klinge commented that this was already turning into a headache, drawing the attention of the others present in the room. The man asked the Sword Emperor if he did not have the right to know, and said he intended to go to Claudi's private mansion that day. Jiyama asked if they were talking about the Elder. Klinge explained that the ones who tried to harm their classmates were the Council of Elders, led by Claudi, and that he was about to catch them with evidence through the auditors, but could not due to the rules. Jiyama thought it would be difficult for the Sword Emperor to face the Council directly without being one of the 7-star heroes, since the Council was one of the pillars of power. The man continued saying that if they attacked the Elders directly, the villains would take over the academy instantly. The director added that the probability of never finding them would be huge if that happened, but emphasized that they could not let them do whatever they wanted. Jiyama thought they should attack both at the same time, and suggested gathering them in the same place to make things easier. He pulled out his phone and called the instructor. When she answered, he asked if it was true that not all the villains knew each other. She confirmed that not all of them knew one another, so Jiyama asked her to gather all the names he said from that moment on, as they were all villains. She asked how he was going to do that. Jiyama tried to explain and hung up the phone after succeeding. He commented that the auditors were going to invade Claudi's mansion. Klinge asked if Jiyama and the director intended to breach the location where the villains were gathered. Jiyama confirmed it, and the man admitted that the idea might actually work. The director asked how he was going to gather all the villains, but Jiyama replied that they had no time and needed to leave immediately, promising to explain everything later. Wiping his face, the man commented that executing the plan before the explanation was interesting, and said Jiyama seemed more like an arbitrator than anything else. The Sword Emperor asked the person in front of him how many auditors had been brought from Cecily. The person replied that they selected the best ones, but warned that it would be difficult because the council had their escort knights and 8 auditors. Suddenly, Jiyama said he would go to Claudi's mansion with the auditors. The director looked at him in disbelief, but he justified that he was also going because he was a victim. Deep down, Jiyama thought he had to participate because other people were starting to get involved. His current power was not enough, so he had to reach the highest point to prevent this from happening again. He declared that he was next in line for the 7 stars and also the successor to the Sword Emperor, leaving everyone in shock. The Sword Emperor asked if he was sure, and Jiyama nodded in confirmation. Elsewhere, Jiyama looked at the moon alongside Weapon. His companion asked if he was really going, and Jiyama affirmed that he was. Drawing his sword, he asked his partner to wait there because he would be back soon. Weapon asked him not to cross the line. At another location, someone received a message, became upset, and kicked the wall, asking if they thought they were fools. The companion behind him commented that the message came from the teacher, and questioned if he thought he was in charge. They agreed that they needed to get out of there to show who was boss. Suddenly, someone appeared and a slight commotion began. A blue-haired man commented that he hated the teacher, but said they would have to obey if he ordered them to jump. He asked why only he was there and wanted to know about the rest of the crew. Hearing a noise, the man asked his companion to go ahead and check quickly, as the teacher would be annoying. The blue-haired man thought he did not feel any mana and told his companion to wait a minute, but his partner's body collapsed onto the floor right after. No one in the room understood what had happened. A female figure emerged from the shadows. The man asked who she was, and the woman commented that up until that moment the situation had been very quiet. It was the director, approaching them while holding the head of the fallen companion. Now they were in another place, and a man commented as he walked that Jiyama was a rather peculiar young man. He did not understand what the guy meant by that, but the man explained that even though he could not read the boy's thoughts or the kind of person he was, he knew he was very different. He added that even Jiyama's humanity and emotions seemed to have been ripped right out of his black eyes, looking just like a sharp blade. Shortly after, the man asked if Jiyama knew the criterion that differentiated a human from a monster, explaining that a monster believed in only one ordinary person. Disliking the topic, the boy asked what that had to do with their current situation. On that full moon night, the atmosphere grew even more intriguing, and the man asked Jiyama not to turn into a monster himself. Suddenly, 8 well-prepared people appeared with their weapons. Looking at the man, Jiyama thought everyone there was extremely strong, as expected from the pinnacle of night techniques. Then, the group began approaching the designated location. Returning to the principal, she dropped her fallen colleague's head onto the ground. The people around them were shocked by her actions, never imagining that a battle-tested veteran was hiding behind that appearance. Radiating a purple energy, the blue-haired man warned his comrades not to be fooled, calling her an old woman who had gone out of line for over 40 years. He leaped into the air ready to defeat her and commanded her to vanish. However, the principal simply dodged his strike, brought him down, and quickly sliced him in half. Raising him up, she said that his claims belonged in the past, and began pressuring him to learn how things worked, harshly disciplining the insolent student in front of everyone. She was the only member among the 7-star heroes who lacked a set position, being better known by the title of Media, the Tyrant. The principal then called for the next person who wanted to be disciplined. Another individual approached from behind and ordered her to vanish, only to be sliced in half immediately. The Sword Emperor, who had just arrived, asked if the guy did not know his limits. The principal remarked that he had taken far too long to show up. Noticing her clothes, the Sword Emperor asked if she still had not discarded that outfit, since she wore the exact same attire almost every time she fought, almost like a uniform. Media explained that she had never forgotten that clothing. Right then, a man with darker blue hair asked what the two of them were doing and ordered everyone to release all their magic power. The Sword Emperor merely observed the principal, as if he already knew what was about to happen, while she prepared to attack, and noted that this was precisely why the situation was even more unforgivable. Elsewhere, a guard looked out the window and complained that the light bulb had gone out again. The other guard replied that it had stayed on all night, which was why it blew out so quickly. He added that Lady Claddy had plenty of money but was cheap, expecting him to be both a knight and an electrician. Because he was not paying close attention, the guard suddenly lost his head. The person who dealt the blow informed the others that the job was already finished, and the guard's body collapsed to the ground. As this person walked alongside the corpse, Giamma began to approach together with the man, while the remaining guards continued talking. However, one of the guards noticed their presence, pointed toward the location, and told his companions to look. The man beside Giamma asked the auditors to clear the path, and everyone took their positions to protect the duo. Giamma closed his eyes as he heard the knights shout that auditors had invaded. The knights charged toward him, ready to teach Giamma a lesson, but everyone who tried to attack ended up severely injured, their bodies crashing to the ground. They did not give up easily and tried to strike again, only to be knocked down once more. The last remaining guard pointed his spear at them, but Giamma did not care and kept walking, despite disliking the entire situation. Just like the others, this final guard was defeated and fell to the floor. With everyone on the ground, the man accompanying Giamma commented that even though it was a confidential location, the place was massive. The boy then asked if he was not worried, since executing an elder would certainly carry risks, even with concrete evidence. Placing his hand on his chin, the man replied that they belonged to the auditory family, so it would be a problem if they had definitive proof and failed to act. He concluded by saying that since he was the next in line among the 7-star heroes, there would be no consequences whatsoever. A masked person commented that everyone was already inside Lady Claddy's office. Suddenly, the group stopped walking in front of a door. The man asked if that was the place, and the masked figure confirmed it. They stood in silence for a moment, staring at the door. The man noted that the place was far too quiet, and that something had to be wrong there. He signaled for Giamma to open the door. The boy stared at the entrance for a second, took a few steps and placed both hands on the door, warning everyone to get ready as he opened it. When the door swung open, the light was so intense that everyone had to cover their eyes. The three of them stared at the door. Before they could step inside, someone rushed over, calling the man master. The man asked what was happening, and as the newcomer tried to answer, an attack suddenly struck and destroyed their body right in front of Giamma and the other two. Upon entering the room, they found everyone else lying motionless on the floor. Nox felt deeply upset seeing his fallen comrades, but the man instructed him to keep his emotions in check. Watching Nox, Giamma thought about how terrible it truly was to see their friends lying there lifeless. That was when a pink-haired man appeared, asking if that was really how the head of the Auditore family acted, and questioning whether he had any feelings at all. Angered, Nox retorted that those insolent enemies had taken the lives of their friends. The pink-haired man remarked that interrupting adults was rude. He mentioned he would have kept the bodies as souvenirs, but the unbearable smell made him suggest that, since they were a family, the head should give them a proper bath and handle their rights. Finally, the man yelled in anger, prompting the pink-haired man to note that he did have feelings after all. Shortly after, another person arrived while conversing with his allies. Furious, the man asked how an elder could ally himself with such trash, regardless of how poor he was. The elder shouted back, telling him to shut his mouth and claiming it was ridiculous for a simple butcher to lecture an elder. The man countered that he should feel at least a bit of shame in front of his ancestors. Seeing the tense situation, Giamma asked the man to calm down. The irritated elder tried to speak, but his companion urged him to relax, saying it was not worth arguing with those insolent fools. Even so, the elder remained enraged because the man had mentioned his father. The pink-haired man then placed his hand on the elder's head and, losing his patience, reminded him that he had told him to be quiet. He then raised his arm while walking toward Giamma. An unprecedented golden generation had emerged at the academy, but one student had surpassed everyone to claim the top spot. That was Giamma, who was also another host candidate. The pink-haired man smiled menacingly as he approached him, stating that Leon had handed Giamma over to them and that they were going to teach the boy a light lesson. He claimed that Giamma was special, to the point where even the Legion commanders had taken an interest in him and promised they would capture him effortlessly. Hearing that, Giamma wore an expression as if he were about to discipline them, suddenly releasing his demonic energy. The pink-haired man could not comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, the elder thoroughly disliked the way Giamma stared at him and claimed that without Medea's protection, he could easily teach him a lesson. Giamma maintained his cold glare without looking away, thinking that this was the perfect moment to settle the score with those villains. Giamma then told his two companions that he would handle the magic while leaving the enemies' heads to them. The pink-haired man remarked that he thought they were different, but they were all lunatics, asking if Giamma intended to cut through everything with that pointed object. Giamma knew that the protection of the sword gods manifested as soon as he wielded his blade. Unsheathing his weapon, he confirmed their question, prompting the opponents to unleash their powers. The pink-haired man called for his allies to halt their attacks, believing that with so many strikes, the group must already be finished. His companions watched closely as the smoke began to clear to ensure everyone was dead. One opponent remarked that he could see them hiding and thought it would be easier, but he was suddenly sliced in half, proving that Giamma and his allies were not playing around. The enemies could not believe their eyes, as Giamma did not have a single scratch on him. The pink-haired man ordered the others to target the group directly, just as agreed, and everyone attacked simultaneously. As one enemy lunged forward, Nox closed in on him, causing the opponent to warn his comrades about the red-haired man approaching. Suddenly, another enemy appeared and launched an attack. Giamma refused to let anything happen to his partners, so he swiftly cut through the enemy. Even the man accompanying Giamma could not believe that he had cut through magic itself. The opponents stood in complete shock, with some crying out that it was absurd. The pink-haired man demanded that his allies keep attacking, but when one asked what he was doing, he casually replied that he was just observing the situation. Nearby, a girl with pink hair and glasses asked her friend when they would ever get another chance to cast such beautiful magic. The purple-haired girl agreed as their powers began to mix together. However, the girl with glasses soon asked if her friend could even aim properly, complaining that the spells were colliding with one another. The purple-haired girl snapped back, telling her that she was the incompetent one for launching her powers right at her. As the two girls continued to bicker, the pink-haired one completely lost her temper. The purple-haired girl lost her patience as well, while the man commented that taking your eyes off the enemy was an invitation to lose your life. Another subject approached the man and claimed that he was the one getting distracted, but Giamma suddenly appeared and cut him in half. Nox then finished the job, asking if those useless fools knew how to be quiet. The man decided to join in as well and attacked his opponent, stating that he would teach him a lesson on how to respect his elders. The elder suggested clearing the visibility first to confirm that everyone had fallen. His companion agreed it was a great idea and lit up the entire area. They looked around to see if they had successfully defeated all their opponents, but neither could believe what they saw. Giamma and his companions stood completely unharmed, while their own allies lay defeated on the ground. The elder stood in disbelief as Giamma began walking toward him. The pink-haired man realized that the real threat present was Giamma, so he ordered him not to come any closer, threatening to kill the elder if he advanced. Ignoring the warning, Giamma kept walking, forcing the man to repeat his threat. Suddenly, Giamma stopped moving and observed the two of them. The pink-haired man noticed that Giamma was smiling, and still suspicious, he released the elder. At that moment, someone commented that he was not using that power correctly. Giamma watched as this newly arrived masked figure interacted with the opponents. The pink-haired man remarked that they had been waiting a long time, calling the masked figure Professor. Approaching the group, the mysterious man comments that he cannot believe everyone had passed away except for one, noting that this was completely outside his plans. He adds that there is no better moment for an educator than seeing his students evolve. Meanwhile, Giamma continues to stare at the man, thinking that he recognizes him from somewhere. The pink-haired youth comments that this would not have happened if the professor had arrived sooner, but the professor fires back, stating that they were simply weak. Unwilling to listen to that, the pink-haired young man defends himself, explaining that his companions were on the ground because of the professor, who had arrived late and ruined everything. The professor taunts him, saying that an empty barrel makes a lot of noise, though he did not imagine it would be this much. The young man approaches the professor, saying that he only hides behind that mask, before finally pulling off the mask that concealed the professor's face. In another location, the principal continues to discipline the students. The dark blue-haired young man says he can tell her whatever she wants, smiling and stating that all she has to do is ask, and he will answer. Hearing this, the principal puts him in his place, while asking if he truly believes anyone would want to hear what he has to say. After dealing with him, the Sword Emperor comments that they have already resolved everything, though he adds that he is still suspicious, since he had counted 6 in total. Suddenly, the two hear an extremely loud noise and realize it is the demonic sword. Returning to the professor, he comments that the student is very insolent, prompting the young man to apologize and admit that his outburst was vastly exaggerated. As Giamma and the other two observe the scene, the elder asks if Damien had come to save him. Suddenly, the professor pulls down his hood, revealing beautiful green hair. Speaking to Giamma, he says it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Giamma opens his eyes wide in shock, realizing that the person standing right in front of him is indeed Damien. The professor asks if Giamma is curious to know how he ended up there, offering to explain the reason so he does not have to stay angry. He explains that he placed a listening spell on the female instructor, knowing she values her own life so much that she would certainly cling to Giamma in a dangerous situation. A somewhat annoyed man comments that this guy is the one behind everything. Ignoring their comments, Giamma asks if he had previously spoken about the blessing. The professor responds that he does not need to worry about that, stating that the student is very studious, a true genius, and that everything he said before was the truth. Giamma asks why he did all of this, considering he had never lied to him before. Damien replies that everything is quite simple, and that he merely needs a vessel, adding that what happened here was simply a miscalculation. Snapping his fingers, he comments that there are still two who need to be on the ground. For a moment, Giamma is left speechless, but he quickly warns his comrades not to let their guard down. Powers begin to fly, and Nox dodges every attack perfectly. The professor asks them not to resist, as he dislikes unnecessary battles, while the other man also dodges the incoming strikes. Altair warns Nox to be careful, since there is no way to know where the attacks will come from. Damien comments that even without knowing where the power will land, they are dodging quite well. Taking advantage of the professor's distraction, Giamma begins to close in. The professor quickly notices the movement and blocks the strike, though he does not even attempt a counterattack. Observing Giamma, Damien steps back and comments that even if his limbs are low quality, he still sees himself as a vessel and prefers to take him whole. He snaps his fingers again and asks Giamma to cooperate just a little. The elder standing behind merely watches without moving, while the man explains to the others that it will be complicated to get close to that technique. Giamma clarifies that the magic detonates the air at a specific point, so if they try to slash through it, they might get caught in the blast. Snapping his fingers once more, the professor comments that Giamma truly is different from the rest, all while the battle unfolds inside the mansion. Giamma thinks to himself that the man uses hand movements to activate the magic, but there is no way to predict where it will explode. With only 15 seconds remaining, simply dodging will not be enough. The professor continues to say that all of this is ridiculous as the explosions keep going off. Then, Giamma notices something and wonders if those spheres are not supposed to explode at the exact same time. He dodges the attacks rapidly, watching the strikes and realizing that the furthest points were delayed. The attacks occur simultaneously, but there appears to be a slight interval, and if that is the case, he can use it to his advantage. The elder comments that it is impressive, urging the professor to finish off all those insolent fools. Suddenly, one of the spheres is directed right at the elder himself. The professor remarks that the elder's ally is faster than he looks. Unable to understand the reason for the attack, the elder asks if the professor did not come there to save him, but Damien rejects the idea, calling it completely ridiculous. The elder asks if he was not the one who gathered all the villains for his sake, causing the professor to give him a look of pure disdain. Afterward, he begins to laugh, asking if the elder really thought he would waste time saving someone who cannot even think. Damien continues, saying the elder has no value whatsoever and is merely a parasite clinging to others. He hurls every insult possible at the elder, commenting that his father must be crying at this very moment. Stepping closer, he remarks that the elder was merely bait, since not even he could face the Sword Emperor, the Academy Principal, and the Auditore all at once. As he advances, he continues to wave his fingers, saying he trapped them inside so they would not flee, calling the elder a cowardly piece of trash who always runs away. Now standing right next to him, Damien remarks that it no longer matters because his goal has already been achieved. The elder says the professor is deeply insolent, and Damien replies that those will be his final words. However, something begins to happen, and everyone present freezes for a moment, even Altair and Nox. Giamma notices a weakness in the professor's power. It is as if a line connects to the magic like a thread, meaning a single cut could instantly sever his abilities. He positions his sword correctly and releases it swiftly. Professor Damien does not even notice, far too focused on defeating the elder. Yet, when he attempts to launch his power against the elder, he realizes it is not working. The elder cannot believe what is happening, looking on in utter disbelief. Snapping his fingers continuously, Damien asks what is going on, as his attempts to use the strike keep failing. Suddenly, he looks to the side and sees Giamma's sword embedded there. He realizes what happened and comments that Giamma is truly very clever. Taking a few steps forward, Giamma tells his comrades that the professor's neck belongs entirely to him. Damien thinks to himself that getting distracted in the middle of battle was not a good idea, while Giamma draws closer and closer, commenting that now it is his turn to hit the ground. A few minutes earlier, Giamma thought about how relative time was, feeling as though not even a single second had passed while he studied his magic. The line connecting the explosion had suddenly become visible, and in that moment, he realized he could defeat the enemy by cutting it. Returning to the present, the professor could not believe what he was seeing. He tried snapping his fingers again while insisting it was all just a coincidence, but nothing happened when he did. Jiyama approached the professor, sensing the divine blessing of the sword god and the blessing of transfer taking effect. Because he had captured the magic, he could now see everything perfectly, as long as the resonance stayed active. The professor kept trying to activate his power, but just as Damien was about to regain control, Jiyama quickly severed the line once again. Everyone present watched the scene in utter disbelief, and even the professor stood frozen in shock, marveling at how Jiyama could actually see the lines. Watching this unfold, the elder realized the situation would not end well and cast a subtle glance toward the exit. The professor claimed it was impossible for a human being to see that line. Gathering power once more, he declared he would crush everyone at once regardless of whether the line was visible or not. He smiled while building energy for a devastating strike, boasting that he would bring down the entire place, but Jiyama severed all the lines with a single strike. Jiyama simply stared at the professor, who remained in shock after having his threads cut. The professor closed his eyes to concentrate more power, causing new spheres to appear, yet the lines controlling those orbs were immediately cut down again. As the two stared each other down, Jiyama thought to himself that this was a complete waste of time. The professor frantically snapped his fingers, commanding the spheres to explode, but Jiyama kept slicing through them all while remembering past events. Driven to desperation, the professor kept snapping his fingers so hard that he injured his hand, temporarily celebrating when he thought it finally worked. Auditory worried that everyone would die if the spheres exploded, but Jiyama attacked instantly. The professor stood confused as he saw the spheres wrapped together, wondering when Jiyama had appeared right in front of him. With a far more serious expression, Jiyama struck again to bundle the orbs, causing one of the spheres to explode right next to the professor and leaving his lifeless body lying on the ground. After the battle concluded, Jiyama sheathed his sword and looked around the room at the people lying on the floor. The elder tried to sneak away, but Nox stopped him by placing a blade against his neck to avenge their fallen comrades. The elder tried to warn them that the nobility would not let this pass, but Auditory covered his mouth, telling him he talked too much for a traitor to humanity. Jiyama drew his sword once again and stepped toward the elder as the man shouted insults, calling him insignificant trash. Instead of taking his life, Jiyama began healing him, only to slash him again and repeat the healing process. Infuriated and tortured by the endless cycle, the elder begged them to just end his life already. Jiyama granted his final wish, leaving the elder lifeless on the floor. Altair commented that Nox seemed much calmer than expected, to which Nox explained that he had simply grown accustomed to such situations. When his grandfather asked him to elaborate, Nox shared that he had felt the weight of Jiyama blade in the past. He explained how he had once provoked Jiyama out of pride, but even his status as a genius did not allow him to land a single scratch. Nox continued, explaining how utterly helpless he had felt back then, and mentioned that he now understood what Chloe meant when she said Jiyama was stronger than the entire Auditory family. He stated that Jiyama was stronger than anyone he had ever seen because he used his power correctly. Pulling back his hood to reveal his red hair, Nox declared that he would become Jiyama's shadow, admiringly stating that he would never regret his choice. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor and the principal appeared at the scene. The principal was terrified as she went upstairs and saw the gruesome sight, and even the Sword Emperor was visibly startled. Meanwhile, Jiyama remained standing with his back turned to them. The Sword Emperor asked what had happened there. A man replied that it was exactly what it looked like, explaining that the villains had set an ambush, but they managed to take care of everything despite suffering some losses. Indignant, the principal asked if the Auditore family elite had really been defeated, and whether any of this made sense, adding that she would not even bother asking why so many villains were lying dead on the floor. The man answered that a guy called Professor seemed to have led the infiltrated villains and sent the troops there. Before the principal could hurt anyone, the Sword Emperor put his hand out to stop her, stating that he wanted to hear the full details. He listened attentively to everything while still inside the mansion. The man commented that it had all been part of Professor's plan. The principal put her hands on her hips and said the whole thing was pure madness, while everyone continued staring at the corpses on the ground. The Sword Emperor thought to himself that an emotionless blade with no concept of good or evil was exactly what Jiyama carried, recognizing that the boy possessed an impressive talent. He reflected that a directionless blade quickly becomes a catastrophe, and that the more talented a person is, the more they need a guide to lead them down the right path. Looking at the Sword Emperor, the man asked if he was not the best person to take on that role. Stroking his chin, the man suggested taking Jiyama along during the break, as he might be able to achieve what had been passed down for generations in the Nibelung family. They continued discussing this while Jiyama was still in the room. A few days later, someone mentioned going to pass the vacation on a Hawaiian island with their family. calmly. Chloe walked down the stairs listening to the girls talk about it. Just below stood Jiyama, who was thinking about how the Sword Emperor and the principal had promised to handle the cleanup of the site. Since the incident involved the loss of an elder, the consequences would not be easy to handle, even with proof of his involvement with the villains. Suddenly, Jiyama saw Chloe and heard a comment that she did not want to be away from him during the break. Sensing another presence, he looked back and saw Saki. Before he could greet her, Chloe beat him to it and asked if her friend was doing fine. Saki asked if Jiyama had arrived early, thinking to herself that she should have arrived first, and quickly replied that she had already recovered. Chloe mentioned that she did not hold back on the medicine and applied everything properly. Saki then sat down next to Jiyama. After a few minutes of silence, he asked what they had told her at the hospital. Blushing slightly, she replied that they only asked her to return for a few routine checkups. Jiyama asked if she was going back to Japan for treatment, since the vacation was approaching. Saki responded with another question, asking where he was planning to go. He commented that he had no plans and would just stay at the academy. Both girls were shocked, and the blue-haired girl asked if he was really going to spend the entire month at the academy. Jiyama simply stated that he had nowhere else to go, leaving Saki silent for a moment as she pondered what to say. Leaning in slightly, she noted that his face had changed and that he seemed to have more white hair. Chloe agreed, saying he definitely had more white strands than the last time they met. Elsewhere, Jiyama prepared to take a shower. Looking in the mirror, he thought about how much his appearance was changing day by day, noticing that he had already developed several calluses. He remembered that in his past life, calluses were proof of his growth, but now they were the result of taking countless lives. Even so, he did not regret it, as those people truly needed to be taught a lesson. He took off his shirt, feeling a sudden surge of disgust. Resting his hands against the wall as water rushed over his body, Jiyama never hesitated when wielding his sword. He was certain it was because of the blessing, but over the last few days his own body had been reacting first. It was not the blessing controlling him, but his physical instincts. Even his parents had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Back in the conversation with Chloe and Saki, Jiyama was still dwelling on those thoughts. Saki called out to him and asked what was wrong, since he did not usually space out like that. He replied that it was nothing special. Chloe asked if he was going to spend his break clearing dungeons instead of staying home, but Saki answered for him, saying he would definitely do that because he was Jiyama. She teased that he would probably say he was going to slice up everyone he encountered in the dungeons, asking if her impression sounded accurate, which Chloe confirmed. Jiyama asked them both to stop, saying he was not that bad. He ignored the rest of the chatter and remembered a time when someone said monsters thought they were normal when they were not. He asked if he was like that, leaving the girl confused as she asked him to clarify. Jiyama spoke about the idea of not being normal. She confirmed that he really was like that and asked for Chloe's opinion. The red-haired girl stated that the entire school already knew how extraordinary Jiyama was, though he did not particularly like that answer. He kept remembering Altair's words, begging him not to become a monster. After reflecting for a moment, he mentioned that he was considering taking a complete rest for a few weeks during the break. Chloe commented that she also wanted to stay at the academy. Blushing slightly, Saki began to ask Jiyama a question about the vacation, but she was cut off. Someone walked into the room alongside the Sword Emperor, telling everyone to take their seats and be quiet. The instructor announced that summer break began that day, acknowledging that everyone was excited, but reminding them to maintain their dignity outside Joaquin Academy since the institution's reputation depended on the students' behavior. She noted that the class seemed quite lively and stepped aside to make room for the Sword Emperor. Some students wondered if he was going to give a 1-hour lecture like he had done before, and a classmate said the chances were very high. The Sword Emperor asked for silence and simply stated that he hoped to see how much they would grow in the coming semester, bringing his speech to an abrupt end. The students cheered, saying that was typical of him. And with that, the summer vacation officially began. Chloe wished Jiyama a great break, and he returned the gesture. At that moment, he noticed Chloe's brother standing at the door. The boy merely lowered his head and closed his eyes while listening to the conversation. Looking at his sister, he said he was looking forward to seeing her do even better, and told her to enjoy the vacation, quickly leaving as soon as he realized she was heading toward the exit. She paused at the door and wished everyone a happy break. Jiyama kept staring at Chloe while Saki picked up on something unusual. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor appeared and asked Saki to go ahead, explaining that he needed to settle something first. Understanding the hint, she took her leave. As Saki walked away, the Sword Emperor asked if Jiyama had any specific plans for the break. He replied that he intended to just train at the academy. The Emperor countered by saying that the boy had probably tried everything he could do on his own by now, asking if he wanted to come along with him instead. Staring at the man seriously, Jiyama asked where he wanted to take him. The Sword Emperor answered that he planned to take him to the Nibelung household. Saki walked around the area while checking her phone. She had already searched the classrooms and hallways without finding what she was looking for, so she decided to check elsewhere. Upon reaching the bench, she realized Jiyama was not there either. Since she assumed he would stay at the academy and did not want to go home and leave him alone, she sent him a message asking if he was awake yet. Suddenly, she remembered the day he had protected her, realizing she was only standing there alone because everyone else had already traveled home. Shortly after, Saki decided to head to the male dormitory to see if Jiyama was there. As she approached his door, her face flushed slightly, and she blamed him for not answering her message. She debated whether she should actually knock, but she quickly gave up on the idea. Telling herself that Jiyama must be tired, she decided to let him rest. After all, it was the first day of vacation, and sleeping in late was completely normal. Meanwhile, Jiyama sat inside a bus, feeling a bit nervous about traveling to the countryside. He recalled the Sword Emperor mentioning that since Jiyama had decided to inherit his legacy, it was time to train him properly. There was also a much more pressing issue regarding the Auditore family. The family had given everyone a valid reason to wipe them out, but the leaders of the Elder Council suspected Jiyama was the culprit. The Emperor had noted that the school break would be the best time to act, since there would be fewer prying eyes. Even though the Auditore family tried to stop the leaks, it was only a matter of time before everything came to light. Since they could not prevent the information from spreading, hiding out of the Elder's reach was the best option. Jiyama knew the Nibelung estate was the home of a hero family with a 700-year history and the birthplace of Aaron Nibelung. That territory was practically a small country where the mere existence of the Sword Emperor was absolute law, meaning no one in their right mind would ever dare to invade it. Remembering how he had accepted the proposal, Jiyama still felt that going there was a great decision. The Emperor had told him to travel the following day to deceive their enemies and advised him to prepare. Before leaving, the Sword Emperor strictly ordered Jiyama not to use any electronic devices until he reached the Nibelung household. When Jiyama asked how he would find his way, the older man told him not to worry because someone would meet him when the time was right. Snapping back to the present, a yellow-haired girl noticed Jiyama and asked her friend if he was the boy from the festival. Her friend confirmed it was him, specifically the guy who had fought against Iron Kick. The yellow-haired girl gushed that he was much more handsome in person, while Jiyama silently wished they would shut up because he could hear everything. The girl wondered if she should go talk to him, and her friend encouraged her by joking that he could become her future husband, making Jiyama dread that things were about to get worse. Suddenly, someone else boarded the bus and interrupted the yellow-haired girl. A young woman took the seat right next to Jiyama, completely shutting down the other girl's conversation. He could not understand why she chose to sit next to him when there were plenty of empty seats, so he asked what she was doing there. The girl with yellow eyes asked if her grandfather had not told him that she would be his guide. Jiyama immediately remembered the Sword Emperor mentioning a guide and confirmed that he had been informed. The girl asked Jiyama to stop staring at her because it was making her uncomfortable, prompting him to think that he should have been the one saying that. Afterward, the yellow-eyed girl asked Jiyama to tell her more about himself, and he figured it made sense since this territory was practically her home. Just then, the bus started moving. Another boy on the bus quietly commented that Abel was on a whole different level in person, wondering aloud if she and Jiyama were dating, which instantly turned her face bright red. Abel realized this was the first time they had been alone together since that specific day, finding it a bit awkward to just sit there with him. Feeling a pang of jealousy, she noted that Jiyama seemed to get along perfectly fine with everyone else, but always kept his distance from her. When the bus drove over a pothole and shook violently, Abel started feeling sick. She hated motion sickness and remembered being younger and refusing to board a bus until her father gave her an anti-nausea patch for her neck. 10 long years had passed since that day. Abel had been completely devastated when she lost her parents, and her grandfather had been equally crushed by the loss of his son, leaving their home feeling incredibly empty. Pulling Abel out of her gloomy thoughts, Jiyama asked if she was feeling carsick and handed her a small patch. She asked what it was, and he explained it was motion sickness medicine. Holding the patch brought back memories of her father, and when Jiyama asked if she knew how to use it, Abel nodded and placed it on her neck. Sometime later, they finally reached their destination. Abel apologized for falling asleep, while Jiyama sarcastically thought she was a terrible guide for taking the medicine and immediately passing out. However, he decided to keep quiet about the fact that she had drooled all over his shoulder. Abel announced that everything was ready and they could get moving. She mentioned she did not want to cause any misunderstandings, but they needed to be careful not to become easy prey since many people at the airport were watching him. Leaning back slightly, Jiyama argued that they were not even celebrities to be recognized like that, but Abel insisted there was always someone following her. As the two entered the airport, they spotted several reporters waiting to ambush their prey. The journalists immediately demanded answers to their questions, leaving Jiyama shocked that they were actually there. One woman asked the reason for his airport visit. Another reporter stated that the hero world was watching him closely, and a third demanded to know his plans for the vacation. Jiyama realized that no matter how the press had found out, he could not reveal a single thing. Since the reporters did not seem willing to step aside without an answer, and his whereabouts had to remain a secret, Giamma decided to take action. While Abel glanced away to avoid being recognized, Giamma boldly told the reporters he was traveling to the United States. Knowing this was a massive lie, he said it purely for his own safety. Before the press could ask any follow-up questions, the girl grabbed Giamma by the hand and pulled him away, shouting that they needed to leave so they would not miss their flight. After some time, they finally arrived at their destination. While recovering from the journey, Giamma thought it would have been much easier to simply travel on her private jet. Noticing his constant stare, Abel asked what he was looking at, but upon looking back, she realized he was staring at a poster with her picture on it and instantly turned red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Giamma was thinking that despite being from one of the most influential families in the world, she still traveled in economy class. Shortly after, the two set off, and upon arrival, he was impressed by the view. Abel met her grandfather and asked if he had been waiting long, but he replied that he had scheduled himself to arrive at the same time as them and praised both of them, saying they did well for their first time. Abel asked when Gaines would arrive, and Siegfried replied that he probably would not be long. Shortly after, Abel felt embarrassed upon realizing her grandfather was calling her darling, telling him she had already asked him not to call her that. Siegfried commented that he had always called her that, and even though she claimed to be all grown up, she would always be his little darling. A bit further ahead, a large number of cars appeared, and several security guards stepped out of them. The Sword Emperor thought it was a massive exaggeration just for someone's arrival. From inside one of the vehicles came an elegant man wearing a cape, and Giamma closely observed Abel's reaction. Slowly, the man made his way to the front of the group, and he and Siegfried began staring at each other with clear disgust. Bowing before them, he welcomed the Sword Emperor and Abel, while the guards greeted them as well. Siegfried remarked that he did not deserve such extravagance, but Gaines stated that it was little compared to what the hero of humanity deserved. Upon noticing Giamma, Gaines asked if he was the famous sashimi knife hero, but as soon as he said that, Siegfried ordered him to stop. Approaching him, Siegfried explained that he could not disclose details at the moment, but he would be grateful if they kept it secret for now. Gaines said he understood and asked them to follow him, as he would lead the group on their way back. Giamma thought the hierarchy there was clear, but that man did not seem like a butler or anything of the sort. He quickly asked Abel who that guy was, and she, feeling somewhat confused about how to answer, said he was the president of Switzerland. After that, everyone got into the car and began their journey. After a while, Abel called Giamma and said they could already see the place from there. Even without much interest, he looked out and saw the Sigurd family castle. Upon arriving, Siegfried thanked Gaines for the security, but Gaines said he was grateful just to get out of the office for a bit. Giamma noticed Gaines approaching him. Coming closer, the man apologized for not introducing himself earlier and said his name was Gaines Sebastian. Shaking his hand, Giamma introduced himself, and Gaines mentioned that it was an honor to meet him in person, expressing hope that they would maintain a good relationship moving forward. Siegfried interrupted, saying that was enough since Giamma was just a young man. Laughing, the president apologized and admitted he had been captivated by his talent. Bowing once more, he said he would be taking his leave, and the three watched as he walked away. As soon as he realized the man was gone, Siegfried asked Giamma what he thought of Gaines. Giamma replied that he seemed very laid back for a president. Laughing, Siegfried said that was how he saw him then, and explained that the whole world wanted to know who his successor would be, asking what Giamma thought Gaines felt upon seeing him invited to his house. Siegfried explained that Gaines was someone who prioritized reason over emotion, so if he believed it was advantageous, he would keep his mouth shut. He mentioned that there would be many like him the higher Giamma climbed, which was why he needed to keep doubting, analyzing, and even using those people when necessary. After all, that was the weight carried by a 7-star hero, who should not refuse favors like that, but should not grow comfortable with them either, because failing to set limits would mean losing respect and weakening authority. Abel commented that she found all of that quite complex. Siegfried said he would get used to it, as that was one of the reasons he had brought him there, but then reminded them that they must be hungry and suggested getting something to eat. Giamma said he would stay outside a bit longer to enjoy the view. Siegfried agreed, and soon he and Abel went inside the property, while Giamma watched the sunset until the door finally closed. The next day, at 5 in the morning, someone opened the curtains in Giamma's room. It was Shail, a maid who wished him a good morning and said the Sword King was already waiting for him. By 6 o'clock, he had already come downstairs and they were eating. Seeing his difficulty, Abel asked if he was still uncomfortable using a fork and knife, but Karen, the butler, told her that conversation during meals was not recommended. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the reprimand, she continued eating in silence. By 7 o'clock, Giamma was outside chopping wood. 4 days had already passed since then. He thought he had grown accustomed to the routine at the castle, though he found it a shame that there was no cell phone signal there. Noticing that there were only 2 servants for such a massive house, he figured he had discovered why Abel was so frugal. In reality, the Sword Emperor was cheap, which was why Giamma had to chop wood by hand. Still, with the fresh air and wonderful view, he would be satisfied if that was all it took. Every day there was training at 1600 hours. Siegfried used to say that the foundation of his blessing was already complete, but its power was too strong, and trying to increase it at that moment would bring no gains. So the first step would be to converse with himself. Giamma understood that meditating would perfect his blessing, but he did not understand why he had to fly to the other side of the world just to meditate. He mentioned that his legs hurt, but Siegfried told him not to complain since he was still young. Suddenly, they heard someone knock on the door. Seeing that they knocked twice, Giamma realized it was Karen. Bowing respectfully, the butler said he needed to tell something to the Sword Emperor, approaching Siegfried to inform him of what happened. Upon hearing it, Siegfried simply exploded in fury, calling Richa crazy, while Karen tried to calm him down by pointing out that Giamma was right beside him. Calming down, Siegfried said he had gotten a bit carried away, while Giamma tried to figure out who Richa could be. Stopping the lesson, Siegfried said he was leaving and might return after dinner, so they could eat without him. Watching him leave, Giamma still did not fully understand what had just taken place. Once inside the house, Giamma thought he had expected something more from the training of the strongest man in humanity. He found it strange that they were not exercising their bodies or clearing dungeons, but he quickly caught himself and thought he was losing his mind from being bored with the peace. Since he was in Switzerland, he had to be close to that dungeon. Looking at his sword beside him, he thought he was very lucky, as 3 people were required to enter it, and the reward would be something extremely rare. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Hearing 3 knocks, he assumed it was Shyle, wondered if it was already dinner time, and called out for her to wait since he was on his way out. Upon opening the door, he did not see Shyle, but Abel. Giamma wanted to speak with her, and the girl, looking rather embarrassed, asked if she could come in. Some time ago, Abel was looking at herself in the mirror. She realized it had already been 4 days since Giamma arrived at Sigurd Castle. Even though she saw Giamma every day, she remembered the scene of him trying to eat. At the time, she had asked if he was uncomfortable using a fork and knife. The butler quickly interrupted, stating that talking during meals was not recommended, and even Siegfried reprimanded her. Abel felt like they would not even let her speak. After that, she remembered when she was younger, and her grandfather told her never to entrust her life to a man weaker than him. She had innocently replied that no one was stronger than her grandfather, which made him laugh. Snapping out of those memories, Abel realized her grandfather had been saying that since she was a child. Thinking about Giamma, she recalled what Siegfried had said a few days prior. Her grandfather explained that no matter how strong someone was, she needed to choose her men wisely. Strength was not enough, and she also had to pay attention to their personalities. Siegfried had warned her that someone who extends a hand without thinking could be more dangerous than someone pointing a sword. She needed to be especially careful with those who did good deeds without ulterior motives, as they were the most difficult and required caution. Finding the conversation strange, Abel asked why he was bringing this up so suddenly. Siegfried brushed it off as an old man being cautious, then immediately called for Karen and Shyle. He instructed them that Giamma was a guest there to train, and they needed to ensure he was not disturbed. Breaking out of her thoughts once more, Abel could not understand why that bothered her so much. Just being in the same castle as Giamma was enough to make her as happy as a child, if only he was not so nice to her. Looking at the cape Giamma had given her, she thought about her grandfather warning her about people who do good deeds without ulterior motives. Abel struggled internally, unsure if she should return the cape right then or wait for another time. Suddenly, Shyle appeared and called out to her, giving her a massive fright. The maid announced that Abel's grandfather would be away due to an urgent matter and would only return very late. Confused, Abel asked why Shyle was telling her this. The maid replied that Abel looked like she wanted to know. Still confused, Abel tried to process the meaning behind those words, but she quickly figured it out. She stood up and ran off while holding the cape, and seeing that Abel had understood her intention, the maid smiled. On her way there, Abel debated whether she should actually go or turn back, but she quickly discarded the idea of returning. It was rare for her grandfather not to be home, so returning the cape to Giamma had to happen right then. While running, she appeared right in front of Karen, who watched her closely after noticing her rushing over. Meanwhile, Abel remembered that Siegfried had ordered them not to let Giamma be disturbed. Hiding the cape behind her back, she claimed it had been so long that she forgot how to walk around the house since she was so used to the academy. As she turned to leave, Karen asked if she was running away again. Confused, she turned around and asked what he was talking about. Sharon noted that Abel always did that during important moments, stopping one step short of her goal and turning her back on herself. He added that Arian wanted her to someday become someone who did not run away. Hearing that, Abel remembered her father as she held on to the cape. With renewed motivation, she continued toward her goal. Back in the present, she asked if she could come in, assuming the room was empty. Once inside, Abel felt proud of herself for actually entering. After she handed over the cape, Giamma said she did not need to return it, but he thanked her anyway. Hearing his gratitude made her feel embarrassed. Completely unaware of her reaction, Giamma turned and said they should get going. Abel immediately interrupted him, stood up suddenly, and asked if he would be free the following afternoon. Confused, Giamma wanted to know why, but she insisted he not answer with another question, and demanded to know if he was available. Giamma replied that since the Sword Emperor would not be there, he would be free, thinking to himself that he could not stand sitting around anymore. He then remembered he had a favor to ask Abel. He asked if she wanted to go out for lunch the next day, mentioning he wanted to eat something different since they were in Switzerland. Surprised by the sudden request, Abel turned bright red and started stuttering, asking if it was a date. She quickly composed herself and agreed to go, adding that she knew a Japanese restaurant in Geneva. Giamma declined the sushi, explaining he preferred to try some local food since he was in Switzerland. Abel asked if he did not like sushi, and he explained he had recently eaten some with the travel club members. Realizing what he meant, she angrily stepped closer and asked if he was referring to Saki when he mentioned the members. Giamma wondered if the two girls did not get along and even considered that might be why Saki transferred to the wolf class. He quickly clarified that Weapon and Chloe were also there, and that both he and Chloe loved fish. Upon hearing that, Abel furiously threw the cape right at him. Giamma had no idea why she was suddenly so upset. She started calling him unfaithful, but stopped midway, simply told him not to be late the next day, turned around, and left. Watching Abel storm off, Giamma wondered what had gotten into her, completely unable to understand her at all. On the other side of the door, Abel thought about how she had only planned to invite him for a casual walk and nothing more, yet somehow it had turned into a date. Meanwhile, in another location, a man told Siegfried that he had finally arrived. Siegfried told him to skip the formalities and report on the current situation. The man explained that the target had appeared out of nowhere and was pressuring the president to reveal who the Sword Emperor had brought with him, but he confirmed the president kept the secret. Siegfried acknowledged the report and stated he would handle the rest. The visitor had already arrived and made himself right at home. The Sword Emperor had to take a deep breath to keep his composure. Upon entering the room, he noticed someone sitting in the back, surrounded by several guards keeping their heads on the floor. Tossing away a cigar, the man remarked that it had been a long time. Despite taking a deep breath, Siegfried struggled to remain calm, realizing they had not seen each other in almost 10 years. The man was Risha de Murat, one of the heroes of the Seven Stars, known as the Spear Saint. Approaching him, Siegfried asked what kind of trouble he was causing there, and since when they were so friendly with each other. Laughing, Risha noted that losing an arm had apparently turned Siegfried into a man, claiming he used to be as stuck up as a little girl. Drawing his sword, Siegfried told Risha that age had made him chatter like a woman, and that he would use this opportunity to turn him into one. Hatred flared in the Emperor's eyes, and Murat matched his fierce expression. As both men released their suffocating aura, Siegfried remarked that while he always knew Murat was a fool, he never imagined he would dare invade his home country. In the corner of the room, Gaines kept completely silent to avoid dragging trouble onto himself. Murat questioned his nerve, mockingly asking if he was afraid and repeating the threat to turn him into a woman. Unintimidated, Siegfried replied that he still could not understand how such an idiot had ever become a 7-star hero. Enraged, Murat stood up and cursed the Nibelung name, causing both men to unleash the full force of their aura. Gaines inwardly wondered if either of them was truly human. The Sword Emperor stood at the absolute pinnacle of technique, while the Spear Saint represented the apex of brute strength, exerting a force so absolute that skill seemed entirely unnecessary. He wondered if anyone could ever rival such power, but quickly remembered where they were. Realizing a battle was about to break out, he reminded them that they were currently inside the presidential residence. Calming down slightly, Murat admitted he had gotten a bit carried away. He explained that he was not there to play games, promising to leave in peace if Siegfried simply told him the truth. He pointed out that everyone already knew Agore, one of the 5 generals, had been killed. Shocked by the news, Gaines thought to himself that such a death could not have happened by natural causes, wondering who had done it, why, and how. Noticing his surprise, Murat commented that Switzerland must be behind on the news due to its neutrality, though he dismissed it as unimportant. He then revealed he had discovered Siegfried was involved in Agora's death. However, he admitted the situation made little sense, as it was common knowledge that Siegfried could not have defeated her on his own. Irritated, Siegfried demanded to know what he was trying to imply. Murat brought up Kangeoma, the man known as the Sashimi Sword Saint, and flared his energy once more to demonstrate his power. Even with the passage of time, Siegfried remained a monster, Furious that they brought up Guillaume, Siegfried drew his blade, releasing a blinding burst of light. Seeing this display, Richa wondered if this was truly the power of someone who had just lost an arm. Gaines felt the entire room begin to tremble. The guards who had previously been bowing on the floor fainted under the overwhelming pressure. Richa noted that Nibelung had somehow grown even stronger, while Gaines worried that an all-out war would break out if they kept going. Siegfried declared that he would cut out Murat's tongue as payment for daring to cause trouble in his homeland. In truth, he was secretly planning to eliminate the Spear Saint entirely, rather than allow Giamma to become a target for the association. Gaines shouted frantically from the side, telling him he could not do this, though Siegfried could barely contain his rage. Lighting another cigar, Richa remarked that the Sword Emperor seemed to have lost his mind with age, commenting that he had grown hot-tempered in a way that did not suit him. Richa decided it was best to analyze the situation first, rather than press any further, especially after seeing how touchy Siegfried became over the boy. Standing up, he noted that Kang Guillaume sounded quite interesting, given that Siegfried was protecting him, and his niece Rachel seemed infatuated with him. He teased that if Guillaume married his niece, he would love to see the look on Siegfried's face. Before taking his leave, he asked them to tell Medea and her twin sister that he was doing well. As Richa departed, Siegfried apologized for acting like an idiot, but Gaines told him not to worry about it. Shortly after, Gaines asked if he had any free time next week for the dinner they had discussed earlier. Suspecting that Gaines was trying to chase after Giamma in such a brazen manner, Siegfried claimed he would be busy that day. Gaines pointed out that he had not even specified which day yet, prompting Siegfried to quickly correct himself and say he would be busy the entire week. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Abel and Giamma had just woken up. While Abel spent time picking through her vast collection of clothes, Giamma simply grabbed the only outfit he owned. Abel painstakingly styled her hair and tried on every pair of shoes to find the perfect match, whereas Giamma only cared about his white hair and threw on the first shoes he found. With that, both of them were ready for dinner. As he walked out, Giamma reflected that he had only agreed to the dinner to unwind, though he wondered if he had gone too far when he recalled Abel's strong reaction. Still, since they had to stay together for a few more weeks, he figured it was better than keeping things awkward between them. On top of that, the undead dungeon was located in Switzerland. Even though it was only a D-rank dungeon, it contained a secret boss known as the Lich King Draugr. Giamma remembered that his master, who had originally recommended the game to him, had lost interest quickly, leaving Giamma to play alone until he eventually quit. Because of that, he had never actually fought Draugr and knew nothing about his attack patterns. To meet the 3-person entry requirement, he planned to ask Abel to join him, as he could not clear a massive horde within 50 seconds on his own. He resolved to bring it up to her later that day. When he met up with her, Giamma was stunned by how radiant she looked. Abel remarked that he was right on time, but asked why he was dressed so casually. Giamma explained it was the only outfit he had. Telling him to forget about it, she gestured for him to follow her to the car. When Giamma asked if she had a driver's license, her negative response made him question if she really intended to drive illegally, which annoyed Abel so much that she yelled at him. Just then, a car pulled up beside them, and Shyle stepped out. She greeted them both and promised to drive them safely to Geneva. Getting inside, Abel thanked her for the help despite her busy schedule. Shyle mentioned that she would drive a bit slower because Giamma was with them, leading Giamma to assume she was a careful driver. However, when she estimated the trip would take about 30 minutes, he became thoroughly confused, as it had taken him 3 hours to get there from the airport. Shyle announced they were leaving and slammed on the gas, accelerating so fast that Giamma was slammed back into his seat. At first, the scenery passed by peacefully, but the car soon launched into the air over a hill, terrifying the local wildlife and a small rabbit along the road. While Abel smiled and enjoyed the rush of the wind, the extreme speed nearly killed Giamma, who struggled desperately to keep his neck straight. When Shyle slammed on the brakes, the situation grew even worse, and as the car slammed back onto the ground, she took a sharp turn to merge back onto the road. Glancing at the speedometer, Giamma realized they were going 200 kilometers per hour down a winding mountain road, convincing him that this maid was completely insane. Surprised that Abel was not motion sick at all, he asked her about it, and she replied that she only felt sick when cars drove slowly. Finally, Shyle announced they were arriving. A thrilled Abel stood up in the moving car, shouting that it had been a long time since she was last in Geneva, which earned her a quick scolding from Shyle for acting dangerously. Upon returning to the castle, Siegfried mentioned feeling as if he had aged 10 years because of that brute. Hearing this, Karin asked if he was doing all right. Siegfried replied that such things happen when a person lives long, but then he recalled his previous threat to turn Kang Giamma into his niece's husband before finishing his statement. He then added that he would not stand idly by if something like that happened again. Afterward, Siegfried asked if it was true that Giamma had trained continuously during his absence, and Karin confirmed it. Siegfried thought the boy was a genius who did not even run away from training, calculating that at this rate he might pass the trial within a month. Coming out of his thoughts, he asked where the young people were, and Karin informed him that the two had left earlier for downtown Geneva. Trembling in shock, Siegfried broke the handle of his teacup and asked him to repeat that. Since he heard nothing back, he shouted so loudly that the estate shook, unable to believe the two had actually left alone. Meanwhile, Abel and Giamma had just arrived in Geneva. Shile mentioned she would return to pick them up at 5 in the afternoon and wished them a good time. As she drove off quickly, Abel asked what Giamma was looking at and pulled him along, telling him to hurry because it was almost time for their reservation. As they walked, Abel told him to stay close to her. Noticing that several people were staring at them, Giamma asked if they could walk a bit further apart. Abel refused, explaining that European streets were very different and he would get lost. She added that she was staying close only to guide him and that people were looking merely because their hair colors were very unusual. However, Giamma thought that no matter how much his hair stood out, it was nothing compared to a blessing. He recalled what he had seen in the game regarding the Snowflower blessing, which applied hesitation to all enemies at the start of battle and reduced their action bar by 2 points. That was Abel's unique blessing, one of the best crowd control skills in the game, and he thought it was impressive to experience it in reality. He had forgotten, but Abel was the reason he had spent money on that game, so he wondered why he felt so calm now. He pondered whether he had been like this from the beginning, or if he had simply developed an immunity. Shortly after, Abel announced that they had arrived at the restaurant. Giamma asked if it was a sushi restaurant, but she told him he would see as soon as they went inside. Once seated, Abel asked the waiter to bring the usual. Seeing this, Giamma commented that she seemed to be a frequent customer, and she explained that she used to visit often with her parents when she was little, looking down sadly as she remembered them. Realizing he had brought up a sensitive topic, Giamma did not know what to say and quickly changed the subject by asking what raclette was. Abel explained that it was a dish where melted cheese was poured over meat or sausages, while Giamma privately wished he could eat kimchi. Looking at him, Abel asked if he was thinking about kimchi. Surprised, Giamma declared that she must be a psychic. A short while later, the waiter brought their dishes and wished them a pleasant meal. Looking at the food, Giamma noticed a piece of meat with a knife sticking out of it and thought he did not want to go through that experience again. When he looked over at Abel, he felt that at moments like this, she actually looked like an ordinary girl. Realizing he was watching her, Abel apologized for taking photos without noticing. Giamma assured her it was fine and remarked that she seemed to enjoy taking pictures. Abel shared that she had recently downloaded Instagram and shyly asked if she should give him her username. However, Giamma told her not to worry about it since he did not care for those things, which left her feeling a bit upset. Shortly after, Abel heard him call her name and asked what he wanted. Looking awkward, Giamma asked if she could cut the meat for him. Hearing those words, Abel began to hear the voice of someone speaking to her and recalled a memory from her childhood. Back then, she had insisted that she already knew how to use a knife and would cut it herself, but her father stopped her, stating that in the Nibelung family, no one was allowed to hold blades before turning 7 years old. Abel had refused to accept this, replying that her grandfather said her father had held a sword on his first birthday. Imitating Siegfried, little Abel said he claimed her father was a genius who would go down in Nibelung history, making both her mother and father laugh. Taking her plate, her father said grandfather must have remembered incorrectly and promised to cut it into tiny pieces for her. Abel complained again, saying she was already big and hated always being treated like a child. Her mother then asked if she knew the reason behind it, explaining that entrusting food to another person was a demonstration of how much someone trusted and liked them, adding that her father only did it because he wanted her love. Unconvinced, Abel asked why that was, and her mother explained that eating was the most important thing in life. She told Abel she would understand when she grew up to be a lady, so they should let her father win just for that day, and the little girl agreed with a laugh. Snapping out of her memories, Abel thought she finally understood that those words came from a place of concern that her daughter might get hurt. With his plate still extended, Giamma stood there feeling completely confused. He did not know why she was suddenly crying, and wondered if he had done something wrong, since he had only asked for help because of the sword god blessing manifestation. Apologizing, Abel explained that she had simply remembered the past, and promised to tell him about it later, asking him to wait just a little while. Looking at the meat that was already sliced, Giamma thought it had been cut with absolute perfection. After that, they began eating in complete silence. Neither of them said a word, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward as they simply ate. Breaking the ice, Abel asked why he had not questioned her crying, wanting to know if he was not curious at all. Giamma reasoned that there was surely a cause, but he did not want to pry into her business. Abel commented that he got along very well with others and could not understand why he acted this way only around her. Knowing he was the top student, she laughed and remarked that he truly had not the slightest interest in her. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Saki checked her phone and saw the news that Giamma was heading to the United States. She then stood up and looked at the computers, which showed that he could not be located, leaving her disappointed. That disappointment stayed with her in the classroom, in the quiet club room, and even during her archery practice. She pulled the bowstring calmly, trying to clear her mind of those thoughts. Managing to focus on her training, she landed another precise shot amidst countless attempts. Even so, it was not enough, as Saki wanted to resolve this matter with her own hands. While this might not be the best answer, armed with her passport and her sweet red bean snack, she was determined to travel to the United States. Meanwhile, Abel remembered her past once again, recalling the day she received her first sword and became the successor to the Saint of the Sword family. In the background, she could hear people saying she would surely surpass her father and that she must become stronger no matter what, as she was now the Sword of Nibelung. Looking at the blade, her mind drifted into another memory. Confused by the sudden shift, she looked around and saw Jiyama sitting near a campfire. He told her to eat quickly because it tasted better while it was still hot. That had been the very first time anyone treated her like a normal person, since everyone else only saw her as a Nibelung. He had zero expectations for her, yet he still treated her kindly. Snapping out of her memories, Abel asked if he truly had no interest in her at all. Her question took Jiyama by surprise, leaving him unsure of how to answer. She explained that she used to think he had some grand reason for hiding his status as the #1 ranked fighter. However, after getting to know him, she realized she was wrong, noting that back then, he simply did not want to deal with her. She then asked if Jiyama assumed everyone was a genius like him, though she added that she did not think that was the case. She explained that ordinary people like her still had to protect others, but Jiyama suddenly cut her off by shouting her name. He told her that she was only saying those things because she felt insecure. His response left her confused, but Jiyama kept talking. He explained that people constantly repeated that he was different, but those words actually insulted him more than anything else. He asked if she would still say the same thing if she knew how he had been forced to live or how hard he had struggled. In his eyes, Abel was currently degrading her own efforts by labeling everything as simple talent. As he said this, Jiyama remembered his own past, back when people called him a genius for using knives while completely ignoring the grueling process he endured. They never saw him gripping the blade with bloodied hands, forcing himself to cut through enemies while watching a mountain of bones grow beneath him. The exact same thing was happening now with the blessing of the sword god, which allowed him to face enemies he could never defeat alone. People called this power a gift, even though it granted strength at the cost of his own body and mind, proving that every power came with a heavy price. Since the original storyline had been altered, he had no idea what would happen the next day, leaving him with only one option, which was to survive. Suddenly, Abel apologized to him, breaking his train of thought. He replied that it was all right and suggested they should eat. While eating, he pondered how he never imagined his decision to prevent the activation of the blessing would bring such heavy consequences. The mood was grim, so he refrained from asking the question he wanted to ask. He was even hesitant to offer words of comfort, feeling that his cold, overly rational mind was to blame. Breaking the awkward ice, Abel revealed that her parents had vanished inside a dungeon 10 years ago on that exact same day. That was why she'd been so anxious about this break, since entering a dungeon required a student status from the academy. She admitted that this vacation meant the world to her and brought immense pressure. Jiyama asked if the dungeon was extremely dangerous, but she replied that she did not even understand how her parents could have disappeared there, given that it was a very low-ranked dungeon. Hearing the word parents reminded Jiyama of his old photo where he was the only one left alive. Right after, he declared that he would go with her, claiming he already needed to clear a few dungeons during the break anyway. Abel argued that this had nothing to do with him, and that she did not want to drag him into her personal problems. However, Jiyama countered that he was staying at her house after all, so he viewed this as a way to pay off his debt. Hearing those words, Abel could no longer hold back her emotions and began to cry. He knew in his mind that he was not doing this out of genuine care, but rather as a calculated, logical decision that would benefit him greatly in the long run. He was well aware that as his synchronization rate grew higher, his humanity faded away. His heart had already become cold and mechanical, making him wonder what he would ultimately turn into by the end. After a brief silence, he asked where the dungeon was located. Still crying, Abel answered that her parents had disappeared inside the undead dungeon. Soon after, they got back in the car to return to the castle. On the way back, Jiyama remained completely silent, while Abel, who had been agitated earlier, now slept peacefully in the back seat. Shail mentioned that she was deeply grateful to Jiyama, as it had been a very long time since Abel last slept so soundly. Looking back, Shail noticed that Abel was sleeping with a soft smile on her face, commenting that the girl seemed truly happy that day. Hearing this, Jiyama wondered if she had worn that same expression during the survival exam. He replied that Shail was right, and they continued their journey toward the castle. Meanwhile, over in the United States, Saki commented that they were late as usual. Spotting a few people ahead, she decided to approach them for directions and held up a photo of Jiyama, asking if they had seen him. Based on their confused reaction, she realized he was not very famous around there, which meant her search would be much harder than expected. As she turned to leave, one of the men told her to wait, claiming he might recognize the face if he looked a little longer. When she politely declined, he grabbed her arm tightly, stating that she should listen when someone was being nice to her. He raised his hand to teach her a lesson, demanding that she let people finish speaking speaking. Suddenly, Rachel appeared and forcefully grabbed the man-raised arm, squeezing it tightly and asking if he wanted to die, while Weapon called the police. The entire group of thugs quickly scattered, and Rachel immediately dropped her aggressive persona, smiling and declaring how thrilled she was to see Saki. Later, at a diner, Rachel chatted about how exciting that encounter had been, while Weapon asked what could possibly be so important that Saki had traveled all the way to the United States. Unwilling to explain all the details, Saki simply stated that she was already here anyway, so she needed their help. Weapon showed no interest in assisting, but Rachel asked if he really wanted to miss out on all the fun. Saki added that they had already agreed and could not back out now. Accepting his fate, Weapon asked where they should head next, though Saki admitted she had no clear plan and would have to rely on their few clues. When they asked what clue she had, she revealed that they would start by investigating the Lancelot Company. Outside, Weapon pulled up in his car and proudly introduced the vehicle as Speedwagon. Hearing the ridiculous name, the girls pretended to find it cool and climbed inside to head toward New York. Saki concluded by declaring that their search for Kang Jiyama officially began right now. Back in the car, Shile asked Jiyama if he had heard of the undead dungeon. He replied that he had, remembering when Abel explained that it was located on the border between Switzerland and France. It was not a very popular dungeon, but international hero law required at least 3 registered people to enter. At the time, Jiyama thought Abel knew even more than he did, and he hoped things might turn out better than expected. While showing something on her phone, Abel realized she was standing very close to him. They both awkwardly pulled away, and Jiyama commented that she had prepared thoroughly. Embarrassed, Abel could only think about how close they had been, but she calmed down and confirmed her preparation. Confused, he asked if they did not need 3 people to enter, pointing out that they were still missing one. Abel did not understand his concern, as a senior academy hero hired by the association would be accompanying them. That senior hero was Shile. Jiyama already suspected she was not an ordinary person, but he never expected the violent maid to be a top 10% hero. Inside the car, he asked if she was really coming along. Shile confirmed it, adding that even if her skills fell short, she would try not to get in the way. She asked if he knew she had graduated from the Joaquin Academy. After he confirmed, she explained that she owed her entrance to the academy and her very life to the Nibelung family. 10 years ago, Abel's late parents took her in from an orphanage. Shile was one of the few lucky ones hired, and she remained deeply grateful to the family for seeing potential in a simple maid and allowing her to attend the academy. Jiyama remarked that her talent must be impressive, but she humbly replied that compared to him, she was just an ordinary person. Getting back to the topic, Shile explained that she requested to join them because the mission was to find Abel's parents, the people who gave her a reason to live. Changing the subject, she mentioned that she had also been a student in the common class and felt proud reading articles about his achievements, revealing that this was why she liked him. Immediately after, she criticized Jiyama's appearance, saying he should have dressed better and that Abel was probably annoyed by it. Back at the castle, Jiyama knocked on the door and announced his presence to Siegfried. He entered as soon as he received permission and said he heard he was being summoned. Noticing the tense atmosphere, he wondered what could be so serious. Siegfried asked him to take a seat since he had a few things to discuss. Before getting to the main topic, he asked what Jiyama had done with Abel the previous day. Stunned by the question, Jiyama was momentarily speechless before replying that they had simply eaten lunch together. Siegfried laughed in relief, saying it was normal for friends to have lunch. However, returning to a serious expression, he added that he preferred to be informed if they planned to do something like that again. After Jiyama agreed, Siegfried laughed once more, and the young man took the opportunity to ask the reason for the meeting. Siegfried admitted he almost forgot the main point and got straight to business. He explained that while he was not entirely certain, something could become a problem, and handed over a document for Jiyama to review. Written on the paper were Jiyama's name, birth date, affiliation, class, student identification, and points. Siegfried asked if it did not look strange, but Jiyama thought it was just basic information. Siegfried countered that he needed better eyes and told him to look at the hero points section. Students were not supposed to have their points calculated due to an agreement between the association and the academy, yet the document showed that exact count. Jiyama asked if that was against the law. Siegfried explained that it was not illegal, but it was completely unprecedented. A student's role was strictly to study and be evaluated by the academy, meaning the association no longer viewed him as a mere student. It was likely the work of the association leader alongside the vice leader, Risha de Murat. Upon hearing this, Jiyama tried to figure out why the Spear Saint and the association leader would do such a thing. He thought it might be related to recent news about him going to the United States. Noticing his nervousness, Siegfried told him not to take it too seriously since they were merely calculating points, suspecting it stemmed from his actions at the festival with Maolan. He commented that Jiyama should have gone easier on her, but reassured him that he would resolve the situation as his guardian. Jiyama froze for a moment, pondering the meaning of having a guardian. He remembered that this was the same dynamic he shared with his first master in his past life, which made everything far more interesting. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and apologized for interrupting. It was Abel, the emperor's granddaughter. Feeling a bit shy, she stated that she had something very important to tell Giamma before they departed, surprising both of them. Giamma trembled before her grandfather, who held his teacup firmly. Though curious, the emperor took a deep breath and declared that he trusted Giamma to take care of Abel. The girl was pleased with his response, though Giamma was far less thrilled. The scene quickly shifts back to the car. Saki kept wishing time would pass faster. Her blonde friend asked what she would do if Giamma was no longer in the city, which made her even sadder. Even so, Saki did not want to reveal that she was tracking his movements using her hacker skills. Rachel asked if she loved him so much that she would stalk him, and Saki confirmed it. Rachel was unsure whether that was extreme honesty or pure nerve. The car continued driving endlessly through day and night. Sometimes they played music to pass the time and ease her sadness, with Rachel choosing songs to keep everyone in good spirits. The scenery shifted from place to place as the drivers took turns, but the journey remained tedious for Saki, who had fallen asleep multiple times. Finally, someone asked her to wake up and remove her mask because something important was happening. As soon as she took off her mask, Saki opened her eyes wide. Right in front of her was a massive billboard featuring the #1 candidate for the hero rankings, looking absolutely flawless. Back at the castle, Karen served tea and asked if the Sword Emperor was feeling all right, but Siegfried replied that he could hardly be at ease given the current situation. Confused, the butler questioned why he had not stopped the children, expressing concern that the dungeon might traumatize Abel and suggesting that the Emperor should have accompanied them instead. Realizing he had let his emotions get the better of him, Karen quickly apologized for speaking out of line. Siegfried explained that he understood the concern for Abel, but emphasized that they had to respect her choices now that she was no longer a child. He added that she could not remain trapped in the past forever, and that tagging along would only hinder her growth. Besides, with Giamma accompanying her, no enemy would be a match for them. Hearing such absolute confidence in the boy caught Karen completely off guard. Siegfried continued, stating that while many called Giamma the genius of the century, even that title failed to capture his true potential. Reflecting on this, Karen realized how deeply his master valued Giamma. Trusting the Emperor's ability to judge character, the butler accepted the decision and offered his full support, assuring Siegfried that Abel would be completely safe under Giamma's protection. Pleased, Siegfried replied that Karen always understood him best. Meanwhile, the system issued Giamma a new quest to recover 7 memory fragments. Looking at the notification, Giamma realized the system was now assigning him quests on its own, likely containing clues about the blessing of the sword god. Furthermore, participating in the undead dungeon raid would increase his assimilation rate, though the Lich King Draugr presented a massive threat. Even if they managed to clear the lesser undead, the Lich King would continuously resurrect them in ever-growing numbers. It was the worst possible battle conditions for Giamma, meaning Abel and Shyle would need to buy him enough time. Facing an S-rank Lich was no simple matter, and the fight could prove just as dangerous as their battle against Agor, especially if he was forced to draw upon that strange power again. The thought made him uneasy, as he still understood nothing about that force and felt his humanity slowly slipping away ever since he first used it. Still, knowing that Abel had carried the wish to find her parents' remains for 10 years, Giamma resolved not to let his personal struggles get in the way of her goal. Pausing her training for a moment, Abel asked Giamma how she was performing. Receiving no answer, she called out to him again, visibly annoyed that he was not paying attention after promising to observe her posture. Shaking off her frustration, Abel resumed practicing right in front of him, declaring that she refused to become dead weight to those standing by her side. Though Giamma did not consider himself an expert in swordsmanship, he understood the weight of endless repetition, recognizing from the fierce determination in her eyes that her skill was built on sheer effort rather than talent alone. The following morning, everyone gathered outside as Abel bade farewell to her grandfather. Noticing Siegfried's calm demeanor, Giamma assumed it was because the dungeon was only rated D rank. However, Shyle whispered that the Sword Emperor was likely more anxious than anyone else present. Before they departed, Siegfried called Giamma over and told the boy that he was placing his full trust in him. Once the group set off, Siegfried stood alongside Sharon to watch them leave, before announcing that they had their own business to attend to. When Sharon asked if a sudden visit to the association was wise, Siegfried explained that he was simply accepting an earlier invitation from Murat. Recognizing the butler's hesitation, Siegfried added that since the association had begun investigating Giamma, he needed to deliver a stern warning, as it was an adult's responsibility to clear the path for the younger generation. As Karen noted that it had been 20 years since he last stood on the front lines, Siegfried laughed and reminded him of his youth, calling him by his full title, Rakshasa Charan, and stating that he would be relying on his strength for the first time in ages. Elsewhere, a luxury limousine glided quietly down the highway. Inside, the three companions looked out the window at the passing scenery, anticipating their arrival. Once in the city, Shyle took the lead, guiding them through the streets and announcing that they were almost there. With only one night remaining before the dungeon dive, Giamma observed that Shyle and Abel seemed visibly nervous about the long-awaited day, while he felt an eerie calm, like the silence before a storm. Moments later, they arrived outside the Lancelot Company, feeling relieved to have finally reached their destination. Meanwhile, a disguised Rachel questioned the need for her concealment, but Saki explained that revealing their true identities would only cause trouble. Recalling earlier doubts about whether Guillermo was even in New York, Saki noted that nothing was certain until they verified it themselves before ordering the group to step inside. Their success was short-lived, however, as the trio soon found themselves sitting on a park bench, with Rachel laughing about how quickly they had been thrown out. Eager to fix the situation, Rachel excitedly asked if she should hack the system to bypass the reservation queue, but Saki promptly shut down the idea. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed nearby as an out-of-control truck was launched into the air, hurtling directly toward a young boy on the sidewalk. Reacting instantly, Rachel ripped a nearby street sign from the ground using her power and hurled it into the truck's path, momentarily arresting its momentum. Recognizing that the sign's structure would not hold the heavy vehicle for long, Saki ordered Weapon to assist while Rachel sprinted toward the crash site. Pulling out her laptop, Saki began typing furiously, overriding the local traffic grid to turn every light red, forcing oncoming cars to slam on their brakes and preventing a massive pileup. Terrified, the boy looked up just in time to see Rachel holding the heavy truck above him, asking if he was all right. Beside her, Weapon began playing his flute, amplifying Rachel's physical strength so she could hold the vehicle with ease. Seeing the situation resolved without injury, Saki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Later, a news broadcast reported on the incident, explaining how a blown tire caused a truck to flip and praising three young heroes for preventing any casualties. Watching the screen, an assistant mentioned to all mute that those three were the same individuals who had caused a commotion in the lobby earlier, demanding to see her. The footage instantly reminded all mute of a certain cadet. Noting that the group showed exceptional promise, the assistant asked if she should schedule an appointment, to which all mute agreed, instructing her to set up the meeting before walking away. When they arrived at their destination, the driver promised to pick them up later and headed back toward civilization. The group stood right in front of a D-rank dungeon filled with the undead. Looking at the grim entrance, Abel asked if this was really the right place, and Shyle reassured him that she had checked multiple times to make sure they had not come to the wrong spot. Giamma wondered if this was truly a D-rank dungeon, especially since the Buffalo dungeon looked like a palace compared to it. Spotting a nearby stone, he asked what it was. Abel explained that it was an inscription and asked if he could read it, but Giamma admitted he could not. Abel mentioned that she could not read it either because it was not written in a European language. Shyle chimed in, guessing that it looked like runic language. Seeing that she recognized the script, the others asked if she could read it. She explained that she had learned a little during her time at the academy, but since the upper portion was intentionally damaged by a sword, she could only decipher the bottom section. She warned them that her translation might not be entirely precise before reading it aloud. The inscription stated that whoever disturbed the peace of the dead would die, but whoever brought them peace would be crowned king of the dead. Abel was confused about what a king of the dead could be, but Giamma realized that the inscription was referring to a draugr. Shyle apologized for only being able to read that much, but Giamma quickly calmed her down by saying it was more than enough. After sharing a few apprehensive glances, Abel declared that they were ready to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, screams echoed from every direction. They kept walking and ignored the surrounding noise until Abel could no longer resist mentioning that she was hearing things. Giamma figured these occasional screams were the reason nobody ever came to this place. Suddenly, 3 zombies appeared right in front of them. Staying cautious, Shyle glanced back and spotted 2 more coming from behind. They quickly wondered when the monsters had managed to surround them. Shyle stepped forward and offered to take care of them, but before she could finish her sentence, Abel announced that she would go first. She explained that this was going to be a battle of stamina, so she would let Shyle take over whenever she grew tired. Shyle agreed to her plan, while Giamma grew worried as he watched Abel close her eyes. Abel thought to herself that none of these enemies were the ones she was looking for. She immediately activated her Snowflower Blessing and swung her sword sideways. Just before hitting them, she asked for forgiveness and unleashed her skill, Snowwright Requiem White. Upon seeing the monsters eliminated, Abel told them to rest in peace and sheathed her sword. Giamma was left completely speechless by how effortlessly she handled the creatures. He did not remember her being this strong in the game, realizing it was likely because she had become the top student of her class in this version. Abel seemed deeply lost in thought as she stared at the fallen enemies, but she was snapped out of it when Shyle warned that more zombies were approaching. She instantly sprinted toward the new new incoming threat. Before she could reach them, Giamma called out and asked why she had asked for forgiveness before cutting them down. As she slashed through the undead, Abel explained that even though they were monsters, they were once human. For some unknown reason, this was the only dungeon that turned anyone who entered into the undead. Abel was convinced that something was hidden deep inside the dungeon, and Giamma agreed with her, knowing that the hidden secret was a Draugr. She questioned why the undead were classified as demonic beasts, given that they had never attacked anyone outside of this dungeon. The association had deemed them dangerous despite the actual threat level, making it obvious why people avoided the place. Still, calling them demonic beasts felt wrong to her. Since they were there for a purpose, cutting them down was inevitable, so she wanted to at least wish them a peaceful passing. Seeing her action, Giamma thought of her as a swordsman, where compassion and violence coexisted, realizing that her noble bloodline really did not lie. Abel turned around, apologized for talking too much, and suggested they keep moving. Still visibly shaken, she cut down another undead creature while begging for forgiveness. When another zombie slowly crept up from behind, she sliced it quickly and apologized once more. From the rear guard, Giamma watched her cut down yet another zombie while wishing it a good rest. He found the entire situation suspicious because the monsters were moving extremely slowly, almost as if they were luring them in. Noticing that Abel was already gasping for breath from the exertion, Giamma realized that this really was going to be a battle of attrition. He activated his transfer blessing alongside the sword god's sensitivity, choosing to push through the sensory overload to scout the path ahead. As he mapped out the route, he wondered if his enhanced perception was thanks to his meditation practice. He could see much further and clearer now, even locating the exact spot where the Draugr Lich King was resting. Suddenly, he detected something waving at them in the distance. He quickly alerted Shyle and Abel that there was something resembling a person up ahead. Confused, they asked if it was a human, but he clarified that it was only something shaped like one. Deciding to investigate, they moved forward slowly and cautiously until they spotted something lurking in the shadows. Pointing their flashlight forward, they saw a pair of feet. Shyle raised the beam of light higher, revealing a zombie shielding its eyes from the sudden brightness. Still confused, Shyle asked if it was an actual person. Before she could get an answer, a flash of light burst beside her as Giamma drew his sword at blinding speed and struck the zombie down. Meanwhile, back at the Lancelot Company, Saki asked in despair if Allmute had truly never been there, and Allmute confirmed the girl's worst fears. Weapon asked about the news reports claiming he was leaving for the United States, but Allmute revealed that it was merely a cover story. Saki asked if everything had been a lie, which Allmute confirmed, while Rachel burst into uncontrollable laughter. Annoyed, Saki demanded to know what was so funny, and Rachel made an excuse, saying she was just deeply disappointed about not meeting him. As she prepared to leave, Allmute apologized for not being able to help her juniors and asked for Rachel's name. She introduced herself as Rachel de Murat. After thinking it over, Allmute recognized her as a member of the Spear Saint family and praised her strength. Allmute asked if she had any plans after graduation. While teasing Saki about her love life, Rachel replied that she was not sure yet. Allmute then asked if she was interested in becoming a hero, but Rachel claimed she had no interest in that path. However, recalling the moment she saved the young boy, Rachel admitted that helping people like that had actually been quite fun. Smiling warmly, Allmute said she understood. Weapon commented that it was great meeting Allmute even if things ended this way, and asked if Saki was doing all right. She confirmed she was fine and insisted that they keep this trip a secret, to which the other two agreed. Saying her goodbyes, Saki mentioned that she would see them back at the academy. Walking down the street with her head held low, Saki was lost in thought. She had considered the possibility before, but the actual outcome felt embarrassing. She wondered why Rachel was laughing back then, but brushed it off and decided she would just ask her once they returned to Korea. Something was happening to the man as he began to glow green. It was as if his jaw was being snapped back into place so he could speak, which could only be the blessing of regeneration from the tip of Giamma's blade. Giamma thought he had been a bit aggressive, but he used his sword just in case the man was infected, given that he showed no intention of attacking. If that were the case, they could talk once his jaw suddenly healed. The undead man then began to thank the noble knight. It seemed Giamma's judgment was correct, and fixing his jaw had indeed been worth it. Watching this, the girls looked at the young man in disbelief. With his jaw back in place, the man said it was a pleasure to meet them and formally introduced himself. Although Michelin claimed to be peaceful, Shyle stepped in to protect Abel in case he tried to attack her out of cowardice. Being quite polite, Michelin apologized if his crude manners had frightened the noble ladies. He explained that he had spent years watching people come and go. Most were usually too busy, but he had lived long enough to see everything. When asked how long that had been, he mentioned it felt like 689 years, though he still wondered how he had managed to survive that long. Jiyama understood the man was excited to finally speak, but he wanted him to realize that being trapped for 700 years was a miserable situation. Showing he was not joking around, Jiyama asked him to answer only what was requested. Abel then asked Jiyama not to be so harsh on such a gentle, undead creature. It was strange, because if left unchecked, he would talk all day. Even so, Abel did not want anyone making sudden movements. The man observed her large eyes and suddenly felt a wave of doubt, asking if she was a descendant of the Sword Saint. She wanted to know if he had met or knew the first patriarch of her family. The man replied that he was definitely close to the Sword Saint, something like a friend or a cousin. Michelin believed it was all a grand coincidence and that God had not abandoned him yet. The girl grew interested in what he had to say. The man explained that he remembered a descendant of the Sword Saint passing through about 10 years ago, noting that in his 700 years of life, they were the most beautiful couple he had ever seen. Suddenly, the mood turned heavy, and everyone stood still as the girl walked up to his side. Then, showing no mercy whatsoever, she drew her sword and demanded he tell her every detail. He started from the beginning, explaining that the undead were sliced apart with great ease back then. It was a party where everyone possessed immense strength and was destroying everything in sight. People called the silver-haired man their captain, and he seemed to have a certain respect for the lives of those undead. He would tell them to cut the small talk and focus solely on the mission. That man with golden eyes was always accompanied by a blue-haired woman, and together they dealt with the monstrosities as gently as possible whenever they encountered them. There was even a moment when a person seemed to be holding photos of their relatives. The woman felt deep compassion, and the man knew he had to grant immediate relief from that pain. She held the necklace tightly, trying to remember her daughter, while her husband supported her, telling her to stay strong. All the while, their vassals kept cutting down the undead to clear a path. Michelin witnessed everything that was happening. Although the couple was kind, their vassals were ruthless, making him feel that his own existence was threatened. That was until he saw one of the vassals call out to the captain to ask about the words written on the entrance tombstone, which stated that those who disturbed the rest of the dead would also become dead. One vassal believed they were nothing more than demonic beasts. Even so, the captain urged caution upon entering and asked them not to disrespect a sanctuary, reminding them that the dead also had families and loved ones waiting for them. The silver-haired, golden-eyed man felt pity for everyone who was eliminated and always prayed they would rest in peace. This caught Michelin's attention, leading him to view the captain in a new light. While all the vassals saw those beings as monsters, he viewed them all as human beings. The captain believed they were not trying to attack, but were actually crying out for help. Back in the present, Michelin was recounting everything he remembered to the young lady. Seeing how quiet she was, he worried he might have said more than she wanted to hear. After all, after spending 700 years with a sealed mouth, he had tried his best to maintain his sanity. Having a rotting jaw meant he could only think and not speak, resulting in an eternal solitude. But now he owed everything to the young man. He had heard his name was Kang Jiyama, and after so many years of only listening, his hearing was sharp. He felt as though he had seen the black-haired, black-eyed man somewhere before. Still, the girl seemed to have one more question for Michelin, mentioning that she was trying to organize her thoughts. It was as if she wanted to put on armor and pretend she felt nothing. She was grateful because, thanks to him, she could confirm what she had long suspected. It was a fact that her parents had been there. With that, she asked if he knew her parents' whereabouts. He added that they were people who always showed respect, just as she did, which was how he knew she was their descendant. Perhaps it was because he saw her bow that he unconsciously felt like a coward. She did not want to dwell on that, and asked for more clues from his memories, as any detail would mean a lot. He explained that it was all in his head, and that they had certainly departed after saying specific words. They mentioned needing to break the Reaper's shackles, and the moment those words were spoken, Jiyama felt a sharp pang of agony. Noticing that something was wrong, Jiyama asked if the old man had seen any sealed doors in the area. The man confirmed he had about 20 minutes away and offered to guide them if they wished to go. The three marched in the indicated direction without wasting time, though Jiyama still wondered if he should believe the story. He did not know much about breaking shackles, but if a Reaper was involved, it could only be in one place. As they walked, Abel wanted to know what was happening and asked him to be honest. Jiyama said it appeared her parents had gotten involved in something they should not have. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he tried to keep her as calm as possible, stating that if he could, he would try to save them, though she found his reassurance unusual. He warned everyone to pay attention, explaining that the area contained S-rank demonic beasts and was the site where everything was sealed. He clarified that their opponent was a treacherous enemy that expanded its army using a staff, and that even her own parents would try to stop her since it was a demonic beast. Meanwhile, Shyle asked him to wait a moment, knowing he was telling the truth, but feeling he did not need to be so blunt. Giamma had no time to lose and needed to reach that location as fast as possible based on his research. It was not that he failed to understand how Abel felt, but right now, instead of questioning the source of information, they needed to focus on how to handle the situation. Shyle understood and acknowledged he was completely right, agreeing that they should find a way to eliminate the evil and get out. With that, everyone followed the undead Michelin, who knew the area like the back of his hand. Giamma stopped suddenly and asked if he knew anything about a demonic beast. Having been there for 700 years, it was the first time Michelin had heard of such a thing. However, there was a tombstone near the entrance, and as soon as he mentioned it, Giamma realized that the place might be suspicious. Shyle found it strange, noting that the front was damaged and impossible to fully decipher. The man told them not to worry, as the entire message was engraved in his memory. Because he had spent so long without communicating, he sometimes spoke of himself in the third person. He mentioned that despite appearances, he had a great memory, even if he had been a bit forgetful lately. He recited every single word written. Ahead lies the resting place of the dead and a sanctuary of peace. However, the curse that imprisons and restricts death upon this place always arrives without warning, a curse that forces one to live and rot under the false name of immortality. He continued to demonstrate this, leaving the girls increasingly horrified by the essence of the curse. He explained that the dead also wished for a human to appear and break the curse, asserting with conviction that those who helped would receive a blessing, while the foolish and ignorant would suffer eternally in the shackles of immortality. Hearing this, Shyle realized that the damaged portion was certainly very dark, and Abel felt even more anxious about everything she had heard. She now felt remorse, realizing that the undead she had been forced to eliminate were also merely seeking salvation and asking for help. She remembered him mentioning that a living being had to break their curse and shackles. At that moment, an idea struck her, and she stopped walking. She asked if her father had been trying to break the curse from the very beginning, finally asking the right question. The undead old man tells the group that they must be heading in the right direction. Without setting high expectations, Giamma thinks it seems like he will actually get clues about the epitaph. He then asks the old man what kind of person he was in life and what it was like to meet the first sword saint. Apologizing, the undead man says he does not remember, which Giamma finds surprising for someone who recited the epitaph. However, the old man explains that he still remembers that part because it is a recent memory. Speaking of which, Giamma assumes that the curse of the epitaph is the Draugr, and Shyle agrees with him. Furthermore, the undead man deduces that the essence of the curse is not in the human, but rather in the demon, and if this deduction is correct, it could be a clue. Shyle grows thoughtful at the idea of an S-rank demonic beast that keeps increasing its forces, since a demon of that level is a gigantic enemy. Unable to contain herself, she questions if just the few of them will be able to handle it. Since it was natural for Giamma that she would have doubts, he does not stop her from continuing to speak. Shyle suggests that they should only investigate until they find Abel's parents, and then leave the rest in the hands of the association. Unshaken, Giamma bluntly says he is against the idea of giving up, and looks back to check their reactions. He explains that if they leave it to the association, it will be too late, causing Shyle to question if they are really going to deal with the S-rank. Being direct, Giamma confirms that they are and warns that if this is a problem for the group, he will go alone. Upon hearing this, Abel reflects that summer vacation is not long, and the time to act is short. Meanwhile, Giamma thinks that the girl is just using Abel's problem as an excuse. Deep down, what he seeks through the Demon Stone and what Abel wants are answers, which will probably be behind that door. Abel tells Shyle that they will have to try, because with Giamma there, facing an S-rank is not impossible. Shyle does not seem to fully agree despite his absolute confidence. Even so, she asks Giamma for just one thing. If he thinks the situation is too dangerous, everyone must retreat without hesitation. Ignoring the discussion between the two girls, the old man warns that the door has a padlock and that they will need the key. Quickly, Giamma orders everyone to step back and draws his sword, manifesting the blessing of the sword god. Needing only a single strike, his blade easily splits the door open forever, leaving the rest of the group in awe of his efficiency. Abel, who already expected something like this, is just happy to see him in action, and with no more time to lose, Giamma leads the group forward. Further ahead, they encounter a few monsters. Before Giamma needs to do anything, Abel quickly deals with them to prove her worth, apologizing in the process. However, she lowers her guard while a zombie approaches, requiring the intervention of Shyle, who moves fast by throwing her needles and defends Abel in time to prevent the attack. Abel remains distracted, cutting down more enemies while apologizing. Realizing that talking will not solve anything, Shyle leaps to her side, determined to watch her back so that it does not happen again. Giamma observes the scene, satisfied with Shile's performance, finding her attitude exemplary, exactly as he expected from a veteran. But Giama's attention is captured by something else, her uniform. Shile explains that she wears the academy uniform because it protects more than most vests. Giama says he asked because he thought she was a cadet, and she jokes that she would have to enroll again later then. After a moment of silence, Abel asks if Shile is feeling calmer. As much as the mission ahead is going to be a problem, Shile admits with her head down that she is trusting in Giama. Seeing her companion's state, Abel says she knows Shile feels unable to surpass him, but reminds her that they will not be the only ones feeling that skill gap, because soon Giama's enemies will feel the same way. Of course, Abel is also afraid to face the S-rank demon, but even so, she believes in his ability, and Shile ends up agreeing since she does not have much else to do. Heading further down, the undead old man finds the stairs to the lower floor. Since that must be the right path, Giama tells the old man that he did a good job. Noticing the dismissal, the old man warns that he would gladly accompany Giama and would not regret it even if he died along the way. Knowing that the old man does not have much to lose, Giama simply proceeds and warns that he will be quick. He explains that the Draugr will increase his army over time, so they must be as fast as possible, leaving Abel and Shile in charge of dealing with the minions while he himself takes care of the Draugr. Upon being called out, the undead man says that even without power, he can still act as a strategist, which makes Abel laugh. However, everyone soon grows serious again and prepares to move forward on the mission, carefully descending the staircase as the long flight of steps takes them deeper and deeper down. Giama thinks that old Michelin is a good assistant, because even in the dark he manages to guide them very well, although it is hard to get lost in a straight line. Stopping the group, the undead man warns that they have finally arrived and explains that, as an undead being, he can sense the presence of other souls trapped there. While on the surface they were scarce, and in centuries the old man had not seen even 20, on this floor the number of presences is so vast that it almost seems to take a physical form. Giama asks roughly how many there are, not expecting the old man to reply that the number could exceed 100,000. When a fluorescent light illuminates the room, he finally understands the scale of the problem. Quickly, Giama orders everyone to draw their weapons. He does not even have time to be amazed by the quantity, because the undead already begin to move, surrounding the group on all sides in an overwhelming manner. The situation worsens even further when old Michelin warns Giama to look at the center of the room, where all the dark energy concentrates at the command of an imperious figure sitting on the throne. That is the S-rank demonic beast, none other than Draugr, the Lich King. With an incredibly intimidating presence, the creature rises from the throne, dropping his crown, and stands tall with a sword in hand. Giama soon notices something wrong, because the king possesses a sword instead of the Reaper's staff. He has a sudden reflex to look back and sees Abel completely bewildered, staring at the supposed demon without expecting that at all. The atmosphere fills with tension at the girl's murmur of perplexity, which makes Giama stare at the dungeon boss in shock. After all, Abel knows that being in front of them very well, recognizing with absolute certainty that the demon is her father, or what is left of him. Abel brought her hand to her face, bewildered as she tried to make sense of everything happening around her. The figure standing before her made it clear that nothing would be as easy as she had imagined. Although she cared deeply for that father figure, there was nothing she could do, though at least her friend was there to make things a little easier. Meanwhile, Giama knew that this entity was different from any Draugr he had encountered before, realizing that Abel's father had unfortunately become evil itself. If he had known this earlier, he would have stopped Abel and Shile from seeing such a shocking scene, and he knew the best course of action now was to fall back as quickly as possible, since the girl was clearly overwhelmed. He quickly gave the order for everyone to pull themselves together since they had no time to waste. Even so, the malice drew near and everything threatened to collapse at any moment. The evil entity slammed its sword against the ground, spreading corruption all around them. The earth began to tremble violently, making everyone feel as if the ground beneath their feet was disappearing into thin air. Without realizing what was happening in the chaos, Giama was separated from Abel. Looking down, he spotted 100 undead monsters that he would have to hold off on his own. On the other side, Shile was determined to help her companion, even if it cost her own life. Seeing that the two girls had been separated from him, Giama grew furious, so distracted that he barely noticed the horde of undead reaching for him all at once. He knew the tragic story of Abel's childhood all too well. She had been neglected every day by the adults, who always claimed they would return soon. The little girl was left alone constantly, and although she knew it was a lie, she pretended to believe it most of the time, while being scolded by her elders whenever she questioned them. One of those adults was her father, who would always calm her down by telling her that she just needed to get good at swordsmanship to join him. She used to make him do a pinky promise, a sacred gesture that defined their bond as father and daughter. daughter, and he always obliged. She would watch her mother and father leave as the door closed, leaving her consumed by emptiness and false promises. Every time that door began to open, her heart filled with hope that her parents had finally come back. She waited for a day, a week, and even a full year without tiring. But after 3 years had passed, her faith began to fade, and by the 6-year mark, she looked at that same door with deep resentment. Although her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, took her under his wing, the void inside her remained constant. Eventually, he asked her to put her bitterness aside and pick up the sword. Before she knew it, 10 years had passed since her parents left, and the hurt was still present within that emptiness. Living in that house had become unbearable, and staring at the door brought only pain. So Abel grew tired of waiting and decided to take action. Now she gripped her sword tightly, ready to sever the head of anyone in her path, whether they were living or dead. She refused to be a fragile little girl waiting for her parents any longer. She needed to see the truth with her own eyes and reach the man who had abandoned his daughter. Her face no longer showed false hope or sorrow, but rather a contained rage that fueled her drive to eliminate the undead. With clean, swift, and precise movements, Abel slashed through every enemy in front of her. She had chosen the path of the sword, a path where cutting down foes was second nature, and anyone who did not want their limbs torn off simply should not cross her path. Even as they were sliced to pieces, the undead kept trying to surge toward her, but Abel had no time to waste and would let no one stand in her way. In another part of the battlefield, Giamma was doing his part while marveling at where she was pulling so much strength from. It seemed as though all her years of training had been for this exact moment, as she swung her blade like never before in search of the truth. She dreamed of reaching the figure who was a great enemy to Giamma, but who to her was still her beloved father. Even as monsters tried to grab her, her legs ran faster and faster. She cried out for him in hopes of reanimating the man he once was, desperate to catch a glimpse of her father inside that monstrosity. It was as if she were still the child from years ago, running into his arms. After so much time, she simply wanted to release her inner child and scream the way she used to during nightmares, hoping he would open his arms and tell her that everything would be fine. However, that loving figure no longer existed, leaving behind only a cold glare and a hollow shell. Even so, Abel did not lose heart and rushed closer, just as he made his first move. When another monster tried to touch her, it was suddenly obliterated by something, startling her. She dodged to avoid the blast of power and felt a flicker of hope that some humanity might still remain in his heart. Pieces of the undead rained onto the ground, and Abel lost her balance, tumbling to the earth. Refusing any help, she forced herself up while shouting for her father, desperate for a response even if it was just a single glance. Instead, he simply raised his sword, making it clear he would strike if she took another step. Tears streamed down her face as Abel wondered why everything felt so fast yet so painfully slow at the same time. The enemy was ready to end all her suffering with a single blow, and she stood frozen, ready to accept her fate if it meant dying right there. She believed he would not actually do it, but her friends arrived just in time to prevent the tragedy. Giamma arrived in time to avert disaster, and Shyle stepped up to offer all the support she could. Abel thanked her friend, feeling grateful for her perfect timing. Meanwhile, Giamma urged Abel to pull herself together, telling her that he needed her help and that she could not afford to act so pitiful. He explained that her father was bound by an infernal curse and that they needed to save him rather than throwing her life away and losing the chance to ever communicate with him again. Hearing those words gave Abel a newfound sense of hope. She called out to Giamma and said she would leave the boss to him as originally planned, while she and Shyle covered the rear. Her only request was for him to promise to take care of her father. Giamma understood her plea and resolved to do his best, even though he could not guarantee anything. The man had restored his original power and was operating at peak capacity. The blessing of the sword god, immunity to pain, and manifestation were all activated simultaneously. His pain immunity duration had been adjusted to 60 seconds, but his total remaining time was no more than 45 seconds. Facing the monarch who governs death, Giamma looked at the Draugr and calculated his next steps, wasting not a single second as he launched forward for a perfect strike. As the countdown ticked away, Giamma needed to run as fast as possible. Despite the horde of undead in front of him, he sliced through them all without much difficulty. The king of immortality was just ahead, and Giamma wondered what would happen if he managed to slice him as well, deciding to unleash the divine power of the sword god. Meanwhile, in the rear guard, those who had promised to handle things were struggling. Since the undead kept spawning constantly, holding the line alone was difficult, but admitting fear was not an option. Shyle and Miss Abel continued striking the monsters as best as they could, while the pink-haired girl warned that the creatures seemed to be swarming toward the entrance. The old man asked if they needed to worry about Giamma, but it was unnecessary since he was the only person capable of bringing the world down all at once. The girls could only watch in awe as the undead grew increasingly frantic. Abel felt anxious about how Giamma was handling everything by himself, utilizing every second of his magic power as if he were everywhere at the same time. Jiyama needed to align his domain properly because his target seemed to be drifting further away. He had already identified the exact spots to slice, treating his opponent like a massive fish. Along the way, he kept cutting down the continuously respawning undead, launching the 1,000-year ice sword technique at electric speed to hit everything simultaneously. Gripping his small blade, Jiyama attempted to maximize his time in the limited space. From a distance, the girls found the intense glow of his aura strange. A newly arrived man thought the black-haired, black-eyed youth looked strangely familiar and asked what had happened over the last 700 years. The battle raged on as Jiyama advanced relentlessly, cutting down everything to reach his target. His rival countered by openly using a sword technique, just as expected from a descendant of the Sword Emperor. Abel kept an eye on both Jiyama and the rear guard, but at a critical moment, her sword could not withstand the impact and shattered. She remembered the advice to engrave the feeling of the sword hilt in her hand, to gather courage during moments of confusion. Even without fully understanding the instruction, she resolved to apply the lesson, knowing she had to keep growing stronger for Jiyama and to protect her father from that terrible curse. Meanwhile, time was running out for Jiyama, as every lost second meant less time using the blessing without enduring excruciating pain. When he finally closed the distance and clashed blades with his rival, he managed to sever the monster's weapon along with its arm. However, the limb reattached itself instantly, and the enemy began fighting with two swords, wielding an absurd amount of demonic power. Jiyama realized that slicing alone was useless since the enemy kept reviving. Suddenly, a glowing point indicated the exact spot to strike, and his eyes turned red upon noticing the Reaper staff with the demonic stone embedded in his rival's chest. Realizing that it was the true source of immortality, the shock caused Jiyama to drop his small dagger, leaving only 4 seconds on the clock. With 3 seconds remaining, he gripped the remaining blade with all his strength to end the fight. With 2 seconds left, the enemy noticed his urgency and flared his demonic aura. In the final second, Jiyama simply vanished to unleash a devastating attack that his opponent would be powerless to stop. The one who would cut the bonds of immortality was long expected by the great undead and the Lord of all death. Everyone believed the Sword Saint would be the one to end everything, and the man gave the order to tear him in half if necessary. The undead grew agitated because the complex text on the tomb indicated that the Sword Saint was their leader. However, as the Lord of the Dead became enchanted by the crown, something strange occurred. His wife watched a spear pierce his chest and could only scream. Shortly after, she suffered the same fate as her heart was torn apart. He wished he had been given the chance to say goodbye, never imagining that this would be his end. Because of this tragedy, their daughter would be left waiting for decades without receiving any answers. Behind the scenes, the staff was doing everything possible to search through each person and find the strongest body. While the man mourned the loss of his beloved, that entity searched for the strongest host to continue the reign. He was quickly chosen because they believed he was the Sword Saint, right up until the moment he laid eyes on the true saint. The young people before him possessed far more strength and determination than he had accumulated in his entire life. Even so, he felt the need to put them to the test, experiencing a feeling he had not felt in a long time. Although he sensed that this person would free his soul, his body refused to stay still, knowing deep down without a doubt that this was the person everyone had been waiting for. Everything became clear when the sword shattered, but Jiyama dashed past him like a flash of lightning. As he passed, Jiyama felt a familiar movement and realized that something was going wrong. It was the timer that always worked against him in battle, preventing him from advancing beyond the deep pain he was feeling. Even with a broken sword, the young woman felt compelled to go to Jiyama's aid. Shyle could not understand what was happening, especially when she saw Abel running in desperation. Abel felt an urgent sensation that someone desperately needed her help. At that exact moment, the final seconds arrived and the pain became unbearable. The blessing of immunity had ended, causing Jiyama to cough uncontrollably, though the blessing of the sword god remained active. He watched his rival before him and continued to move despite the intense pain, until the man pointed his sword in a strange manner. Suddenly, Shyle appeared and noticed that all the undead were bowing down. The old man realized everything had happened too fast, and that the one who would break the curse and cut the bonds of immortality was right there, wishing for a human to accomplish the task. Then, the man raised his sword and declared that the Sword Saint should descend upon them, prompting Abel to walk toward her father. Jiyama continued fighting through the pain, keeping the glowing blessing of the sword god in his eyes. The enemy noticed the presence of the king and wished for glory to be with him, while asking him to take care of Abel, right before passing away before her eyes. In the nick of time, Jiyama managed to shatter the core of the immortality crystal, freeing everyone from that horrible curse. Shyle covered her face to protect herself from the blinding light, while staying alert to any movement, despite not fully grasping what was going on. Beside her, the people began to glow and let out cries of relief before disappearing into dust. This left the pink-haired girl confused until she realized that nearly all the undead were turning into shining beings and drifting away like fairy dust. Even the comical figure gave thanks to Lord Michelin, saying he was fine but that it was not yet his time to depart, while still wishing eternal rest and peace for everyone. Although Giamma had successfully fulfilled his goal, it came at a high cost, as his body showed signs of extreme strain while he pretended to be fine to avoid frightening Abel. Abel observed the vast light from a distance, trying to make sense of the situation. Upon seeing her father's figure from behind, she felt hopeful and ran toward him with teary eyes. She wanted to talk before the light took him away, but as she approached, her father remained silent while walking toward her, hoping to regain his humanity before passing into eternal rest. As he walked, he took the time to hand the young girl the sacred sword he had carried for so long. At that moment, Abel recalled the promise that they would train together again, her eyes widening without any time to process her emotions. The light drew closer and began to carry her father's figure away, leaving the girl who had waited for decades wishing to say something more than a distant greeting. However, all she could do was watch the light carry him away, holding the sword she had received and noticing his final smile. She remembered her childhood when her father told her that they needed to return. Unable to hold back her tears, Abel fell to her knees as almost nothing remained of her father, holding the sword tightly and weeping with the knowledge that they would never return home. The demonic stone of immortality accumulated the grudges and desires of hundreds of thousands of dead people. Its description explained that the evil energy responsible for trapping the deceased had been purified. Giamma wondered how such a small object could cause so much damage in the lives of so many people. Shortly after, he looked at his friend, whose eyes were swollen from crying so much, and imagined her suffering as she said goodbye to her father. Right at that moment, Giamma began to feel terrible physical pain, realizing he would likely fall into a coma for a few days due to the massive accumulation of power he had used. Suddenly, Shyle came running up to check if Abel was hurt. The girl claimed she was fine, but both ended up worrying about Mr. Michelin. Shyle explained that he was climbing the stairs with her when he stopped walking. Looking back, she saw a spark and ran straight back, with the two girls arriving just in time to see that the man was also about to vanish because he had reached his absolute limit. Abel was not prepared to lose so many people at once, but the undead man asked her not to make that face, explaining that he had lived for an incredible 700 years, was tired, and simply wanted to rest. As he spoke, he gradually faded away. Even while dissolving, he looked up and noticed the young man with black hair and black eyes, feeling as though he had seen that face before. He tried to search his memory until he remembered a conversation he had in the past next to a campfire with a young sword saint. Back then, the girl mentioned that people considered her master incredible, but in reality, he was mostly just a fool. Michelin warned her not to slander the promising hero to avoid divine punishment, but the girl insisted he was just a normal human who was strangely good and kind of an idiot. Michelin explained that he was the progenitor hero and worried he might not recognize him in the future, so the young woman revealed he would be easily recognized by his black hair and black eyes, asking for absolute secrecy about that information. Back in the present, Michelin realized he was standing before the progenitor hero and waved goodbye, regretting leaving without being able to introduce himself properly. Shyle noticed he was staring intently in that direction and asked if he wanted to convey something to Giamma. He replied that he had promised to take a secret to his grave, so a simple thank you would be enough. As Abel watched another person disappear, the man left his final words saying he entrusted the future to them. Right after that, he turned into glowing dust that swept away with the wind. The pink-haired girl pulled something out of her pocket to hand to Abel, explaining she had found it on the stairs. Abel opened the necklace and saw a picture inside, confirming that the man had maintained his sanity until the very end. Clutched tightly to the relic, she asked Shyle to head back with her, as they had a lot to do, and wanted to go home. They left that cursed dungeon, though none of them remained the same as when they first entered. A deep sadness covered the three of them in silence, and even though he tried to bring up a topic, Giamma himself was not in high spirits. Suddenly, his strength ran out, and he collapsed on the way. Shyle approached him in concern, but he reassured her that he just needed to lie down for a moment to be fine. Pressing the necklace like a charm, Abel thanked Giamma for everything he had done. Giamma glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that despite his best efforts to keep her unharmed, the pain was still there. Having little else to do, he simply accepted her thanks and walked inside with the few remaining bits of his strength. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor was sipping his cup of tea while Shyle explained everything that happened in the Dungeon of the Undead. The man understood the situation, but still felt the deep pain of loss. He told the girl she did a great job and asked her to rest to recover from the shock. Shyle asked if the head of the family already knew everything. He took a sip of tea and explained he had known his son ended up that way for over 8 years. He revealed he was responsible for damaging the single-language stone tablet at the entrance of the dungeon, knowing that only the true Sword Saint could resolve the issue to, and that he lacked the power to handle the subjugation alone. He told Shile that he considered her a real granddaughter and asked her to take a rest. As soon as he was left alone with his tea, the memory of seeing his son Orion sitting on the throne of the undead king came back to his mind. At the time, he knew he had to damage the tablet to prevent troops from being wiped out, patiently waiting for the arrival of the person from the prophecy to cut the vicious cycle. Looking at his cup, he acknowledged that the boy fulfilled his purpose masterfully, wishing for his son to finally rest in peace.